Chapter 61. Welcome to the Gladiator Island. 1. He felt like he had been left behind in a cold, dark place. The place was dark as if he had closed his eyes, cold as if he had pressed his cheeks against a discarded clump of iron. He desperately sought salvation, feeling his entire body bound by chains of captivity. That was also why he kept stretching out his hand, as if in a trance, looking for anything he could find. However, that was not why he had stretched out his hand towards the looming white light at the very end. The light, rather, its identity was that of a girl, with a tragic look of determination hidden on her face. He had stretched out his hand towards her, not because he was seeking salvation from her, but because he felt he needed to save her. And so, bending the chains that prevented him from moving his body even an inch, he reached out a hand, his own hand. He reached out his hand, and it's so small. As he muttered that, Natsuki Subaru stared at his own hand, now reflected in his blurred vision. The hand being held up to the ceiling, palm facing out, was his own one, extending out from his shoulder. It clenched and closed, moving just as he willed. Without a doubt, it was his. However, it was a hand of a child, a size smaller than Subaru had expected. Meaning, Subaru, I didn't turn back to normal. That had been his chance to get out of his hopeless situation. He should have attained it after going through untold hardship. He had literally put his life on the line over and over again for this, or so it seemed, and yet the result had slipped from his hands. Just how many sacrifices had he made for what had left his hands? Just how many sacrifices? Subaru. That's right, the hell am I doing? A jolt suddenly running through his bleary consciousness. Subaru brought the hand he had been staring at to his face. The memories that came streaming back to him were those of the strange situation he had encountered at the Demon City, as well as a dangerous game of tag with Albert, where he had been put through the ringer, so much so that had been worse than the former. Subaru had managed to seize victory after accumulating countless deaths. He should have succeeded in getting his victor's dues, namely, in getting rid of his infantilization. Subaru also recalled Albert touching his chest to try and undo his infantilization, and immediately after that, he felt like someone had whispered the soul language of love into his ears, and, Subaru, I passed out after that, and then, Subaru attempted to search his fuzzy memories for what had happened. However, even when he pushed and pulled, the door that held his interrupted memories within refused to open, firmly clenching his back teeth together. Subaru grew more and more impatient, as he felt how stubborn this door was. Now, let's take it easy. No need to get flustered. Luckily, y'all made it out with your lives, so you can take your time to do stuff after the little missy that came into you wakes up. Subaru. Huh? Suddenly, Subaru heard a voice coming from right beside him, turned to look at it in dumbfoundment. As he lay on a hard bed, his eyes met with someone resting their chin on their hands there. This someone was grinning from ear to ear, peering right up close into his face. Subaru, you Whoa there. Love the reaction, but it's best you keep things on the down low. If we're too noisy, we'll catch the island chief's eye, and they'll put together a bothersome fight to the death. But then again, Subaru, though it may be in bad taste, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. In front of Subaru, who jumped to his feet without thinking and darted, his eyes about in bewilderment, was a blue-haired individual, boasting ever so nonchalantly. He had his long hair tied up into a ponytail and was donning something reminiscent of Japanese-style garb, the likes of which were seldom seen here. Left astonished by how unfamiliar he looked, Subaru took a deep gulp before he chose his words and his questions. Not only the other party was unfamiliar, but also the place, the environment, the atmosphere. Subaru, who are you? Where are we? Oh, how splendid. What great questions. Just as I'd expected. No, it surpasses even my expectations. Subaru, Bway. Subaru carefully tried to gauge his attitude. However, the other person, his eyes sparkling, quickly took Subaru's hand, shaking it up and down with such force that the latter thought his shoulder might be torn off. It was not like Subaru had been keeping his guard down. Yet, despite that, it felt like he could not react at all. Before the flabbergasted Subaru, the individual let go of his arm with a phew and spun around once on the spot as if dancing and said, You, who have crossed the Black Lake and reached this island, the Gladiator Island Gin and Hive. You, with that unpleasant look to your eyes, swirling with such wonderful premonitions, I shall indeed answer you. Both his tone and gestures were theatrical, and for someone he'd just met, he was rather ill-mannered. However, He showed no signs of knowing what Subaru was thinking, and instead brazenly stuck to his attitude, his theatrics, almost like he was an actor on a stage, basking himself in a round of thunderous applause like it was natural. Cecil's segment. The way he stretched out his arms to the left and right as he voiced his name made it look like he was doing a pose straight out of kabuki. Naturally, kabuki should not exist in this world, so he probably was not imitating an actual one. Even so, the pose he had struck had such a punch to it that it robbed Subaru of his breath. Then again, what had taken Subaru's breath away was not merely his powerful pose, but also how familiar his name sounded. Where had he heard before? As soon as he recalled, he frowned. He had heard it straight from Abel. If he was not mistaken, his name belonged to one of the 9 divine generals. Cecilus, I am Valakia's Blue Lightning, the lead actor of this world. Subaru gawked as he heard him grandiosely declare that before him. Both his name and title were consistent with what Subaru recalled. However, there was just one thing that stood as a huge issue. Namely, Subaru, Valakia's strongest as a child? Cecilus Segmont, smiling right before him, was a child around the same age as the shrunken Subaru, with the very vibe of an obnoxious brat. 2. The severe impact of infantilization was taking a toll on Natsuki Subaru's mind and body alike. The physical effects were easy to understand. As one would expect from Subaru's current outward appearance, what he possessed amounted only to the physical capabilities of a kid roughly 10 years of age. His arm and leg strength, and naturally his stamina and explosive strength, all had been reverted to a prepubescent state. However, there were doubts as to just how useful Subaru's original physical abilities were to begin with, by the standards of this other world. So, it was probably safe to say that the difference was small, as much as he would hate to admit it. Far more serious, however, was the impact of his interior, rather than his exterior. Subaru, maybe my head's all messed up. It was a misleading way of putting it, but it was a simple way of expressing the bad situation Subaru was in. His ability to conceive, think, and draw on knowledge was weakening. Although he was using the same desk as before, his ability to open drawers was weaker, and he was unable to reach the drawers that were higher up. At the tower of the Crimson Lapis Castle, the infernal game of tag unfolded. From Albert's authorship, the abnormally high number of attempts he had taken to implement a countermeasure had very much been influenced by the regression in his ability to think. He was sure that before the shrinkage, he would have found the solution a little faster. Probably, he would have come up with that idea and put an end to that ordeal faster, to the point he would not have felt any pain. Fortunately, at that time, it was not Subaru himself, but everyone who was important to Subaru that saved him. He had felt everyone's voices, their support, echoing in his head, and Subaru, no, that's not it. Suddenly, something slowly welled up within his heart, and Subaru hurriedly got rid of it with his hand. The mixed feelings of relief and melancholy were probably a feeling more akin to homesickness. Before the infantilization, he would have been able to bear those feelings considering the chaos and his sense of responsibility. But it seemed that his childish body had even lowered the bulwark that protected against him tearing up. If he was not careful, he would likely break down crying. Subaru. Don't cry. Am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. No matter how much he may mourn, he could not borrow strength from those not present. Letting friction evaporate the tears, Subaru tried his utmost to get back to the main point. He had to, as it would be the only way he would ever get a chance to reunite with everyone. What was important now was neither his own weak mind nor his budding sense of nostalgia. Rather, what he needed to focus on most was the essence of his predicament. Namely, Subaru, did I ever hear from Abel or Zicker-san about the age of the first? Sniffling, Subaru searched his memory for the answer to his question. Cecilus Segmont. He had heard that he was the strongest amongst the 9 divine generals of Valakia. That meant he was the most powerful person in the Empire. The reason why they had gone to the demon city of Chaos Flame in the first place was to get Yorna, one of the 9 divine generals, to become their ally. In order to regain the throne, their side needed to attain as many 9 divine generals as possible. Then, of course, it should have been natural to properly discuss the topic of the person who was ranked first. So, he pried open that stiff drawer, searching for some answer, but, Subaru, the only things I can recall are that he's unpopular, and therefore not very reliable. He was not sure whether that was because that part had bore the greatest impact on him, or because that was all he had actually been told. But that was all the information Subaru possessed regarding the first. Unfortunately, he was unable to find any information about his. appearance, his age, or anything of the like, which were what he wished to know at this moment. Subaru. But if it's about being unpopular because he's a child, then I can see why without a hitch. In the Empire, where the strongest were esteemed, it would be strange for the one most powerful to be unpopular. If this were because the strongest person was a child, it would make sense. Many adults would be reluctant to follow a child, no matter how strong they were. So, as Subaru came to terms with his prior information and his new knowledge, Cecilus, it seems you've come to some kind of conclusion to this statement. Subaru looked up to see a blue-haired boy, Cecilus, standing in front of him, donning the same grandiose pose he had adopted earlier. Having left him standing there, Subaru, who had been lost in thought, blinked his eyes and said, Subaru, sorry I left you there for a while. Cecilus, no, not at all. Don't worry about me. I'm often left out of discussions. After all, I'm used to being left alone and not talked to. Ha ha ha. Subaru, is that so? Cecilus flashed his white teeth, blithely laying bare his sad situation. Although he was taken aback by this attitude, he felt glad that his rude response had not spoiled his mood. After all, he had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask him. He wanted to tilt his head in puzzlement, not knowing which of the many questions to start with. Subaru, sorry for being rude. Again, I apologize. Cecilus, I said, there's no problem. Of course, that doesn't mean that rudeness, disrespect, and acting without consideration for others are acceptable, but I've got the openness to tolerate those to some extent. If you're intolerant, small, and superficial, then isn't it just like playing a minor role and getting short end of the stick? Subaru, why, yeah, you're right. Thank you, that helps. On that note, Cecilus, that reminds me, I didn't ask you this because you were absorbed in your thinking, but how did you feel about that pose? Since I put my all into this pose, I'd gladly like to hear your reaction. I was thinking if adding this to my introduction would give it the last push it needed. Subaru, wait a second, please. I was talking. Cecilus, oh yeah, there's some other things I want to ask. I'm pretty interested in those. What do you think? If you could tell me something about that in great detail, Subaru, listen to me. Even though he attempted to speak calmly, all of his attempts were interrupted by the lightning-fast speech of the other party. Fearing that he would be swept away by the momentum of the conversation, Subaru involuntarily let out a loud yell. After doing so, Subaru felt shock as Cecilus's almond-shaped eyes widened. Cecilus, oh, by any chance, did I do it again? Subaru, nowadays you practically never hear that kind of level of a template response. Cecilus, Labelle? Tenprate. Subaru, it's a phrase from my hometown, meaning something like standard or cliché. Cecilus, ho, your hometowns. That's very interesting. I guess this one's no good. With a twinkle in his eye, the blue lightning was quick to pounce on the object of his curiosity. Perhaps that nickname of his also symbolized his personality, which was too honest in regards to his desires, as if he were lightning searching for a high place to fall on. He was a completely restless character. But perhaps he was rather concealing his true character with an act. Cecilus, now, what will you talk about? I can't stop the throbbing in my chest, getting to hear what you have to say next. I feel so alive. Subaru, it doesn't look like a performance at all. With sparkling eyes, the boy desired those words from Subaru's mouth formed a story. His attitude, seemingly entirely divorced from any deception or conspiracy, made Subaru wonder if Cecilus could even tell a lie. In the first place, what would be the point of setting such a trap for Subaru now? Had he not been with Abel, Subaru would not have drawn any attention whatsoever in the Empire. Of course, there were exceptions who had attempted to aim at Subaru's life without relent. Subaru, but those are exceptions, and I don't want to see them again if possible. Cecilus, what's wrong? Subaru, I was just talking to myself. Also, I'm not Suki Subaru. Gah. With Cecilus tilting his head in confusion, Subaru voiced his name in order to dodge his doubt, but realized his carelessness in revealing his true identity. At the time, he had been cross-dressing. Subaru had assumed the name of Natsumi Schwartz with prudence as to not spread his name in the Empire carelessly, but his childish thoughtlessness had ruined that. If by some chance, by some small possibility, Cecilus, someone with a position of general first class of the Empire, were aware of the royal selection of the neighboring country of the Kingdom of Lagunica, and of the people involved in it then. Cecilus not Suki Subaru is that it's got a curious sound to it, but Somehow it rolls off the tongue, quite smoothly, by the way, which is a family name Natsuki or Subaru. Subaru, my family name's Natsuki, and given name Subaru. Cecilus, noted then, I'll call you Subaru-san, but if I find a better way to call you, I'll just change it depending on my mood, so don't be taken aback. Waving his hand in the air, Cecilus replied with a face that betrayed any hint of recognition. Subaru was relieved to hear this, but at the same time a slight doubt grew his mind. Was this child really Cecilus Segmont? Subaru? On second thought, anyone could just assert a potential identity of. Of course, the boy in front of him could do that just like how Subaru identified himself as Natsuki Subaru. Of course, the name and alias of the Blue Lightning, the strongest in Wallachia, were renowned. It would be too much to expect to run into the strongest man in Wallachia in some unfamiliar dodgy place like this one. Furthermore, it was more likely that this could just be some kid posing as a Blue Lightning. Because they admire the name and title, that would be a much more natural thought. Cecilus, dearie me, what's with the suspicious look in your eyes? Is it something about me? Subaru, are you the real Blue Lightning? Cecilus, there it is. They said it again, just like every time. Since probing someone out was not his strength, he threw a fastball at Cecilus, who immediately let out uproarious laughter. He wondered if he could continue to call this boy Cecilus, but it seemed that people other than Subaru also harbored doubts about the authenticity of his identity. However, Cecilus, my words are genuine, though exclaiming that is easy, it doesn't really prove anything, does it? On the other hand, about any hidden information that can be of use to prove my identity, even if I told you. Anything of the sort, would you be able to tell what's genuine from what's not Subaru, since you don't know me that well, do you? Subaru, that's yeah, you're right. Cecilus, then it's a waste of time to argue about the authenticity of my identity. Let's just cut out the useless stuff and move on to the next topic that's way more constructive, even though I'm a specialist in destroying things. He felt like he was being cajoled by his momentum and eloquence, but with Cecilus advancing his arguments so ferociously, and without pause, there was no opening for Subaru to object besides what he had spoken was true, albeit extreme. Within Subaru, there lay no method to tell if this truly was a Blue Lightning or not, nor did he have a clue he could use, then even if he were to suspect this tentative Cecilus, he would never find the answer. If that was the case, Subaru. Once he set aside Cecilus as the target of his interest, the next question to rise to the fore would concern his situation. As Subaru was about to let Albert undo his infantilization, his consciousness was engulfed by a void. No, something much darker engulfed him, and his consciousness vanished. However, it was clear that he did not simply pass out, and that was that. Case in point, Subaru was lying on a shabby bed facing Cecilus. Even with the limited resources of the village of Shudrak, efforts had been made to make the beds comfortable by using soft grass and wood. However, this bed showed no such consideration at all. The only thing present, there was a stand that was just good enough to lie down on. Adding to this bleak impression was the room's empty, bare interior, devoid of anything but the bed. The gray walls were dry and cracked, and the floor was stained with dirt that could not be removed. The damp, leaden air assaulted his lungs, and the environment was anything but comfortable. It felt as if he were in a prison cell. Subaru, Cece, can I ask you something? Cecilus, Cece, what's that? Is that me by any chance? Subaru, I'm not sure if I can call you Cecilus when I don't know if you're real or fake. It was not like he was readying himself in case he met the real Cecilus, but rather it was the compromise Subaru had reached regarding the boy, whose authenticity could not be ascertained. Calling him tentative Cecilus would be rude and troublesome to begin with, apart from being way too chummy to the point of being. Suspicious, his demeanor was very friendly, and he wished to avoid being disliked. Subaru, rather, he may be the friendliest person in the Empire, no. He can't compare to Flop and Medium, but I think he can put up a good fight. However, he could not bet on that, as there were examples of people who had been friendly at first before changing their ways. Then again, that Subaru had happened to meet the O'Connell siblings when he was with Rem had been a glimpse of uncharacteristically good fortune. Possibly, it was the most fortunate he had ever been his whole life. Why had Flop called out to him back? Then he wondered perhaps he had been unable to continue seeing Subaru and Rem like that. Cecilus, Cece, is it what a special sensation, exquisite sound. Now that I think back on it, I've never experienced being called a nickname. It's got a rich, fresh taste to it, doesn't it? Cecilus, on the other hand, was excited by his first nickname. Subaru had picked a somewhat cheap name for him, but he was so happy with it hampering the latter's excitement would be undesirable, and he deemed it unnecessary to come up with an alternative. He really did not have any other ideas. Subaru, so back to the subject. This isn't Chaos Flame, is it? Cecilus Chaos Flame, the Demon City? You mean, yes, not at all. Rather, it's just on the opposite side of the Empire, from east to west. Like I said, this is a Gladiator Island Jinnenhive. Subaru Gladiator Island. Subaru's lips curled as he felt the sound of that unfamiliar word Jinnenhive escape from his tongue. The name did not ring a bell, but the place's title gave him an unsettling feeling. if Chaos Flame was called the Demon City because of the large number of demi-humans living there, then there had to be a reason as to why Jin and Hive had that title as well. Gladiator Island, that meant Subaru Gladiator Island. The word gladiator brought forth a certain image in his mind, as he remembered hearing it somewhere before. If he remembered correctly, it was a word that Al would blur out from time to time. Indeed, he had spent 10 years, and then some as a gladiator. Somewhere always thinking that he was going to die. Even though he had lost his left arm, he had managed to survive and escape that place. Then this place was... Subaru, no way these are death game grounds. Cecila's death game, is that a phrase from your hometown too? What does it mean? Subaru, something like a coliseum, a place where people kill each other. Cecilis, oh, I see, then you understood quickly. Exactly, these here are the death game grounds. Subaru, HK. Cecilis laughed at Subaru, the latter overcome by a chill of horror after having mentioned this terrifying possibility. The fact that he clapped his hands in front of his chest and spoke casually made Subaru suspect that he had misheard something, but no. Matter how long, he waited, the words he wished to hear did not leak from Cecilis' mouth. No words leaked out, but they were not the words Subaru wished to hear. Cecilis, once again, welcome to the Gladiator Island. It's rare that people as young as me and Subaru can come in, and even if we do, we don't live long. So I wish you the best. Subaru, the HK, Cecilis, the Subaru, that's ridiculous. There's got to be some kind of mistake. His face, contorting Subaru's voice, cracked at Cecilis in front of him. It was too much to take in to find himself in such a place. It had to be some kind of mistake. Subaru, because I was in Chaos Flame until I woke up and... Cecilis, no. You were on this bed while you slept, as well you were groaning. As you slept, I understand groaning from the lack of comfort of sleeping here, but back when I was in Chaos Flame, Subaru. That's not what I mean, don't you get it, Cecilis? Irritated by the inscrutable Cecilis, Subaru spit went flying as he snapped at him. Closing one eye at a complaint, Cecilis showed readiness to listen, and did not interject. That demeanor of his made Subaru avert his eyes from him, instead looking around the room. Subaru, I was in Chaos Flame, me being here must be some kind of mistake. I was doing stuff with other people too. Cecilis, even if you say it's a mistake, you're actually here, you know. If I accept that argument, that means I'd have to be the one sent flying from the island to the Demon City. Subaru, shouldn't that be possible then, if I'm on the Gladiator Island? Cecilis beats me, but if you want an answer to that, then I can present it to you very quickly. Shrugging his shoulders at Subaru's tantrum, because he would not listen, Cecilis calmly extended his hand. A slender finger was pointed to a wall at the back of the room. No, it was not a wall. He pointed to a window with iron bars. The window, positioned high up, led the way outside the room, a damp breeze flowing through it. Subaru, no. His lips quivering, Subaru jumped off the bed in a panic. As soon as he stood barefoot on the cold floor, his head jerked, and he felt weak, but he managed to suppress it, sprinting toward the window. He then jumped and grabbed the bars, forcibly hoisting himself up, placing his chin on the window frame, as he wriggled awkwardly. Then somehow managing to lay his eyes on the view outside, Subaru say, Cecilis, yet a lake. Looking out the windows, Subaru muttered so in dismay. Cecilis attempted to affirm what Subaru had said, having picked up on that mutter. However, Cecilis was wrong to affirm it, as Subaru had said. See, not lake. Indeed, Cecilis had made a mistake. If he had indeed made a mistake, the scenery outside was possibly a mistake as well. Or at least Subaru understood that that was merely what he hoped to believe. Subaru, as far as I can see, it's a completely black lake. Cecilis, the whole island surrounded by a lake, the only way to get to and from the other shores, to raise the only drawbridge, truly a natural fortification, or rather a prison. Unable to lift himself up, Subaru slid away from the window. Cecilis' mouth was in high gear as Subaru kneeled on the floor, drooping to his knees. Why was he in such a good mood in such a hopeless place? Subaru, why? Cecilis HM. Subaru, why do you look so entertained? An adult Subaru would have probably hesitated to ask, rather than asking it straight out. Being a child with no self-control, the question just popped out, overflowing from his mouth. Cecilis turned to Subaru's way, too. Straightforward question with a childish look in his eyes. Speaking, Cecilis, that is because I feel the end of the first act. Subaru, first act. Cecilis, alas, though I don't really get, I was thrown into these death game grounds, and I had to fight to the death in a whirlwind of blood. A new wind blew to me with a different scent of blood and a different premonition. With that being the case, it's only logical that the story will transition to its next phase. He did not understand Cecilis' story at all, as the latter spoke in profound manner, his fingers raised. No, it was not that he did not understand, it was that he wished not to understand. Because if he were to try to fully understand what Cecilis was saying, that would mean, Cecilis, it wouldn't be interesting. Otherwise, you can't keep the star actor off stage. That'd be a sacrilege, in a proper story. Valakia's strongest blue lightning was a drama geek. 3. Cecilus Segmund, the drama geek, was a person of many words, to the point of making one suspect that if left to his own devices, he would continue to chatter on and on. Cecilus, so I was just kind of moseying around outside, and there you were just crawling up to shore. Amazing, isn't it? That doesn't happen very often. It was fated to be absolutely, or should I say it was like something out of a story. Subaru. Cecilus, you probably don't know this, but I've always had a good sense of intuition today, as well. I found you when walking around because I felt as if the wind was calling me, so I'm so favored by the world it scares me. Subaru. Cecilus, of course you survived that situation, so you've got a good chance of being favored by the world too. Let's show it our best, Subabarum. Cocking his head, Cecilus pondered over something accompanied by a mutter, as he listened to the nonsensical and insubstantial words of conversation spilling from the boy's lips. Subaru's bare feet moved over the cold stone floor. It would be reckless to go out and walk like this outside the room in which he had woken up, as this location was unknown. Still, there was something he needed to confirm, Subaru. It's as you said, right, that I wasn't alone. Cecilus, yep, it's true. I'd like to commend you for that. As well, not only did you come out of that situation with your life, but you also saved your companion's life, which really is a feat of luck and courage, something of a talent. Subaru, yes, sure, talent and guts, and all that right, so that other person. Cecilus was a little girl more, or less like you. Basu has a pretty nice ring to it, doesn't it? The conversation had derailed without effort, but he had been able to have the questions he wanted to ask answered. Perhaps what Cecilus was struggling with was what to call Subaru in response to the nickname of Cece. The latter had given him. As long as the nickname was not a terrible one, it did not matter to him what he was called. What was most important was the info he had been able to get from him. Subaru Lewis. Someone about the same age as himself when it came to someone as old as Subaru was right now the person who naturally came to mind. Was Lewis the situation right now? Was that medium had also been reduced to about the same age, but since she had not been present at that tower, she was not a candidate. Frankly, though, Subaru's mental impression of Lewis was a jumbled mess. Subaru, I'm not going to ditch you before I have an answer to that question. Besides, maybe with your power, if they could make use of Lewis' teleport, they might be able to get off this dangerous island. He did not yet know the whole island, and although Cecilus was the only other person he had met at this place, for what the latter had told him, it no doubt had to be the absolute worst possible environment for a child to spend time in. So, Subaru, we've got to get off this island as soon as possible. Cecilus, that's quite the aspiration, but I think there'll be a lot of obstacles. From what I've heard, only one person's ever managed to escape from this place, and it's for that very reason that the curse rule was created. Subaru, then I'll be the second person know you, and my companion make 3. Subaru's determination interjected, replying out of reflex, and Cecilus, hearing this, looked over him, as if he were something trivial, then gave a high-pitched whistle. It seemed to somehow put him in a good mood, but there was no time to care about that. And Cecilus Basu here. After a short walk down a dimly lit passageway filled with damp, cold air, Cecilus stopped abruptly with his hands clasped behind his head. He jerked his chin toward a room with a dingy wooden door. Looking up at the door, Subaru asked, "Here is Cecilus, this is a healing room. It's also called a corpse room. Many people become corpses here after failing to die in the arena." Subaru, healing room, is it? And the healer is Cecilus, healer, huh? There are some healers, sort of, but there's no precious magic use of the sort here. There'd be fewer deaths if they were assigned here, but that's not the policy of the island chief. Subaru. Receiving that frivolous reply, Subaru involuntarily shut himself up. It had slipped his mind completely, but in the Valakian Empire, there were very few people able to wield healing magic. That was why Rem's healing magic was treated as valuable. But the fact remained that Lewis had been put into a healing room devoid of a healer. Cecilus, the girl you brought along, was very weak. That's why the purpose of this room is at least a name to treat the wounded. So there are some blankets and things to patch people up. At least we gladiators are treated just as you saw earlier. And the sleeping conditions were terrible, weren't they? Subaru, you're the only gladiator here. Cecilus, you're right here having an emotional meeting. Seemingly reading Subaru's inner heart for the second time, Cecilus patted Subaru on the shoulder. Pressured by his momentum, Subaru swallowed. His saliva steeled himself and headed for the door. Pushing it open, he frowned at the unpleasant smell emanating from inside. What flowed out of it was the odor of a mixture of blood and decaying flesh akin to the pinnacle of unsanitary conditions. Was their sense of hygiene dead and gone? Perhaps within that not-so-spacious room, worn-out tools and sloppily washed bandages could be seen having been left hanging out to dry. And in that notoriety environment, Cecilus, that's your companion, sleeping over yonder, Subaru H.K. Lewis. Cecilus pointed to a bed in the back as Subaru looked around. It seemed to be a room that served as an infirmary with 2 beds that were a smidgen better than the one Subaru had been lying on, and a small bulging blanket at the far end of the bed. Subaru rushed toward it, hurried by his stray feelings. He was in a hurry to get to Lewis, but could not decide what he should tell her. However, having rushed over and attempted to shake the little girl's shoulder, Subaru froze in surprise. Not because he was incapable of finding the right words to say, but because he could not find anyone to whom he could say them. The girl who had been said to be brought ashore along with Subaru and laid to sleep, there was not Lewis, who stirred up mixed feelings in Subaru's heart. She possessed a small head, 2 protruding horns and flaxen hair that gathered at her shoulders. A girl had been stripped of the ornate kimono that wrapped a petite body, revealing only simple undergarments. It was not Lewis, nor was it his companion Medium, who had accompanied him to the demon city of Chaos Flame, who too had been made small by that technique of Albert's. The one, there was Subaru Titanza. There was no response from the sleeping little girl to his trembling call. But even as she did not answer after laying eyes on her, he knew that she was neither Lewis nor Medium, but Tanza, the dear girl, the attendant of Yorna, Miss Higure, the mistress of the demon city. Subaru, why is this girl here? Cecilis, oh, did I do something again? Behind Subaru, who was surprised to see a sleeping face different from the one he had imagined, Cecilis voiced something silly. Of course it was not that he was to blame. He was not to blame, but Subaru, that's not what I was told. You told me Lewis was here. Cecilis, now, I wonder about that. I believe I explained that there was a girl who came ashore on the island with you, Basu. I'm as surprised as you are that it's not the girl you thought it was. Subaru, a coup. Subaru was at a loss for words, unable to say anything in response to Cecilis' reasonable answer. Indeed, it was Subaru himself who assumed that he had meant Lewis. By the girl with him, Subaru could only apologize to Cecilis for that. But this was odd. Why would Tanza be with Subaru? For starters, if Tanza was the one with him right here, right now, then. Subaru, what about Lewis? Putting his hand on his head, Subaru was anxious about Lewis. Well, being someone nowhere to be found. Having been told of who she was, Abel Al and Medium now saw Lewis as a threat. Yorna could perhaps protect Lewis, but only because she was unaware of her real identity. Were she to find out that Lewis was a Sin Archbishop, even she would change her mind just like Medium had. And he could not find any reason for Abel and the others to keep Lewis' identity a secret. Subaru, I've got to get her back to Rem. Lewis' existence was very much like a thin and feeble thread connecting the amnesiac Rem and Subaru. Even though Lewis had followed him without permission, Subaru had a reason as to why he could not afford not to bring her back above all. Subaru had yet to decide what to do with Lewis deep inside. And despite that, Lewis' whereabouts were unknown to him, and Subaru was on this island for some damn reason. Subaru, I shouldn't be wasting time like this. Subaru's thoughts were not settled at all. They were a muddled arrangement of many things. Still, he knew he had to get off this island and return to Chaos Flame immediately. Subaru, if possible, I'll take this child with me. Cecilis, oh, you sure wasn't this girl? Not the one you were expecting, Basu. Subaru, no, she isn't, but there's no reason to leave her behind, right? Besides Yorna, Sen has to be looking for her. Yorna was so affectionate as to not hesitate to give herself, even for the sake of a young child she had just met. Without her, he would have been unable to pick up a win in the game of tag against Albert, or to get the monstrous old man on board with the original bet in the first place. Therefore, returning Tanza to Yorna was a natural way to return the favor. Cecilis, I think your enthusiasm and consideration are admirable, but as I said before, I think it'll be difficult. However, Cecilis' opinion reigned on Subaru's parade. Even though the way he spoke and behaved had remained the same since the outset, Cecilis relayed circumstances were grave at their root. Yet Subaru could not help but be frustrated by the harshness of his reality. Subaru, I heard you say it's hard to leave, right? But if we look for a boat, or if we bring down the drawbridge you were talking about. Earlier then. Cecilis, you raised the drawbridge. That'd be a challenge, I guess. But the problem lies elsewhere. The biggest problem's the curse rule. You know the curse rule. Subaru, curse rule. That word was an unfamiliar one, but it was impossible to ignore it given it had been stated to be the biggest problem. To Subaru, his eyebrows forming a frown, Cecilis let out a yes, then tucked his hands into the sleeves of his kimono. Cecilis, the curse's rules, or curse rule, a very troublesome and powerful rule laid down by the island chief, who lords over this gladiator island, break it, and you die, disobey it, and you die, resist it, and you die. A curse of death, Subaru, ah. Cecilis, it covers the whole island, do you understand? As he proclaimed so, Cecilis spun around in place, waving his sleeves in the air. It was said in a light-hearted manner without a hint of seriousness, but the existence of a death curse of this kind was far too aligned with Subaru's image of the Empire for him to laugh it off as a lie. Subaru SSO, no one can leave here. Cecilus, yes, that's right. If it weren't for that, I'd be out of here by now. The witch beast in the lake might be a formidable opponent. But I can run on the water. If such is my wish, do you know how to run on water? I mean, you put your left foot out before your right foot sinks. Cecilus began relaying that ill-used and fanciful idea to a stunned Subaru. It seemed to be the way ninjas ran on water, and it appeared that many of the superhumans in this world were actually able to do it. Nah, this was not the time to run away from reality like this. Subaru, that island chief, are they the person putting a curse on the island? If so, how about having that person lift the curse, because I'm here by mistake? Cecilus, ha ha ha, that's a fascinating joke, be a mistake, mishap, or blunder by the point you come up on this island, and had the curse mark engraved on you, you're already one of the gladiators, though you could. Say that the fact that the disposition of a gladiator won't sink in's proof you got a bigger role to play. Subaru HK. The words he was clinging on to were denied, and Subaru swallowed his breath. The word curse brought up nothing but bad memories for Subaru. And as one would expect, it was as if it had been decided that the bad memories would layer atop one another to become seemingly even worse. Subaru, this isn't a joke, HK. Before he even knew it had been flung off to a place unknown to him with a girl pretty much unknown to him. Not only that, but he had been told by someone almost unknown to him that if he tried to leave the unknown place on his own, he might die because of a curse placed on him by yet another unknown person. What on earth should he believe in, and what should he even do in this situation? Subaru, that's it. Yes, that's right. Cece, you're one of the 9 divine generals, aren't you? Cecilus, oh. Subaru, then maybe you could contact the outside world, or something, let's see, like with this sleeping girl, she's from Jurgensen's place in Chaos Flame. Eyes bloodshot at the thought, Subaru grabbed both of Cecilus' shoulders. As Cecilus shut one eye in response to being touched, Subaru forgot his own shamelessness. After having treated Cecilus as a boy who cried wolf earlier, Subaru now expected him to be the Blue Lightning, as he claimed himself to be, since he was one of the Valachian Empire's divine generals and the strongest in the Empire, and someone who was very approachable at that. He might listen to what Subaru had to say. That was truly nothing more than a notion from a childish, self-centered way of thinking. Hence, Subaru's speculations would end up as a fruitless effort as per usual. Or perhaps had his thinking not been dulled by the infantilization, Subaru might have come up with the obvious question on his own. That was, Cecilus say Basu. Subaru, oh yeah, what is it? Cecilus, were these 9 divine generals you're talking about, Subaru? With Subaru holding both of his shoulders, Cecilus cocked his head in curiosity. Subaru was astonished, not understanding what he was being told. Yet Cecilus resumed with, I mean, you know. Cecilus, in seriousness, I really don't know why I'm here. I think that there's some kind of development that'll move the story along, and I'm wondering if that's you, Basu. What a bombshell. It was jamming even more confusion into the mind of the young Subaru. Chapter 62. The Island's Order. 1. The reason he was here and the 9 divine generals both were unknown to Cecilus. Subaru's mind was engulfed in confusion as he failed to process that sudden bombshell announcement. The impact was much more striking than being splashed with cold water, and he couldn't help but blink a few times. Subaru, what do you mean saying you don't know why you're here? Cecilus, what I mean is, just as I said, I found myself thrown onto this gladiator island with a brand new environment and outlook for the future, which had me in quite the pickle. Well, this is a rather comfy place for me to live, so it's not too much of a pickle, but let's just put it that way. Subaru. Cecilus, or are you perhaps thinking again? Mon Basu sure likes to think, huh? I mean, I think that's fine. I'm on the side that doesn't like to think too much, you see. I don't make fun of people deep in thought, nor do I wish to interrupt them. So I'll keep my mouth shut then. It took a long time for Cecilus to shut his mouth, but then he pretty much went quiet. That being said, during the time his mouth was shut, his legs were pitter-pattering, and his eyes were darting about incessantly. Although he may not have been fooling around, it was more than enough of a distraction. But Subaru did not have the composure to deal with such things. If he was going to deal with something, then it should at least be something meaningful. For example, Subaru, how come you don't know anything about the 9 divine generals, but you know you're called the Blue Lightning? That's strange, isn't it? Cecilus, how the answer to that question is easy. It was none other than myself who came up with this shocking alias, Cecilus Segmon, the Blue Lightning of Wallachia. What do you think is a nickname that gives a very striking and elegant impression? Don't you think one day my name's going to be so famous that everyone in the whole wide world will be dazzled by me as the lead actor in a manifestation of my passion? Subaru, a nickname that you came up with. Hearing that proud response, Subaru's shoulders sank in disappointment. Puzzled by Subaru's demeanor, Cecilus asked to what's wrong as he peered at Subaru's expression nonchalantly. But Subaru had lost the willpower to answer that. Whether the boy before his eyes was the real Cecilus Segmon or a fake, he had reached a conclusion. The theory that there were many adults who had no respect for children, as expected lacked the power to overturn his outrageous statement that he had never heard of the 9 divine generals. No matter how you look at it, there was no way a real general first class could have followed up on the statement that they had never heard of the 9 divine generals. Subaru not knowing that you're a general of the Empire, you've got to be joking. It was completely pointless trying to sensibly proceed through such whole-filled logic. Therefore, in Subaru's mind, any possibility that the boy in front of him was the real Cecilus had vanished. He was just a prankster, a boy who cried wolf a fake Cecilus. And so the thin thread of hope that sprouted at this dead end had snapped. If only one seed of hope still remained, it was that the fake Cecilus was just a liar, and perhaps that his earlier story about the very scary island was just another of his lies. So this is where you have been at Segmont. Subaru Yua. The next moment Subaru jumped as a man's deep voice hit him from behind while he was thinking. A voice that was not that of the fake Cecilus nor Tanza, who was, of course, sleeping in bed. Subaru looked back at the entrance of the healing room, where he had heard it from his surprise, accumulating further. For the figure standing at the entrance of the healing room was an unthinkably large man, Subaru huge. The man was so large that one could not help but marvel at his stature. No, not only was he tall, but he also had a thickness to him both vertically and horizontally, his entire body fitting the description of being thick and large as neck, and limbs were as hefty as logs in the black. Clothes he wore similar to that of a police or soldiers were so taut and tight that they looked as if they were about to burst. Regardless of the fact that Subaru had shrunk, this was a man so giant that looking up at him would hurt your neck. He was easily over 2 meters tall, and possibly the tallest human Subaru has seen in this parallel world. Features like his colossal body, which carried a very stern face, his fangs protruding even when his mouth was closed, and his skin being blue in color, were just way too numerous. However, the most prominent feature had yet to be described. That most prominent feature was, Cecilus, yo, what's up, Gustav, son? You're looking splendidly prim and proper this morning. Your attention to every detail of your appearance is the basis of a gentleman. I believe that's a truly exemplary attitude. Gustav, no need for compliments. I am glad to see that you are as excessively healthy as ever. A being such as you should be put to use in the gladiatorial arena, as I, as the official in all fairness, have strictly judged. Saying that, the huge man, one called Gustav, exasperatedly, sighing in response to the wry words of the fake Cecilus, replied with his 4 thick arms crossed. That's right, 4 arms. A large man with a face like that of a demon, whose large body was wrapped in a mass of muscles, had the feature of having 4 arms with 2 arms sprouting from each shoulder. As he recalled, there was a race of demi-humans called the multi-armed tribe that possessed such a trait. Had heard of them from an old man that he knew. An old man that he knew. Subaru, that's right, it was Wilhelm San. Even recalling the names of his acquaintances was difficult for Subaru. Outside of Subaru's hard struggle, the fake Cecilus laughed at Gustav's words, saying, now, Cecilus, your concern is much appreciated. I understand what you're saying, Gustavson. On the off chance I die, it should be on the battlefield. I'm so grateful to have a sensible person as island chief. I really am a lucky guy. Gustav, the mixing of public and private affairs is a hindrance to order. There is no sense in me as the official carrying out such a foolish practice. Cecilus, yes, I understand. A big thank you to Governor Gustav for your consideration. Gustav narrowed his intellectual eyes at the fake Cecilus when he donned a goofy smile and put his hands together. In a subtle way, they don't mix public and private affairs statements sounded to Subaru as if he personally disliked the fake Cecilus, but there was no point in delving into that. Other than the fake Cecilus, there was finally someone Subaru could talk to. Gustav, so Segmont about that boy over there. And right on cue, Gustav also turned his attention to Subaru, being looked down upon from such staggering height, just being gazed at was suffocating. It felt as if his whole body was enveloped in an air of intimidation. Those 4 crossed arms of fists at the ends of them all, around the size of a child's head. Subaru would probably die if he were to be hit by them. Reflexively, Subaru gulped down his spit, while the fake Cecilus clapped his hands beside him. Cecilus, oh yes, he finally woke up, and since he was worried about his companion, the young lady, I brought him here, but it seems that the sleeping little lady was not the one he expected. And it seems a lot of discrepancies have arisen. The shock from that is now dissipating. So from now onwards, the story will unfold. Gustav, thanks for the explanation. However, I remember ordering that if he had woken up, the first thing for you to do was to bring him before me. As the official, that would have been the condition for me in my capacity to give permission for this boy and girl to be allowed ashore on the island. Cecilus was at sorry, I'm forgetful, Gustav. At Cecilus' blank response, Gustav silently rubbed his finger between his brows. Doing so, the man who was much closer to the sky than Subaru, and the others glared at the ceiling, grumbling to himself, "As the official, I am a guardian of order. I will not mix public and private affairs." Subaru was not sure what Gustav's relationship with the fake Cecilus was, but the latter probably gave him a very hard time. Realizing that though he felt sorry for Gustav, he was a bit relieved. "Subaru, I'm not the only one who gets pushed around by Cece. Cecilus is outrageous to think that I push people around. I think I've given a proper explanation of what you wanted to know and accompanied you where you want to go to see who you wanted to see." "Subaru, yeah, you're right. I misspoke. The explanation had a lot of detours, and the person I was allowed to meet wasn't who I wanted to meet, and I was told I couldn't go to places I want to go, and that made me depressed." It seemed there was no malice in the fake Cecilus, so there was no point in saying so. When Subaru told him, so the fake Cecilus let out a TCH, pursing his lip in dissatisfaction. With that, Gustav turned towards Subaru again, as if his frustration with Cecilus had been successfully dealt with. And then, "Gustav, boy, if you have woken up, let us start our talk anew. Subaru, I'd be happy to do so. I had also wanted to hear from someone else. If it's a person of high standing on this island, that's even better. Gustav, I see." While Subaru was being careful with the words he was speaking, Gustav touched his chin with his two right hands. At first glance, he had a stern outward appearance, but his speech and atmosphere were very quiet and calm, and there was an intelligent glint in his eyes, giving an impression quite close to that of the bushy-headed Zicker. In other words, a representation of a sensible adult. As if to confirm Subaru's expectations, Gustav gave a deep and dignified nod. "Gustav, as the official, my name is Gustav Morello, and I have been entrusted with the management of this island by His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Wallachia, the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Wallachian Empire. Can you tell me your name and affiliation?" Politely giving his position and name, he addressed Subaru directly. Subaru was slightly astonished by this fact, then put his hand on his chest and bowed his head. "Subaru, thank you for introducing yourself. My name is Natsuki Schwartz." "Gustav, I see, Schwartz." Subaru, though pressured, announced his name in reply to Gustav. For a moment, after wondering whether to use his real name or a pseudonym, he gave a somewhat mixed answer, but at this point it should be considered success. Honestly, he wasn't sure if lying to Gustav was the right or wrong thing to do. However, it would not be good for Subaru's real name to spread. It may not have been a big deal to the fake Cecilus, since he was a fake general first class, but you never know who might be knowledgeable on the kingdom's affairs. What can be hidden should be hidden, even if Cecilus, upon hearing Subaru's current alias, had tilted his head grandly with a "huh." "Gustav, but if you are not Natsuki Schwartz, then why did Segmont call you Basu?" "Subaru, I think Cece's got his own reasoning for himself. Would you like to confirm it?" "Gustav, no, let us not, considering the duties entrusted to me as the official. I have no time to spend on pointless endeavors. I may not be a wise man in my capacity, but I do try to be wise." Shaking his head, Gustav made a wise Subaru-like decision. It was somewhat annoying to think that was due to the fake Cecilus' usual behavior, so it was better to consider this the result of Subaru's behavior. In any case, "Gustav, you are able to answer to your name, and from your appearance you seem to not possess any physical impairments. According to the healer, your strength has been considerably depleted. Do you feel that as well?" "Subaru, my strength. I may have been feeling a little bit tired, but thanks for everything you've done to help me." "Gustav, allow me to correct one thing, Schwartz. It was Segmont there who helped you, not me. As far as I, in my capacity, am concerned, I have only agreed to accept you conditionally." "Subaru, to see." Gustav's well-reasoned responses almost made Subaru falter. The way he spoke and the content of his words were not particularly welcoming toward Subaru, and the tone of his voice was somewhere between cold and emotionless, but his easy-to-understand explanations were genuinely helpful. Compared to the fake Cecilus, how much he spoke and the amount of information in his words were much, much more balanced. Even the question he had just asked seemed to be born out of concern for Subaru's condition after he'd woken up, and if things continued like this, it was possible that he would listen if Subaru just talked with him. Subaru and Tanza as well had arrived at this gladiator island by mistake. "Subaru, Gustav's and me, and this girl, her name's Tanza. But is this girl some sort of blunder? We seem to have come here by some kind of mistake." Gustav, the mistake being. "Subaru, that is, I don't know the reason, it's just we were so far away, of Chaos Flame. Right, we're supposed to be in that city. According to the fake Cecilus, this island and the Demon City were apparently quite far from each other. That alone should be enough to make everyone, Subaru included, realize that what had befallen them was a severe predicament. Being sent from the Demon City to this island was far from being an everyday event. Subaru, I know it's selfish of me to say this after all the help we've gotten, but we can't stay here much longer. I'm sure our people are out there looking for us. If possible, I want to let them know we're safe and join them as soon as we can. Ideally, he would leave this place with Tanza if circumstances permitted. Subaru did not know why he and Tanza were both on the island, but he was certain that Yorna was worried about Tanza since the original goal was to get Yorna on his side. Abel would not get mad if he did something that made her happy. Besides, Subaru was rather fond of Yorna. If he could make that gentle woman happy, then all the better, so he thought. Subaru, so I gotta get out of here as soon as Gustav enough that is enough, Schwartz. Subaru leaned forward about to raise his voice, but a gargantuan palm stopped him. 2 right hands were thrust in front of his face, silenced by those. Subaru cut off his words with an ah. Crossing over his right hand, Gustav used his left hands to simultaneously stroke his chin and head. Gustav, I understand your point. I may say that I have a rough understanding of your situation. In addition, you must listen to what I, in my capacity, have to say. That would be only fair. Subaru, fair. Gustav, indeed fair. It is just, it is strict, it is unbiased, it is absolute truth. It is essential to building what is called order, definite reason. Subaru was interrupted and frowned at being assaulted by the litany of words spoken slowly. Things like fairness or justice, they sounded quite easy-going from the perspective of someone in a rush, but Subaru nodded anyway, knowing that going against Gustav here would not help him. At Subaru's reaction, Gustav closed a single eye, letting out a very well. Gustav, you remember what I spoke earlier. Do you not, that it was Segmund who saved you, and that the fact that I as the official allowed you and that girl to land here had conditions attached to it? Subaru, that's yes, I remember, but his attention had been directed to the part about them being helped, not so much on the part about it having been conditional, but Gustav had indeed told that to Subaru in an oppressive tone. But just what were those conditions? What were the conditions under which Subaru and Tanza had been allowed to enter the island? Gustav Schwartz, the fact is you hold sound judgment. You are not so impoverished in knowledge as to not know how to answer my questions. You make use of your education to address me as the official by honorifics. You are in good health based on the healer's diagnosis. And there's the fact that you yourself have not suffered from any self-reported physical ailments. Any objections? Subaru, you saying it all at once makes me dizzy. I have no objections, I think. Gustav, you think that is a somewhat unconvincing opinion. Do you hold any objections, or do you not? Subaru, I have no objections. Gustav's gaze did not allow Subaru to give a half-assed answer. Overwhelmed by this, Subaru looked over at his opponent. His gaze was returned to Gustav's frightening statue, like face the hue of his eyes and his expression unchanged. The conversation was rather one-sided, and proceeded with Gustav having seized the initiative. This was making Subaru feel a growing sense of dread, but he was unable to come up with a quick solution. As usual, he had no information. In other words, there were no options for him. And in Subaru's stead, Cecily, I told you, didn't I, boss, meet your standards in proper fashion, Gustav said. It's also just in time for today's schedule, so you can't complain, right? Gustav, however, the girl, is yet to wake. Cecily, as for that, are there ways to adapt and manipulate things under a governor's jurisdiction, right? Gustav, yes, provided the girl does not wake up, we shall begin with 1 person fewer than stated by the regulations. Cecily, well, we've really stirred up the hornet's nest, huh? While Subaru was left perplexed, the one parlaying with Gustav was a fake Cecily. Although he could not perceive the main subject of that conversation, he could understand that it regarded him and Tanza. Also, he could understand that this fake Cecily was incapable of conducting a conversation properly. Moreover, Subaru had a feeling that the one to pay the bill for that failure was not the fake Cecily himself. Cecily, I'm sorry, Basu. It seemed that my assistance is only possible up to this point. You'll have to do the rest on your own. I'm sure you can do it. Subaru, wait. This whole conversation is just too ominous. What the hell was that exchange just now, Gustavson? What were the terms of our stay on this island? Gustav, you must participate in Sparka Subaru Spa. Subaru frowned at the unfamiliar. Word dropped from on high. If Gustav said they would be participating, then this Sparka had to be an event of some kind, any kind of event held here on the Gladiator Island. He could not help but get a nasty feeling about it. Before Al had said that life on Gladiator Island had been difficult and painful for him. Events that were bound to be scary or painful. Subaru, hold on, Gustavson. Why do we need to participate in Sparka? We didn't come to this island on purpose. Gustav, prisoners of war, slaves, criminals, the circumstances of those that land on this Gladiator Island may vary, but few come willingly. And the only role I as the official possess is to perform my duty as per the wishes of His Excellency to my utmost, and bring order to Gladiator Island, which holds all these outlaws. Subaru, His Excellency, the Emperor's wishes would be Gustav to transform this Gladiator Island into the most meaningful bloodbath in the Empire. That declaration was so awfully emotionless that Subaru's blood ran cold just after he snapped at him. The hue of Gustav's eyes, the way he spoke, they seemed cold and unwavering, but that would be mistaken. There were more appropriate words to describe Gustav. It was as if he were robotic and organic and cold. As Subaru sucked in his breath, stiffening at the alteration in his impression of Gustav, the latter addressed him with Schwartz. He then looked down at Subaru, who was much smaller than himself. Gustav, you shall call him His Excellency the Emperor. The first time a caution, the second time a warning, there will be no third time. Subaru, Gustav, also I want to reiterate that I shall not allow you to refuse Sparka. If you refuse to take part in Sparka, you and the girl shall suffer your original fate. Subaru, our original fate? What do you mean? Gustav Segmont's plea is rejected, and you are not permitted to make land, meaning that you would fall prey to the aquatic witch beasts that live in the waters of the lake. Flatly devoid of any vacillation, Gustav presented Subaru's future options. This giant of man would tell a child that refusal meant death. This was what it meant to be cold-blooded, and it also made Subaru desire to curse his own poor luck for facing nothing but painful experiences while he was shrunk. Weren't people usually kinder to children? Or was it acceptable in the Wallachian Empire, where the strong were revered for children, to be killed without pause for the sole reason that they were weak? Subaru, if that's the case, a nation like this has got to be destroyed. Gustav, I know not what you mean, but I shall allow your cursing, if all speech is silence. Discontent shall build up the seeds of great folly, grow in the seedbed of discontent watered by animosity. Slowly shaking his head, Gustav grabbed Subaru's shoulders as the latter gritted his teeth. Caught in a palm that could easily grasp his head, Subaru could do nothing to resist. Rather, Subaru thought about forcibly resisting and escaping from this place, but Cecilus, I don't recommend that approach, boss, or you'll probably end up having an awfully bad time. This isn't out of kindness, or anything more like, I just feel like that would be boring. So I'm strongly requesting this of you. Subaru, thanks for speaking your heart. Go to hell, Cece. Cecilus, while I genuinely saved you, and you say those terrible things to me, though it's not that I don't understand what feelings made you say them, so I won't be angry with you. With the fake Cecilus casually blocking the entrance, Subaru was robbed of his last bit of resistance. In the end, even though he had attempted to express his indignation regarding the situation through swearing hurled towards a fake Cecilus whose status as a friend or foe was unclear, reacting to his response was a waste of effort to Subaru. At any rate, Subaru was forced to participate in this good-for-nothing event, Sparka. If he refused, he would be fed to the fish, and if he did what they told him to. Gustav, prove your qualifications, and I as governor shall take responsibility and welcome you as a gladiator. Subaru, super. If he did, well, he would become a slave, and if he did not, he would be fed to the fish. Subaru had thought that nothing good had happened to him ever since he'd been made smaller, but he had to correct that. Not a single good thing had happened ever since he arrived at the Wallachian Empire. Subaru, I really hate the Wallachian Empire. Subaru's hateful complaint, as if in consideration for Tanza, who continued to sleep, was low, quiet, and minute. And then, too, he felt the heat that enveloped the venue all over his body. The eerie thing was, however, that despite the number of gazes pouring down on them, there was a little commotion. It was a strange sensation of a deafening silence rather than any muted excitement or fervor. However, Subaru did not have the luxury of getting angry or complaining about it. Shit, you gotta be kidding me, this is the worst. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be the one to fucking do it. Silence, follow my orders obediently. All of you do so, and you'll make out alive. Cutting through the noisy silence were three men in Subaru's immediate vicinity. A scaly-skinned lizard man with skin akin to rock, a bald-headed man with many tattoos engraved on his body, and a young man with a pleasant face donning long rust-colored hair. They all hailed from different backgrounds and races, but they all had one thing in common. That was that they disregarded Subaru when it came to manpower, and that the tension of this life-or-death situation dwelled within their eyes. As it stood, although their dates of birth were different, their dates of death would be the same. Gustav, gentlemen, first of all, congratulations on landing upon this island. His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent of Wallachia, in the imperial capital, shall be very pleased as the governor who has been personally entrusted by His Excellency the Emperor with the management of this. Gladiator Island, I am pleased to present you with an honorable trial. So, he Gustav Morello, governor of the Gladiator Island Gin and Hive. And the director of this local entertainment spoke loudly from a special seat atop the high wall overlooking the gladiatorial arena. And then beneath Gustav's feet, as the gate of the passageway that brought the warriors to the gladiatorial arena opened, a horrifying apparition slowly emerged from the darkness. A face of a lion with eyes colored. Red four hoof legs like those of a deer, with twisted horns and fangs, and a frighteningly long tail huge. Body made even Gustav tall, as he was appearing small. With drool and growl spilling from its mouth, the fearsome enemy, which beasts know here, it would be called a gladiator beast, arrived with hefty steps. That was precisely what Subaru and the other three must confront. Gustav, as is desired by His Excellency the Emperor, prove your prestige as strong citizens of the Empire. That was the examiner of Sparta, the barbaric trial, to become a gladiator. Chapter 63. Sparta 1. Let us rewind the clock a little. Gustav, from now on, you gentlemen shall be tested to ascertain if you are qualified to be gladiators on this island. Subaru was taken out of the healing room and forced into another room, and Gustav crossed his four powerful arms, eyeing around the sight before him. That mechanical frigid stare was directed at a total of 4 people, Subaru included. A lizard man with gray scales and filthy rags, a skinny man with tattoos all over his naked upper body and bald shaved head, and a fearless-looking young man with rust-colored hair. All of them had been crammed into the same room as Subaru had. From what they had just been told, Subaru and the men were probably in the same situation as far as Gustav was concerned. However, there seemed to be some disagreement with that idea among those who had been pushed into the room. Wait, Governor, Gustav, are you going to start sparking now with this child in our ranks? We aren't playing around here. Seeing Subaru, whose back was pushed into the room, the young man with rust-colored hair cried that out. He had a reasonably good-looking face, but his stubble and exhausted expression, along with the frustration on his face, showing his dissatisfaction, cut down its quality considerably. However, his appearance was irrelevant here, proving this 2 more people also lashed out at Gustav, as if caught up in the heat of the moment. Lizard man, yeah man, how's a brat gonna help us? My damn life's on the line here. Tattooed man not making gladiatorial combat a cruel spectacle, that was the governor's policy, or so I'd heard, but rust-haired man, it's exactly as they say. We're going to need a good explanation in the first place. Even if we were to add the child to the group, we wouldn't have enough people, 5 people per group. That's what you said. The lizard man, the tattooed man, and the rust-haired man all raised their voices in unison, their anger directed at Gustav. Not fully understanding what Sparta consisted of nor how it involved them, Subaru was in a situation where he could not easily, but in however somehow or the other he had been able to grasp some stuff. Apparently, Subaru had seemingly betrayed their expectations, and they were directing their dissatisfaction to Gustav. Because of that, Subaru Gustavsen, this is what everyone has to say, and yet. Gustav, I heard them swore to my capacity. I only have 2 ears like you, unlike the number of arms I have, but I intend on performing my duties to the fullest, including this only head of mine. Rust-haired man, if that's. Gustav's silence, if you interrupt me in my capacity, it is tantamount to obstructing the will of His Excellency, the Emperor. With just those few words, any further remarks from the rust-haired man were shut down. Gustav did not change his expression or the tone of his voice, even so the meaning carried in his words was much heavier than before. The rust-haired man, as well as the other 2, shut their mouths. Seeing this, Gustav nodded. Gustav, very well, I shall continue as I have declared. I shall now begin your spark of the audience is already set to be composed of the island's resident gladiators with no visitors from the outside. This is a litmus test to ascertain if you are capable of entertaining such important visitors. Subaru, audience. Quietly, with a sense of displeasure, Subaru muttered. The fake Cecilus, who had been with Subaru up until he was pushed into the room, had told him, good luck, I'll be watching from up there as of their parting. He did not confirm what sort of significance it held, but this gave him a rough idea. Subaru, don't tell me you're going to make us fight each other. Lizard man, hi, you really do know anything, do you, brat? If that were the case, surely would be oh so happy to have someone like you in the mix. Subaru, as soon as he put his thoughts to words, the lizard man ridiculed him, letting out his long tongue. But they had a point. If Sparco was to be conducted by the members present here, then a child would have been welcome amidst them. Rather, what they were worried about was that Subaru would not be a capable fighter. Subaru, rather, all of us are going to fight something. Tattooed man, you're a pretty clever kid, me. I got a short temper, so shut your trap for a sec. Rather than gently praising him for being correct with bloodshot eyes, the tattooed man gave him a warning. For now it felt like their team play had definitely started off in the dumps, though this was no situation for him to speak casually like that. Rust-haired man, just what in the world do you intend on having us fight? Gustav will not be trained gladiators. You would not stand a chance against them in my capacity. That is all I can tell you, because this enemy never appears in the light of day. Rust-haired man, a riddle that's in poor taste. The corners of his mouth twisting into a grimace, the rust-haired man responded to Gustav's words. Then he took a small breath and continued, so then, rust-haired man, Although you press me to be silent, let me at least ask you this: if that child is a fourth person, then what about the fifth person our unit is? Gustav, your unit's fifth person, is still asleep in the healing room. As long as that one does not awaken, only these people will undergo the challenge of Sparka. Rust-haired man, are you insane, Governor? Gustav, if necessary to abide as per his excellency the Emperor's, will I shall utilize either sanity or insanity. Faced with Gustav's cold-hearted answer, the rust-haired man looked away, having gotten nowhere. Then turning his gaze toward Subaru, he called out with a "you," due to that threatening attitude earlier, and being beckoned, suddenly Subaru's cheeks stiffened. Subaru, what is it? Rust-haired man, from the looks of it, you're just some poor kid, but what can you do? Any special skills, any magic perhaps you'd have? Something strong and useful. Subaru, useful special skills. Subaru's eyes darted around in a panic as he was asked a series of questions. Unfortunately, after shrinking, he did not feel like he could handle the whip properly, and he was helpless when it came to magic without the adorable Beatrice other than that even his various little tricks could not be used properly while he was shrunken down. Subaru, unable to respond, kept silent. The rust-haired man put his hand to his forehead. Rust-haired man, really as just a child, what a mess, and muttered in a voice terribly laden with disappointment. Lizard man, hee, we got a brat, and we're lacking in people. It's over Verrier. Tattooed man, don't raise your damn voice, scaly bastard, you want to die, 'cause you piss me off. Lizard man, on can't hear you, your voice is way too quiet. The interaction between Subaru and the rust-haired man, not to their liking a big row, began between the lizard man and the tattooed man. The two glared at each other, making it seem like a fight was only a few moments away from breaking out. Then the rust-haired man broke in between the two, shouting, "Wait. Rust-haired man, why are we fighting? I know you're feeling sorry for yourselves, but listen to me. I used to be a warrior serving someone highly esteemed before I came here. If you follow my instructions, you'll..." Lizard man, shut up, you were a warrior. Then why the hell are you here? Because you were beaten and taken prisoner. Yeah, that's not a good sign. Tattooed man, there's nothing more idiotic than to put one's life in someone else's hands. I won't let anyone control my fate. Rust-haired man, you bastards. However, both the lizard man and the tattooed man did not listen at all to the words of the rust-haired man that stood in between them. To make matters worse, with the two talking back, the rust-haired man turned red and started getting angry, given that what lay ahead was unknown. This definitely was not a good situation. Subaru, Gustav-san. Gustav Schwartz, there is nothing in my capacity left to be said. I, as the official, have already told you my intentions. Even a single drop of blood that is shed within the Gladiator Island shall be utilized for the prosperity of the Empire. Even a single drop. Subaru, even if you state it once more, I still don't get it. The three had their scuffle, and the one remaining Subaru was unable to pick up on the meaning of Gustav's words. As he gazed down at the four of them in their immensely desperate situation, Gustav would not speak anything further. And then, too, the relationship between the four of them remained at its worst, and thus spark of the problem at hand commenced. Subaru, a circular field surrounded by high walls that was the stage for gladiators called the gladiatorial arena. On the other side of the wall, there was a staircase, like seating for the audience. The seats were gradually filling up with the figures of people sitting down, and one could tell that a quiet enthusiasm enshrouded the whole venue. What was eerie, however, was that those who overlooked the gladiatorial arena, the so-called gladiators, if Gustav's explanation were to be followed, were doing so without complaint. The way Subaru had imagined the audience in a place like this was expected to be a vulgar and boisterous bunch. However, such a large difference from what he imagined was perhaps inevitable. After all, it was Gustav the one who managed and controlled this island. It was unthinkable that the big, unbending man would tolerate any vulgar attitude from the gladiators. Subaru, just running down the hallway, would probably have severe punishments. Hence, Subaru was doing his best to put on a brave front while averting his eyes from reality. Otherwise, he would have to force his trembling knees to run away at any moment. Slowly, from behind the opening iron gate, the glint of a witch beast's eyes emerged. Gladiator beast. The witch beast stepping out wore a lion's face, and Subaru recognized its garish body. It was a large witch beast that had been brought into the mansion by a girl wearing braids in the past, and it was also the monumental opponent that had become the material for Subaru's whip, although its name did not come to him immediately. Subaru lion. Gladiator beastaroo, as if answering Subaru's call, the witch beast, or rather the lion. Gladiator beast roared. The roar echoed throughout the gladiatorial arena, and Subaru could feel the sound reverberating within his body. A gladiator beast larger than Gustav. Even just seeing something of the sort at a distance was unbearably terrifying. Rust-haired man, if we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. Glaring at the lion, the rust-haired man spoke with an unpleasant voice. Indeed, that was correct. That was a condition to end the Sparka A challenge that Subaru and the three others had to work together to accomplish. It was a dreadful challenge with no chance of victory in sight. Lizard Man, shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Rust-haired man, enough with the whining. We need to do everything we can to survive. Look over there. Lizard Man, huh? Covering his face with both hands, the lizard man lamented. As if it were the end of the world, tapping him on the shoulder, the rust-haired man pointed to what appeared to be the edges of the gladiatorial arena. To be more precise, to something affixed to the left and right edges of the venue, as seen by Subaru's group, located on the corner opposite to the lion. There they could see something stick at each of those corners. Tattooed man, are those swords? Subaru, oh, it looks that way to me too. Upon agreeing with the tattooed man's words, what Subaru received was a cold stare, but even if his allies did not agree with him, it was not like what he saw disappear like smoke. There were indeed two swords lodged in the ground over there. Rust-haired man, they wouldn't simply feed us to that gladiator. Beast without weapons, so our first priority is to secure weapons. However, only the sword on the right is viable. Tattooed man, yeah. The tattooed man nodded in agreement to the rust-haired man's words. Subaru was of the same opinion, though he remained silent, as he thought he would be stared at if he spoke out. After all, the sword on the right was small, while the one on the left was too large. The sword on the left was so large, its blade so thick, not to mention how unwieldy it was, that it made him wonder if that sword was possibly for Gustav's use. Even if Subaru had not been shrunk, it was so huge that it seemed impossible to lift. Perhaps the rust-haired man and the tattooed man were also unable to use a sword that large. Therefore, only the smaller sword could be used as a weapon. If they had a member who could use that large sword, it sure would have been reassuring. Rust-haired man, it's too large. There's no other way but to get a weapon and aim for that gladiator beast's eyes. We stir up the insides of its head and finish it off. That's our only way to win. Tattooed man, can you use a sword? Rust-haired man, I told you I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. The rust-haired man answered confidently, and the tattooed man closed one eye and pondered, cursively judging that silence as an affirmative from what it seemed. The rust-haired man turned back to Subaru and the lizard man. Rust-haired man, when he announces the start, I'll go and secure that sword in the meantime, as I'll be defenseless. Keep the gladiator beast away from me. Subaru, how am I going to keep it away? Rust-haired man, you can draw attention by shouting or making sounds. At least figure that out on your own. Subaru got it. At the rust-haired man's powerful retort, Subaru nodded meekly. It was a pretty reckless and scary strategy, but it was not like he could think of any other method. And if the rust-haired man's swordsmanship was as good as his confidence suggested, they could take down the lion. He needed to get this dreaded Sparka over with, so he could figure out his next course of action. Therefore, Gustav, well then, let Sparka commence. With that bold start proclamation from Gustav, the unleashed lion poised itself to pounce. Pressured by its intimidating presence, Subaru took a breath in preparation to get the gladiator beast's attention, so he could buy time for the rust-haired man to secure his weapon. Rust-haired man, Subaru HK. Faster than he could shout, he immediately became speechless as he saw the rust-haired man collapse to the ground right next to him. The rust-haired man who had planned to start running right after. Gustav's declaration collapsed on the ground. That alone was surprise, but what was even more surprising was that a kick struck him in the face. The one who did that was a tattooed man, who was supposedly his comrade. He had swept the rust-haired man off his feet as the latter was about to sprint, and launched a kick as the latter fell. Then, after ascertaining that the rust-haired man had tumbled over and laid sprawled out. Tattooed man, I told Cha I ain't putting my life in someone else's hands. With that said, the tattooed man ran off at a brisk pace, heading toward the small sword. Subaru's eyes widened at the suddenness of the situation, and panicking over what he should do. Lizard man, not me too ain't gonna die, Subaru, hey. The lizard man screamed in a quavering voice and fled with his back to the lion, like that he stuck to the wall of the gladiatorial arena and slowly began to change the color of his scales. His gray, colored scales blended in with the color of the wall, making his large body surprisingly difficult to see. One person outmaneuvered his comrade, one person clung onto the wall, one person got beat up by his comrade, and the last person just widened his eyes in panic, completely confused by the situation. This was the worst possible start. Subaru, what can I possibly do? And as Subaru's face went pale in shock, he looked towards the lion. Looking at this group with zero sense of unity, just what kind of impression did the gladiator beast have? Or rather, Subaru was frightened that its fangs would pierce in the moment he turned around. However, gladiator beast Subaru, huh? The start had been declared, and he thought that surely the gladiator beasts would toy with him foolish, as they were, but the lion remained in the same poised posture had made at the beginning, without even the slightest movement. It was as if the beginning had not even been declared. And while thinking about that, Subaru realized that things were progressing just as it felt it would. Subaru, it's no good. Reaching his hand out, he tried to speak. Right away, but he could not continue beyond that point. After all, Subaru did not know his name. He could not call out the name of someone he did not know, so even if he called out to them, just how much impact would it have? Because of that, Subaru's voice was lost of strength, nor could it stop what was to come. Tattooed man, now that I have this I can. Outmaneuvering his companions, the tattooed man, who had run so vigorously, reached the sword lodged in the ground of the gladiatorial arena. Chuckling to himself, he pulled the sword out from the ground and felt it in his hands. Just how much courage did the feeling and weight of the cold metal give him who had been unarmed? Jauntily, he turned his head. His face was as though there were no enemies. Gladiator ReZero. The tattooed man's face was blown off without mercy by the lion with a swipe of its front paws. Its sharp claws sent everything upwards from the man's neck flying, and with his body not yet recognizing its own demise, it took a little bit before blood violently spurted out. Subaru eeked. At the sight of this horrific scene, Subaru's throat hitched. At the same time, he cursed himself from the bottom of his heart for his stupidity in not realizing things sooner. The lion had gotten up at the very moment the tattooed man gripped the hilt of the sword. For the lion, that had been the true declaration that the event had begun up till then. Subaru and his team certainly still had time to refine their strategy. However, through impatience and through anxiety, Subaru's squad had ruined it all. Gladiator ReZero, along with a high-pitched clang that rang out when the sword hit the ground, the tattooed man's headless body toppled over backwards. Indifferent to the death of its prey, the lion howled loudly, commencing a ferocious sprint, using its 4 large legs straight toward the wall of the gladiatorial arena. Lizard Man stopped. He did not know what method the lion had utilized to find the whereabouts of the lizard man camouflaged against the wall. Although he did not know that, what he did know for certain was that the lizardman's inability to bear the lion's approach as he let out a scream and ran away was undoubtedly what caused the decisive blow. Gladiator ReZero. The lion plunged headfirst into the wall, its powerful head but crushing the lower half of the lizard man before the latter could escape, causing the contents of his body to spill out like a frog ran over by a car. Lizard man gay. Although he had taken the color of the wall, the organs ejected from his squash mouth took on a vibrant red and pink color, and Subaru absent-mindedly thought about how his innards remained the same. With those thoughts, Subaru also understood without a shadow of a doubt that the crushed lizard man in front of him was dead. And then, rust-haired man, what a stupid thing to do. Shaking his head, the rust-haired man feebly grumbled at the sight of these 2 deaths. He had been desperately trying to get through the situation, and to get everyone to join forces in his own way, but one of his companions had outwitted him. The other had tried to run away, thus completely nullifying that possibility. The rust-haired man did not expect Subaru to be capable of doing what he had expected from the tattooed man, and the lizard man as well. Even if he had indeed expected something of him, Subaru himself did not feel that he could meet those demands. Perhaps having understood Subaru's inner thoughts, the man looked into Subaru's eyes. Rust-haired man, stay behind me. Upon comprehending just how hopeless their situation was, how many humans could put on such a brave front and face their demise head-on? The rust-haired man, devoid of weapons, devoid of comrades, could only hope to at least face his last moments with integrity. With the child Subaru sheltered behind him, he glared at the lion, who had turned around. In response to his stare, the lion let out a short roar, then rushed toward Subaru and the man, lifting a cloud of dust as his 4 powerful limbs kicked off the ground. Subaru, he could not wrap his head around the events that had occurred in that split second. If only one of his reliable friends were here, would he somehow find a way? If Lewis medium flop Torita, I'll able Mazelda Holly Cuna, Yudacatarem. If any of his friends were here, then could he somehow do it? Subaru, in a place like this. Am I gonna? And Subaru tried to wring the rest out of his trembling voice. However, he was unable to, because before he could do so, the lion had caught up to Subaru and the man, but not quite. That was because Subaru's shoulders had been grabbed and forcibly thrusted forward. Rust-haired man, no, I don't want to deke. Screaming, the man with rust-colored hair pushed Subaru in front of the lion. Staring in astonishment, he had no time to curse him out. Only Subaru's body flew as light as a leaf from a tree as the lion rammed straight into him. Subaru, what a frail body he had. Subaru's body was quickly shredded by the gladiator beast's ramming attack. This did not mean he had been dismembered, but rather that his insides had been scattered into tiny pieces. Bones and internal organs all broke and crumpled as if he had been hit by a truck. Rust-haired man saved me. I made a mistake. I lied me being a warrior was a lie. I was just trying to make myself seem important. Let me. OUT. Below Subaru, as he whirled around in midair, the rust-haired man screamed and shouted as he jumped against the wall desperately. He appealed to Gustav high above the wall. And yet Gustav, upon observing the man, crying snot dripping from his nose, stood with a nonchalant face with nary a movement of his eyebrows. Perchance he was already aware of the rust-haired man's lie. Perhaps he was not at all interested in whether it was true or false. Whichever it was, it mattered not. Rust-haired man save. As the rust-haired man pleaded and clung to the wall, he was struck by one of the lion's paws thrust from right behind him, and he was squashed like a tomato thrown at a wall. The tattooed man, the lizard man, and the rust-haired man all had fallen before the gladiator beast. Subasu, can you hear me? Suddenly hearing a voice amongst the loud ringing in his ears, Subaru limply shifted his head. Only then did he realize that he had been blown away, and that before he knew it he had fallen to the ground, tumbling about. Even if he had realized it, he was powerless to stop it anyway. In addition, the voice he had heard was coming from atop the wall, where a figure was watching Subaru tumbling on the ground. A boy with tied-up blue hair and a somewhat detestable face. Cecil, is my bad. It seems like I was wrong in my expectations. I thought I'd be able to, but it seems like I'm not as good as my dad. It appears that I'm not a good judge of character. Subaru, Cecilus, in the meantime, is there anything you want to tell your companion once she wakes up? I thought how story-like it'd be to pass a message, so why don't I seize this opportunity? While he observed Subaru's groans of fake, Cecilus' demeanor seemed completely steadfast. Thinking back on it, his attitude had never changed, not when Subaru woke up, not when he and Subaru talked in the healing room, and not when Subaru was like this on the verge of dying. He felt that this insane view of life and death was an element that made the fake Cecilus, though he was supposedly just a boy who cried wolf, seem a tad more authentic. If that much were to be assumed, then he truly would be the most powerful general of the Valachian Empire. Subaru it. Cecilus, what Basu, please speak louder, as these are your last words. If I get the message wrong, I think I'll regret it forever. Subaru, I hated Cecilus. So he declared toward the fake Cecilus, who had cupped his hands around his ears, to try and hear Subaru's voice. The fake Cecilus raised his eyebrows at these words. He would speak a bit louder from the depths of his throat. Subaru, the Empire, I really hate it. Cecilus, yes, for sure, he'll remember that well, and pass it on Basu. Holding tightly onto his resentment, he cursed the fake Cecilus, whose face looked like he was dealing with someone else's problem. But whether that curse would destroy the Empire, Subaru could not be sure. After all, Gladiator Beastaru, of the four that had been fighting against it, only Subaru remained, and so the gladiator beast approached him, opened its gigantic maw, and mercilessly swallowed Subaru whole. Head first, Subaru HK. Though all the bones of his body were in pieces, by now the lion's fangs tore every aspect of his body into ribbons. The little mercy he received was that his body had become unable to feel pain due to how crumpled it had become, and so he was incapable of feeling anything more than a slight displeasure at being devoured into nothing. Then he tried his best to raise hell and get stuck in the lion's throat, but he was unable to do that either, because with one final bite, that sly head of his attempting revenge was crushed. 3. If we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. It was just after a few moments of being crushed by the writhing red, his black flesh surrounding him. Seemingly caught off guard upon hearing that voice, Subaru was brought back to reality. However, it was a reality that was so hopeless that it was tempting to mistake it for a nightmare upon waking up. The noisy sensation of that silent heat and the dry sands were spread out the grounds of the gladiatorial arena. The worst-case scenario had arrived right before his eyes and his comrades, or rather those who had simply wound up in the same situation as him, were each plotting various ways to protect their own lives as their number one priority. Were he not to think of them as that everything that had just happened would have been very hard for him to accept. So, though he had no need to, he still thought about it. Because of that, Subaru's whole body remembered the gladiator. Beast's ramming attacked the fear of being chewed up and his reckless anger towards reality. As these thoughts surged, he could hardly stand up straight. Damn, has just a child after all. Well, I've had enough. You guys look over there. To the crouching Subaru's side, the rust-haired man directed the tattooed man and the lizard man to look at the large and small swords that had been prepared for them. However, their attention had naturally focused to the side of the smaller sword, disregarding the larger, unusable sword their strategy was set on. securing the other and defeating the gladiator beast. Tattooed man, can you use a sword? Rust-haired man, I told you I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. The same things he had heard earlier continued unabated, and anxiety began to simmer within Subaru. But even in a state of being seized by fear and anxiety, that was a remark he could not let slide. Subaru, that's a lie. Rust-haired man, what? Suddenly, the men's strategy meeting was interrupted by Subaru's voice. The moment he heard that the tone of the rust-haired man's voice changed, the man turned around and looked down toward Subaru as the latter, crouched kneeling. Subaru fixedly stared at the man's face. And so he repeated himself once more. Subaru, that you used to be a warrior. It's a lie, you're just downright lying. Rust-haired man, in what grounds, you bastard, are you intending to insult me just because I called you a child? Subaru, who's the one insulting here, lying, and trying to make yourself look like a big shot, is a much greater insult in a situation like this. What's the point of playing the tough guy? Rust-haired man, GHGH. Perhaps he had thought that he could silence the child by yelling in a loud voice, but instead the rust-haired man was visibly flustered at Subaru snapping back in opposition. The tattooed man who had spoken earlier had probably perceived his shaken manner as well. Tattooed man, oi, is what that kid said true? That child weren't a warrior for real, and that you were trying to deceive me? Rust-haired man, wait, that's just a child's ramblings. You can't just go spouting such nonsensical things in a place where our lives are at stake. Tattooed man, exactly, since our lives are at stake, why don't ya try and explain yourself? The tattooed man grabbed the rust-haired man by the collar, skeleton-like tattoo on his face. Contorting with anger, the rust-haired man gulped down his spit at that threatening attitude, lowly panting as if suffocating. Because he had thoughtlessly interjected such a fight, had broken out, the lizard man, not involved in the fight, was visibly stepping back slowly and beginning preparations to escape. Although Subaru's interruption had been the impetus, this team was once again in a state of disarray and fragmentation. Moreover, whether Subaru and his team were in such a state, or not Gustav, well then let spark commence. Gustav would not procrastinate in his pronouncement of the battle's beginning. Tattooed man, care to explain? Yeah, HHH. A deep voice boisterously declared the start of the battle, and immediately after the cracking voice of a man cut through the gladiatorial arena. Anyone looking over would see that the one who had cried out was a tattooed man, pressing the rust-haired man for an answer. Somehow, the rust-haired man had bitten the hands that were grabbing his collar, and he seemed to have bitten those fingers off. While the rust-haired man's mouth was stained with blood, he pushed off the screaming tattooed man's chest and sprinted for the sword. Lizard man, not me too, ain't gonna die. And so in contrast to the rust-haired man running toward the sword, the lizard man did as he did before and stuck to the wall of the gladiatorial arena, then started to change the color of his scales for camouflage. Having lost 2 fingers, the tattooed man was crouched down, clutching his right hand, and Subaru's knees were trembling in fear at the situation before his eyes, which was even worse than last time. Rust-haired man, mind your own. If only you just done as I said obediently. Without care for Subaru or the others, the rust-haired man with bloodshot eyes had arrived at the smaller sword. Cursing that his lie had been discovered and that the tattooed man had grabbed him, he reached out his hand and pulled the sword out of the ground, readying it like a warrior would. Gladiator beastaroo. Then, having received the start signal, the lion pounced ferociously. The resulting incident was practically identical to what had happened just before. Once the tattooed man had taken the sword, the rust-haired man did not even have the time to swing the sword he had readied, and both his arms were completely blown off as he was hit by the paws of the gladiator beast. With a firm grip on the sword, the rust-haired man's arms were torn off and elbows down, and just as he stared in astonishment and let out a thin cry while the lion forcefully hurled itself at the man's armless body and sent him flying, throwing him against the wall head first. The rust-haired man became a stain on the wall and the roaring. Gladiator beast, ignoring Subaru and the tattooed man, ferociously sprinted straight for the rear wall of the gladiatorial arena. Lizard man, stop, get away, get away. The lizard man, having disguised himself as a wall, shrieked at the intimidating air of the lion running toward him. Having given away his position by yelling, the lizard man hurried to change positions, but he did not have enough time. The lion's charge crushed the lower half of his body, mortally wounding him as he vomited out his own internal organs. Then the lion that had murdered the 2 men, in a blink of an eye, slowly turned to Subaru and the tattooed man and let out a bloody roar. Subaru eek. Tattooed man, shit, it just keeps getting worse. His brain, numb, his paralyzed thoughts slowly began flowing anew. Because of that, Subaru's body remembered the fear. His teeth clattered and his internal organs tightened. As the tattooed man, grinding his teeth, had stated, the worst kept piling on top of the worst, and as a result it had become an even worse and hopeless situation. There had been no significance in calling the rust-haired man a liar, although nothing good would have come from exposing the rust. Haired man's lie there Subaru had still done it without thinking. Because of that, everything was a mess. Tattooed man still want to live, kid Subaru, huh? Tattooed man, if you want to live, pick up the sword. The man with the tattoo spoke this to Subaru, the latter's vision blurry looking, as if he was about to break down crying at any moment. Gazing towards him, the tattooed man pounded the ground with his bleeding right hand and stood up while breaking into a greasy sweat as he did so. He jerked his chin to the sword lying on the ground, indicating what had fallen to ground together with the rust-haired man's severed arm. Tattooed man, it'll draw that monster's attention. You grab that sword and throw it to me. Subaru, but tattooed man, even if I'm missing 2 fingers, I can use it better than your kid. Having been told so clearly, Subaru was at a loss for words. There were 2 swords, one large and one small, and although he had been referring to the smaller one, it was still a sword too long and large for a child's body to use, just as a tattooed man had stated. Even if Subaru were to wield it with both hands, the only outcome would be that he would tumble due to its length and weight. However, when the tattooed man declared that he would take the sword and defeat the lion, Subaru thought of it as impossible, remembering his death last time. And yet, Subaru, I don't want to give up either. Tattooed man, you're better than that fraud. And that scaredy cat, bearing the pain, the tattooed man contorted his lips welcoming Subaru's determination. And with that, the tattooed man glared at the lion, who was carefully observing them, and bit by bit widened the distance between him and Subaru. Tattooed man, it's White Subaru, huh? White's, that's my name, Schwartz. Being called Schwartz, Subaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Subaru wondered where the man had heard that name, but Gustav was the only one who had referred to Subaru as Schwartz. That was why the tattooed man, Whites, remembered the name he had been called during their first meeting. Of course, that did not really amount to anything, and he knew that last time Whites had been a coward as he tried to outmaneuver the rust-haired man. He knew that, but Whites go. Whites' shout just then became his reason to rely on him and run without hesitating. Subaru, firmly enduring his urge to scream, Subaru ran along the ground of the gladiatorial arena with all his might. Naturally, he was slow. His childlike body had short limbs, and his internal organs, contracted by fear and tension, were in terrible pain, even though he already often suffered from a lack of strength under normal circumstances. His body was a far too lacking one. Still, he ran desperately. He ran and ran and ran until he reached the sword. Subaru Aku. Both of the rust-haired man's hands still clung to the sword, and just looking at them made him want to retch. However, this was no time to throw up. Peeling off the firm, rigid fingers one at a time, he forcibly detached the sword from the rust-haired man's hands. Then, while breathing heavily, Subaru lifted the sword. Subaru, yes, I got it out. Taking a large breath, Subaru hoisted the sword he had picked up. Then he turned around and was about to throw the sword over to Whites' direction when White Schwartz. Whites' frantic voice made all the hairs on Subaru's entire body stand on end. Subaru turned around, and filling his field of vision was a lion, its mouth gaping wide, barreling toward him at that moment. He felt like a deer about to be eaten, and the lion's movements seemed to be in slow motion. Subaru. Slowly, the scary-looking lion was drawing near. It seemed as if he could dodge it, but since his own movements were in slow motion, much like his vision, he would be unable to escape it all. Only he continued to throw the sword that he brandished. At the very least, he wanted to finish throwing the sword before the lion's attack hit him. Hurry, hurry. Within the frustrating slowness, the voice in Subaru's head cried out, desperately wishing upon his arms and fingers. Would it reach him? The sword finally left Subaru's hand whirling around and spinning vertically as it flew past the dashing lion and toward Whites. Whites' hand, outstretched with missing fingers, was shouting something to Subaru, who was being hunted down by the lion. However, he did not understand the true form of that shout, even though he did not understand it was okay. Anyway, he just needed to put the sword that had been thrown to good use. Subaru uwa. Right when he thought he had completed his part, the one slowed. World returned to normal. The howling lion dived at him, and Subaru, screaming and expecting to be torn apart by the gladiator beast's claws or fangs, fell onto his butt. Tears and snot streaming down his face, Subaru accepted that he was going to make an incredibly pathetic, dying face. And yet Subaru, the lion's attack that should have killed Subaru did not reach him, because the lion had stuck its front paws into ground right in front of Subaru, dispelling its own momentum, then fired off its hind legs into White's directly behind it. White's butt, having received the sword thrown by Subaru, White slashed at the lion from behind. White's face, riddled with tattoos, was smashed to bits by the hooves of the lion's hind legs. Exactly as before, White's died, having had everything above his neck. Exploded the sword he had brandished, fell out of his hand, and rolled on the ground into the distance fruitless. Gladiator Beastaroo. Then the lion that had just killed White slowly turned its attention back to Subaru. There was no lenience there to let him off the hook, only a ferocious intent to kill. Basu, excuse me, but do you think you can still recover from that? Behind him, calling out to him from the audience in the gladiatorial arena, was a fake Cecilus who had been watching this pitiful fight, and as he looked down at Subaru, who had fallen on his buttocks. Cecilus, like some awakening of a hidden power, or the release of some sealed technique triggered by the brutal death of a fellow comrade. Is it likely? Is it unlikely? Subaru, I don't have anything like that. Cecilus, yeah, seems about right. My bad. Looks like I was wrong in my expectations. Do you have a message for the girl who was with you, or something? I wonder how story-like would doing something like that be? Unchanged from the time he had died earlier, being spoken to in such a relaxed tone, Subaru let out a hot exhaling. What was different from before was that the bones of Subaru's body were not yet in pieces. Even though he might be ripped to pieces after this, and even though he was scared to death, he had yet to die still. Subaru CC just one question. Cecil is not a message, but a question, a so-called memento for the afterlife. Whether or not my answer will fulfill Boss's question will be a test of an actor's blossoming brilliance. Subaru, that lion, why didn't it kill me earlier? Cecilism. Pointing to the gladiator beast in front of him, Subaru asked the fake Cecilus perched on the wall. Subaru was not sure if a boy who cried wolf that he was to give the straight answer that he desired. He just comforted himself with the thought that it was noseband for a useless struggle. To Subaru's question, the fake Cecilus spoke as he stroked his slender chin. Cecilus, that's easy, Basu. Even if it's ferocious, a beast is a beast. In that case, a beast only hunts by instinct. Instinct is a power to live. Subaru, what do you mean? Cecilus, if you were that beast, Basu, who'd you aim for? The riddle-like phrasing did not give Subaru that simple question and answer sequence. Irritated, Subaru pondered the meaning of the fake Cecilus words. If Subaru were to be that lion, just who would he target? If he were to aim for someone, what would be his reason? Subaru, Suddenly it dawned on him, so that was what the reason was. He understood. And Cecilus, when she wakes up, I'll tell her that Basu was brave. I suck at lying. So, thank heavens you were brave. Hearing such an insensitive voice, he did not have any time to respond. Having reached an understanding, Subaru widened his eyes, and the lion standing in front of him swung its paw towards him. For the first time, Subaru truly heard the sound of his own body being crushed. For if we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. His skull had been crushed, his shoulders had been crushed, his body had been crushed, his hips had been crushed, every part of him had been crushed. Slowly, Subaru experienced just that, a human body being dealt a blow of such unbearable power and speed that would be brought to ruin in that manner, as if it were from someone else's perspective. Of course, it really was not someone else's problem. If possible, he would meet the end with the least amount of suffering, with the minimum amount of pain, and fear. Still, Subaru's way of thinking was only possible due to how much experience had had at Chaos Flame. Those 10 seconds of hell. Since it had happened, Subaru deeply understood the importance of a mere few seconds. And because that understanding permeated his body. Shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Enough with the whining. We need to do everything we can to survive. Look over. Right beside him. The lizard man and the rust-haired man became desperate as they accepted the situation before them. While listening to this already familiar conversation, Subaru called out, Subaru, Whites, hold that guy down. Whites, what? The moment Subaru shouted that the tattooed man Whites had his facial tattoo distort in confusion. That was natural. Although he had never once mentioned it, Subaru knew his name, but even if he had been called out by his name, he had no intentions of doing, as he was told by some creepy kid. But neither the bewildered Whites nor the rust-haired man, nor the lizard man, startled by Subaru's sudden loud voice, had time to stop his sudden action. And then, Subaru, lion, who are you aiming for? Subaru's tiny hand grabbed the sword lodged in the ground with force as he shouted. At that moment, without waiting for Gustav's command, the gladiator beast howled, kicked its feet upon the ground, and ferociously barreled forward toward Subaru. Cecilus, if Basu were that beast, who would you aim for? The words of the fake Cecilus, like a riddle, had been painfully seared into Subaru's brain. Indeed, that was it. If Subaru were the lion, he would go for the dangerous ones first. For instance, in this place, that would be the one wielding a weapon. Gladiator beastaroo. Subaru gritted his molars and faced a howling lion lunging at him. He had a visceral shudder of fear, but he would not be defeated, he would not run away, and he would not cry. He had already been killed twice, and no matter how many more times he had to face this scary experience. Subaru don't think that just because I'm a kid I'm going to cry and give up right away. Cooperating with a coward, a scaredy cat, and a fraud with all his might, with all his power, with all his body and soul, he would fight through the Sparka to the bitter end. In that decisive moment, the lion's powerful paw ferociously reaped the life of Natsuki Subaru, along with his third attempt. Chapter 64. Magic words. 1. An abominable technique left behind by the vicious old man Albert Dunkelkin. By meddling with the OD of others, the shinobi's secret infantilization technique could remarkably reverse the growth of one's body. All living beings were naught more than containers for that which came into existence from nothingness. The OD, depending on the shape of the OD, the size, and form of container, would vary accordingly. Therefore, all living creatures would don different appearances and establish themselves as unique life forms. If this theory was correct, that the body only served as a container for the OD, then by altering the shape of one's OD, the form of its container could be altered freely. By compressing one's OD, then the body serving as a container could also be shrunk. Well, to tell Yak the truth, I'm not sure how the shinobi ancestors came up with those ideas in the first place, not knowing the methods to train your body to the brink of death, nor how to ascertain. That limit must have been scary, huh? And so that's what a shinobi is when the time of trying to become one arrives. You're on the path of Shura, not to mention that the tale becomes one of constantly walking over a mountain of corpses you see. There are lots of technique, but if you don't test them with your own life, you can't leave them behind in a book of secrets. You know my secret techniques. Just one among several dozen. But even so, it's no exception to that. But it's amusing that the actual result and the effects deviate so much. I was sure they'd just shrink someone but it goes as far as to completely restore the brain to its youthful state. Unfortunately, I really don't understand why either Wells calls the odds forcibly tamper with. Just as your body shrinks to fit your OD, your mind probably shrink to fit your OD as well, yeah. Well, the technique I don't use very often because I usually half kill the person I'm using it on, so I've never bothered to find out the reason why. In fact, it's easier to kill someone if not only their body, but also the contents of their head shrink. So it's a perfect solution, although you'll sometimes get guys who've already got some serious resolve in them from the time they were kids. You can't expect that trick to work on those kind of guys, even if the stuff in their head shrunk. It's nothing anyway. I'm fond of it since it's one of the more amusing shinobi techniques. It's easier to deal with a weak enemy, isn't it? 2. Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. There was fear, there was also tension. Furthermore, there was also unease. He thought that of all the negative emotions one could think of, he probably possessed them all. But all those negative emotions blazed burning, though every carefully folded and wrapped thing, until naught without exception, remained as raging anger surged up. Lizard man shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Shut up, idiot. No one listened to your whining. Rust-haired man, I told you I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. Shut up, idiot. That's a lie. You're just trying to show off. It's been obvious for a long time already. Whites, I told Cha I ain't putting my life in someone else's hands. Shut up, idiot. Like hell you can survive this alone. Look around yourself a little more. Yes, look around. You do so properly at everything that you can put to use. Subaru, Whites, take this ideal aim for the one who has the sword. The moment he grabbed the sword, a roar reverberated through the gladiatorial arena as the black lion broke out into a ferocious charge. He already knew that it was aiming for him, at the prey that wielded the sword, so grasping the sword he had pulled out, he tossed it towards Whites, who was standing still. When Subaru ran ahead, breaking out into a sprint at the outset, the 3 members of his team froze in surprise. Among those 3 people stuck in place, the one to receive the sword that Subaru had thrown over proper was a tattooed man, Whites, the only one to come to their senses in their last moments. Whites' kid, witnessing the spinning sword lodge itself underneath his foot, Whites immediately grabbed it by the hilt. However, he had given a proper listen to Subaru's voice, so he quickly understood that rather than being the key to defeat the lion, the sword was more a flag to change its target. The problem was, rust-haired man, gimme that sword, will take that gladiator beast. And subsequently coming to his senses at Whites' side, the rust-haired man tried to snatch the sword the former had secured. His mind, riddled by tension and fear, the rust-haired man's judgment was beyond repair if this continued, and became a scuffle over the sword. The 2 of them would both fall prey to the lion's paws. For that reason, he had to prevent that before it could happen. Subaru, high and behind you. High and behind me. Just before the rust-haired man grabbed onto White's, Subaru called out the name of the unaware lizard man Hein, convincing him that he was cornered by the imminent danger behind him. Being the most cowardly among the 3, he turned around in panic at Subaru's voice to ascertain what was about to attack him. But there was nothing there. Subaru merely wished for him to turn around. With his body stiffening in fear, Hein turned around, and rust-haired man GUH. Instinctively extending his tail, Hein struck the rust-haired man's flank from the side. The latter was sent rolling at the unexpected obstruction, allowing Whites to snatch away the sword. Then the lion came flying towards Whites, who was properly standing on guard, having changed his target from Subaru to him. Subaru, get down, Whites, TCH. Hearing Subaru's voice, Whites crouched as the lion's fangs bore down on the air right above him. Whites' tattooed face contorted into a grimace as he dove underneath the lion's belly, releasing the sword before the next attack could come. With a plop, the sword thrown without force settled itself atop Haynes' chest, who instinctively grabbed it. Hein, huh? Gladiator beast Aru Hein Hioya. Naturally, the lion's focus turned toward Hein, who reacted poorly. As if he did not fully understand the situation, Hein turned his back to the lion with the sword held in his arms, and with a surprisingly fast, sprinting speed, he immediately distanced himself from the lion. The lion relentlessly chased him down, and proceeded to unleash an onslaught. Subaru, while that's happening ill, while Whites and Hein were somehow managing, Subaru ran alongside the wall of the gladiatorial arena, what lay ahead of his gaze was a small handle, installed in the wall, something akin to a lever. At first glance, his eyes had been drawn to the two swords, one large and one small, lodged in the ground of the gladiatorial arena, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that a lever of sorts had been inconspicuously installed on the wall. Subaru, if I pull this while it happened. The lever was a little too high for the child Subaru, so he jumped up and pulled down the handle, put his weight on it. He forcibly lowered the lever, and a heavy sound reverberated. Gears were interlocking, and sensation of something beginning to rattle and move sent a tremor from under his feet. It was a sensation of something mechanical being put into operation directly beneath the gladiatorial arena. With this, the situation had changed, and Subaru looked back at the circumstances of the gladiatorial arena. Subaru, you are. The next moment, making a sound as it split the gladiatorial arena into an iron fence, rose from the ground. It was a wall that had been raised to divide the circular gladiatorial arena into two semicircles. If utilized properly, it was possible to force the lion into the other side. However, Gladiator beast Aru, this time he had failed. He had corralled on the wrong side. The lion was on his side of the raised fence. So the fence only narrowed Subaru's room to escape, with its hunting ground having become smaller. It felt as if the lion's body had doubled in size, and the remains of what used to be Hein were caught in its blood-stained mouth. Rust-haired man, G-U-A-K. Furthermore, at the lion's feet was the rust-haired man, crying out in pain as he lay down. It seemed that he had been right above the fence when it was raised. Because of that, he had been sent flying, and in a stroke of bad luck, had fallen on the side where the lion and Subaru were. In contrast, an uninjured Whites was dumbfounded on the other side of the fence. Rust-haired man stopped. Raising its paw overhead, it then trampled on a rust-haired man, collapsed on the ground, mercilessly fracturing his head. A sound similar to that of ice being smashed rang out, and the rust-haired man's screams were cut off as the lion, unable to climb over the fence behind it, turned its gaze toward Subaru. The way it stooped down ever slightly made his skin crawl as it charged at him. The sword was on the other side of the fence with Whites, but it seemed that if the attack were unable to reach it, the lion would not consider it as dangerous. That was why it then ferociously charged at Subaru White Schwartz. Whites called out at these critical moments. Whites called Subaru's name every time. Of course, only when he did not die before Subaru, while also keeping that at the back of his memories, Subaru next. As he howled that out, the gladiator beast's sharp claws pierced Subaru's chest. In less than a second together, with the impact that felt like being struck by lightning, Subaru's body was split in twain, and his consciousness went white. 3. Subaru eyed the fence. Won't hold any longer. How's the sword over there? Either I can't pull it out. It's too heavy. There's no way I can move it. Suffering the powerful ramming attacks, the iron fence was being tremendously warped, and the lion was thrusting its body over to their side. He had heard that even humans would be able to pass through most narrow spaces, provided their heads could pass through, even though its form was considerably different. Given the gladiator beast's face gave off the feeling of felines, it was probably able to get through even more easily. Behind Subaru, who was gnawing his molars and alarmed the rust-haired man Idra, was desperately trying to pull out the large sword lodged in the ground, but it would not budge an inch. The lever to raise the fence, and the two swords of large and small. What he had found after thoroughly searching were just those two types of gimmicks. The rest would be a genuine contest of ability. Idra, boy, what should we do? Subaru, don't be frightened. The heir of your noble father, aren't you? Idra HK, that's right, I'm not going to chicken out. Panic ran through Idra's voice, but Subaru's words brought strength back into his eyes. Idra was no warrior, nothing of the sort. He had drifted onto the gladiator island like this because he had become unable to repay his debts, and was thus reduced to the status of a slave. But the reason behind his debt was that he had taken it on to protect the family business he had inherited from his father. Even though Idra was not a warrior, he wished not to be a man who would bring shame to his father. Those were the true feelings on his mind. Idra RH, the untalented son of a miller, applying his weight, leaned to uproot the large sword Subaru II rushed to Idra's side and applied his weight to the large sword in a similar way. The lion was coming at them from the other side of the fence, and behind it lay the corpses of Whites and Hyan, both of whom had already been killed. Now there was hardly a chance of anything like winning, even, so Idra did not abandon Subaru and run away. This was the first occurrence of that. Gladiator Bisaru, Subaru, Idra, it's coming. Idra, I know. There was a violent sound of the iron fence creaking, followed by the lion finally coming over to their side. Even if the broken fence had wounded the lion's skin covered in black fur, it did not display the least bit of pain. Rather, blaming the pain on them, its motivation ignited as it charged at them. Idra had somehow managed to get the tip of the large sword out of the ground, and through sheer force carried it on his shoulder. Subaru put his hands on the tip of the sword from below and used the principle of leverage to help Idra to try and swing the sword, even if only a bit. If Subaru pushed up the tip of the sword from below, the sword should be a little lighter to swing. If that sword would have scored a decent hit on the lion, Subaru go. Idra Ra. Subaru and Idra joined forces to swing the sword at the lion's face as it lunged at them. The large sword swung with the force of a shoulder throw above Idra's shoulder, aimed true at the lion's head with miraculous timing. But the obvious strike was repelled by the gladiator beast's claws without a hitch, and Subaru and Idra were hit with the force of that ramming attack, blown away simultaneously. Then the two struggled midair as they slammed into the walls of the gladiatorial arena, together becoming one. Idra, but indistinguishable from each other, the blood from the two was spread out and stained the walls. Subaru next. For anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. Whites, I was desperate for food. So I stole. If I let me think I was a dangerous person, surprisingly, I could avoid deadly situations. White said this as he stroked his skin, which was so filled with tattoos that there was no spot left uncovered. It seemed like he was apologizing for giving a false impression, but Subaru thought it was proof that Whites had opened up to him in his final moments. Hi, and y'all are going to use me as bait to escape. As well, anyway, I'm not going to be used anymore. Like hell, I'm going to be used. While abjectly avoiding eye contact, Hyan had said this, as if wailing. He had the ability to run and hide by changing the color of his scales. Seemingly well known among his own people, he had stated that he had always been given the most dangerous roles, and in the end, he willfully became the decoy and was made into a slave. That timidity had been instilled in him by his surroundings. Hyan was not at fault. Idra people I trusted to see me stole my family's business away from me, and in the end, I became a slave. If living honestly only makes me look like a fool, at least I'll be the last one standing. Biting his lip in frustration and embarrassment, Idra sobbed those words out. Unaccustomed to telling lies, he was unable to stick to them to the very end in the first place. Ever since he was brought to the Gladiator Island, he had been introducing himself as a warrior. That had been a lie, not much thought put into the consequences. It would be exposed later. Anyway, sure enough, Subaru found out right away, though it was a result of having cheated. Cooperating with a coward, a scaredy cat, and a fraud, he would survive the Sparka. Subaru next time for sure. I'll do it next. HK. Next is I can do it next. Next is definitely next. The contradiction of accumulating deaths in order to survive, amass more and more. It hurts, it's difficult, it's scary, it's tough. I want to stop, I want to cry, I want to shout, I want to howl, I want to grieve, I want to scream, I want to resign, I want to refuse, I want to lament, I want to give up, I won't give up. He was nipping off the possibilities. Out of those endless possibilities, crushing the paths which lead to dead, and crushing them. He would twist his small body into that path, unknown, laying ahead of the ones he was crushing. White's Hyan and Idra would die. Of course, Subaru would die just as many times, and yet he raised his head still and proceed forward. Cecila's Basu, is there anything you want me to tell your sleeping companion? Subaru next. Natsuki, Subaru yelled back at the inconsiderate voice, and though his entire body was bathed in deafening assailing claws, Natsuki Subaru still refused to desist. Because Subaru I want lose. Because he did not feel like losing in the slightest. 5. Oh, just now were you hesitating, Ta? Say something, geez, you're a clever fella, aren't Cha? Oh, that I told Cha about the guy who was troublesome even. When he got shrunk, didn't I? Even if the mind shrinks, the effect will only be half as powerful, on whose resolve was unchanged from before. Of course, guys like that will also get their body shrunk. So they'll also become seriously easier to kill, you know. Although let's imagine here, supposing there was a guy whose body and mind were instead both perfect. Since they were little, what do you think happened if you were to apply this technique onto that guy? I know. I also don't think there's a guy like that in the slightest, you see. But you know I'm an incredibly pessimistic old man. I've always imagined the worst, so I can harass my opponents in the worst possible ways, right? That's what I think's the worst possible scenario against this technique. When the guy gets more dangerous, when shrunk, that's really darn frightening. It isn't limited to just me, but getting older means you gotta give things up and compromise. You see, what if those things were disappear from a guy like that? Scary as can be, right? 6. Subaru next. That outcome was way too ironic. The vicious old man Albert Dunkelkin's technique and the harm of the infantilization it brought about had transformed Natsuki Subaru's body into that of a child regressed what little intelligence he already possessed. Gradually losing both his knowledge and memories, Subaru was reshaped into a weak and frail young boy. Taking away threats both physical and mental was the purpose of that technique. For the shinobi who would utilize all means possible to accomplish their objective, it could be said that secret art was a rather fitting secret technique. The truth was, as his memories faded, as if flaking away from him, the faces of those important to Subaru grew distant. Thus befitting of Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance, he had returned to being a young child of around 10 years old. Around 10 years old before the times Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Subaru next. Before Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Actually, that he was in existence overflowing with talent to the point of being called a child prodigy was not that important. The important thing was it was none other than Subaru himself who possessed that level of self-esteem. As a young child, Natsuki Subaru had been overflowing with confidence and held no doubt in his belief that he could accomplish anything. Drawing in the children around him, his belief that he could reach that starry sky was unceasing. Subaru next. In accordance with his growth, his self-esteem wore down in the face of reality and ended up being lost altogether. His number one truth had been erased in spite of whatever he would do, and what remained in Subaru's possession were not feelings of almightiness, but rather feelings of uneasiness and powerlessness. Those shining stars were concealed by an overcast sky. Together with the growth of his stature, Natsuki Subaru had lost his confidence. Subaru next. The moment in which Subaru's self-esteem reached its lowest, that had definitely been the day he was sent to another world. After that, his encounters, his experiences, his conversations, and his actions gradually wrapped Natsuki Subaru with new desires, and had also led him to the assessment that his own perseverance was not a bad thing. And yet he was still insufficient, his heart still lamented, so Subaru next. The things that Natsuki Subaru had gained through growth, the things he had lost with growth, had all vanished. Together with their body, turning younger people would also regress mentally, so the person was supposed to become weaker physically. That was the case for Subaru. He had become weak. However, what about mentally? Subaru next. Before, Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy, never knowing defeat, never knowing how to give up even when his dreams did not come true, even when he did his best but could not reach, even when he mourned his own inadequacy, even when he lamented a dead, and even when he sulkily withdrew. He had never known those. From just being insensitive to being flat-out reckless, he firmly believed he could accomplish anything. He recklessly believed he was the ruler at the center of the world. That was the kind of boy he had been. Then the magic words that sustained Natsuki Subaru's sense of self. He's that guy's child, after all. The unlimited power pouring from those words freed the heart of the young Natsuki Subaru from its shackles. More than it was scary, it was revolting. More than it was painful, it was vexing. More than he wanted to cry, he wanted to smile. In a country he hated, joining forces with comrades he had little emotional attachment to, in order to return to the place where the girl he liked and his friends should be waiting for him. Just what point was there in hesitating? Therefore this time, because he had been summoned to another world. Subaru next. As the strongest existence Natsuki Subaru would trample upon. Jin and Hive. 7. Everyone was left speechless. From the get-go, the gladiators had been under strict orders from the island's Governor Gustav Morello to witness the Battle of Sparka quietly. That was why it could be said that it was inevitable that some sort of odd silence would envelop the gladiatorial arena. However, this time the silence and stillness were not simply because Gustav had proclaimed it. Even if Gustav had not given those instructions, no one would have been able to say anything. That blood-curdling scene had overwhelmed them to such an extent. Subaru White's eyes were scattered to the left and right. Hind, I know you're scared, but don't run. Pick up the sword, draw its attention, then throw it. Ferociously roaring the guilt law, the gladiator beast fiercely leapt around the gladiatorial arena. The beast had been trained for use in Sparka, its horns broken off, now lost of its bestial obstinacy. In its place, the level of threat to humans known as gladiators posed had been thoroughly drilled into it. That was why it took the initiative to target opponents with weapons and eliminate them, since they were dangerous existences. Only since it had the bad habit of relentlessly following this devotion, one could imagine that the members of the unit would be able to scatter its attention by passing the weapon between each other. Although it was not uncommon for units to fail to recognize this at first sight and consequently suffer total annihilation. It could be said that once someone was able to recognize this, a certain level of excellence was guaranteed. But even so, the scene this time was extraordinary. Ha ha ha! Amazing, amazing, you're really doing your best, aren't you, Basu? Among everyone who had lost their voice welcoming the sight before him with a warm reception was only one boy clapping his hands. His long blue hair tied behind his head, he was a person whose charming face was adorned with a smile, apparently showing indifference to Gustav's commands. The boy cheered on the unit, fighting bravely in the gladiatorial arena. Whether that cheering had any effect was unclear, but while dodging the gladiator beast's onslaught by a hair's breadth, the four men, challenging the Sparka, continued to fight desperately. With no decisive blows, the progress of the death match was to a certain extent boring. However, one point was that even if it seemed like they were going to die, they would not forfeit their lives, and the other point was they were. Being supported by the continuous voice of the young boy, these 2 points made it unthinkable that the death match was boring. Following the boy's directions, the 3 men that continued to move too were desperate. That was only natural, but they had the freedom to ignore the boy's instructions. However, the boy's instructions had now saved their lives from the gladiator beast. Many times hence, that freedom had been closed off. Like that with the young boy at their center. It was as if their unit was a single living being with perfect coordination. That which had become a solely defensive battle, was it caused by their hopeless gap in fighting power, or perhaps just were you aiming for? In the hearts of all the gladiators overlooking the battle, the same burning anticipation began to dwell. 8. Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul, with death piling up in the pain and fear compounding with it his. Arms, legs, internal organs were all shriveling up. If he shut his eyes on the back of his eyelids to face the fangs, and inside of the mouth of the lion he had seen up close so many times would come to mind. Unfathomable fear manifested, though, while seething together with it came something anger. Those vexing thoughts invigorating his cowering viscera, and limbs Natsuki Subaru opened his eyes. Those attempts which he had already gotten sick of counting were all for the sake of snatching even just one step closer to victory, that he had not the slightest intention of losing for the sake of proving that to himself. Subaru Hine throw the sword to Whites, then head to Idra Hine. Shit, I ain't got a clue on what's happening. Furiously running on all fours over ground, Hine tossed the sword. He was holding over to Whites like that. He accelerated as to come to Idra's side by the large sword. Whites narrowly caught the sword whirling around and spinning in the air, and as Subaru tried to direct their next course of escape, his eyes widened in astonishment. Gladiator Beastaru, the roaring lion, having chased the fleeing Hine until just a moment ago, had its legs halted at the other half of the circular gladiatorial arena. Meanwhile, rather than being positioned in the other half of the circle, they were all right before him. Everyone was still alive, and on top of that, this was the first time they had gotten to such an ideal position. Subaru Whites get ready Idra, and Hine too. With vigor akin to blood hurling out his throat, Subaru cast rolls at the 3 of them, though that may not have been enough to get everything across. Whites ready to sword and face the lion and Idra, and Hine hurriedly jumped to the large sword. Then Subaru too clumsily ran, with all his might, heading towards the wall. Gladiator Beastaru, 1 step, 2 steps during his frustratingly slow feeling. Speed the lion howled from behind them, and with that the lion kicked off the ground with an explosion-like force and charged toward Whites, who had his sword at the ready. Straight at him with no pause, Whites was holding his sword at the ready, but if he were to collide with that force, nothing would be able to stop it one hit, and he would die. He was well aware of this. However, it was certain that only Whites possessed the courage to square off against the lion until the very last moment. Veithura, the foul, reeking mouth letting breaths escape the mouth embellished with sword-like fangs, the mouth that had masticated Subaru, and the other 3 countless times was charging right at the one brandishing a sword, Whites. And right before it could dispossess Whites of his life, Subaru Gyo. The moment his fingertips were on it, Subaru used the entirety of his minute body weight to pull down the lever. Immediately after, the sound of gears turning came from beneath their feet, and the iron fence that thrust upward struck the lion's head from directly below. Crashing into its jaw, the lion's gaping mouth was forcibly shut. The force of its charge slamming into the iron fence. Whites, who had drawn the enemy until the very last second, with a whoa exclaimed in surprise at the shockwave and was blown away. The iron fence was squashed by the impact, and the lion's head emerged from the bent part of the fence. The lion, which had received a severe blow to the face, scraped the ground with its front paws, and after having stood back up somehow, seemed to be trying to break through the fence. But it would not be permitted to do that. Subaru Idra Hine. Hien Uua Idrara. In Whites' stead, who had just been blown away, Idra and Hine rushed over to the iron fence. Clasped in the hands of the 2 was a very unwieldy large sword. It was a weapon that not a single one of them could utilize properly. However, there was no rule that they must use it alone. There was also no rule that they could not use two people to lift it up and swing it down on an opponent unable to move. Gladiator Beastaru. With all their might, the large sword swung by the two men fell from directly overhead onto the lion's neck, which was protruding from the iron fence. As a large sword pierced the beast's thick neck, the lion's shrieks echoed into the sky. Blood spurted out, and as if rejecting death, the lion violently struggled. Hyan die, Idra, please let it end. Hyan and Idra applied their weight onto the large sword as they bawled, and the blade was buried deeper in its neck. If they continued and beheaded the lion, the moment of their long-awaited victory would come. Over and over again, those claws and fangs had killed them and killed them and killed them. Gladiator beast Aru Hyan Ga. Subaru guys. They had been just one step away. However, just like them, the lion did not want to die. With a large sword lodged in its neck, the lion forcefully twisted its body and pulled his right paw to their side of the fence. That paw swept away the bodies of the two men grasping the large sword. He was able to witness Hyan and Idra violently tumbling along the ground, raising cries of pain. There was no telling just how deep the wounds that they had sustained were, however more. So then rushing over to the two who had collapsed, jumping to that large sword was important. Subaru, as if ID let you go. Not wanting to let it get away after coming this far, Subaru jumped to the hilt of the large sword. But he was too light, taking the place of both Hyan and Idra's body. Weight, the current Subaru, was far too light. The large sword dug a little deeper, but as if returning the favor, a paw swung back at him. Just like the two before him, Subaru was also struck by its paw. Whites don't think it'll just let you beast HK. Its front paw was skewered to the ground by the downward swing of a sword. The one who had thrust the sword was the one who had supposedly been blown away by the charge. Whites, with all of his might teeth clenched and facial tattoos distorted, he had used the sword to pin the lion's paw. And then, Idra lying down here, just how can I call myself a warrior Hyan? Just die already, you shithead. Having gotten back up Hyan, and Idra leapt onto the large sword Subaru was dangling from. With a strength of 3, or rather 2.5 men, the large sword bore deeper into the lion's neck, with Whites also keeping front paw firmly pinned down. The 4 members of the unit joined forces to lop off the lion's head. Howling, the lion greatly writhed in pain, and the iron fence violently creaked. No more chances would come around. He could not lose. He did not want to lose. He must not lose. Gritting his teeth, Subaru desperately clung to the large sword. And yet, Gladiator beast Aru Subaru, UAHHHK. Shaking its head with all its strength, the lion's huge body swept Subaru and his comrades away, tearing away the bodies clinging to the large sword, the 3 of them. No, including Whites, all 4 of them sluggishly tumbled to the ground. Due to quite literally exhausting his desperate efforts, he had no strength left in his limbs. Subaru, too, had to get. He had to get up, he had to jump to that large sword once again and lop off its head. Despite these thoughts, his body did not listen to what he was saying. It seemed that not only Subaru, but the other 3 were also in the same situation. Even after all this, the lion was still the most vigorous of them. Gladiator beast Aru. With the sword lodged about halfway into its neck, the lion groaned in a low voice. Rather than weak, it was a voice that sounded like its stockpiled rage had reached its limit. Of course, it probably had borne effect, but its strength had not been depleted. Subaru, darn it, HK. Even after trying and trying and trying, and finally being just one step away from reaching it. Still, he could not reach it, even though he had utilized everything he could think of and reached this far. That is why next time I won't lose. Subaru, next time. He would definitely arrive at the same place, and seemed more quickly. Subaru firmly vowed so. Oblivious to his vow, the lion slipped through the iron fence, raising its unharmed paw toward Subaru and... Excuse me. The next moment, the lion's thick neck was chopped in one swift motion. Subaru, huh? Facing death, Subaru stared in wonder at the death of not him but his opponent. Its decapitated head falling to the ground with a thud, the lion's body slowly fell sideways. The one responsible for that was the large sword that had been deeply lodged in the lion's neck. Like a surprise attack, a small figure had fallen from the sky, and stepping on a large sword, pushed it in. Thus the lion had been decapitated, and the one to perform that deed was... why am I in such a place? And the girl Anza had a visible expression of worry on her usually emotionless face. At the girl whose kimono had been removed clad only in an Ajibin, Subaru let out a soft breath. He was unable to respond in any way. However, when Subaru turned his head and looked back, the 3 others also seemed to have survived by a hair. In other words, Gustav, that is enough. You have done well to survive Sparka by my jurisdiction. As the official, I accept you all as members of the Gladiator Island. A loud booming voice resounded from high above, and Gustav's declaration marked the end of the fight. Immediately, having quietly watched over the battle, until now the spectators know, the gladiator stood up and all at once in praise of Subaru and his comrades' victory raised their voices. Well done. That was a huge feat. You sure got it in your lil one. As the voices of the excited men rained down, Gustav crossed his forearms and said nothing. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Subaru threw himself to the ground with a thud. Tanza, approaching with trepidation, peeked down at Subaru's face. Tanza, pardon me, you are Subaru, not Suki Schwartz. Tanza, huh? Seeing the round eyes on Tanza's surprised face become even more rounded as he laid down, Subaru let out a long breath and continued. Subaru, first of all, I'm not Suki Schwartz, so it's nice to meet you. There's a lot I want to talk about, but Tanza, yes, but Subaru, I want you to let me rest just for a bit. He felt bad for Tanza, who tilted her head, but Subaru had reached his limit. The strained thread of tension was severed the heat that had been. Seething in his soul, also fizzled out of course his hate for the situation, was still left smoldering within him. Nevertheless, he had somehow managed to survive Sparka. Subaru, so please let me sleep for a bit. With that as if falling straight down into a pit, Subaru's consciousness slipped away. 9. Gustav. Looking down, Gustav narrowed his eyes at the boy who had lost consciousness, while sprawled out on the gladiatorial arena below. That it was an incredible battle, an unexpected outcome that he could say. He would have never thought that the boy possessed such talents. Well, that was amazing, wasn't it? Gustav said, picking Basu was bang on the money. It's great that you kept him instead of throwing him away. Isn't this a glorious achievement for me? Gustav Segmont. As Gustav was lost in his thoughts, Cecilus came over and relaxedly spoke toward him. At the boy's words, whose hands were crossed behind his head, Gustav rubbed his forehead and brow with his two right arms. Gustav, there was some truth in your proclamation. Is this what you had been anticipating? Cecilus, I had my expectations, you know. I thought it'd be nice if this happened, and it did. It's exactly the feeling where what you believe in is what saves you. Gustav, such a frail possibility, and you would stake your own life on that. Cecilus, yes, I did, so what? Tilting his head, Cecilus made a puzzled face. It was an attitude as though he was wondering if he had spoken something strange. If the two people who had pulled up Schwartz and Tanza could not be put to use, he would take responsibility for their lives and pay with his own. He acted as if he had never even asserted that. Cecilus, nothing really happened in the end, did it? It was a very generous offer from my perspective. I'm not the kind of person who'd succumb to idleness in a place like this. Gustav, I, in my capacity, am unable to comprehend your logic. And aside from that, what did you do in that final moment? Gustav questioned Cecilus, who had puffed up his thin chest in pride, while smiling. In that final moment in the midst of the Sparka, that he had even staked his life on only once, and only for a short amount of time, had Cecilus disappeared. Given what happened after that, one could roughly imagine that Gustav, did you go to wake the girl? Cecilus, oh dear, if you know the answer, you don't have to ask me in the first place, since there are 5 people per unit. If that girl didn't wake up, they'd have to do it while lacking in people. Was Gustav San, who said that that means she could join in any time after she woke up right. With one, I closed. Cecilus looked up at Gustav, their heights not level, and gave an oar. Cecilus, do you want to withdraw that now, saying that the Sparka is found to be unjust? Gustav, it is not unjust. His Excellency, the Emperor, shall be pleased with the birth of a magnificent gladiator as well. Cecilus, haha, it's just my opinion, but it sounds like His Excellency the Emperor isn't a decent person. Gustav, insults toward His Excellency the Emperor will not be tolerated. There shall be no second time. So Gustav commanded in a stern voice as Cecilus shrugged his shoulders and backed down somewhat, exhaling through his nose. In that state, Gustav looked again at the gladiatorial arena. Schwartz, the most meritorious, and 3 men were being carried out by the guards under Gustav's command in a healing room. They would receive treatment from a healer. The young girl, seemingly aloof, also accompanied them, for now, Gustav, did everyone in the unit survive due to just one person? It was a conclusion that could not have been reached without everyone's help, but it went without saying who had shown the greatest strength. By not overlooking the weapons and mechanisms, the gladiatorial arena had been prepared with keeping an eye on his comrades in the same circumstances, and even observing the enemy's movements whenever possible. They had crossed a fine thread. As someone who had seen that final resolution, Cecilus, you see, don't you just get the feeling that a grand tale's going to begin? Like that Cecilus proudly asked for approval while keeping his face. Stern feeling that answering in any way would be annoying, Gustav silently crossed his 4 thick arms. Chapter 65. The School Food Fighter. 1. Chaos Flame has been destroyed by a very big disaster. The evacuation of the residents should have been completed by Yorna-sama, but as for anything beyond that, the ends of her gentle eyebrows lowered with downcast eyes, the girl's voice was filled with sadness. He had always thought of her as a child who did not reveal many Emotions, in fact, even now her expression, could not quite be called one of sadness. However, he believed that anyone who did not consider this as sadness was an idiot. Subaru was not very smart, but he did not want to continue being an idiot. Therefore, he decided to seriously accept what Shiwa Tanza had said and sympathize with her pain. However, a disaster that had destroyed the demon. Said it'd be quite the big deal, wouldn't it, while I'm like this locked up on an island, the world's going through loads of crazy developments. Goodness, it'll need to keep this in mind, so that I don't get a late start and be totally uncalled for. Subaru, Cece, can you shut up for a second? Cecilus, did I do something wrong again? The personage who completely disregarded Subaru's inner feelings and Tanza's heartache. As he proceeded to talk to Fake, Cecilus received a stare as he tilted his head to the side, a confused look on his face. Subaru was amazed and astonished and amazed by that attitude, which never changed no matter what boat before and after Sparka. This was compounded upon thinking of the dozens of times Cecilus had tried to cold-heartedly listen to Subaru's final request. Subaru, and despite that it had all been for nothing, had Cece not woken up Tanza at the end. Cecilus, there's no need to feel indebted over that. The moment you cornered it, that far it was Boss's victory. The final push was something like a bonus besides. Whether this girl would wake up or not was a gamble. Tanz, I apologize for worrying you. The fake Cecilus was immodestly humble to the bitter-looking Subaru. Hearing that, Tanza slightly bowed her head, and beside her the one she had saved, Subaru, was at a loss for words. Subaru had been able to surmount Sparka the dangerous, welcoming ceremony of the Gladiator Island. After repeating that challenge that now felt distant over and over again, somehow or another Subaru and his team had attained victory by cutting off the lion's head, yet he was obliged to say that it would have been difficult without the cooperation from Tanza and the fake Cecilus. Had the fake Cecilus not woken up Tanza at the end, and had Tanza not lopped off the lion's head with the sword stuck in its neck, Subaru, I don't know how many more times we would have failed. Of course, the option to give up did not exist because that had been a constant struggle that could not be stopped until they were successful. Even so, whether they had the willpower to do so or not would have greatly influenced the outcome. And it was quite possible that if the situation arose, they would not have survived in their entirety. Had it turned out that way, he would have regretted it forever. Subaru White's Hind and either we all persevere together. Cooperating as one had been extremely difficult, but they would not have survived had even one of them not participated. The fact that all of them had survived was the best-case scenario for Subaru. It was a great confidence boost for him to have been able to do something typical of a leader. With this, he had the confidence to say he was a son of Natsuki Kenichi with pride. Tanza Schwartz-sama. Subaru, sorry, I got lost in my thoughts for a bit. So him about Chaos Flame. Tanza, yes, I wish to get back as soon as possible to help with the reconstruction. Subaru, yeah, that's right, I want to get back and reunite with everyone as well. Returning to the original topic, with her face downcast, Tanza looked very pitiful. It was only natural that she would worry about her family and hometown, and Subaru, too, held those very feelings even more, so, having heard about the turmoil Chaos Flame had gone through without him knowing, he was worried about whether or not everyone he was separated from, Lewis in particular, had been found by the unkind Abel. He thought that if Yorna was with her, she would surely protect Lewis. Tanza. The forlorn Tanza was now back in the kimono outfit that he had seen in the Demon City as well. Subaru had slept for a whole day after the Sparkle was over. According to what he was told at the time, he woke up in the healing room. He was told by a toothless old man who claimed to be a healer that there was nothing wrong with his physical health, but he would feel drained and heavy mentally. However, he could not afford to calmly be at a loss. Subaru, what about the other three whites? And the others, has everyone already woken up? Tanza, as far as those three go, they have already woken up and returned to their room. It seems that they're all sharing a room, Schwartz-sama, and I are also sharing a room as well as. Cecilus, yes, that'd be me. You see, it's the room boss who first woke up in, but that's where our bedroom is going to be. I'm also glad that people that can share a room with me finally came. Well, rather than saying that you came here, it's more like I pulled you up here by myself. Tanza pulled up. Subaru, don't worry about it too much. It's just a tale of me and Tanza falling in the lake after all. Come to think of it, he had a faint memory of swimming frantically and trying not to drown. Whether he had swam through in just one go or drowned several times was quite vague, but it was not that important, so thinking about it would be futile. Either way, he was relieved after hearing that the other three were also safe. Although it was unavoidable, he had learned a lot about their various circumstances in the midst of the Spark event. A coward, a scaredy cat, and a fraud, though not very commendable personalities. They too had their reasons for being cowardly, timid, and fraudulent. Subaru, yes, it's just like I'm Superman. Cecilus, oh my, your face sure is overflowing with an abundance of confidence. I think it even raises your level of manliness and gives it a pleasant feeling to be so swept up in a situation that you worry about this, and that's the behavior of a minor actor or a member of the masses. Boston needs to stand tall. Subaru, I don't plan on going along with Cece's drama geek mind, but I think so too. In the first place, it was not good to dwell on things too much. Though for some reason Subaru up to now had been far too passive regarding many things. No matter what, taking a passive response would just cause the opponent to get overconfident, whether it be a hated opponent or fate itself. It was the same, and recently fate had been getting a little too cocky. Subaru from now on will be more proactive in moving towards achieving my goals with avarice. For now, Subaru's goal was to escape the island. Escape the Gladiator Island and return to Chaos Flame together with Tanza. Of course, the ultimate goal was to leave the Empire and return to everyone in the kingdom, however. Subaru, you'll fall if you're preoccupied with big goals after all. Even for summer homework, you've got to finish them one at a time. You can't write a whole diary all at once. Despite what he seemed, Subaru was the type of person who did his homework diligently during summer and winter vacations. Sometimes there were classmates who would come to school after the vacations without having done their homework, but he never fully understood the nerve they had nor what they were thinking in pulling that off. Though somehow feeling like he had lost in terms of the idea and courage was a bit frustrating. Subaru, but I did the homework, so I'm the superior one. Tanza. Then Schwartzama. May I have a moment, Subaru? Yeah. Tanza timidly called out to Subaru, who had placed his hand on his chin, watering himself with self-esteem. Directing Subaru's gaze to herself, she indicated the fake Cecilus beside her with her hand, and sitting on the bed, watching, as he dangled his legs with a carefree look on his face. Tanza, this one here is an ally, but Cecilus Segment-sama is. Subaru, yeah, has a boy who cried wolf, he keeps insisting on that. Cecilus, they do say I am insistent to know, and what do you mean by boy who cried wolf, if it means I'm a werewolf? Could you please stop with that bad-mouthing? Sure, I may say some incomprehensible things, but it's only enough to make me dangerously attractive, right? Subaru, sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Showered by questions, Subaru spontaneously let that slip and clutched his own chest. When he closed his eyes, he could recall the face of a lovely young girl, and along with that, the faces of everyone who was precious to him. Still, he was certainly aware that the drawer of those recollections was becoming harder to pull out. This situation could not be allowed to continue for much longer. Subaru, aside from Cece's flippant comments, was gotten you so worried. Tanza, a general of the Empire, and a celebrity, is it any wonder that there might be a kid with a nerve to pose as him? Tanza, that may be so, but well, I saw Cecilus-sama once before, and I was thinking he looked a lot like him. Subaru, you've seen him before, Cece. Tanza, I have seen Cecilus Segment-sama. He was once sent in to assassinate Yorna-sama. Tanza explained that she had only seen the real Cecilus. Hearing this recollection, Subaru also remembered the story he had heard before, as he recalled that Yorna would Evers often raise a rebellion against the Emperor, and so time and time again a suppression force would be sent in. However, now that he knew about Yorna's personality from Subaru's perspective, that became quite an unexpected impression. Subaru to try to kill Yorna, saying he must have been a really terrible guy. Tanza, that is correct, Cecilus-sama is an atrocious fiend. No, that is not what is important. I am just curious about the fact that although this Cecilus-sama here and that Cecilus-sama have an age difference, they're like two peas in a pod. Subaru, exactly alike, just with an age difference. Tanza, yes, perhaps he is a sibling of Cecilus-sama. Hearing what Tanza, who had seen both Cecilus, spoke of that Cecilus, and this fake Cecilus, Subaru fixedly stared at the latter. He had not considered that possibility, or rather it was natural that he had not considered Subaru did not know the real Cecilus, so he could not judge whether they were similar or not. However, it was fortunate that he had a partner who knew the real one. Giving up the lying fake, Cecilus submissively admitted to the lies he himself had told. Cecilus, no, that's not correct. I'm an only child, so I don't have a sibling that looks exactly like me. Of course, it's possible that my dad made me a younger brother after we separated, but if we're going by the current flow of the conversation, then he'd be my older brother, wouldn't he? Subaru, that's right. But you don't know when to give up to you. Cecilus, how very upsetting. But there's a basis for it. You know my basis is that both of those having an older brother or a younger brother would be odd. He crossed his arms and leaned back as Subaru and Tanza fixedly stared at him, the basis for the fake Cecilus' offended face. Just how persuasive could it be? For now, in response to Subaru and Tanza, who were eager to listen, prompting him with their eyes. Cecilus, the basis is simple, my existence. Subaru, what do you mean? Cecilus, if I had an older brother, then my dad would have gotten him killed when he had me, and if I had a younger brother, Then it'd be strange if my father hadn't got me killed. In other words, considering I'm alive, there's no way that an older or younger brother of mine could exist. How's that? Subaru, what do you mean? It was a theory that did not make sense to him at all, even though he said it with vigor, as though it was self-evident. By his description, it sounded like the fake Cecily's father was under some kind of curse to not have more than one child. Whether that was true or false, he felt like a guy who would rather abide by the curse. As for Subaru, he would like to think that the liar fake Cecilus had piled more lies upon lies. However, Subaru, with him being so brazen about it, until now, I'm starting to feel like it's true. What do you think, Tanza? Tanza, I would like to be in accordance with Schwartzman notion. Subaru, that's a serious responsibility. Being relied upon by the reserved Tanza, Subaru put a slender finger to his small chin and pondered. The fake Cecilus tilted his head, as if wondering why they were unable to understand him, and yet even if they were to ask him about his family environment, it seemed that no answer would be obtained. The only thing that mattered here was whether they believed the fake Cecilus or not. If they did not believe him, it would be the same as it had been thus far. They would just treat the fake Cecilus as a mere boy who cried wolf. But if they were to believe the fake Cecilus and that he had no siblings, that only left Tanza's testimony on how very much like the fake Cecilus and the real Cecilus she spoke of were. And if he were to fully believe her testimony and the fake Cecilus' own awareness. Subaru, I'm afraid to ask this, Cece, but perhaps your body has been shrunk. It was a prospect he wished to deny if possible, but it was a prospect he could not afford to ignore. If it had been a pre-shrinking grown-up Subaru that was here, he might have hesitated to ask so many questions after having put on airs. However, since the Subaru here was a post-shrunken, underdeveloped Subaru harboring doubts for a long time did not suit him. Sometimes he would carelessly ask questions with the intention of apologizing were he to offend them by asking. At that specific question, the fake Cecilus slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Cecilus, are you saying I've shrunken? Aha. You sure say some interesting things, Basu. If there was such an interesting thing as a human body, shrinking, wouldn't that be super fun? Laughing hysterically, the fake Cecilus pat Subaru on the shoulder in a good mood as he spoke those words. Subaru was very much lost in his remarks. As he frowned, Subaru, just what is it then? Was he playing dumb or not? And if he was playing dumb, was he doing it consciously or unconsciously? Subaru himself felt that his memories were falling out in large drops due to effects of the infantilization, so it was possible that the fake Cecilus had forgotten all sorts of things for that very reason. But when compared to Subaru, who still remembered many things, the fake Cecilus had even forgotten that he had been shrunken. Was such a thing even possible? If the fake Cecilus had been infantilized the same way Subaru had, was this fake Cecilus state of mind how Subaru would end up? Subaru, that shitty old man, did Cece also get smaller because of Albert San? If that were the case, then that would be a major incident. It would become a major incident among the 9 divine generals. The fact that this was also the work of Albert was a situation that he did not want to think about. But then again, he also did not want to think that anyone other than Albert was capable of utilizing such an absurd technique. Naturally, he was tempted to think that Albert was also the one who had shrunken this fake Cecilus. Subaru, wait, in other words, Cece isn't a fake. But the real deal, so Albert San was the one who made the real Cece smaller, and Cece is like the ruins of what will be coming to end. Tanza Eshwart-sama, are you? All right, you seem to be quite confused. Subaru, I'm fine, I'm incredibly confused, but it's all coming together incredibly nicely. The situation was narrowed down to approximately 2 possibilities in Subaru's mind, although hearing only the thoughts that leaked out his mouth would sound rather disorganized. One was that the fake Cecilus was an infantilized version of the real Cecilus Segmont, dubbed the shitty old man Albert theory. And the other was that taking advantage of resembling the real Cecilus, he was true to his nature as a boy who cried wolf and sublimated a lie dubbed the shitty brat fake Cecilus theory. Subaru, the shitty brat, won, and the shitty old man won. Let's keep both in the back of our minds as we strategize. Cecilus, ho-ho, that sounds somewhat interesting. May I ask you to tell me more about it? Subaru, no dice. I don't think it'd make sense to talk to you about it, Cece. Cecilus, what a cold attitude. That's a rather self-centered thought. But I don't dislike that way of going about things. Rather, I quite like it. Rather than being angry at the cruelty of the fake Cecilus provisionally, but still the fake Cecilus, that reaction of his was helpful in many ways. There were already so many things to worry about, so it was valuable to have someone that he did not have to worry about. Subaru, for the time being, Tanza, you should also shelve everything about Cece, because whether it's real or fake, the fact that is unreliable won't change. Tanza, yes, that is correct, since he is the one who tried to cause harm to Yorna-sama. I personally hold no favorable impressions towards him. Subaru, thank you for being straightforward and honest now. Having thus reached some sort of conclusion, Subaru switched gears. Now that they were awake, they were also done occupying the beds in the healing room. They would be heading to the room Tanza had been talking about earlier, the room that had been assigned to these three. But before that, Subaru, I'd like to feed my very empty stomach. You see, my stomach's been whining miserably for a while now. So rubbing his belly, Subaru made a shameless demand of the island he was imprisoned on. 2. There was a saying that when you can't fight a war on an empty stomach. Beyond this point, the obstacles which Subaru and his unit would face would all be in the vein of battles. In order to fight them, Subaru's group must be in perfect physical and mental condition. Otherwise, in case they were unable to act when push comes to shove, they would be in trouble. To operate without sparing time for sleep, one should avoid making such a decision so rashly. Subaru seems to me that before I shrank, since I had more physical strength than I do now, I used to do those kinds of rash things, often to likely get my due deserts if I misunderstand that. Such being the case, they wanted to treasure all the eating and sleeping time they could get. Somehow it seemed that due to fatigue from the Sparka, he had slept for a whole day. He accepted that as a sufficient rest and now intended to find a chance to regain his physical strength. Hence, now that it was time to eat the fake, Cecilus guided them to where they would receive their meals. Each Schwartzier shares this. With a thud, a large platter was placed before his eyes, and Subaru stared in wonder at the sight of the meat on the bones served on that platter. When Subaru looked up to see what was going on, the brows on the man's tattoo-riddled face scrunched, as if to say, what though he was making that face, Subaru was actually the one who wanted to say what? What exactly was he supposed to do when something of this sort was done to him without any explanation? White, say what you like, but I don't think that's going to happen. Look, Schwartz is frozen stiff. How are you trying to say that we ain't got anything to worry about how to begin with? There's no need to pile up a mountain of meat for this midget. Well, split it between us, ow wow. White's is the portion we'd discussed and settled on for him. And if you're going to ignore that, why don't ya try and convince me? As he said this, the tattooed man prodded the lizard man on his side. With the fork in his hand, screaming, the lizard man fled to the other side of the table. Sighing at that sight, the rust-haired man looked at Subaru with a shrug of his shoulders. Sorry for all the racket, Schwartz. How's your body, Subaru? It feels okay, same there. We're not badly hurt either, thanks to you. After rephrasing this, the rust-haired man Idra bowed his head slightly toward Subaru. It was not just Idra, the squabbling tattooed man, and Lizard Man Whites, and Hine raising their hands in surrender, both agreed with Idra by nodding their heads in Subaru's direction. Currently, Subaru was in a corner of one of the island's areas that were open to gladiators, a large hall with tables and chairs generally used as a dining space. As soon as he appeared in the hall, Subaru had been immediately grabbed by 3 people who had come into his sight, and was suddenly brought to one of the tables, being presented with the platter in front of him. Frankly, it was a dizzying, bizarre situation. And yet, Subaru, by any chance did you save this for me? Hyena, what else could it be, ungrateful brat ow wow? Whites don't say that like you're taking credit for it. It'll be chop high, and I didn't say that. And I'm grateful for what you did, damn. It, pointing to the pile of meat on the bone, Subaru had asked a question, resulting in the ensuing altercation. This could not be called a very smart way to show it, but it seemed to be a sign of appreciation. For a feast like this to be served, Subaru became quite unsure about the way the gladiators were treated. Subaru is like, even though you make them kill each other, you let them have their fill of food. Technically, it's not killing each other. It's a death match, you know. Also, Gustav Sand's policy is that should a gladiator die, it should only happen in the gladiatorial arena, letting them die anywhere other than there'd only prove the incompetence of the management. So you can relax and enjoy your time here. Next to Subaru, who tilted his head, sat the fake Cecilus, who had pulled out a chair with great enthusiasm. Subaru thought he would reach for his plate given his brazenness, but surprisingly he did not. Instead, he filled a chipped cup from a jug and took a sip of water. Tanza, everyone believes that Schwartz-sama has done service of utmost greatness. Therefore, we had decided to prepare a treat. Subaru, Tanza, everyone, is that right? Tanza sat in the chair opposite the fake Cecilus, with Subaru in between, while in surprise at Tanza's words, Subaru looked at the group of 3 of which Idra was a part of. Idra nodded deeply at that gaze and said, yeah. Idra, as I said before, it's thanks to you that all of us are safe. Still, the night we survived the first Sparka, we were treated to a feast of the unit. And I thought it'd be strange if you didn't get your share of it. Whites, for the record, I'm the one who suggested it high and heh, though I wasn't going to leave any for the brat. In turn, they told him why the platter of food had been saved for him. But at the words left behind by High and Tanza, next to him tilted her head. Tanza, I wonder that is so. As I recall, I believe it was Hyain-sama who first said that he was uncomfortable eating with only those present. Hyain who, I didn't say that, though I didn't know anything about that though. Hey, you little bitch, I won't tolerate you saying unreliable shit like that. Idra cut that out high, and you can't beat Tanza. That girl beheaded the guilt law. Tanza I did indeed behead it. As Idra stopped him with a hand, Tanza bowed, and Hyan, unable to retort, concluded it with a GUH, and gave up his assault by turning his reptilian face away. So this was a token of appreciation from all of them, including the not-so-honest lizard man. Subaru, I'm grateful. I won't be shy at all about taking this meal then. Cecilus, oh, you're a really gluttonous eater. The way you show your generous acceptance is also terribly excellent, no. Whites don't overdo it and get a stomachache. Subaru, don't worry, I may look like this, but I used to be a famous school food fighter who ate up all the school lunches of those who were absent, getting milk from the kids who would not drink. It was a piece of cake, and he also brushed his teeth before breakfast. That was Natsuki Subaru's school food fighter battle style. The meat was cold and tough, but its generous seasoning was not that bad, so he couldn't complain above all. It was a treat that everyone had, save for Subaru, and that was the best spice of all. Yet as he watched Subaru bite the meat off the bone like that, Whites turned his pattern-covered face to the side and said no. Whites don't get any creepy misunderstandings, not like I'm worried about ya. Subaru, so you're regretting the piece of meat you gave me now, or something. Whites, that's not it. Either it's the death matches Subaru. Whites' words were low and hushed, but the words resonated very profoundly with Subaru. That very instant, Subaru almost dropped the meat from his hand, but fingers from the fake Cecilus caught it from the side and quickly stuck it in Subaru's mouth. Subaru a gugu. Cecilus, relax. You're gonna choke. Besides, Tatus and Ovido was a little lacking in his words just now. Don't worry there. Won't be a death match anytime soon, Subaru Ugu. Is that right? Tanza, indeed. Currently, we have not received any notice of that so far. However, we do not know at what time we will be informed of a death match, it seems. After finishing off all the meat, leaving only the bone and pecking the remnants on his plate, he looked at Whites, listening to what the fake Cecilus and Tanza had to add. Whites nodded. Whites, that's what I said. Subaru, no, you didn't. I thought they were going to make us kill each other soon. Idra, it's not that harsh a place indeed. I heard it used to be handled in the way Schwartz was concerned about until the island chief was replaced and the policy changed. Subaru, before the changeover. So since Gustavsen took over. Idra nodded in response to the question as Subaru reached for the next piece of meat. In his mind, as he was reminded of Gustav's intense face, which did not reveal any emotion at all, Subaru puzzled over what kind of person he was. He was ruthless enough to suddenly throw Subaru into Sparka. As soon as he took a look at the latter after waking up, he had thought he would be very much something like the violent rules of the cruel Valachian Empire in person, but from the extent of what he heard, it was not like the gladiators were being forced into seemingly deadly battle straight away. Subaru, or maybe they just like to do it slowly rather than all at once. Cecilus, you can see that I'm not just a do-on-a-whim kind of person. In fact, if Basu hadn't woken up, probably only these three here would be in a unit facing the Sparka. If that had happened, you'd probably have a much darker look on your face at this dinner party. Hi, and that ain't funny, you know. In the first place, why the hell are you even here? The fake Cecilus laughed at Subaru's words, followed by Hyan pointing and barking back in his face. Indeed, if one were to ask, it was true the fake Cecilus was the one who had helped Subaru and Tanza get ashore on the island, but that was the only connection between them. I've heard that every gladiator here joins a unit for Spark at some point or another. After that, depending on their success, they may break up the unit depending on their performance, but your unit is. Cecilus, if you're worried about my unit, don't everyone except for me has died, and fortunately, I'm already a gladiator who gets allocated solo deathmatches. Subaru, what? Cecilus, I'm the strongest. No one can beat me, so you don't have to worry about me at all, ahaha. Subaru and everyone else clammed up as the fake Cecilus slapped his knee. However, Subaru and Tanza's reasons for keeping quiet were surely different from the reasons for the other three men. For that matter, both Subaru and Tanza's were also a bit different at the core. Idra and others would probably consider the words of the fake Cecilus as a huge lie, while Tanza was suspecting that the fake Cecilus was actually related to the real Cecilus Segmont. Then there was Subaru, who was thinking that he may be the shrunken Cecilus Segmont, which if true, then the fake Cecilus may still be the strongest even in this state. If so, it would be very advantageous to have the fake Cecilus on their side. Cecilus, you shouldn't do that, boss, looking at your opponent with such greedy eyes will have you be scorned. Subaru Han. Cecilus, a person with the attributes to stand on top, and in front, they shouldn't have that sort of avaricious pleading look in their eyes. It's not smart in any way, shape, or form, so you should stop it. If you want to impress me, don't use words, use actions, resolve, and a treasured signature catchphrase. Saying this, the fake Cecilus advised Subaru by taking two of the bones from his plate and crossing them in front of his face, forming them into an X symbol. Having been told something so astute that it was as if the fake Cecilus had read his mind, Subaru gulped down his saliva. And then, Subaru, you said it wasn't about words, but if a signature catchphrase is needed, then you need words too, right? Cecilus, hey, that's true, that was quite sloppy, just what has struck me out of all people. With wide open eyes, the fake Cecilus leaned heavily against the back of his chair, and then leaned forward, as if being pushed forward. Subaru stiffened as his face suddenly got close to him, seeing that the fake Cecilus shaped his whole face into a massive grin. Cecilus, well then, sorry for interrupting you. I've also got a lot of matters to attend to, people to talk to, and ways to pass the time. So I'll leave you here for now. Don't worry, I'll be in the other room next to you, so if there's anything you still need to talk about, you'll have to go there. Subaru, roger that. Cecilus, Roger, I don't know what that is, but it sounds rather gallant. Well then, roger that. While making a slight misinterpretation, the fake Cecilus raised his hand and ran off before there was time to stop him. Although there had been no reason to stop him, Subaru was shocked at the lightning-fast speed with which he had left. In actuality, he wasn't so much of a hindrance that he could be called an obstacle, as he just wanted to have someone around who knew the ins and outs of the Gladiator Island. Subaru, well, it gets tiring hearing him speak roughly 5 times the amount of information I actually want. Tanza, Schwartz, Sama, please continue your meal. Subaru, yeah, that's right, I've got to get my strength back. No matter what Gustav was thinking, he had no intention of staying quiet until the next deathmatch was assigned. In the first place, he had no intention of staying here as a gladiator for very long. His goal was to take Tanza and get off the island today or tomorrow. Worst case scenario, they could become hostile to Gustav, however, if they did that. Hi, and what's up, Schwartz? Subaru, I was just wondering if you guys were worried. Can you do this without me? Hi, and, the hell you talking about? Yes, and not thinking of running away. Are you? If that's the case, then return to meet the meat. High opened his big mouth to yell at the anxious-looking Subaru. Although they had every right to be angry, Subaru had people who were more important to him than they were should he consider leaving, with not only Tanza but also the other 3 together. Subaru, rather, maybe everyone on the island could escape Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, sorry, I was just talking to myself. As you'd expect, that was just some rambling. It was a troubling idea that he couldn't let other people hear carelessly, even if he was just talking to himself under his breath. However, White's Idra Hyan, and of course Subaru and Tanza had been forced to come to the Gladiator Island despite the fact that they did not want to participate in a death match here. If that was the case for the other people, as well, then surprisingly, perhaps Subaru's idea was not as ridiculous as one might think. And just as Subaru was thinking that, so you finally woken up, kid. That Sparka, the other day that was a hell of a big deal, you know. I screwed up by not going to watch it. I only got to hear rumors about this, and that afterwards, man. People gathered around Subaru as he reached for the meat on his plate. The men who spoke to Subaru in such a friendly manner were all men who looked like they had a reason for being there even without a detailed explanation. He was sure they were all gladiators, newcomers to the Great Hall, and those who had been watching Subaru and his comrades from a distance both gathered there, creating a bit of a buzz around Subaru. Subaru, you all are. Can't you tell just by looking where your precursors on this island, you guys had quite the hectic and not tall, boring Sparka. The men started laughing around Subaru, whose eyes widened in surprise. Only they didn't say it in a mocking tone, but in a genuinely complimentary way. Incidentally, while being surrounded by them, Idra had a forced smile, Hyan looked uncomfortable, and White sulked silently. Gladiator, that girl's entrance at the end was a sight to behold. She's a lot stronger than she looks. Tanza, thank you very much. It is all thanks to the grace of those who love me. Gladiator, oh, I see I don't quite get it, but that was a good death match. Not getting too deep into what the bowing Tanza said with a perfectly open-minded large man, while they talk about how Subaru and his team fought in Sparka with their every gesture. Gladiator, however, it's a big deal that Gladiator beast, that Shadow Lion's taken out a lot of units. Another Gladiator. If you guys been taken out, I think the total number of units knocked out by that thing would have been 10. The recent Sparkas continued to be rough. Gladiator, that's surely what Governor Gustav wants once you're welcomed as a gladiator. You're going to be treated well. As the entrance is the toughest part, the next Shosra going to be scary. There was no shortage of topics to discuss as they raucously talk about the situation on Jin and Hive. Subaru nodded along, urging each of them to continue while he collected information on the island. It seemed that ever since Gustav had become the island chief, the policy had also become much different from before. After all, also, that Lion seemed to be rather strong in Subaru, and the others who won were now rated highly. Subaru, I see, so it was worth all the hard work on our part, shows you say. Gladiator, yeah, we have regular shows here where nobles from all of the Empire get together, and make a spectacle out of our deathmatch Sparka and daily deathmatch are all training for the real deal. Subaru training. Gladiator dying during practice. Won't be any good. The governor knows that if you work hard you won't get any reprimands. There's an exception. Subaru an exception. Subaru tilted his head at the sight of the strong, muscular man, with a fierce look stroking his nose, as if Head had trouble saying that. He was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply and continued. Strong Gladiator, I hate to tell you this 'cause you get along so well with him, but don't associate with that guy. Subaru and that guy would be. Thinking of the strong man's phrasing and the one absent, there was only one person who fell under this category. Subaru continued with a could it be. Subaru, you don't mean Cece. If anything is following me. Strong Gladiator, yeah. He seems to have taken a leak keen to you, but how much can you count on that? He came here only 20 days ago. Subaru MHM. Strong Gladiator, his first Sparka. He did nothing and watched as his unit was annihilated, and once his allies were gone, he killed the Gladiator beast with his bare hands, effortlessly. Subaru. Strong Gladiator, after that, every time he was assigned a deathmatch, he had the nerve to cheer his opponent on until all others were dead, and for some reason, he calls himself by the name of General First Class Cecilus Segmont. As he spoke, the strong man looked at the entrance to the hall, with a mixture of heartfelt suspicion on his face, and in his voice the entrance that the fake Cecilus Segmont had exited through just a moment before. And it was not just a strong face, speaking directly to Subaru, that possessed such eyes, save for Subaru's unit comrades, who did not know of him the same, held true for everyone present. He was a man who was friendly to Subaru, who had displayed his incomprehensibly narrative-driven brain, to the point of having him fed up, who had tried asking Subaru when he was dying about his final will and testament, and who was fiercely disliked by the gladiators who were living side by side with death. That was strong Gladiator Governor Gustav, and that death god are the central figures in the current Gladiator Island's irregularities. Chapter 66. High in Yats. 1. Life on Gladiator Island Jinnenhive was not that bad for Subaru. Subaru's performance during the Sparka event had been well received by the gladiators competing on a Gladiator Island apparently, and so, where he went he would receive the same reception he had gotten in that large hall. Even in an environment where one would be forced to fight the way of the Valachian Empire, remained unchanged. Therefore it seemed that the principle of the strong being valued was valid all the same, and the Sparka performed by Subaru and the others of the unit suited said principle well, even though as just a scrawny Brad has got grit. That seemed to be the common assessment of Subaru. It must have been quite amusing to them that Subaru, a child who could be throttled with one hand, if such was one's wish, had put up a good fight against the lion gladiator beast. The fact that Subaru seemed to be just an ordinary child for his age in opposition to the fake Cecilus, his age the same as Subaru's, was perhaps helping this impression. Conversely, the fake Cecilus' reputation was just that bad. Cecilus, I guess what I really want to say is that I'm just living my life as myself. So, I really don't care what everyone around me thinks of me. After all, none of you will be able to complain once you see the results. Oh, I don't mean physical results, but emotional ones. Give or take, that had been his reaction at the time he overheard his reputation from the people around him. He had already sensed that was the case in some way, but the fake Cecilus had no desire to change his way of being, nor did he care to live in accordance with the people around him. He possessed a strong will to stick to his beliefs, and the strength to carry that through, both of which affirmed the fake Cecilus' outlandish ego. And as per the rules of the Gladiator Island and the Empire, both that was acceptable. Idra, but being loath for it isn't really beneficial. We cannot survive on the island alone, because we are a unit. White, so you're saying that in there lies the power to survive? That's so, guessing from that brat's uncontrollable behavior, he seems to be confident in his way, too. Hi, and TCH, what a weirdo. It ain't any of our business. I mean, dealing with these two creepy little brats is plenty enough. That was the impression the unit's members had of the fake Cecilus. It might have sounded harsh, but it was an entirely natural thought to begin with unless they were very strong, and in a safe place all gladiators would struggle, so they could survive day in and day out. That was the norm, hence why they were left with little time to care about the people around them. Subaru, well, I do have a problem with Hein treating us like creepy little brats, but what do you think Tanza about Cece? Tanza, to me it matters, not more importantly Schwartz-sama. Subaru, yeah. Tanza Schwartz-sama, do you really intend to leave this place, having been asked this all of a sudden, her voice sounding half exasperated and half reproachful? Subaru's eyes widened as he turned around and mindlessly let out a huh. In a communal room given to the gladiatorsa space that could be called a shared cell, Tanza, Subaru's roommate, furrowed her smooth eyebrows and took in a breath in a way that was almost dramatic. Tanza, this is not the moment for a hushing. I see that Schwartz-sama has been having a good time with all the gladiators over the past few days. But do you remember the plan you had at the beginning? Subaru, the plan at the beginning. Tanza HK, you were thinking of leaving the island and returning to Chaos Flame. For a moment, Tanza's voice became voiced towards Subaru's words that were as if he had no clue as to what she was alluding to. And with that, the girl took her eyes off Subaru and prefaced with my apologies before continuing. Tanza, I was intending to follow Schwartz-sama's plan if possible, but if Schwartz-sama is not working proactively, then everything changes. I must rendezvous with Yorna-sama. Subaru, Tanza, even now I still do not know anything on what happened after Chaos Flame, only that Yorna-sama is safe and sound as evidenced by her continued love for me. As she stated this, Tanza touched her own right eye. What this gesture meant was the change Subaru had witnessed in the residents of the Demon City, the same blaze within the eyes of those under the effect of Yorna's soul marriage technique. Beheading the lion in a single stroke was certainly not something Tanza could do naturally. It meant that the power given by Yorna's favor toward her was still in play. Subaru, that means Yorna-san is well, doesn't it? Tanza physically, but I do not know if she is well in heart. Subaru, that's well, yeah, because Yorna-san treasured everyone in the city. Because she was too kind, she had been treated as a traitor on multiple occasions for failing to follow the policies of the Empire. Subaru believed he somewhat grasped Yorna's circumstances and the feelings of Tanza and everyone else protected by Yorna's ideals. So it was understandable why Tanza wished to go back to Yorna right away. Subaru, but you can't rush that. You can't get what you want by scrambling in the dark. Tanza, but I cannot afford to be as leisurely as you Schwartz-sama. Subaru, leisurely. Tanza, correct. I thought you were walking around the island looking for a way to escape for the past 2 days, but it turns out you were chatting with your unit and with other gladiators. Using her fingers to count, Tanza criticized Subaru's behavior over the prior couple of days. Indeed, for 2 days, all Subaru had been doing was talking to people, not looking for a way to escape or figuring out how to work the only drawbridge that connected to the outside world. Sometimes he would spend time with Whites and the other people in his unit, but he gave precedence to learning the rules of the Gladiator Island, as well as other interesting tidbits of information from those who had been on the island for a longer time. Those were very leisurely actions in Tanza's eyes, and perhaps it looked as if Subaru had been preparing to make the island his home until his death. But if that were the case, Subaru, that's absolutely wrong, Tanza. I also have someone I want to see as much as Tanza wants to see Yorna. Sin, I absolutely have to get out of here. Tanza, say, are those the people who were with you? Subaru, that's true with the exception of Abel, and there are others in the big walled city, and also in the country next door to the Empire. I've been very busy, no. Tanza. One Subaru replied that he had others he wanted to meet both there and elsewhere. Tanza fell silent. Perhaps she was thinking that her singular love for Yorna was greater than Subaru's love for multiple people, but she did not state that out loud. That alone was enough to understand how earnest she was. One could only admire Yorna's dedication to her education, had she been the one to teach her so many things. Subaru, still, I probably can use my head better than you, Tanza. What is that supposed to mean? And something happened right when Tanza tilted her head at Subaru's words. Boss of the drawbridges going up, new people have just arrived. As he raised a boisterous shout, the fake Cecilus came running down the corridor and appeared before them. Tanza's shoulders jumped at the intensity and loudness of his voice, but Subaru's reaction was the exact opposite. Exclaiming, "Here they are," as he leapt up on the spot. He continued, "Subaru, that's a lot faster than I've heard it is. Is this the usual pace?" Cecilus, not like I told you, the latest spark of your groups was an exception. All but the 3 members in Boss's unit failed in their escape and ended up at the bottom of the lake, so Basu and his team made up for the lack of manpower in a hurry. Subaru, I see. As the fake Cecilus had said with a shrug of his shoulder, the previous Sparka had been held with irregularities. The gladiator candidates, who were originally supposed to enter the Gladiator Island with Whites, and the others had attempted to escape en masse before arriving onto the island proper. However, this had ended up failing miserably, resulting in their carriage overturning all of those who had escaped from the drawbridge into the lake, then became food for aquatic witch beasts. As a result, the Sparka had not been held for Whites and the others, as there were not enough members, and was going to be postponed until the number necessary to form a unit was replenished. But Subaru, so back then when Tanza and I came in Whites, and the others must have been really down, huh? New recruits meant that they had to undergo Sparka, and not only that, Subaru and Tanza were the ones joining, and Tanza was unconscious. Essentially, with the inclusion of one child with nasty eyes, it was a foreman Sparka. All 3 must have thought it was the unluckiest day of their lives. Subaru, however, it was actually the luckiest day of their lives. Cecilus, oh, you have a very nice, confident look on your face. So, Basu, what do you want to do now? Subaru, yeah, I'm going to check out the drawbridge. I'd like to talk to some of the people from outside as well. Cecilus, that might be a little difficult. I think the Spark all start rather early in comparison to last time, so you may not get a chance to meet them. Subaru, I see it's tricky, but if that's the case, there are ways to make it work. With Subaru answer that while putting his hand on his chin to fake, Cecilus raised his eyebrows in response. His interest, or perhaps his favorable impression of Subaru's reply, was easily understandable from his reaction. His personality was the type of having trouble keeping secrets, but still someone they had to keep their guard up against. There were few people in this world who could kill a person regardless of how much they liked them. The rumored personality of the fake Cecilus on the island was enough to make Subaru treat him as if he were a ticking bomb. Of course, too much apprehension would only shorten the fuse, so finding the right balance was a good idea. Anyhow, Subaru, finally, there seems to be some progress. Tanza, what do you think? Tanza, no, what do you mean, are you and Segmont Sama plotting something? Cecilus, it's nothing of that kind. I wasn't told anything of Boss's thoughts. And even if it wasn't anything big, he simply told me to inform him when the drawbridge was about to be raised. Everything planned afterwards is inside Boss's head and no. Tanza Schwartz Sama. Seeing that there was no information to be gained from a Cecilus displaying himself as having not the slightest clue, Tanza's gaze turned to Subaru, as if to accuse him of hiding something from her, although Subaru had no intention of hiding anything from her, though it was his intention to move rather cautiously. Subaru, for now, let's talk while we go check out the drawbridge. We'd all be stupid to miss it. With Tanza looking as if she wanted to say something, and the amused fake Cecilus in tow, Subaru left the common room and headed for the upper level of the island, from where he could see the drawbridge atop the island. Gladiators were allowed a great deal of freedom in their activities. And except for those whose behavior was abhorrent on a daily basis, they were not restricted in any way aside for when they would go to bed or had their death match. There were certain rules when a bath or eat which apparently needed to be followed, but was a far cry from what he had imagined which had been the life of a slave or an inmate in a prison. The Gladiator Island had a gladiatorial arena at the center of the island, which became the stage where grand events were held for the likes of spectators from outside the island. As such, and because of gladiatorial arena and its surroundings were what the outsiders would be seeing, it was decorated in a rather flashy and standout style. On the other hand, the rest of the gladiators' free living spaces were simple, so with the exception of the bare minimum facilities essential for living, the island felt gray as a whole. Subaru, but there's also the healing room, and there's also a library, isn't it? Tanza, it is said that they began taking in books ever since Governor Gustav became the island chief. Surprisingly, I hear that it has become the place where everyone spends their relaxation time together. Subaru, yeah, there were a lot of books, though it would be nice if I could also read them. Whilst nodding at Tanza's description, Subaru scratched his temple with his finger. The letters of this world which Subaru had supposedly studied seemed to have been kicked out of his brain right after it was shrunk, so he could only read and understand them falteringly. He remembered some bits vaguely, so it was not impossible to decipher them were he to try hard enough, but he had to use his mind like he was on a treasure hunt just to read a single page. Subaru, if Nisama knew about this, she'd be extremely upset with me. The person who had given Subaru the most help in studying the letters was Nisama Ram, and so was she to become aware of Subaru's current predicament, she would be very angry. Even discounting that he had left Ram by herself, he was sure that Ram would be angry upon learning that as for that Subaru too wanted her to get mad at him. Tanza Schwartz Sama. Subaru, in order for us to get off this island, there are two things which will become our obstacles. One of them is the drawbridge that connects the island to the other side of the river. Tanza, yes, I am aware of it. The stage was for the purpose of running the gladiatorial arena, which was built on the island in the center of the lake. As half of it came from the island side, and the other half from the riverbank side, the drawbridge could not be crossed unless it was suspended from both sides. It was problematic, because it was usually raised so that it could not be crossed. Cecilus, that's why it's usually lowered. It's raised only when needed. Subaru, that still doesn't make sense to me no matter how many times you tell me. That's why I want to see the real thing. Although the tone of Cecilus' voice was as if he was speaking to someone who just did not want to listen, at any rate within Subaru, the image of the drawbridge was without a doubt that of one bridge divided into two from the middle, with each side causing the bridge to withdraw. Naturally, according to that image, the drawbridge would be lowered. Tanza. Then Schwartz Sama, the second obstacle is sweeping away the conceptual image in Subaru's mind. Tanza inquired as to the direction of the conversation. At those words, Subaru let out an huh, and took a short breath in. Subaru, needless to say, it's the curse rule, the one Gustav says is placed on all the gladiators. Tanza. As the ends of her gentle eyebrows lowered, Tanza made a complicated face. Naturally, she would have understood the issue without even being told. It was the curse rule. A curse mark was bestowed upon all the gladiators on the gladiator island, and it was activated on those who broke the curse rule, dispossessing them of their lives. That was the main reason why Gustav continued to reign as the absolute ruler of the gladiator island as governor. No one could defy Gustav. Defying him would cost one of their lives. Even if one did not deny him, as long as the curse mark was not removed, one did not know when their life would be terminated for violating the curse rule. How to remove it and the details of the curse rule, nobody except Gustav himself knew. Subaru, if you ask me what I'm scared of, that'd be that I don't know the detailed rules. I could just be spending my time normally and then inadvertently violate them and die without realizing it. Cecilus, well, for what I know, there was that sort of unease when Gustav first became governor. But lately that unease seems to have faded away for the most part. That said, it seems like Gustav doesn't want to reduce the number of gladiators all sillily. So it's a relief that has declared what should never be done. Subaru declared. So that'd be stuff like do not defy the guards, and fighting amongst fellow gladiators outside of deathmatch is prohibited, and do not flee from this island without permission, and so on. Cecilus, yup. Subaru, as I thought the last one, there is the problem. For maintaining the rules for living on the island, Gustav had imposed the curse rule. Nevertheless, it was true that this was in direct conflict with Subaru's and Tanza's objectives. Subaru, aside from less than upright methods, there are other ways to break the curse rule and quit being a gladiator, right? Cecilus, yeah. There certainly are. That specific case be the large-scale show that they hold once a year as Excellency the Emperor is invited, and it's the famous reward for the death match they hold his presence. There's also other ways, such as someone in the audience, spending lots of money to take you out. Therefore, the gladiators also need to look good, meaning a necessity to charm them with magnificent beauty emerges. Subaru, for some reason, or another, my mental image is that of gladiators. That was something that resembled the so-called gladiators from the Roman Empire. He did not know much about the details, but it had a nuance along the lines of a slave that was made to fight with a sword, which could be said to be literally the same position as the gladiators of the island. He had heard that there was a person, seemingly a famous gladiator of old, who had brought about a rebellion alongside the other gladiators, but Subaru, what I want to do is escape, not rebel, so I'm thinking more like a great prison escape. What could become a hint would be the patterns of those who have escaped from prison. However, knowledge of such movies and manga was also rather hazy within Subaru. It seemed that they would not be able to utilize that with things as they were, so Subaru still had to find the right answer. Subaru, whatever the case, for the sake of getting off of the island, we have to do something about these two things, a drawbridge, and the curse rule for that reason, as well as absolutely essential that we go observe the drawbridge. Got it. Tanz, I concur still. That does not explain why Schwartz-sama was taking his time relaxedly up until the drawbridge moved. Subaru, you sure are holding that against me. Responding to Tanza's intent gaze, Subaru scratched his head as he made a troubled face. While they were talking like that, the three of them headed to the vantage point. They saw it halfway up the mountain that got taller as it approached the center of the island. A balcony had been built in a position that overlooked half of the lake. Rather than a balcony, it was more accurate to call it an observation deck, but there were a few other people in attendance besides Subaru, and the other gladiators seemed to have come here as curious onlookers. Amongst the ranks of the onlookers, a figure suddenly turned and waved to Subaru and the others. That's Schwartz, ain't it? What are you doing here? Subaru, oh, hi, and you're here as well, just looking at the goods. Hi, and as if I could be doing something like that. ID heard the next sacrifices were on their way, that's why. Averting his eyes, the lizard man, Hein, was unable to continue with the rest of the words. As a member of the same unit, as Subaru, contrary to his cocksure attitude, he was quite timid. He was not a bad person, but on the other hand, his character was not something to be openly praised. Even that excuse just now had not fully dispelled any part of that purpose of looking at goods. Tanza Hyansama, did you want to take a look at the people who are coming next? Hyanug. Tanza, if you do not want to tell me, it does not particularly bother me, however. At the reserve, Tanza's question, Hein curled his big mouth and hesitated to answer, but with the silence immediately becoming unbearable, Hein said that's right with a trembling voice. Resting his elbows on the railing, while scowled at the lake below, he spoke. Hein, I want to see the faces of the guys coming here next. Is that wrong? Subaru, that's not wrong. But for what reason, since you survived the Sparka, it be inconsiderate to come here to check if the next group of incomers can survive Sparka or something of the sort? High and like ID do something that evil. I ain't saying there aren't guys like that, though. I am different, and with that, Hein denied Subaru's suspicions. He had decided to trust that answer for the moment. Subaru also earnestly understood that Hein was not a bad guy. He was just a scaredy cat. He also was the one that seemed to be the least accustomed to the rules of this gladiator island. Hi, so WHY do you guys come? Subaru, we aren't just looking at the goods, nor are we curious onlookers. Of course, we're interested in the people they're bringing this time around, but we want to see the drawbridge. Hi, and you want to see the bridge. Where you're a brat? Wait, you really are a brat, ain't ya? Subaru, no, that's right, and you sure talk loud. Subaru's lips curved due to Hein recklessly speaking very loudly, perhaps to cover up his own feelings. As he then stood alongside him, they looked over the lake below. Albeit the sun was still high in the sky, the area around the Gladiator Island was faintly darkened by an overcast sky. For some reason, it seemed the clouds in the area never seemed to clear up, and he had heard that the overcast sky was present all year round based on how the sky looked. This was a place that darkened people's spirits. Cecilis, while there are a considerable number of people who enjoy that kind of environment, I rather like it. Subaru, that's surprising. I thought Cess would be a big fan of sunny days, but you do call yourself lightning, so it's possible you don't care if it's cloudy. Cecilis, I see it's not something I ever cared much about, but now that you mention it. Shrugging his shoulders at the fake Cecilis, who put his hand over his mouth as his eyes gleamed at the surprising revelation, Subaru and the others lined up in front of the railing, waiting for the drawbridge in question to be raised. Then not too long after Subaru, at first the rattling sound of gears and mechanical parts moving could be heard from somewhere. His thought was that it had to utilize the same mechanism the iron fence that the gladiatorial arena used to spring up, but the drawbridges was on a scale a world apart. After all, not constructing a bridge at tremendous length would not do so. From what it seemed, it had a balance that with turning either large gears or a large number of gears. Before Subaru's eyes, slowly the drawbridge rose. Subaru. What had appeared so slowly was a drawbridge that had been submerged deep within the lake. Just like how the fake Cecilis had corrected him about it many times, moving in conjunction with the mechanism of rotating gears, it rose out of the lake to reveal itself. Rather than lowering a drawbridge that had been raised, they raised a drawbridge that had been submerged. In precise terms, it was not one singular bridge that was brought up, but multiple connected bridges that emerged from the bottom of the lake, apparently structured to form a single bridge. Once the bridge, divided into multiple sections, was lifted to the same level, it was then connected together to become one which was completed, while a large quantity of water was drained from it. That very mechanism was also in operation on the riverbank side, and so the drawbridge would also rise on the opposite bank. The two drawbridges raised, and that way would then become one, releasing the Gladiator Island from its isolation for a limited time. Subaru, the thing that's moving that bridge is. Cecilis is a tower that controls the drawbridge, so it's pretty much operated in that tower, and no, I've never actually been inside, so I don't know what to expect. Subaru inside the control tower. As far as a bridge of that scale, when it would probably be difficult to raise and lower it covertly. That said, crossing the lake in something like a small boat was also impeded by the presence of the witch beasts in the water. It seemed that his thinking was still insufficient to provide a realistic means of escape. Tanza, likely that is the carriage carrying the next people. Beside the pondering Subaru, Tanza muttered that while looking towards the opposite shore, pulling a single carriage, a large sable gale-wind horse, slowly across the drawbridge. The gale-wind horse appeared to be an army horse, equipped with armor, and it seemed quite tough at a glance. Guarding that carriage position, around it were soldiers riding something smaller than the gale-wind horse. It seemed that they were worried about the carriage overturning like last time, so their vigilance was increased. Cecilis, it's Gustavsson, looks like it's coming in person. On the other side of the drawbridge, a group was waiting for the carriage to arrive. Among the guards in their black uniforms, Gustav stood, his extraordinarily large chest puffed out. Was this also a precaution against the last time the carriage overturned? Or, considering it was Gustav, he would have been present regardless. Subaru, it's a little over a kilometer to the other side of the river. Maybe no more than 2 kilometers. It was hard to tell because it was quite a distance away, although the distance of the drawbridge appeared to be more or less what he had guessed. Even with the mechanism that allowed them to divvy up the way the bridge, a drawbridge of such length was unimaginable. Even if magic or some other special magical tool had been used as a basis, it was still quite a feat. And so as he was checking the state of his target, the drawbridge, Hyan, who like Subaru and the others had been looking at the drawbridge, exclaimed, his voice cracking. No, he was not looking at the drawbridge, but at the carriage coming across. The carriage, pulled by a huge gale-wind horse, had finished crossing the drawbridge, the people inside exiting. These were the people who would be handed over to Gustav as gladiators, or more correctly, as candidates to be gladiators. Haynes' eyes widened at the sight of these faces. Hyan, those idiots yet ended up getting caught. With both hands covering his face, Hyan stared down below him through the gaps between his large webbed fingers. Upon laying eyes on the new faces, Subaru understood the meaning of his words. The people brought and were all much like Hein Lazardman. Although the color of their scales suggested that they were possibly of a different ethnic group, they could still be broadly categorized as such. And Haynes' reaction was in response to knowing who they were. Hi, and even though you went as far as to use me as bait to get away, Subaru narrowed his eyes at Hyan, who muttered himself bitterly. During Sparka, when he tried again and again to get to know Hyan, and the others who had participated alongside him, he had been told the circumstances that had brought Hyan to the Gladiator Island. He had told Subaru that he had been made to play a decoy with his ability to change the color of his scales and blend in, and that he had been used as a sacrificial pawn to buy time for his friends to escape from slavers. That said, from Haynes' response, it was clear that they Subaru, they're the ones who use you as bait ha-hi-n-g-u-h. Tanza Hyansama. Haynes' expression changed once Subaru spoke his words, which made Tanza look at him with concern. Although Tanza was probably not fond of him, she probably held sympathy for a person with whom she had exchanged words. But once he saw that boy and that girl gazing at him, Hyan sniffled he, and Hyan serves me right, ending up making fools out of yourselves, cause you took advantage of me after all the pain they caused me. Ridiculous. Cecilus, Hyan, what, you got a problem? Or something. The fake Cecilus closed one eye at Haynes' words the latter, lashing out angrily, his mouth distorted at the former. When Hyan recklessly snapped at him in response to fake, Cecilus shook his head, no. Cecilus, I'm not criticizing you. I was just surprised and impressed at the same time, because it was just a mediocre statement by a mediocre character who exists just to be beaten. Hyan, I'm a character who exists just to be beaten. Cecilus, what else can I say? This is something I've been thinking about for quite a bit. But why do all these people who are supposed to be side characters always blurt out things that make them sound like they are side characters? Why don't they just read one of those picture books and understand how foolish it all sounds? In front of Hyan, whose voice trembled to fake, Cecilus clasped his hands up high together. With a dry sound of fake, Cecilus drew the attention of those around him to himself. Cecilus, look around and see for yourselves I haven't read every story I can find of the past and the present of every location, but if you read ones that catch your eye from cover to cover, you'll find that there are many members to their cast of famous ones say and do things worthy of their renown, and those who aren't say and do things that are worthy of their stupidity, and this applies to reality outside pictures book more than you might think. Hyan, what the fuck are you talking about? Cecilus, weak people say things that seem weak, strong people say things that seem strong, the leading actors say the coolest things, and the minor characters whisper in a voice that's hard to hear. Oh, it's all so bizarre and strange, don't you think? Hyan, Cecilus, why are you all so eager to play the smallest roles out of your own? Well, we're all actors who need to live out our own lives. Of course, the lead actor can only be me. Keeping their gazes focused on him, the fake Cecilus lightly tapped on the ground under his zori, focusing not only their gazes, but also their hearing all toward himself. And, Cecilus, why don't you think things over before you say anything? That statement makes you sound kind of like a small fry who's about to die high in HK. Hyan swallowed, as the fake Cecilus brought his face closer to him, staring at him from below. With a smile on his face, despite Haynes' reaction, the fake Cecilus swiftly backed away, but Hyan seemed to be afraid of the fake Cecilus' eyes and found himself panting. And with that, Hyan turned his back to run away from the fake Cecilus and Subaru. Hyan, what, leave me alone? The only time I'm getting involved with Cha is when we're together as a unit. And Subaru, what about those people down there? I thought they were your companions. Subaru stopped Hyan as he was about to leave, asking him a question. Hearing Subaru's word, Hyan exhaled with a ha. Hyan, it's as I said, they used me as bait, and after that they fucked up. I don't give a shit about those idiots. Subaru, but when you dropped that bag down the cliff, they shared their food with you, didn't they? Hearing Subaru's words, Haynes' eyes widened with an ah. To Haynes' astonishment, Subaru continued with more than that. Subaru, they helped you get away from bandits, and when you couldn't start a fire, they did it for you. The last thing you remember about them might be a bad memory, but Hyan, Subaru, it's too lonely to think that the last thing you saw of them makes up everything about those people. There was a saying that a person would show their true colors in extreme circumstances. How ridiculous, Subaru wanted to say, as to tell him to discard that logic. It was ridiculous to assume that when a person was placed in an extraordinary, uncontrollable situation, the actions they took there would determine everything about them. Then would what Hyan Whites and Idra had done during Sparka be their true colors? Would Subaru think they were a scaredy cat, a coward, and a fraud, and that all there was to them? There were moments they would cooperate with Subaru, without running away, without outsmarting them, without deceiving them, and that was why they were all here together like this, having narrowly escaped from death. That was why. Subaru, if you talked to them, you might get a different story. Even Subaru had been unable to love the people who he now loved from the get-go. He had also seen the less pleasant sides of those people. Still, Subaru wanted like everyone, and Subaru believed himself to not be the sole unique person in this regard. Hyan, yes sir, a creepy little brat, always talking like you know-it-all at Subaru's appeal. Hyan muttered something that sounded spiteful. From his point of view, it had to be quite sickening to be told a story that he did not remember telling Subaru, and yet with a face portraying a thought that preceded the eeriness he felt. Hyan, they'll never get past Sparka, so it's impossible. With that, Hyan walked away from his perch this time without stopping. But did he realize that Haynes' answer did not come from his feelings at that moment, but was merely an excuse as to why he could not do those things, because the situation would become even more suffocating? Did he realize that if the circumstances changed, that excuse would no longer be tenable? Tanza, Schwartzama, I am sorry to hear about Hyansama and his acquaintances, but... As Hyan turned away, Tanza gently touched Subaru's sleeve. Her round eyes were shimmering with impatience, accompanied with sympathy. Out of the obstacles they had overcome, one of them was the drawbridge. Because she had seen the bridge with her own 2 eyes, it must have strengthened her resolve to escape the island. Naturally, for Tanza, getting off this island was much, much more important to her than Haynes' feelings, of course. It was the same for Subaru. Subaru also had things that were important to him and things that he wanted to prioritize. There was no need to compare Hyan with what Subaru had encountered in the past. Yet, Cecilis Bassa, that's what's called a thorny path, Subaru Cici. As Subaru fought the boiling, burning sensation in depths of his chest, the fake Cecilis told him that. When Subaru turned to look at him, the fake Cecilis let out a hup, then stood nimbly atop the railing in front of him. It was a sight that made him feel a tad uneasy, but the fake Cecilis dexterously balanced himself on the narrow railing. Cecilis, it's rare that we get everything to be the way we want them, no matter how many of the best choices we make under the circumstances we find ourselves in. There's a precondition for those beings who obtain everything, the qualification of being the chosen leading actor. If you do not possess it, and you want something you're undeserving of. Subaru, what if I do? Cecilis, only death awaits, isn't that so? As the fake Cecilis stated, so his body leaned heavily toward the other side of the railing. Seeing this, Tanza's eyes widened, and she quickly tried to reach out her hand. But faster than she could do, so the fake Cecilis, bending at the knees, killed the momentum of his fall. Then, crouching, he came faceta-face with Subaru in front of the railing and Cecilis, so it's much easier to have things move along, if you think of them as what needs to be done whether you like it or not. Subaru, what needs to be done. Cecilis, yes, that's right, accepting what is in front of you as supremely natural, coming to the conclusion. You can't change destiny. Those who cannot overcome obstacles with their own strength will inevitably stagnate on the road ahead. You've got no choice but to carve open your own path. That's what needs to be done regardless of what you think about it. The fake Cecilis said this while squatting down, skillfully maintaining his posture, without moving a single muscle. As Subaru was bombarded directly by those words or rumors about the fake, Cecilis resurfaced in Subaru's mind. It had been said that in the sparkle which the fake Cecilis had participated in, he had not acted until all of his allies had been wiped out. Then, as soon as he had been left alone, he had killed the gladiator beast by his lonesome, and since then he had been fighting to the death, without the members of his unit at his side, taking the lives of everyone he came to face. Subaru, is that why you don't help others, Cici? Cecilis, you must be able to clear your way through any obstacle by yourself. If you accomplish things by borrowing the strength of others, you won't be able to overcome the same thing the next time you encounter it. You can't borrow power forever. People will eventually die. Even I am not immortal. His intentions were understandable. His logic, too, was not impossible to comprehend. But that was a type of logic that only the fake Cecilis could declare. Because he was strong, someone who could cut through problems. It was very harsh and unkind. Subaru, you say that, Cici, but sometimes encounters can change a person you know, then that changed person might overcome the next obstacle besides. Cecilis, besides. Standing on one foot on the railing, the fake Cecilis rested his elbow on his bent knee and rested his hand on his chin, scowling at that face, holding back a grin. Subaru bared his teeth. As an ordinary person who was unable to live alone to this superhuman, who could get through anything on his own. Subaru, Cici, you say to treat it as what needs to be done regardless of my feelings, but it's important to keep this feeling of not being able to do that. Cecilis. Subaru, this feeling of not being able to throw away my personal feelings to do something is a driving force, to save someone else, even if I'm told this is the selfishness of a naive brat, because that's what it is. Indeed, that was what Subaru would like to believe. The size of one's body did not matter. This was something that Natsuki Subaru thought, no matter how big or small he was. A belief in naive logic that could not be disregarded by cleverness posed as mature. Cecilis, aha. Hearing Subaru's declaration, the fake Cecilis' expression changed from a thin smile to a big, satisfied grin. Seeing that out of the corner of his eye, Subaru decided what he needed to do and walked away. Tanza, Schwartz, Sama, Segment, Sama, What are? Cecilus, oh, that's great, boss, so that fits my logic. As well, cool people say cool things, strong people say things that seem strong. Both casts start by saying things that are worthy of their standing. That's the very spirit of someone who rebels against fate. Tanza Segmentsama. Tanza turned on the fake Cecilus, who was cackling on the railing. However, Subaru had no time to spend on these two people. There were two places that he needed to go to, and although he could just stop by the first, he needed to have a little discussion persuasion, or perhaps a somewhat baseless accusation for the other one. That was something he would have to get ready for later, and Subaru, old man, no. Quickly heading back inside the island, Subaru rushed to the healing room. As he flung the door open, he saw the back of a panicked figure that had been secretly dozing off inside. The old man with a thin body, an untended long beard, and the impression of cotton swab was old man Null, the healer, cooped up in the healing room. Null shook his head and blinked at the visitor who had rushed into the room. Subaru, the latter, prefaced his question with sorry, and then, Subaru, the thing I asked for, is it ready? 2. Looks like they're having the next Sparka. We should have a reason to go watch. High and loathed whites who, unable to read the situation, had made such an invitation. Since they had been assembled as members of the same unit, they frequently had no choice but to be together. However, from the beginning, Hyan had never gotten along with whites. In addition to that, he knew that this was where he himself, who would impulsively flare up at people and who had poor chemistry with whites, who was genuinely courageous, who could not back down, would be the first to spew inflammatory words. Even though he knew this, he had never been able to fix it. Because of that, he had been through utterly terrible experiences up to this point. He had been sent to Jinnenhive as a gladiator. That mess, too, had been caused by the disaster his mouth had made. It was true that the people he'd been working with had used him as a sacrificial pawn in order to get away from slavers, but in the first place it had been Haynes' own slip of the tongue which had drawn the slavers' attention to them. Though frustrated for being incapable of even finding a decent job, for merely a day he had gotten into a barroom fight with a group of clearly dangerous people and was held accountable for it. After days and days of being on the receiving end of a hairy pursuit, it finally reached the point of turning to direct violence, and for his comrades to save themselves, a decision was made. High and damn it, I know that. Though he was a scaredy cat, he was short-tempered and would flare up at people. That was the reason he had incurred problems. And yet, until the very end, his comrades did not abandon him. Reluctant to keep relying on others and try to look good, he had told them, if it becomes hopeless, please, just abandon me despite having. Said this, however, on his mind had been the thought that they did not have the courage to abandon him. At the very end of the end, convinced that they were scaredy cats just like him, that they would not have the courage to abandon one of their comrades, he had been taking advantage of them. High and I know that I'm the most hopeless of me all, damn it. Being abandoned, being used as bait, being used as a sacrificial pawn had been foolish of him to make a big fuss about it. That it had been a very foolish thing. High himself understood that. But were he to go on without saying that he would be unable to protect his own heart, he was not at fault, and yet his comrades had been the ones in the wrong that had made him suffer. He firmly wished to believe that. At the very least, by cursing his comrades in that manner, cursing them who had escaped harm, he wanted to justify himself. High and despite that, why the hell did Yo get caught too? After all the trouble he had gone through getting himself caught like this and thrown into such a hopeless situation, why had they gotten themselves caught as well with his justification? To curse them snatched away Hine was nothing more than an asshole. Degraded to being merely an asshole, he had no choice but to watch his friends die helplessly here. It appears a unit's been established with the people that were brought in this time, unlike how it was with us back, then they're being thrown in as soon as they arrive. With his arms crossed, with his voice trembling, Idra looked down upon the gladiatorial arena from his seat among the spectators. Idra attempted to hide his trembling voice, but to no avail. Idra may be strong, but deep down, he was not very different from the scaredy cat. Hyen. Even then, Idra had the determination to put on a guise of strength. Hyen did not. He was miserable. Gustav, from here on out, the Sparka commences. As the seating crowded with gladiators, the heavy voice of Gustav, the governor, reverberated through the crowd. Although they'd had no leisure for noticing it during their own Sparka, in one corner of the gladiatorial arena, there was a stage from which Gustav could look out over the audience, or rather a place where dignitaries would be seated during the shows. From there, Gustav looked down upon the venue with his 4 arms spread aloft. At that moment, directly beneath Gustav, a passageway leading to the back of the gladiatorial arena opened, and from its interior, closed off with an iron fence, a gladiator beast slowly emerged. It was a witch beast different from the one Hyen, and the others had fought a very, very large rat with soft looking fur wrapped around its entire body, and bird wings growing out of both of its arms. However, the differences between the two amounted to only their appearance, and there was no sizable distinctions in their ferocity or danger. That was what Haynes' instinctive alarm bells conveyed to him. In other words, it would not be the case in which just because it was a different gladiator beast, the difficulty of Sparka would be reduced. White, so looks like these are the participants this time. As he heard the low roar of the gladiator beast as Whites had stated the fence of the passageway in front of them open, and from there, the participants of this spark, the 5 lizard men emerged. The scales of each and every single one of them shook with anxiety and tension. All of their faces were familiar to Hyan. That final hope of having mistaken them, because he had viewed them from a distance, had been crushed. Suddenly turning his face downward, Hyan realized that there was nowhere for him to run. Just what had caused this, the scaredy cat Hyan had survived the Sparka. Being brought to the same place as Hyan and his comrades, would be unable to survive the Sparka, would end up losing their lives. Just what in the world was this curse? That they had to suffer through this had it been a result of his cursing. If so, the effect of Hain's cursing had to be a considerable one then. He would curse everyone on this island with the exception of himself. No, he would rather curse everyone within this empire, curse them, until he ran out of curses. And yet, Idra idiot. Hyan, to begin with, if he were to curse anyone, he would start with the slavers who had left him and his comrades here. Hyan, having been engaged with such fanciful and unhelpful retreats from reality, was brought back to his senses by Idra's dumbfounded mutterings. What had occurred with his eyes wide open in astonishment, Idra stared at the gladiatorial arena, and doing that was not just Idra, but was also Whites next to him. No, was not just the 2 of them. The multitude of gladiators in the audience of the venue were all staring in amazement. The reason for that was clear, and looking down at the gladiatorial arena, Hain's expression became the same as those of the others, because beside the 5 lizard men was the figure of a 6th person who was not supposed to be. Hyan, what the hell are you doing, Schwartz? His throat trembling, Hyan called out the name of the one who should not be there, the name of the black-haired boy. The boy from whom he had just parted at that vantage point, the boy who had spoken to him so cheekily, turned around upon hearing Hain's pitiful exclamation. Then present in the midst of the lizard men, trembling at the life-threatening Sparka, before with a snap, he pointed at the face of Hyan in the audience and declared he had been asked what he was doing, and so Subaru the strongest reinforcement. So he declared, Chapter 67, Hidden Behind the Molar. 1. At first, when Old Man Null heard Subaru's request, his mouth, with several missing teeth, distorted in a grandiose manner. From what had heard, Old Man Null was a healer on the island in name only, as he had never done anything like treating others, hence he was acting as an imitation doctor. Old Man Null had been at the island before Gustav had taken over as island chief and governor in a period during which the island had been much harsher and deadly. He had happened to obtain the role of a healer. It had all started when he did nothing more but to apply a dirty cloth on an open wound of a gladiator who had lost their arm. With that as the genesis of him treating people, the number of times he was being called upon increased, and before long he was excused from having to stand in the gladiatorial arena as a gladiator, being ordered to work as a healer in the healing room. From there on out, he spent a long time as a healer, and befitting his position, came across plenty of bloody scenes. Thanks to that, he became able to at least do stuff like stitching up wounds or mixing simple drugs with the belief he would live peacefully as a healer until he died. He gave a smile with his yellow teeth. Subaru also felt guilty for having caused Old Man Null's face to distorted in such a grandiose manner. However, if Subaru were to try and actualize the things that he wished to do upon the island, the things that he had to do, then no matter what, that was an indispensable thing. That was why Subaru had made a request to Old Man Null, who was doing a praiseworthy job of saving people. Subaru, can you prepare a poison that can instantly kill a person just by biting or licking it? 2. He felt terrible for Old Man Null. But this was necessary. It would be a bigger problem for Subaru to pass out in the middle of a fight or survive some half-ass way. There had to be a way for him to start over. And once he obtained the means to do so, Subaru would be absolutely perfect. Subaru, well, it'd help if my legs were a little longer. Such complaints were the opinion of those who came across a situation in battle where a single big step was not enough. Of course, that one step was forcefully solved by rushing 2 steps ahead, even faster to the next opportunity, by repeating trial and error to find the best action. He could grasp the desired future. That was why, Gustav, that is enough. You have done well to survive Sparka by my jurisdiction. As the official, I accept you all as members of the Gladiator Island. The resounding declaration, conveyed in a baritone, commended the end of fierce battle waged in the gladiatorial arena. In the middle of the gladiatorial arena was the corpse of a gladiator beast lying on its back, with 2 swords, one large and one small, pierced into its body. Its 2 wings and long tail had been severed, leaving it in a pitiful state. But the way it had utilized its wings to move, and its attacks used its sharp tail, had truly been troublesome. Since conquering those two problems had been absolutely necessary to damage its body, he just wished to put out there that they had not hurt it needlessly. And Subaru, Gustavson seriously. Breathing heavily, his shoulders heaving, Subaru looked up at Gustav, standing at the seat's position closest to the arena. The governor of the island, with his 4 burly arms crossed, had overseen the spark's conclusion. He seemed like an obstinate and flexible man, but Subaru had not expected even his declaration of its terminus to be the same word for word. It was hard to imagine that he had coincidentally used the same words for both his battle and for Subaru's groups, which made it seem that Gustav's declaration was probably the same every time. Anyway, we did it, we did it, we did it, we survived, we survived. We're alive, Ayuea. I can't believe it. I thought it was the end of the world. Maybe we died and went to Odi Lagna. Around the corpse of the gladiator beast were 5 people, each one with their own way of being stunned and rejoicing at their victory. They were Orson Hitz, Nadri Quanson, and Kadle, all of them lizard men, but no two were the same ethnicity, and the formula for victory had been understanding everyone's unique characteristics and how they worked together. As had been the case with whites at all, victory would not have been achievable were any of them not present. Of course, it would have been impossible without Subaru. But they won. With a snap, Subaru pointed his finger towards Gustav at the seats closest to the arena. Gustav's stern face remained unchanging even with Subaru's provocative attitude, only reacting by squinting his eyes. Without saying a word, Gustav turned his back and walked away from the seats, returning to the island. Cleaning up the corpse and dealing with the surviving gladiators was left to the guards as subordinates. Schwartz Subaru, oh. As Subaru watched Gustav walk away, someone running toward him called out his name. It was Hyan, having jumped down from the stands and made a run for Subaru. He seemed to have the scales of his entire body standing on end, and grabbing Subaru's shoulder with his large webbed fingers, he voiced, "Hyan, what the hell were you thinking? No, how did Cha end up back in the Sparka in the first place?" Subaru, punishment, yeah, punishment. Hyan, it was punishment. Subaru, yeah, the other gladiators told me that if you disobey Gustav-san or the guards, the administration of the island, you'll be warned at first and punished thereafter. Malicious offenders are subject to the curse. After speaking to several gladiators, he had made sure by corroborating it. Everyone seemed to know Gustav's desire to not waste gladiators and have their numbers reduced as much as possible, and there was a common understanding of the rules laid out. Punishment, in other words, forced participation in a Sparka performed by an unrelated unit. Subaru Sparka is a rite of passage for people who are going to become new gladiators, and those who have already become gladiators don't participate. They have their own units, so there's no reason for them to do it. In addition, the unit assembled for Sparka would be determined at random, composed a selection of people who entered Gladiator Island at the time of the Sparka. In other words, choosing people one was compatible with choosing people one like were both impossible. Being paired with people whose capabilities, strong suits, or even identity were unknown, and being forced to work with them to defeat the gladiator beast in order to complete it was quite the daunting task. A dangerous death match in which participation held no merit, but where the possibility of death was all too great. It was unanimous among the gladiators' statement Sparka had been their toughest death match on the Gladiator Island. Subaru, well, now it seems that because of Cece, there's perception that the death match done with him are the worst. Hyan, I get why you joined that Sparka, but Subaru, Hyan, in the first place, why did Cha have to be punished? And no, it's strange that you could join the Sparka immediately after all that talk up there. It's like... There Hyan took a pause in his angered speech, letting his gaze wander. Subaru shrugged his little shoulders at Haynes' hesitance to speak the words remaining from that sentence. He sort of understood what Hyan wanted to say. Subaru, it's like I was trying to help Orson and the others, Hyan HK. Subaru, you're not wrong. If I weren't present, all of them would have been killed. In fact, even with Subaru, the situation of the battle was terrible. Because to be as one with them who were no better suited for fighting than Hyan, he had to start by becoming their ally, considering they were united as fellow lizardmen. It was rather helpful, though, recalling seeing Chaos Flame. Subaru, from what I got, you were all trying to get to Chaos Flame Hyan Wa. Subaru, you should really talk about that kind of stuff after all you guys got to see each other again. As he said, the Subaru put his hand atop Haynes' hand on his shoulder. Hyan stared into Subaru's black eyes with his slit-pupiled eyes wide open, staring back at him. Subaru cocked his chin towards the 5 lizardmen. The 5 who had been basking in the joy of their survival gradually regained composure enough to look around them. Then one of them, Kadle, noticed Haynes' presence. And then, Kadle, Hyan, it's Hyan, he's alive, he's alive. Kadle's voice rang out with a jovial look on his face. And then the other 4 looked at Hyan. They all expressed their delight at Haynes' presence reacting positively to him. Witnessing Haynes' face contort seeing his fellow lizardmen's reactions, Subaru spoke. Subaru, this is a chance I risk my life for favorite bro. Slapping his hunchback, Subaru sent Hyan off in the direction of his comrades. Hyan hesitated a few times, but then moved forward with faltering steps and... Hyan Schwartz Subaru, yeah. Hyan, thanks. With that said, Hyan walked up to the 5 lizardmen awaiting him Orson, and the others held no animosity or malice toward Hyan, because Subaru already knew why the 5 had been captured and brought to the Gladiator Island. There would be no reason for them to be at odds with each other provided they were able to talk it over proper. Schwartz-sama Subaru wo. As he watched Haynes' reunion with his friends, he was startled by a voice from behind. Having hopped into the air, so surprised that he broke out into a coughing fit. Subaru. Subaru, that was close. I almost died. Don't scare me like that. That is what I ought to say. Why are you doing that? So, suddenly do you want to die? Subaru, no, I don't want to die. Tanza scolded Subaru, who turned around with his hand over his mouth, chastising him harshly. The little girl's vehement protest had Subaru shaking his head helplessly. Tanza, however, looked not at all convinced by this excuse. Tanza, I was very surprised to see you join their Sparka out of the blue, and knowing it was a result of you defying Governor Gustav, I cannot help but think you were throwing away your life because you felt it unneeded. Subaru, that would be a misunderstanding. I don't think there's many people who understand the value of life better than I do. Know that's why I saved Haynes' friends too. Tans, I am speaking about your own life. I am glad that you were able to save them because it turned out well in the end. But from my point of view, there were many times when you were in a dangerous spot. This is simply a miracle. Subaru, a miracle, huh? Dropping the tone of her voice, Tanza chided Subaru's recklessness from a pragmatic point of view, just as she had stated, and it was probably true that there had been a number of harrowing moments as she watched. Subaru could understand why Tanza wished call a miracle, but it had not been one. Subaru miracles come from God, but this one's my doing, ergo, it had been no miracle. It was proof that Natsuki Subaru had kicked away such a shitty fate. Tanza, you acted so recklessly just to help Hyansama. Companions, or is this just retaliation for your tit-for-tat with Segmon-sama? Subaru, no, it's true that I was angry at Cece, but I did have to be really crazy to risk my life. For that, I had a good reason for saving Haynes' friends, Tanza. Subaru, those eyes are awfully filled with suspicion. It was amazing how steep a drop there had been in the persuasiveness of Subaru's explanation, with his shoulders slumped under Tanza's distrustful gaze as if she were looking at a criminal caught red-handed. Subaru muttered weakly, it's true. Tanza let out a small exhale at Subaru's pathetic state. Tanza, then what is your goal, Schwartz-sama Subaru? As Tanza changed her attitude and moved on from the topic, Subaru turned around once more to answer her question. Hyan and his 5 companions were talking together. Subaru could hear a subtle rise in the pitch of Haynes' voice as he spoke. That was why. Subaru, maybe we should wait a little longer before we talk about it. Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, those eyes are awfully filled with suspicion. Exasperated by such a lack of trust in himself coming from her, Subaru surreptitiously stuck his finger in his mouth. Then he double-checked the position of the package hooked to a molar. Subaru, what laid there was a last resort that Subaru had requested Old Man No to concoct. He had seized this loop by overcoming a desperate challenge, and he absolutely did not want to accidentally ruin it with an inadvertent mistake. He had to be very careful not to die from careless mistakes. Thinking, the Subaru stuffed a wrapped drug behind his molar. 3. According to what Orson's group said, it seems Chaos Flame's been destroyed. Tanza. At the bitter-faced Haynes report, Tanza lowered her round eyebrows, her eyes cast downwards. Even thought she had imagined the worst situation possible. That did not ease the shock of being told that it had actually come to pass. Even if someone knew they would trip and fall, it would hurt all the same once they fell down. After Sparkle was over Orson, and the others having survived without a hitch and been welcomed as gladiators, were then led by the guards to show them around the island's facilities and common rooms. Although they were comrades, they and Hyan were from different units, so they could not be together, so Hyan had steeply made his entrance in Subaru and Tanza's room, who were in the same unit as him. And that was how he had shared the story Subaru had wanted to know. Hyan, you wanted these kind of stories from the outside, right? You can't get any information from outside if you stay on this island. After all, Subaru, it's half and half. No, let's make about 7 to 3 the side with the 7's the one where Haynes and Orson's group are. Hyan, what are you saying, you creepy kid? Hyan spoke as if he meant it, but with his arms crossed he turned away. Subaru was glad to see that Hyan had gotten his feelings in order and had thought on what Subaru's purpose in joining that Sparka had been. Haynes' expression seemed to brighten up somewhat surely, because he had been able to hear the important topics from Orson and the rest. That was, "Hi, and those idiots were caught trying to get me back from the slave traders. There's really no salve on them. Subaru, God, and Fate are both heartless. That's why I helped them, or should I say we. Hi, and have, what do you mean in reality? You're the only one who participated in the Sparka. Subaru, hi, and you got down on your knees, was not running down your nose, and requested earnestly, I beg of you, to help me please, Schwartz-sama. Hi, and don't talk nonsense." A hand stretched out and grabbed his head and shook him about then letting go of the now dizzy Subaru. The sniffling Hyen noticed Tanza's state. Hyen called out to the girl with a pipsqueak as she remained with her eyes cast down after hearing the story about Chaos Flame. Hyen, are you feeling down about Chaos Flame? Why? Tanza Chaos Flame is my hometown when the city was near collapse it. Hyen too see that's it, huh? Haynes' eyes swayed from side to side, puzzled by the unexpected reply. His character being vulnerable to accidents had slipped out, but he immediately shouted, but, "Hi, and it certainly seems that the town was destroyed, but story is the people who lived there didn't get wiped out. Everyone from that town went to a different place, and it ain't easy to explain. But, Tanza, it is hard to explain. Hi, nah, I just don't know how much of it I should believe." With that preamble, Hyen hesitated about what words to say next, but the interests of Tanza and Subaru were directed towards a follow-up to his story. Having sensed that, Hyen breathed a heavy sigh, and then, Hyen, apparently there's a big rebellion going on outside the lot from Chaos Flame, said to be joining that rebellion. Well, story goes that the head of the Demon City raised rebellion's overshooting, and the city was also obliterated as a result of her foolishness. Eek. Tanza Yurna-sama is not foolish. Hyen, I'm sorry, I ain't really getting why, but I'm sorry. Hyen, apologizing, quickly squeaked out a frightened voice at Tanza's sharp gaze. Once again, Hyen was incurring the wrath of someone else with his unnecessary bravado, but behind him Subaru found some points of relief in what he had just said. Of course, that was assuming he believed everything in what Hyen had relayed from his conversation with Orson's group. Subaru Chaos Flame may be done for, but Yurna-san and the townspeople are fine if there's talk of rebellion. It looks like Abel and the others are safe and sound. The battle to retake the imperial capital would not be able to proceed with Abel gone. In other words, Abel was still alive. He hoped that Medium Tarita and even Al were also safe. Hopefully Lewis was also safe by Yorna's side. Subaru, as I thought, there's no time to waste. Upon obtaining even a partial idea of the situation outside, Subaru's desire to go outside grew stronger. Naturally, he was worried about everybody in Chaos Flame, but also the people in Garrow whom Yorna and Abel's group would try to converge with. About Rem. He had a feeling that if she were to find out had been shrunken, assuredly she would get angry with him again. Subaru, even though I really wanted to show Rem my reliable aspects. Personally, he thought that he was now in better shape, his head clearer. But Subaru could not justify the fact that his outward appearance lacked persuasive power. The fact that Tanza was constantly shifting her eyes to him in suspicion was probably not unrelated to his small body. In any case, Subaru MH, I got it. Thanks, Hyen, you helped me out. Hyen, the ones who got helped out were whatever as long as you get it. Hyen gave Subaru an awkward reply, the latter having thanked him, giving a small chuckle at the way he was answered. Subaru was thinking he should follow up on Tanza's side. Schwartz, the governor's calling for you. Outside the common room. The voice of a guard at the Gladiator Island clad in a black uniform called out, hearing that summon Haynes. Expression stiffened and Tanza's eyes widened in surprise. She looked at the guard. Tanza, Governor Gustav is calling for Schwartz-sama. Why, guard, I haven't heard. There's also no reason to converse. Obey. Quietly, or else. Subaru, it's all right, I'd go with you obediently, even if you weren't being so hostile. By the way, would you punish me in case I didn't? Comply. Guard. Subaru, kidding. Faced with Subaru's talkativeness, who had won, I closed the guard, who was in the prime of his life, contorted his lips. It was obvious that he was not very fond of Subaru. Of course he wasn't. This guard happened to have been present when Subaru had been talking with Gustav before the Sparka. This was because he was also someone who had seen the trigger for Subaru to participate in Sparka, or in other words, he had been present. When Subaru had become subject to punishment from his point of view, Subaru's true nature would seem like a mystery. Because he was ready to join a Sparka of his own volition, he was surely a kid who was out of his mind. Subaru, well, I'm heading out for a bit. Tanza, please be a good girl, and wait for me. Tanza, though it is you, Schwartz-sama, do take care to moderate your mischief. Subaru, yeah, I can't argue with that. At Tanza's stifled tone of voice, Subaru's wry smile grew deeper and deeper. With that obeying the guard who silently urged him to hurry up, Subaru left the room. Just then, Hyan called out towards Subaru's back, with Schwartz Hyan unwell. Subaru, what's up? Hyan on no, take care of yourself, Tobias will be in trouble if the number of people in our unit decreases, even if you are how you are. After all, Subaru's face became puzzled at those disingenuous words of concern. Then he immediately spit out a puff and nodded back at Hyan. Subaru, yep, I know I'll see you later. With a wave of his hand, Subaru temporarily parted from Tanza and Hyan then, while following the back of the guard walking in front of him. Subaru was Gustafsson angry. Guard the governor is not one to get emotional unlike me. Upon the implication that he should not provoke him with any unnecessary words, Subaru ducked his head in dejection. And thus the two of them saw Subaru off as he was taken away by the guards. Whites, hey, what did that Schwartz kid do? Idra just now what the guards took him away for, was it for something other than the Sparka? With those words, Whites and Idra showed up in a room where Tanza and Hyan had stayed behind. They too had watched Subaru's Sparka from the spectator seats. Naturally, there were many things they wanted to ask Subaru, the perpetrator of such recklessness. Although while they had not been as cornered as Hyan had been, it was not like their tempers would have been as short as to make them jump down from the spectator seats. But, Whites, Tanza, are you aware of what's going on? Tanza, I am both somewhat aware and unaware. It is complicated. It seems that Schwartz-sama is hiding things from me as well. Whites, he's a suspicious guy, though he has some skills in his own way. After Tanza spoke, whose eyes were turned down Whites, and Idra exchanged glances and heaved a sigh. Listening to the conversation of those three, Hyan remained silently still, although he was a lizard man, making it difficult to discern his expression. His eyes swaying from side to side made it obvious that he was worrying about something. As a result, the three called out to him with Hyan and Hyansama, respectively, and Idra, what's with that face? Hyan, know you guys are also aware that Schwartz kid got mixed up in the Sparka on purpose, right? Idra, that's what it seems everybody thought upon seeing that situation. Idra answered the faltering Haines' words, and Tanza and Whites both nodded their heads in agreement. This seemed to be the common understanding of all the gladiators who had witnessed the battle in the gladiatorial arena. Then, from anyone's perspective, the Sparka, held during the present day, would not have been a success without Subaru's active participation. Whites, for me, I didn't know what his intentions were in doing that, but Hyan, I ain't got any idea either. But, Whites, but what? Hyan, I ain't exactly sure why he did that, but why he was able to do that, and no, maybe. You might get it as he continued with that the three aside from Hyan also seemed to understand. The question was not why Subaru had joined the Sparka, but how Subaru had joined the Sparka and been able to survive Tanza. Aside, that question was one not unrelated to Whites and Idra. Therefore, as he was met with a look of intense interest, Hyan gulped down his spit. And then, Hyan, something I heard of from those people who just came from outside, is that there seems to be a rumor going round that the illegitimate son of the Emperor's out there somewhere, so here's the thing. Everyone, Hyan, the rumors about a brat with black hair and black eyes. Chapter 68. Guidance of the Sword Wolf. 1. Gustav, wait for a moment, Schwartz, now. Let me look over this until I get to a good place to leave off. Having said this, Gustav did not even take a fleeting glance towards Subaru, whom he had summoned to the room. His gaze remained cast towards the desk upon the letter in his hands. Led by the guard, Subaru had been brought to the highest stratum of Jinnenheim. Behind a door that looked luxurious, Subaru was greeted by a simple plain room. Contained inside the spacious room was nothing except a desk to be used for work, a bookshelf to be used for work, and a toolbox to be used for work, since the room was too spacious for someone to know what to do. With it, it was possible that there had been more things filling it originally. The room to be used by the governor, which had been stripped of everything unnecessary for his work, had a very tidy look to it, displaying Gustav's no playing around nature. Pretty, well, it was conversely reassuring. Subaru, you tell me to wait until you find a good place to stop, but there aren't any chairs. Subaru was at a loss when Gustav had ordered him to wait in the room. But having been told to wait, he had no other options. With nothing to do for the moment, Subaru looked around the room until his eyes encountered a person who gave off a feeling of being out of place. Subaru had found them, or rather found them casually waving towards himself, the other person's sodden look on his face. Hey, Basu, you sure worked hard. You got some business with Gustav-san. Subaru suppressed a sigh and walked up to the fake Cecilus, the one who'd spoken to him in such an easygoing tone. Wondering what he could say, the relationship between Subaru and the fake Cecilus had become a bit more complicated again. To an extent, Subaru's participation in Sparka had been the result of the fake Cecilus incitement. Although Subaru did think he would have joined the Sparka, even if there had been no dispute. Subaru, Cece, I still really wanted to get back at you. There's no doubt in that. Cecilis, my getting back at me sure is quite the ambitious goal. Is that why you joined Sparka? If so, then sorry. Subaru, you're sorry. Cecilis, no. You see, I didn't go to see the Sparka that was going on earlier. Subaru's jaw dropped due to the fake. Cecilis answered the latter, sticking out his tongue in a quite indifferent manner. However, a surge of anger for screaming "you bastard" arose immediately. Subaru himself had become quite determined to prove him wrong, and Subaru himself had also rushed in for the sake of having Cecilis take back what he had said by having him see it with his own eyes. Subaru, you bastard. Cecilis, now, don't be angry, okay? I do understand your feelings of wanting to be angry, but it happens to be the case that I have my reasons too. Subaru, then how about you let me hear them? They better be good, or else. Cecilis, I mean I knew the outcome even without seeing it, and no Basu would have finished it quickly with a perfect showdown. Then there'd be no reason for me to go since my life wasn't on the line after all. Subaru, since he displayed no reaction to any amount of hounding, Subaru backed away from the fake Cecilis and his unchanging mannerisms. Being honest with himself, Subaru was aware that for everything he had done, it was only natural for Hein to call him a creepy little brat. Subaru, for someone on the outside, it'd be pretty fitting to also call Cece a creepy little brat. Cecilis, it may be that the people who achieve supremacy will always be incomprehensible to others, and no, in this case, both Basu and I fall into that category. Subaru, well, you really seem to think highly of me. Cecilis, yes, by now I'm pretty much convinced, so rest assured, and continue to pull off unconventional, off-the-mark, daring, and misguided acts. Subaru, I don't want to be off the mark or misguided, though Subaru's lips twisted in protest at the fake Cecilis, who was half-mindedly spouting a bunch of words along that sort. Then at the tail end of their back and forth, there was the heavy sound of a slam on the desk. Upon looking, the one to have made that noise had been Gustav, having finished reading the letter. Gustav rested his chin on two of his crossed arms, placing the remaining 2 arms atop the desk. Subaru was impressed that with 4 arms he could do nifty things like these. Subaru, I wonder if you were to put all 4 hands together, would it be too big to put your chin on? Cecilis, well, that's a good question. Gustav Sand's got an adequately large face, so it may be that surprisingly stacking 4 hands on top of each other would make it the perfect size. Could you put them on top of each other for a minute? Gustav, do you too lack the consideration to be quiet? Common sense would dictate that if you are waiting for someone to read a letter, silence would be valued. Subaru, Cecilis, but you didn't say anything. Their quibble had been a childish one devoid of logic, yet regardless, Subaru's and the fake Cecilis' excuses overlapped. Because of that, Subaru's feelings towards Gustav had become those of guilt. Sharing the same view as the fake Cecilis meant that Subaru had behaved in an absurd fashion. Subaru, Gustav said, I'm sorry I'm at fault here. Cecilis, aren't those thoughts of yours, sort of just thoughts of seeking acceptance? Be that as it may, since you've admitted your fault, I'm going to blame everything here on Basu. Gustav Schwartz is in my appraisal as the official humbler for having uttered an apology. In addition, I, in my capacity, do not recall granting Segma permission to enter this room. Subaru, oh, is that so? Well then, why are you here, Cece? Cecilis, naturally, that's because my plans are to be where I want to be when I want to be there. No one on this island can put shackles on my freedom, so I think that's a reasonable way to go about it. Nonchalantly, the fake Cecilis uttered about how he conformed to nobody. Subaru looked at Gustav with trepidation, but the chief of the island was still conflicted, his eyes closed and his brow furrowed. It seemed that the fake Cecilis' remarks were no lie, but of course, Gustav was not willing to overlook the situation, is how his position seemed to be. But, Subaru, no one can stop Cece, huh? Cecilis, yes, that's right, it's so-called special treatment, namely towards the leading actor of this world. Subaru, I don't really get what that means, but although expressed in a peculiar way, it was not hard to understand what the false Cecilis had been trying to say. Only were the fake Cecilis to not be mistaken in his statements, another major inconsistency would arise. Such a contradiction was something that Subaru could not ignore. Subaru, so Gustav said, I was told you wanted to see me, but is it okay if Cece stays here and listens to us? Gustav Segmont. Cecilis, please don't bother. Nobody will be able to drive me out. Don't worry. If what you talk about is related to me, it'll reach my ears. And if it's not about me, you'll forget about it quickly. My ability to forget's amazing. It's even possible that I'm forgetting a lot of important things at this very moment. Subaru, that's not amazing at all. Both Subaru and Gustav had given up because of the fake Cecilis' insolence, the latter puffing his chest out. Finally, without the room's occupants changing, Subaru headed towards Gustav. Just in front of him, the fake Cecilis watched on with his hands folded behind his head and his back against the wall. It was an inspection by a terribly strange actor. Subaru, forget about Cece. In the back you called me. Gustav, of course, it is a warning of punishment for your case of misconduct. Subaru, aren't you being roundabout on that? A low voice interrupted his statement, and Subaru frowned as he muttered. As per the rules of the Gladiator Island, after the warning came the punishment, and supposedly after that lay a death at the hands of the cursed rule, regardless of the final conclusion, for a warning to come after the punishment was the incorrect order of things. As Subaru pointed this out, Gustav's expression did not even twitch. Gustav Schwartz, you made a statement before me, the official, that threatened to disturb the order of the Gladiator Island. You ignored the warning and consequently reached the stage to be administered punishment. Are you not aware of this? Subaru, yeah, I am. Gustav, then you must vow to never speak of it again before me. As the official, never speak that you are planning to escape this island, or that you possess any other plan to oppose the will of His Excellency, the Emperor. His expression remained unchanging and unmoving. The look in his eyes and the tonality of his pupils also did not change. His tone of voice had a quietness akin to a giant boulder, yet it produced an overwhelming air of intimidation. If he were a bit more emotional, such as being angry or annoyed, then it would be easier for Subaru to understand. However, neither anger nor annoyance resided within Gustav. Subaru, an absurdly strong sense of duty. Gustav. Subaru, Gustav sent you owe His Excellency the Emperor a debt of gratitude. Gustav, are you attempting to sidestep the question? Subaru, nothing of the sort. He did not intend to sidestep it, nor was he in a position to. Gustav did not seem like he was willing to let Subaru leave without getting a firm pledge from him. Therefore, Subaru's question came from suspicion and interest towards a genuine Gustav. Since he roughly understood the position of the person Gustav called His Excellency the Emperor. Gustav, I have no personal connection with His Excellency the Emperor. As governor, I have been entrusted with the management of this island to endeavor my capacity in professional duties of my position. That is only natural, is it not? Subaru, you're saying that being overly serious is just your personality. Gustav, it is somewhat dishonest to describe the performance of one's natural duties as being serious, though is it not? Subaru ducked his head, not having intended to make fun of him, but it had been taken as a slanderous remark. Nevertheless, Gustav's answer was not what Subaru desired. Whether this was Gustav's true intention, or a front to hide it, he did not know. It was something that was impossible to know about Gustav without learning more about him. Subaru, in Gustav Sand's case, I don't think I'd be able to gain his trust, even if I tried 5 or 10 times. Subaru's successes to date had been due to what he believed to be a kind of suspension bridge effect created by the extreme conditions in which he had been placed. In the midst of Sparka, where lives were on the line, Subaru's words, spoken with an air of knowledge, seemed to pull everyone's attention away from their own situation. Getting to know them was the biggest reason why Natsuki Subaru had been able to surmount the Sparka. However, this method was quite difficult to pull off outside of Sparka. Gustav Schwartz, what is with that face? Subaru, no, I was wondering how I should melt Gustav Sand's frozen heart. Gustav, there is no such correlation between heart and ice. I ask you to refrain from speaking in the same manner as Segma for the sake of not increasing the seeds of headache burdening me in my capacity. Subaru's frivolous comments were answered seriously, and there was a hint of a laugh from the fake Cecilus in the back. Subaru and Gustav exchanged glances as they cooperated to ignore it, then they returned to the question that had not been answered once more. Gustav, you must once again pledge Schwartz that above your activities as a gladiator of this island, you shall obey me in my capacity. As the governor, you shall refrain from doing anything that goes against the will of His Excellency the Emperor. Subaru, closing his eyes, Subaru repeated Gustav's statement in his head upon making a proud declaration that he would leave the island. Subaru had been given a warning by Gustav, and when he still did not correct it, Gustav had sent him to Sparka with the goal of punishing him. If what the gladiators had stated was correct, the warning would be followed by a punishment, and if that had no effect, then the penalty of the curse rule would ensue. Then there was something Subaru had to make sure of no matter what. It was a confirmation that was absolutely necessary for Subaru and the others to get off the Gladiator Island. Gustav Schwartz, your answer, Subaru, definitely a no. Gustav, in response to the low, insistent question, Subaru proudly raised his voice, his chest puffed out. Gustav's brow furrowed at the answer. As he went silent after seeing this quietude, Subaru immediately understood that the true meaning of his words had not been conveyed in the way he had just said them, and so rephrasing them was necessary. Subaru, no means I refuse, I'm sorry, but I can't accept what you say, Gustavson. I've already decided that I'm going to get out of here no matter how stupid it may be. 2. Breaking down the words that may not have been conveyed, Subaru so declared once more that he would escape from Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, spoken to none other than the island's governor himself, Gustav Morello, with complete confidence. Gustav, Subaru's answer was not what Gustav had sought, of course. He let the astounding sternness of his face simmer, without changing his expression or the intensity of his eyes. Simmering like magma, waiting to erupt, Gustav swore. Cecilus, aha. A moment later, a high-pitched laugh coercively disturbed a magma about to erupt. The one laughing hysterically was the fake Cecilus at the back of the room, nonchalantly eavesdropping on their conversation. The fake Cecilus, as he laughed, hysterically wiped away tears from his eyes with his fingers. Cecilus, definitely no, he says. I don't know what no means, but I personally really like it because it gives me a strong sense of rebellion, Wabasu. You just don't know fear. Well, I don't dislike it, rather I quite like it. Subaru, I think of Cece as a creepy little brat. Cecilus, ah. The fake Cecilus never stopped laughing as he slapped and stomped his feet on the spot. Despite the fake Cecilus' uproarious laughter pouring cold water on him, Subaru's words of rejection to Gustav had not worn away. Gustav Schwartz, as the official, I have warned you and punished you for not recanting your comments. Furthermore, I have given you another chance to rectify your attitude, yet you still possess no intention of doing so. Subaru, I don't hate you or anything Gustav said. It's the Empire I hate. Gustav, in my capacity, I do not possess the right to twist your subjective opinion about liking or disliking individuals. Implication was Gustav had stated he did not care if he was disliked, but it was true that Subaru did not dislike Gustav. Subaru did not know him well enough to decide whether he liked or disliked him. To make a decision about someone based on first impressions would be such a ridiculous decision. Subaru, that is, unless they kiss the hand of a girl. I like, of course, Gustav. Subaru, I was talking to myself about someone completely unrelated to this. Subaru glanced at Gustav, regretting the words that came out of his mouth so suddenly. From Gustav's point of view, Subaru must have been the most troublesome child to deal with, even though he had sent Subaru to Sparka under the guise of punishment. Subaru had not shown any repentance. Gustav had certainly realized that Subaru had not taken it as punishment, and if that were to happen, Subaru, will you actually reprimand me aside from warning and punishing me, Gustav-san? Gustav, if you do not recant your opinion, at worst I in my capacity am compelled to do so in accordance with the power vested in me as the official. Subaru, I see then, why don't you do it, Gustav? Tilting his head, Subaru replied to Gustav as if it were nothing. Hearing Subaru's words, Gustav's expression shifted slightly. It was not the action of wrinkling his brow nor of rubbing it, but rather his cheeks stiffened. It was not that he was pondering it over, but it was rather the reaction of one who had been hit in a sore spot. Subaru, you can use it to punish me, the curse rule that's been put on all the gladiators on the island. I'm a cheeky brat who doesn't do as he is told at all, and Gustav sans a governor here, so making an example out of me should be perfectly acceptable. You can do it, but Gustav, Subaru, Gustav, and you want to do it? No, I don't think you can do it. There was no rebuttal from Gustav, who was thrust into silence. Subaru probed for what the silence meant as he continued with his thoughts. The curse rule was the main reason why the gladiators of the island were afraid and restricted in their actions. The gladiators, having been inscribed with the curse mark, could be deprived of their life at the will of the governor. Gustav Subaru suspected that Gustav was unable to utilize that deterrent. Subaru, I asked the old man, no, the geezer gladiator, who's been living here for a long time. He said that before Gustav Sand's arrival to Gladiator Island was a lawless place, and more people died from injuries or illnesses, but things have changed a lot since Gustavson arrived. Fewer people die. Gustav, it is a natural duty of the chief to begin with the gladiators should use their life for the island shows, and they should avoid losing their lives due to other factors as much as possible other than shows. The same is true for daily deathmatch opportunities are provided to maintain tension and competence, but it is equally important to avoid dying in situations other than the real thing. Subaru, yet Gustavson wants to prevent the unnecessary loss of gladiators as much as possible. I've felt that too from the days I spent here. Surprisingly, you've got good employee welfare. Cecilus employee welfare, more words. I don't know that get my heart racing. The fake Cecilus got caught on something in Subaru's questioning, but Subaru was not going to play dictionary. Even for Subaru, this was a moment most important. Subaru, I think the reason deaths are allowed in Sparka is to maintain the quality of the gladiators, and maybe to keep the other gladiators on their toes. Gustav, Subaru, I said it earlier, but once you become a gladiator, the rules here are much more lenient. But it's not desirable for gladiators to learn to slack off in their lives here. Therefore, they have participated in Sparka. That makes them more nervous, but also reassured. Gustav, reassured how? Subaru, it's relieving that we managed to become gladiators. That's how we're reassured. To Gustav's question, Subaru answered while clearly looking him in the eye. When Subaru had thought about the purpose behind Gustav's actions, that was a feeling that seemed correct in more than one way. There was, of course, the possibility of having missed a point, but there was not much to lose by asking. There would only be something to lose when being laughed at or when being flatly denied. But Gustav chose neither. He instead remained silent. Subaru Gustafsson wants to prevent the gladiators' deaths as much as possible. On the other hand, he doesn't want gladiators to get carried away or become insubordinate. That's why sparkas are used. When I think about it, that way it just feels right. Gustav sounds like a reasonable theory, but it is not reasonable. Evidence as to why I, as the official, am not activating the curse rule. It is merely your wishful thinking. Subaru, there's one more basis for this, someone who's rebellious and gets carried away, Cece. Cecilus, huh, what about me? Subaru stuck up a thumb and pointed toward his back, prompting the fake Cecilus to widen his eyes at Subaru. When Gustav's eyes glanced in that direction, Subaru nodded broadly. The fake Cecilus was a cut above the rest of the gladiators in his unruly behavior, including him having openly participated in the discussion between Subaru and Gustav. Naturally, some sort of warning and punishment should have been given to the fake Cecilus, but that bore no effect on him at all, in a way different from Subaru. If that was the case, it would not be surprising if the fake Cecilus will be punished before Subaru. And yet Cece's safe, although it's possible that Cece's Gustavsson's personal favorite, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Considering you, Gustavsson. Gustav, quite discerning as the official, I do not hold any favor towards Segmund. I am firm in not letting any likes or dislikes reflect in my duties. Cecilus Heihahi, are you telling me that people don't like me? Good grief, sorry for taking center stage. Everywhere I go, Subaru, your mental strength is too much. The fake Cecilus was quite unconcerned in spite of the rather direct accusation. It would be difficult to grow to have his kind of personality without having been that bold. Regardless, the continued existence of the fake Cecilus was a fairly strong basis for Subaru's theory. In other words, Subaru Cece isn't being punished either. I'm as much or more of an eyesore to Gustafsson as Cece is. On top of that, what do you make of my refusal to do what you just said? Gustav, Subaru, do you intend to punish me with the curse rule, Gustav? Then what will you do? Gustav's eyes narrowed subtly in response to Subaru's question. Gustav, the man of the multi-armed tribe, his 4 arms atop the desk, had his chin planted on 2 of them and the other 2 resting on the desk, as if hugging it, while Subaru waited for his answer. With those statements of his Subaru's intentions had certainly been conveyed to Gustav, telling him to do it, provoking him. That was not what Subaru was doing. Rather, he was trying to confirm that there was no such thing as a curse rule that held the gladiators' lives in its hands. Gustav was intimidating with his stern appearance and oppressive demeanor, but he believed him to be very careful in his management of the island. Whatever his intentions in following the instructions of the emperor were, and despite his appearance, Gustav had managed to govern the gladiators of the island not by violence, but with rules. If one were to overcome Sparka and become a gladiator because of their newfound situation, the gladiators would soften up and not become unruly. And if he were to keep them on their toes by holding sparks, regularly making them think that participating in another Sparka was not within their wishes, then he would not have anyone want to fall prey to the curse rule that laid ahead of punishment. With that 2-sided safety net, the non-existent curse rules chain, so to speak, kept the gladiators' feet tied to the ground. This was Subaru's understanding of the true form of the curse rule system that enveloped the gladiator island, and whether this was correct or not would be revealed by Gustav's subsequent actions. If he were provoked and the existence of the curse questioned, all the rules that Gustav had laid down would be circumvented. To prevent this, Subaru would definitely have to be punished by the curse rule. Subaru continued to stare at Gustav, attempting to discern the answer. Faced with Subaru's gaze, Gustav remained silent for a while, and then, Gustav, I shall punish you, Schwartz. I shall send you to the next Sparka. And so, as if giving in, Gustav did not dispossess Subaru of his life. 3. Cecilus, that did give off the feeling of a complete victory for sure, but how are you feeling, Basu? As soon as they left Gustav's office, the fake Cecilus right next to him inquired that of him. Seeing that carefree attitude, Subaru let out a big sigh. Subaru, what are you saying? Are you my enemy, Cece, or my ally? Cecilus, gosh, that's an odd question. I'm the one who, in the trouble of pulling you and the dear girl out of the lake, remember. Considering that you and your companion might have died, had I not been there, doesn't it make my position obvious? Subaru, yes, sure. Well, are you my enemy or my ally, Cecilus? Which of the two do you think is more interesting? Subaru asked, once more paying no attention to his long, useless monologue, to which the fake Cecilus answered with a question. It was a flippant question, making Subaru feel annoyed for a moment, but it possessed a wholly different tenor in comparison from his stare down against Gustav. The exchange with Gustav had been a critical turning point that could make a big difference going forward. But the question of the fake Cecilus was, Subaru, it doesn't matter which one I say, Cecil decided according to his mood at the time. Cecil is spot on, by the way. He'll say I'm leaning toward your side at this point, for now my intuition's whispering to me that it'd be more interesting to watch Basu's bizarre activities. However, even I can't trust my mood, so do be plenty cautious. Subaru, I'd like you to at least have a good grip on your own steering wheel. Rather than simply being a moody person, the fake Cecilus was a very dangerous, moody person. He thought it was amazing how the protagonists of various games and manga chose their party members so well, like they were accompanied by battle freaks and berserkers. When he thought about it, he had always struggled to select party members ever since he had come to the Empire. Because of that, Subaru felt sorry for himself. Subaru, my emulace and Beecherman deficiencies, about to reach lethal levels. Cecilus, ho-ho again with the unfamiliar words. Are these also local words from Boss's hometown? Subaru, more like terms I coined, the dream substances that make up half of my being. Like a medicine half made of kindness, to say that half of Subaru's being was made of affection for his loved ones would be no exaggeration. It was an exaggeration, but he would stand by it. That was why the dialogue with Gustav earlier had been so significant. Subaru was annoying that Cece was right, but it certainly got the desired response. Cecil is joining in the next punishment, or Subaru, naturally, I'm talking about not being killed by the curse rule. As for Sparka, well, yeah. Subaru, against the wishes of His Excellency the Emperor, had publicly declared his intention to escape the island, seeing that Gustav had not punished him with its utilization. The invocation of the curse rule was a virtual impossibility. No, Gustav was unable to do such thing. And because of that confirmation, he was given the punishment of participating in the next Sparka. Cecilus, in any case, is not a harsh blow for Basu, since he was planning to participate in Sparka anyways. Subaru, I think it's a bit of an exaggeration to say that I was planning to do it anyway. I wouldn't want to participate in a scary event like Sparka if I didn't have to. Cecilus, I see, God, it's a stock phrase to liven things up, right? Subaru, it's not, though. Subaru brushed the back of his molar with his tongue as he replied to the fake Cecilus' unjust suspicion. Should he attend another Sparka, as he had this day, he would still have to rely on the drug. It was a depressing thought, but unavoidable. In any case, Subaru, another plan in my mind's moved forward. I don't know how much longer my relationship with Cecil lasts, but don't get in my way. Cecilus, he'll keep those words in mind, as they were spoken after all kinds of struggles. Now, what in the world are you going to do, Basu? Subaru. During this talk of their Subaru and the fake Cecilus were descending to the living quarters where gladiators were gathered. Subaru's eyes widened at the sound of the fake Cecilus' strange remark, and he turned his head to look in the direction he was looking. Schwartz Sama, the one to call out to Subaru, while standing at the end of the group that occupied the table in the middle of the hall, was Tanza. In the hall where Subaru and the fake Cecilus had arrived in the area for meals, the largest number of gladiators he had ever seen was present, and in their center were the members of Subaru's unit. It seemed strange that the antisocial whites, the socially anxious Idra, and the reserved Tanza would be there. That high and loud and full of false bravado as he was there was not so strange, though. But what surprised Subaru more than the unexpectedness of such a lineup was the fact that, Subaru, what's wrong with everyone? Everything got quiet all of a sudden. Scratching his cheek, Subaru so asked the people in the hall, wearing a forced smile. For some reason, as soon as Subaru and the fake Cecilus entered the room, everyone went quiet and stared intently as if they were scrutinizing them. Everyone, keeping silent, they steadily observed Subaru, and Cecilus, no, they observed Subaru. That was the first thing that made him uncomfortable. He could understand the reason for their reaction if they had seen the fake Cecilus and sank into silence, because the fake Cecilus was a creepy brat feared and hated by the gladiators. However, it was not the fake Cecilus they were looking at, but Subaru. Tanza, Schwartz, Sama, we have been awaiting your return. Then Tanza slowly approached Subaru, still puzzled over their reaction. Her polite words made Subaru's skin crawl as he responded. Oh, yeah, even though Tanza's polite way of speaking was normal for her, for some reason there was a pervading feeling of tension. Or rather, it was not Subaru and Tanza who were brimming with tension, but the atmosphere of the entire hall of the room was ill at ease, and that sense unconsciously made him choke up. Subaru, you said you were waiting for me to come back. Oh, you were wondering why Gustafsson called me, right? Sorry to worry you, it went fine, and Tanza, no, that is inconsequential. Subaru, inconsequential. Tanza, more importantly. Subaru was surprised to be cut off so quickly, but was silenced by Tanza, who quickly approached him. He recoiled with an oof at how forceful she had been, only to be caught from behind by the fake Cecilus. Taking a look, Subaru saw that the fake Cecilus, who seemed as cheery as ever, had blocked his escape route. His face one that conveyed that his head was empty of thoughts. It pissed Subaru off. Tanza Schwartz-sama, I have a question I would like to ask you. Would you please answer? Subaru Owl, yes, sure, if it's something I can answer Tanza Schwartz-sama about your father. Subaru about my dad. Tanza posed him a question with a meek look on her face, and Subaru frowned, not understanding what she meant. Tanza had come to Subaru with such momentum, putting on such important airs, querying him about his father. What was more, it seemed that the question was not being raised by Tanza, and only Tanza. Subaru, the heat in the gazes of the gladiators staring at Subaru, was growing stronger. High in White's Idra, and naturally the other gladiators too, were all holding their breath, seemingly paying undue attention to what Subaru would reply with a Tanza's question. None of it made any sense to him at all, however. Subaru, just so, if I tell you about my dad, it'll be a long story, okay? Tanza, please try to be brief. Subaru, you asked, and then you put condition on it. How come on already? Scratching his head in a rough way, Subaru sullenly grumbled, ugh, but that sort of attitude did nothing to divert Tanza and the other's interest. Subaru did not understand why the topic of telling them about his father was brought up, but Subaru, my dad's my idol, he's super cool, loads of people love him, and is always at the center of everyone's attention. What can I say, has got charisma, like he was born with a disposition a natural leader has. Amazing. Tanza always at the center of a great number of people. Subaru, he's got a lot of people depending on him and his work. Seems tough too, but he always has time for me, and he teaches me a lot of things. I respect him a whole lot. He's super cool. Tanza. As he spoke, the face of his father, the face of his mother, the face of those who loved him came to mind. Subaru felt a sudden surge of warmth behind his eyes and clutched at his chest now that he was in this other world. It was both joyful and very painful to remember the two of them. But as painful as it was, his cherished parents were the pillars that supported Subaru's core to this day. Tanza Schwartz-sama, that is Subaru, yeah. Tanza hesitated for a moment before saying her next words, perhaps taking what she had been in Subaru's expression into consideration. But having said all this, Subaru would not be offended no matter what Tanza asked him, thinking this Subaru waited for Tanza's next words, and after waiting for a while, Tanza said, Tanza, your father's name. What is it, Subaru? Subaru tried to answer Tanza's question, but hesitated. With a sentimental feeling, Subaru tried to answer Natsuki Kenichi as usual, but this would have been a bit complicated since Subaru was known as Natsuki Schwartz on a Gladiator Island, the combination of his family name and his first name was reversed. On the other hand, telling them another name, such as Kenichi Schwartz, would have added to the complications with little benefit. So Subaru wavered for a moment, and then said, Subaru, sorry, I can't tell you my dad's name, Tanza, HK. Subaru, Tanza. The moment Subaru replied, Tanza's expression stiffened in plain sight. Her eyes were wide and wavering, and her round cheeks were tense and tight, and though he was surprised by Tanza's reaction in front of him, that was not the only one. White seems it's no joke, apparently. Idra, is it possible? Well, no, but it was that conduct that led us here high and see. I told Cha, how about that? Am I still crazy? Well, oi. The gladiators in the hall, with the members of Subaru's unit at the helm, began to make a commotion all at once. Their mutual exchanges of glances and their noisy chatter brought great puzzlement to Subaru. What could be the reason as to why everyone was so surprised? Subaru, guys, everyone. The commotion receded as soon as Subaru called out to them. Subaru felt a pang of loneliness there, and then, White, Schwartz, whoever you are, we're not going to think any different of you. And so White's was the first to speak to the anxious-looking Subaru. White's donned scary-looking tattoos on his face and all over his body. But the words he said were out of concern for Subaru and were probably meant to reassure him. I do too agree. I have come to a point of understanding. I'm more than ready to cooperate with you, Schwartz. Hi, and yeah, that's right. What's the matter, which bastards? He ain't any different. He's a gladiator, just like us, as my bro. Following White's words, Idra thumped his own chest, and Hyan, running up to him, put his arm around Subaru's shoulders and turned back to the gladiators as he spoke. Idra sighed. Hain's behavior had even Subaru bewildered, but, right, great kid, that Schwartz. I knew you weren't some run-of-the-mill guy. That's the only way to explain it. Yes, the guidance of the Sword Wolf we serve. Thank you for this day's charities and fortune. Triggered by the words of the three members of his unit, the silent gladiators erupted in cheers. The voices echoing through the hall were so loud that they sounded as if they might shake the entire Gladiator Island, and Subaru's amazement intensified as they went round and round. But before he could fully process the surprise, Subaru was being vigorously pushed by Hyan. Hyan, hey, we haven't even finished celebrating today's Sparka. Yet, yes, are the one who made the big splash this time, so make some noise, bro. White's Hyan, you're totally self-interested. Hyan saw good, ain't it? Come on, open up a seat for bro, bring meat and drink. Pushed by Hein, wearing a big, undignified smile, Subaru was crammed into the middle of the large crowd of gladiators. Orson and his teammates with whom he had fought together in today's Sparka, having returned from a healing room, were present, raising a modest toast and welcoming Subaru's arrival. Orson, thank you so much for today, Schwartz. It was good you were with us. Subaru choked on the words in his throat as he was greeted by teary-eyed lizard men. There was a mountain of things he wanted to say and questions he had, but the words exchanged at this moment were more than enough to reward Subaru for taking on that Sparka. Subaru, thanks for saving me too. And so for first time in 3 days, he shared with them the bone and meat that was brought out one after another. For Cecilis, miss, aren't you going to make a racket with them Tanza? My position is complicated. Whilst looking over the crowd of people noisily clamoring together, Tanza mixed in a sigh with her reply to the boy who was talking to her. A boy who looked exactly like a person she knew with the exception of his height and the length of his limbs. She was hesitant to express her feelings to him, unknowing of how much he knew about the situation. Naturally, that was regarding the black-haired boy's surprising identity, which Hein had brought about, but also about the complex feelings Tanza had when facing that person, Tanza Yorna-sama. As she joined her hands together with her kimono, Tanza thought of her beloved master. And then with the wish, Yorna harbored the personage not unrelated to that wish, and the boy seemingly not unrelated to that person, all kept being churned around and around chaotically. Only if there was something she wanted to say, clearly. Tanza, I have no other way but to rely on Schwartz-sama. Was it really okay for her to believe that those doubts had been removed? At least that much was true, even if she did not know how far they could go together after all that. Cecilis, I see your expression truly is a complicated one of being at a loss. There's indeed a sorrow afloat, isn't there? Tanza. Cecilis, oh dear boss, as sure is a guilty guy too, isn't he? Well, however. She glimpsed the boy beside her, bereft of any regard to her feelings, smiling brightly out of the corner of his mouth. But that smile appeared to be more ominous than any smile the boy had shown until now. Tanza felt a faint shudder as she listened to the boy's next words. Those were, Cecilis, if things don't start moving soon, my patience is probably going to run out. Just kidding. Chapter 69. Arriving from the Imperial Capital. 1. It was hard to decide which should be considered the main event between the second Sparka and the subsequent grand banquet, but 3 days had passed since both had occurred. During that time, nothing of note happened on the Gladiator Island. What had also been an anticlimax to Subaru was that there had been no third Sparka to welcome new gladiator candidates from the outside, and none of the usual death match were organized. The usual death match were a preparation for the shows, a kind of practice match, so the gladiators did not lose their strength. However, even though they were just practice matches, there was still an invariance in that it was quite possible for those who lost their focus to end up as corpses, and there were also dangerous people who were capable of producing corpses regardless of whether or not they lost their focus. And different from the Sparka, even if he received a punishment in relation to those death matches, since it seemed difficult for Subaru to interfere, it would be a great help. Hi, and the guards were getting awfully on edge. Well, guess they're just scare you, bro, and us as well, ain't that right? Those were Haynes' words, who had been interpreting the atmosphere of Gladiator Island for the past few days as feeling good. It seemed as though this lizard man was very happy that his friends had been saved during that second Sparka, and since then his friendliness towards Subaru had risen to a different league. It had been Subaru who had called him a bro first, but he was treated like a bro by him as well. Subaru, well, I don't feel bad in the slightest. Despite being stunned by his self-centered personality, Subaru warmly welcomed Haynes' attitude. It would be more comfortable for everyone to get along peacefully rather than have everyone on edge. The softening of Haynes' attitude had been very striking, but there had been a change in White's and Idra's attitudes as well. White's had substantial trust in him, and Idra displayed some vague respect. That was how they had been treating Subaru, and that change in attitude was spreading to the gladiators on the island in a positive way. So then, yo, Schwartz, you got a good look in your eyes today. Yes, they're overflowing with fighting spirit. The guards really deplore you at this rate. They'll lose all their gladiator beasts. The number of people who talked to Subaru in such a cheerful and friendly manner had increased tremendously. His impression concerning this had been the same it had been as towards Hai, and so Subaru gave it a warm welcome with the people he could talk to. Being as many as possible, it was easier for Subaru to gather the information he needed. For now, the present situation was such that Subaru could forget about Gustav's curse rule, since the information that Subaru wanted the most was Subaru, the control tower for the drawbridge. The soul means connecting the island to the outside. How could he operate the drop bridge and enter the control tower? Right now, that information was what Subaru desired most. Subaru, the control tower itself, in plain view of everyone, but it seems like you can't get inside. The control tower itself stood proudly on the island side in the vicinity of the drawbridge. There weren't any guards posted at all, but the entrance was secure with a very impressive lock, and it was impossible to open the large metal door without obtaining the key. Over the last few days, they had been trying to locate the key, but since Gustav apparently operated the drawbridge himself, it was very likely that the key was on his person. Subaru would stand little chance squaring up against Gustav-san. As a matter of fact, Gustav's strength was quite unknown even to Subaru. In appearance, he was equipped with 4 arms. After all, besides, he had been entrusted with the management of the Gladiator Island, and given his position, that of ruling over the rough-and-tumble gladiators, there was no way he was weak. Of course, if they fought one time, he could assess if Gustav was strong or weak, but Subaru, I don't want to aggravate Gustav-san in the first place. From a standpoint, Subaru and Gustav had a confrontational relationship as a gladiator-in-chief, but Subaru personally did not dislike Gustav. In fact, in the Empire, where many people were rather difficult to talk to, he had never once raised his voice to Subaru, so his impression of Gustav was that he was a valuable person whom he could have a proper talk with. At least it was much better than the fake Cecilus who hovered on the border between friend and foe. So the ideal course of action would be to sneak in and steal the key from Gustav. Subaru, however, I don't want to be hanging around Gustav-san's side like Cece. Now that the curse rule was no longer binding him, it seemed that Gustav, who was faithful to his duties, was no longer a danger to Subaru in a sense. Even so, Subaru was not as brazen as to be careless enough to go around openly looking for or asking about the whereabouts of the key. The worst-case scenario for Subaru was that Gustav would find Subaru a nuisance, lock him up somewhere on the island, and prevent him from doing anything. If that came to pass, Subaru would have to fall back on the last resort behind his molar. So then, Subaru, just have to keep investigating little by little. Scratching his head, Subaru grumbled as his lips pursed at the challenges that lay ahead. In order to get information about the drawbridge, Subaru was investigating the people in control, in other words, the guards watching over the gladiators. The guards who followed Gustav at the top were fewer in number than the gladiators on the island, but their presence gave the impression that they were strong imperial soldiers with little room for weakness or vulnerability. Gustav's guidance and instruction seemed to be so thorough that even if the child Subaru attempted to talk to them, the guards would become more alert rather than relax their guard. Perhaps this was due to the precedent set by the fake Cecilus, a child even less lovable than Subaru. Either way, it was very difficult to get information from the guards. Whether Gustav had also conveyed information on what Subaru was up to or not, wherever he was, their stern gazes would be directed at him. So perhaps he had made a bit of a mistake. Although he had been trying to get to the bottom of the curse rule, it had caused Gustav to become alarmed. Subaru, if I had been punished for a different reason, then that no use in saying it. While reflection was important, nothing of value came forth from regret. Regret was only what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, Subaru had no time to feel sorry for his own stupidity. No minute or second should be wasted. If one guard gave him the cold shoulder, he would only have to tackle hundreds of others. Subaru, right, a great man, once said that picking up girls is all about the amount, even though I'm not picking up girls. With his fists clenched, Subaru referenced the words of the pros in different disciplines to help him regain his bearings. And with that, walking about the island briskly to make the guards in some other area hate him. You're a restless guy, Schwartz. Subaru, what Whites? Speaking in a low voice to Subaru as he walked around looking for the guards was Whites. Seeing White sitting on the ground leaned against the wall, Subaru tilted his head. Their location was near the passageway connecting to the gladiatorial arena. However, the gladiatorial arena was not accessible outside of Sparka or on the occasion of deathmatch. So an iron gate was lowered in the corridor. In other words, this day was filled with nothing but deadens. Subaru, what are you doing in a place like this? Hide and seek. Whites, I don't know what that is, but probably not. I came to see what's going on in the basement for a tad. Subaru, basement. Oh, over there. Whites jerked his chin, and Subaru turned to glance in that direction. Right next to the passageway to the gladiatorial arena, there was a door connecting to the basement of the island. As per his knowledge, the island floated atop a lake. So the basement did not lead anywhere. Rather, it was more or less connected to the outside world. However, Subaru is just a direct connection to the lake. So its purpose is to dump the bodies, they said. White's gladiators and gladiator beasts that die in the death match, they're lumped together. If we had lost, we would have been fish food in the same way. Subaru, that gives me the shudders. By fish food, he was talking about the aquatic witch beasts that inhabited the lake. Rather savage ones were loose. They're seemingly the most common. Causes of death on Gladiator Island were death match, but the second most common cause of death was falling prey to the witch beast, whether by accident or by trying to escape. Subaru, too, would become no more than fodder for those beasts were he unable to utilize the drawbridge. Whites, have you heard the story of the gladiator who escaped from the island in the past? Subaru, huh? Oh yeah, I heard it was because of what happened with that person. The previous chief was fired, and Gustavsen was chosen as the new chief. Whites, those poor conditions improved, but now the position of gladiators becomes stable. What do you think? Subaru, what do I think? White, should we resign ourselves to the position of gladiator, to the position of being ruled over? Subaru. Whites' words made Subaru check to see if anyone was nearby on reflex. Whites' statement just now had been quite outlined for a gladiator of the Gladiator Island. If a guard with poor character were to hear it, it would be enough of an excuse to give him a warning. Regardless, Whites would probably be looked upon more harshly than other gladiators, because he was in the same unit as Subaru. Subaru, Whites, I think you shouldn't be too careless about what you say. It's fine with me, but I wonder what other people might think about it. At that, Subaru tried to correct Whites' thinking. If it were only Subaru getting caught up in the next Sparka, there would be ways to deal with the situation. However, if Whites were to be added to the mix, the level of difficulty would rise dramatically. But in response to Subaru's thoughts, Whites continued. Whites, why do you think I went to the basement? It's so I can help you. Subaru, Whites, you intend on getting out of here, and I'm also going. Witcha, I'm not going to stay here as a gladiator. I owe you a debt too. While saying that, Whites slowly rose to his feet. Then on his tattoo-covered face, he directed earnest eyes towards Subaru. Being gazed at intently by those eyes, Subaru gulped and stiffened up. The atmosphere was not one to be making jokes about or to deceive someone. Subaru, Whites, I know who you are, Subaru, huh? Whites, but that ain't the point. Don't get me confused with Hyan and his sweet-talking. I ain't interested in the crown you wear. I just want to lend you my strength. Remember that. The hairs on Subaru's body stood on end upon those words of White, saying that he knew his true identity. But what White said after that made Subaru's whole body go numb. Even if Subaru was a nobody, Whites had stated he would pay his debt and lend him his strength. That is extremely Subaru, reassuring Whites HM. When Subaru gave a thumbs up and laughed, Whites looked away and sniffed his nose. Subaru took this not tall, honest reaction in good humor, as it was typical of Whites. The reason why Whites had come to explore the underground had been to find a way to operate the drawbridge to help out Subaru, who was searching for a way to escape outside. In the end, there was nothing of that sort here, and as expected, there was no way to leave aside from the drawbridge, and so it seemed the conclusion was for them to return to their original method. Then something happened at the moment Subaru reached that conclusion. Subaru HK, this shaking Whites, is at the drawbridge. As a tremor seemed to shake from below the earth, and a low sound shakily resounded, Subaru and Whites exchanged glances, having reached the same conclusion. There were only two possible options for a big mechanism that could shake the entire Gladiator Island, those being the gladiatorial arena and the drawbridge, and since the passage leading to the gladiatorial arena was already closed off in Subaru and Whites' vicinity, the drawbridge was the only natural candidate. Subaru, another new group of people. For people to arrive meant that the next Sparka would also begin. Whites looked at Subaru, who muttered to himself while experiencing a thirst in his mouth. Receiving Whites' gaze, Subaru displayed a smile, as if to reassure him that there was nothing to worry about. Subaru, let's go take a look. Whether his smile had bore any effect or not, and how Whites felt it was impossible to tell as the latter turned his back on him, but following. Behind a Whites who spoke scant words him, and Subaru ascended from the lower stratum of the island to the middle stratum, and then to the high ground overlooking the drawbridge. Subaru, it'd be nice to see the entrance to the tower open and close if possible, though. Schwartz-sama overhears Subaru Tanza. A young girl's voice called out to Subaru as he wiped the sweat from his chin short breath. As he rushed up the stairs, Tanza, who had reached the high ground earlier, waved her hand, and Subaru and Whites joined her, while Tanza was taking notice of Whites. Tanza, it seems you were with White-sama. Subaru, we happened to meet downstairs and had an embarrassing conversation. What about you, Tanza? Tanza, I was examining the tower. As expected, it seems that the key is in Gustav-sama's possession. Subaru, ugh, I knew it. Tanza also knew that it was necessary to operate the drawbridge in order to escape the island, since they also both knew about the cursed rule. The two children were conspiring to get off the island together. However, right then was when Whites suddenly interjected. Whites, if you want to take the key away, should we fight with numbers? Subaru, that plan is awfully short-sighted. Most likely you'll get hit by the curse rule if you try something so reckless. Tanza, huh? Whites, that's right. Whites' short-sighted suggestion was dissuaded by Subaru using the curse rule as a pretext. Hearing this, Tanza's eyes widened, so Subaru put a finger to her mouth to quiet her. The truth that there was actually no curse rule was something he had yet to confide in anyone other than Tanza. Of course, the fake Cecilus, who happened to be present in that place, also knew, but on the other hand, the fake Cecilus had no friends to talk about it with, so there were no concerns about the information spreading. However, Subaru believed that this was a truth that would be very frightening to spread. Subaru, part of the reason why the gladiators are so behaved is because of the curse rule. There were no major complaint about their treatment, since there was a curse rule which, if disobeyed, would cost them their lives. That was the reason the gladiators in Jinnenheim were ruled so obediently by Gustav. If it turned out that there was no curse rule, people who thought similarly to whites would emerge. Should that happen, an all-out war would begin between the gladiator side and the administration side. In terms of numbers, despite the casualties, the gladiator side would perhaps win. However, Subaru, every guard's got a witch beast with a broken horn, so they can deal a ton of damage. Not only were the gladiator islands guards themselves strong, but the fact that they were accompanied by witch beasts was also a troublesome aspect of the guards. Since all the gladiator beasts used in Sparka were witch beasts kept by the guards, there were still many more like the lion and rat witch Subaru, and the others had found difficult to defeat. That was why they would be in trouble if whites were to become impatient at this juncture. Tanza, it seems to me, however, that it is not very practical to wait until Schwartz-Sama has defeated all the gladiator beasts in Sparka. Subaru, that's just as reckless as it sounds. First of all, if the gladiator beasts were replenished, my spirit would be broken. I'm not planning that kind of strategy. Tanza, if that is the case. Subaru, I've been considering a lot of things, so don't worry, you don't have to believe me, but please trust my feelings that there are people I definitely want to see. Understanding that the secret was to be kept from whites, Tanza kept silent after Subaru said that she slightly cast her eyes down then. Continued, those that you wish to see, Tanza, are they your family? Subaru, well, they're people as important to me as family, and there's even a girl I like. Subaru replied to the slightly delayed question with a tilt of his head, having heard that Tanza's lips still moved as if she wanted to say something, although before she could say anything, whites pointed to the drawbridge below, saying, "Look." From their side, and the side over yonder from both ends, the drawbridge was activated, and the new residents of the Gladiator Island would be coming this way. Subaru, what kind of people will these new arrivals be? Surely they aren't whiteses, or Ida's acquaintances this time. Whites, anyone who knows my face ID, be fine with them all dying. Subaru, please don't say such scary and lonely things, just as he tried to say that he saw a carriage coming across the drawbridge clearly. The carriage was pulled by an armored black Galewind horse, but there was something a little different about it from the 3 days earlier, the difference being in how docile the people riding in the carriage were. Last time, Haynes' friends Orson and the others seemed to be riding obediently in the carriage, but the people this time were not like that. Someone was standing on the roof of the carriage. On the roof of the swaying carriage with brown skin was a slender-bodied woman. Subaru HK. As soon as Subaru saw that face and the distinctive features of her appearance, he stifled a scream in the back of his throat and hurriedly crouched down in place, hiding behind the railing. He made his body smaller. His heart was beating at a tremendous rate, and the sound of blood pumping through his head was explosive. Tanza Schwartz-Sama, is there something wrong being like that all of a sudden? Subaru, Subaru, that woman is bad news. Next to Subaru, as he crouched, Tanza, having similarly crouched down, widened her eyes. But Subaru could not afford to be concerned about Tanza's surprise. White's woman, that woman. Hearing Subaru's mutterings, White's leaning against the railing looked toward the drawbridge. Even White's eyes seemed to see the person on the roof of the incoming carriage. White's did not seem to know who the woman was, but Subaru was aware of her identity, and being aware that, he thought it was the worst possible time for her to be there. That carriage, or at least the woman on the roof, was not a candidate for the next Sparka. After all, the identity of that woman was Subaru. The name doesn't come to mind quickly, but she's a divine general, because she was an overwhelmingly strong woman donning silver hair and an eye patch, someone who had gone on a rampage in Garo before. 2. The visitors this time aren't gladiators, but apparently messengers from the imperial capital. That had been Idra's report, which he had heard leak from a guard. Subaru and his comrades had been watching the arrival of the carriages from a vantage point, but the shock brought on by the woman on the roof, by that transcendent enemy, was too great. That woman noticed me and looked this way. Next to Subaru, who had immediately crouched down, White's, watching the carriage finish, crossing the drawbridge instead, had his voice tremble upon witnessing something unbelievable. Their impression was that they were 100 meters away, but to feel a gaze even from there was monstrous. Subaru was right to squat since she had looked in White's direction per his own words. Of course, even if she were to look at Subaru now, she would probably not recognize him. Tan's a half-dog person, divine general in all likelihood. She is General First Class Arakia, I am certain. You also know her Tanza. Tanza, she is one of the people who previously targeted Yorna. Sama of Chaos Flame, I did not see it with my own eyes, but I heard that she covered an entire city block in flames. You're just making a tasteless joke, right? Hyan tried to laugh off the seriousness in Tanza's voice, but there was no one present who could laugh it off. Subaru in particular had received a considerable impact. Subaru guys who are just plain strong are usually the most troublesome for me. Subaru had a chance to win if there was an opening to be taken advantage of, or if the opponent could be managed with a little ingenuity. However, when it came to opponents with simply too big of a gap in ability, he would be out of strategies. They were strong. After all, cheap tricks did not work on strong opponents. It was the privilege of a strong person to trample upon all his preparations. Tanza Schwartz Sama, please do not be too pessimistic. Since she is a messenger from the Imperial capital, it should not mean that there will be anything happening involving U.S. to declare them as an enemy now is. Subaru, too premature. Huh, yes, that makes sense. That totally tracks, but Tanza. Subaru, I can't help but think of the worst case. Scenario, you get me. Hugging his thin arm, Subaru answered that to Tanza, who had encouraged him. He appreciated Tanza's sentiment, and he was sure that she did not want to make enemies of the 9 divine generals herself. To put it mildly, Arakia was as strong, if not stronger, than Yorna. Being trapped on an island like this, Subaru felt that he could not fight against such an opponent at the top level of strength. Hyan, but why are you so worried, bro, if that party came from the Imperial capital? Idra, Hyan, don't you get it right now? The Empire split in two, Hyan, huh? Ah, damn it. So that's it. Besides Subaru, who was deep in thought, Hyan and Idra were also discussing with serious expressions. Subaru did not quite understand the flow of their conversation, but he did not have time to worry about it. In fact, it was more likely that Subaru was overthinking it. Subaru at the moment, I don't think that Tanza or I are that woman's. Tanza General First Class Arakia. Subaru, Arakia's objective. Even if Subaru and his comrades were somewhat conspicuous on the island, it was unlikely that they were well known outside it, and even if they were, would be him in this form. It would be unreasonable for that to be considered a problem. Even if Albert would want to do something about Abel, he could not think of any reason for Albert to care about Subaru or Tanza. Tanza, so for what purpose did a messenger come from the Imperial capital to the island? White's thinking about it perhaps for the island show. Tanza showed that as the original purpose of the Gladiator Island, Whites and Tanza came up with a possible reason for Arakia's visit the islands shows the original role of the Gladiator Island Gin and Hive was to make a spectacle of deathmatch between gladiators for spectators who hail from other places. It was an event in poor taste, but Subaru had heard that it helped to curb the fearsome desires of the people of the Empire. Hi, and if we have a show, Aura, they're going to make us fight again. But with the rebellion happening and all the panic everywhere, why'd they do it at a time like this? Idra, there's also the idea that it'd be precisely because times are like that the purpose is to enforce the thought that the people of the Empire must be strong in a situation where the Empire is shaking. White's Excellency the Emperor's thoughts, huh? With Haynes' voice cracking Idra's persuasive thoughts and White's grave mutterings, the eyes of each one of them turned toward Subaru. It was as if they were expecting Subaru to know the answer, but Subaru did not have the answer. Either Subaru had no choice but to shake his head. Subaru, I think both Haynes and Idra's ideas are possible, but Subaru, I wonder the Emperor really cares about this place. Subaru already knew that the Emperor who was giving orders in the Imperial capital was a fake. Real and fake were both in Chaos Flame, and since there was a rebellion going on, it was unlikely that Abel had returned without Subaru's knowledge. So as designation was that they were from the Imperial capital, it had to be the fake Emperor's idea. It was hard to believe that Vincent the fake Emperor, who could devise a plan virtually as good as Abel's, would waste his time and energy on useless things. Subaru, there has to be a reason for this, absolutely. What reason would they, and not the Abel who was supposed to be the real Emperor, possess to send a divine general to this lake island stranded from the entire world? Tanza General First Class Arakia. She did not barge in with a large group of people, did she? Subaru, yeah. Tanza, I only saw it from a distance too, but it was a single carriage that came. There were at most 5 or 6 people. The only one that stood out was the General First Class. Subaru, is that so? Eyes downcast, Tanza stumbled over the same thing as Subaru, not knowing what the other party was up to. One could say that they were overthinking things and that they should just keep their heads down and wait for the storm to pass. That could also be a way to see it. White's, how about, if you think about it, the other way around, hide in the carriage that the messenger rode in and leave the island. Subaru, the hiding in the carriage bit, I believe that was already done back in Chaos Flame. Tanza, I would be fine with the same method, as long as it works more than once. White's suggestion was taken seriously by Subaru and Tanza, but Hyan, who was listening to the three of them, said in a loud voice, "Wait, wait, wait." And the grayscaled. Lizard Man made them turn to him with his loud voice. "Hyan, are you seriously thinking about leaving the island? Are you nuts?" "Yes, we're gonna die. Whites, if you stay here, y'all eventually die fighting something idiot." "Hyan, but not today or tomorrow, Schwartz, bro. I need you." "Subaru, I don't intend to stay here forever. I don't want to stay forever." Hyan quivered as his big mouth lined with tiny fangs gasped at Subaru's plan. Perhaps from Haynes' point of view, he would be more comfortable living on the island than out there. It was not an overstatement to say that once someone got over Sparka and became a gladiator, their life was safe outside of deathmatch. It was understandable that one might be tempted to think like that. Hiain Pipskuk Idra Damnia. Tanza like Schwartz Sama. I have my own reason for not wanting to remain here any longer. Idra too would get out if I could, is what I think. Haynes' words, who seemed to believe himself in an unfavorable position, received these responses from Tanza, and Idra, despite the differences between positive and reluctant responses, neither of them had positive feelings about the Gladiator Island, although it was hard for Hyan to believe. "Hyan, there's a limit to how reckless you can be with your life." "Subaru, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Hyan, but I want you to think about it too should you stay here forever." "Hyan." Hyan looked at Subaru and the others, his eyes similar to, as if he were looking at something terrifying. But Hyan would know this were he to think long and hard about it. The peace of mind and safety that they could get here was only a stepping stone reached only after sacrificing many things. Hyan, even if you leave, what are you going to do about the curse rule? After giving up with his knee-jerk denial that had been Haynes' next move, the unseen chains that bound the gladiators of the Gladiator Island, the main reason why the gladiators still remained, there was something that Whites too had mentioned, that they had already been neutralized with something he did not want to say until the very end, but as he remained cautious of that Hyan, continued to doubt Subaru and everyone else's sanity. So Subaru thought to at least make him slacken his caution a little bit. "Subaru will do something about the curse rule too. In fact, I've got a hint on how to do it." "Hyan, HK about the curse rule." "Subaru, yeah." Subaru nodded with a confident look on his face, indicating that it was not a good idea to waste any more time here. The answer surprised not only Hyan, but also Whites and Idra-only Tanza, who was already aware that there was no curse rule, quietly observed the scene without saying anything. Subaru could not speak the truth, but his chest puffing out here would aid in dispelling Hyan, and the others' fears, ergo Subaru could not show a lack of confidence. Even if Arakia's objectives as an emissary remained unknown, Subaru, surely he'll find a way to get off this island, so when that time comes, he'll need your strength, was what he had wanted to say at that time. But Subaru did not say those words. To be more accurate, it no longer made sense to continue them Hyan HK. There was the sound of a snatched breath escaping, and Hyan collapsed, his eyes bloodshot. Subaru, trembling, slitted pupil eyes bleeding, Haynes' large body toppled sideways. Without any forewarning, Subaru was unable to react quickly to such a sudden and unexpected event, and was unable to support Hyan as he collapsed. Subaru H. Ian. With a heavy thud, Haynes' body fell limp to the floor of the common room. After collapsing, Hyan was motionless. All he did was spasm his limbs, twitching. It was like a cicada. He thought like cicadas in the middle of summer overturned on the road. Hyan was dying, moving like a cicada. Hyan was not the only one Subaru awe. There was a sound light in comparison to the sound of Hyan falling, and Subaru turned around stunned. The three who had been talking to Subaru, Idra, Whites, and Tanza all lay on the floor, convulsing and trembling in the same way. Subaru, Tanza. He did not understand a thing, not a single one, rendering him unable to react. Crouching right next to the collapsed Tanza, he turned her slumped body over. Tears of blood streamed from Tanza's eyes while she lay limp, her head slumped over. Blood was running from her eyes, nose, and ears, too, dripping onto the floor with a trickle. Subaru eek. And Subaru's throat squealed, causing him to drop Tanza's body. He rushed to check on the other three. All of them had stopped moving, bleeding from their eyes and noses. Subaru, W. Why? A questioning voice started making a tremendous sound in his head. WHY, WHY, WHY. Subaru's head was whirling. The ringing in his ears was immensely loud as his mind was filled with questions as to why and how the scene before him made no sense. The feeling of his head splitting open was about to engulf Subaru. Subaru, no. Holding his own head, Subaru looked up. A sharp, intense pain struck his head, and blood trickled from Subaru's nose. The ringing in his ears did not stop, and there was also a sensation of blood seeping out. The sequence of events was different. Subaru suffered from the same pain as Tanza and the others, and although slower. He wondered what the meaning of it was. Subaru, this doesn't make sense. Propping himself up with his hands to the floor and against the wall, Subaru managed to stand up. He got up and went out into the hallway to see what was going on. Inside the room, Tanza and the others were already beyond hope, and it was not just Tanza and the others that were beyond hope, many, many more were. Subaru, the adjacent common room, the passageways here, and there the main hall, the drawbridge area, every one of them had been beyond hope. With limping feet, flickering eyes, and the contents of his head feeling as if they were melting out his ears, Subaru, his clothes covered in blood, looked around the island. Everyone was dead. Absolutely everybody was dead. They were all dead, bleeding from the eyes, nose, and ears. They were all dead. Subaru, why? So suddenly the gladiators, the guards, and everyone else had died without any exception. Everyone, and so suddenly Subaru, why? Everyone was gone suddenly, unexpectedly. Unable to believe it and unable to accept it, he had no choice but to totter and ask. To whom, if one may wonder, then to the sky. If not to the sky, then to the water. Subaru, W. Hey. Suddenly someone answered Subaru's voice, which no one should have been able to answer. Suddenly, without warning, Subaru had been left behind on an island where everyone had died abruptly. He himself was bleeding from both his nose and ears, making him worried, scared. So at the sound of someone who might give him an answer, Subaru turned around and then, Hey, you, what are you doing in a place like this? There stood a man that caused Subaru to freeze instantly right after making him feel saved. 3. As you can see, ID thought every guy on the island had died, but while saying that the man with the black bandana cracked the joints in his neck. With his bright orange hair collected in a bandana decorated with lines of red, the slender silhouette wore the appearance of an imperial soldier. At first glance, the impression his face gave off was that he was friendly. However, that was a terrible misunderstanding. Do not be deceived. Both his gentle-looking face and his voice that sounded as if he wanted to be good friends were complete fabrications. The name of the man who fabricated such things was Subaru Todd. Subaru, who was supposedly having an increasingly, albeit minutely, so harder time opening the drawer of his memories, had stored that name in a place so important that he could easily retrieve it. Then if one were to ask why that name was important, Todd, hey, you, why do you know my name? Because upon being called out with only that single word, his attitude did a complete 1/8. That was why the man closing the distance between them was a dangerous person. Taking long strides, the man Todd was lumbering in Subaru's direction. Even if he tried to hurriedly run away from Todd, his body, having become worn out on its own, would not permit him to do so. His back had been immediately caught up to, and Subaru's body was violently forced against the wall. Subaru, ouch. Todd, I sure don't recognize you. I never forget a face once I've seen it. But this is really a face I don't know, no. His face being forced against the wall of the building, there was a rough sensation on his cheek. While Subaru writhed from the relentless pain, Todd nose drew close to his hair. Just like that, Todd sniffed his nose and got a whiff of Subaru's hair. Todd, hey, kid, you smell like a scary guy, I know. Subaru trembled as he was spoken to in a low voice regarding just who Todd was talking about. It was just as if it were a combination technique. One, that mixed the feeling that the one being referred to was himself, along with the unpleasant feelings that arose when facing Todd. If possible, his face was a face he had wished to never encounter again. So then just why was it like this? Why was he on the island? Subaru, why is Todd a man who should have fled from Geralt in this place? Come to think of it, as of his escape, Todd had taken the captured Arakia along with him. He should have realized if Arakia was here, then Todd was possibly present as well. Something like that was absurd. Just because they had escaped together did not mean something like being together in the next location was guaranteed. Why, how I don't like it. It's scary. Why is Todd here? Subaru, why is everyone? Todd been killed? Hey, I can't answer that sort of thing from my point of view. You surviving was a miscalculation. Well, if I leave it as this, then it'll just be a matter of time. But Subaru, gulp. Todd, time and chance. And what not ID, just like leaving it all up to stuff like that you see. As Todd's voice whispered close to his ear, something cold was gently pressed against his neck. It was a blade of a large knife that Todd had drawn from his waist. A knife that seemed as if it could be used to flay the skin off a large animal, extreme to the point. He thought if it was given even a slightly firm tug, then not only would Subaru's neck be cut, but his entire head would probably come right off. And it seemed that even if his opponent was a child, Todd would certainly not hesitate. Only Subaru. There was a highly unlikely scenario. One in which Todd would not kill Subaru, no one in which he would not kill him here, and possibly put off for a later possibility that he would. Try to inquire Subaru about something. If that would happen, then things would become irreversible. Things would become irreversible, a hopeless possibility. That was why he would sooner. Todd, wait. Subaru, HK. His head was aching, his nosebleed would not cease. In the midst of the sensation of his consciousness wavering due to his loss of blood, to somehow make use of his last resort, Subaru fumbled his tongue around at his molars. The subsequent instant, Todd thrust his fingers into Subaru's mouth. Subaru, having inside his mouth invaded against his will with violence, Subaru squirmed with all his might. His stomach was going to regurgitate its contents. However, not worried about anything, Todd continued to move his fingers around. Then, together with the regurgitated meal, he dragged that out. Todd, what's this? No way is this poison. Subaru, Todd Odo, just what kind of brat are you to go out of your way to prepare poison in your mouth? That's for committing suicide when you're down on your knees, isn't it? There's got to be something wrong with you for you to treat your life like this. While wiping his dirty fingers on Subaru's clothes, Todd brazenly said that, though it did not feel like he was making fun of him, he was. Seriously unable to believe Subaru's thoughts, that was the feeling his attitude gave off. It was just as if to say that suicide was a foolish thought. Todd, I guess that's about right. It's not like I particularly care. If you suffer, feel free to use it. Subaru, is that? Todd, if you'll die, then even suicide's fine. Then I'll also complete this without dirtying my knife. With that evidence, Todd shrugged his shoulders and put the wrapped drug back into Subaru's mouth, carefully placing it on one of his molars in position, so that if he bit down with force, the package would tear, then the contents would leak out, and Subaru's life would be snuffed out. That he understood. Todd, I'm fine with either as long as you die. Grabbing his shoulders, he spun Subaru around to face him. With Todd's form right before his eyes, Subaru's back was pressed against the wall one way or another. He wanted to retaliate against Todd with a retort, but his body was rapidly losing strength, and he went numb. Slowly, the same death that Tanza and the others had experienced was eating into Subaru. Why that came so slowly, he did not understand. However, Todd, running out of time, suicide or knife. Subaru, Todd, choose. The destination ahead remaining unchanged, Todd raised 3 fingers as he pressed Subaru for an answer. Extremely silently, Subaru abhorred Todd, Tanza, High and White's Idra had all died. Orson and the others, old man, no. Even the guards, everyone had died. For what reason was Todd alive? For what reason was Subaru also going to die? Subaru, HK. While experiencing these thoughts tearing away at his chest so terribly, Subaru bit down hard on his molars. The package tore and the drug contained inside leaked out. Gradually, that flowed into the crevices of his tongue, and teeth that flowed in, and then, Subaru bois. A large quantity of blood filled his mouth, and resolutely he spit out towards Todd, who stood before him. To take him down along with himself, his intentions were not anything like that. Feeling vengeful, he thought to soil his clothes. However, Todd's perception was excellent. The instant Subaru readied himself, he flew to the side. Because of that, the blood did not hit him. So having merely spat blood out, Subaru collapsed. He collapsed, and then Subaru, as his whole body was quaking in fear, the poison circulated with incredible vigor. From his nose and from his ears, blood poured out with more vigor than ever before his eyes swelled up, bulging to the extent it seemed like they would explode, and in unison both the flesh and bones of his body started to groan. No, it only sounded like they were groaning. His whole body was screaming. Subaru, a guh gugwegia. The heat was akin to blood burning. The heat was akin to being plunged into a boiling pot. And his whole body was boiling, just as if he had been skinned, and then things like wasabi, mustard, and all sorts of other spicy substances were being thoroughly smeared all over his body, just as if a mountain worth of needles were stabbing into him, just as if his whole body was being scraped away on fine grater. Hurt. With only pain, he started wanting to die. With only suffering, he started wanting to die. Todd, hey, you, there's got to be something wrong with you. As he fearfully struggled like a fish that had been reeled in, he headed towards death. While looking at Subaru drowning in a sea of blood, Todd was muttering something. Whatever he was saying, Subaru could not understand. He did not understand. It was not something he'd understand. He could not understand anything anymore. He could not understand any. Todd, if you're using poison to kill yourself, wouldn't you normally prepare one that wouldn't make you suffer? The voice was distant. His consciousness went white. And yet until the very end, the pain and the suffering and the blood was blood. There was a pop in blood, and his eyes could not see. For I know who you are, Subaru. But that ain't the point. Don't get me confused with Hyan and his sweet talking. I ain't interested in the crown where I just want to lend you my strength. Remember that. Whittling away at his whole body was roasting, burning pain. Just when he felt such pain suddenly come to an end, Subaru found himself within chilly cold air. And then Subaru, White Schwartz Subaru, AHH, cradling his own body on the spot, Subaru opened his mouth wide and screamed. He screamed, tried to expel the poison from within him. He tried to expel the poison that should no longer be present in his body. He got the feeling it yet remained a poison which brought the end through death. A deadly poison that would make Subaru suffer would make him suffer. It would certainly bring him death. No matter how many times he tasted its Subaru ga, who h. The death brought about by that drug was a reminder to Subaru that there was no easy way to die the guardian of the last bastion from which he must never escape from. Chapter 70. One thing. 1. The most important thing for him when asking Old Man No for a drug had been its reliability. For starters, Old Man No wasn't exactly an eager student of medicine. He was just an amateur who had been allowed access to the healing room after treating a fellow gladiator, and somehow he had ended up staying there. So it was obvious that those on the administrative side of the island would not give Old Man No, one of the gladiators, a highly effective drug that could be either poison or medicine. That was why it was impossible for Old Man No to concoct a drug, an immediately effective strong poison. The only thing Old Man No could make was a deleterious concoction of as many drugs as he could get his hands on, which would kill someone by disrupting the blood flow throughout their body. If one were to swallow it, they would definitely die after suffering tremendously. However, its existence, if you thought about it, was somewhat convenient for Subaru. Subaru, after all, my foundation is being a lazy giant idiot. Considering Subaru's over-reliant nature of poison that killed without causing suffering was out of question. He would immediately think about starting over on something trivial and start relying on the poison's potency. In doing so, Natsuki Subaru would become a monster, an inhuman monster that did not understand human pain or suffering. Subaru, no way, definitely no. Already the memory and realization of the time when his arms and legs were fully grown were both fading away. Even so, Subaru would not allow his experience and ideals to be twisted any further. That change in nature would be a betrayal to everyone who had accepted Subaru as he was. He could betray himself, but not everyone, not his family. While Natsuki Subaru could be set aside, Natsuki Subaru's ties could not. Therefore, Subaru sorry Old Man No for lying about using it against a spark opponent. Even if Natsuki Subaru were to experience hellish pain, he could not withdraw his outstretched hands, because that was that one tenet that would not bend even on this gladiator island of isolating waters. 2. Though he had tried to put on a strong front, Subaru ga, gritting his teeth to the point they were seemingly about to break. Subaru endured pain that tore his heart to shreds. No, he was not enduring it. The pain to endure had already passed. He had died. He had returned. So the suffering from which that death originated was nowhere to be found. Still his soul dragged on. That was why both tears and snot did not cease trickling out. White's Oi Schwartz, what's the matter? All of a sudden, Subaru, I'm fine. White's, how can you be fine in such an ugly state? White's voice trembled as Subaru cowered on the spot, his face smeared with various fluids. He rushed over to hoist Subaru up, and without hesitation wiped his runny nose with his bare hands. Every time, White's attitude would impress Subaru always. To be able to act without believing dirty people were dirty, that was an incredibly respectable thing. Subaru, violently wiping away his runny nose and tears, Subaru put his hand to his dazed head. Little by little, as the shock of dying in the past faded away, he accepted the slow present of being alive, switching over to an easygoing. Consciousness happened generally every time Subaru died from the drug. He had prepared the poison behind his molar as a trump card in order to ensure his death, but surprisingly, it had not come into play as Subaru's cause of death on the Gladiator Island very often. The overwhelming majority of his deaths during Sparka had been caused by the claws and fangs of the gladiator beast drawing near to him. However, when he was unable to die, or when he was unsure of how to be up to the task, in a situation where casualties had been made, he had no choice but to have this drug carry out its purpose. That was the excruciating anguish Natsuki Subaru had to bear after all. Subaru, since it's my fault for screwing up. If the person who should be able to somehow do the most failed, what could the rest of them do? Subaru had a responsibility, the responsibility of having the highest probability to somehow accomplish something. Although that power was not one he had desired to obtain, provided it was Natsuki Subaru, he would be able to master it, because he was that person's son, Natsuki Kenichi's son. White's HK what? Subaru the drawbridge. He pressed his fist against the dirty floor, and as he tried to raise himself up, the entire island creaked and shook. From White's in front of him, and the gloomy, cold atmosphere, Subaru realized that the place he had died and returned to was the lower stratum of the Gladiator Island, just before the drawbridge had been raised, connecting the island and the outside world, the only bridge that stood Subaru their coming. That scene akin to a painting of hell itself, along with the utmost horrid adversary who painted it, Once more he would face a person he even prayed to never meet again. He would have a rematch with Todd. Subaru. Trembling, Subaru hugged his shoulders as fear engulfed him. As soon as he closed his eyes, what came back to him behind his eyelids was a disastrous scene riddled with corpses of faces. He knew blood pouring from their eyes and noses trembling with fear, while lying on the ground that was the utmost horrid memory. Whites before him wiping Subaru's runny nose was no exception. Subaru. That kind of never again. He must not let it happen. That sense of duty fired up his chest. However, even though he was so enthusiastic, his thoughts stopped at the question of what to do. How in the world was such a desperate situation even created? Hailing from Imperial capital under the name of envoys and entering the Gladiator Island were Todd and Arakia. Just having a divine general who had once opposed him standing in his way was enough to give him a headache, but to have Todd, the human devil, join the fray was the worst possible nightmare. In the first place, just why were Todd and Arakia together? Subaru, I'm an idiot. I remember the one who let Arakia escape after she was captured. It was that guy. It could be considerably shocking, but memories related to Todd were surprisingly clear. The end of Subaru and Todd's shared fate had been in the high-walled city in Geralt during an operation to occupy the city hall. The end of it had been when Subaru, dressed as a woman, had interacted with him. After that, the rampaging Arakia was done away with by Priscilla, clad in crimson, and Arakia, who had supposedly been captured, had been released by somebody who Subaru had suspected to be Todd. If they were together now, it appeared that his guess had not been incorrect. Subaru, damn it. Even though you said you want to go back to your fiancée, why are you here? Had you just returned to your hometown? Quietly, that big lying bastard. Even if he groaned about things differing from what he had promised, it was not like it would make Todd disappear. Though he understood this, he had to let out his pent-up anger at least once. After doing that, he inhaled a deep breath, exhaled, inhaled, exhaled, and then. Whites the next victims for Sparka. Subaru, not necessarily Whites. Can you help me out? A little Whites did forget what I said just now. The tattoo on Whites' face contorted as Subaru heard this, feeling the tremors under his feet. At this time, Whites had spoken some words. Subaru's head was in a panic because of the aftermath of the drug, but he remembered them because they'd had a great impact. Subaru, just lending strength, right? So please lend me your strength. Whites, as long as you get it's fine. So what do you want me to do? Naturally, they were going to see the next candidates for Gladiator come across the drawbridge. He was thinking that would probably be his proposal, but Whites, with his arms crossed, switched quickly that strong sense of duty and the rule he had once decided for himself, which he obstinately abided by, were truly helpful. With great appreciation for Whites' personality. Subaru, just a little is fine. I need you to stall the people who came to the island just now. 3. Natsuki Subaru's only weapon, the authority of return by death. Ever since coming to the Valachian Empire, and all while surmounting various obstacles, it had clearly been malfunctioning. The biggest reason that came to mind was that the ongoing infantilization assailing Subaru was its origin, because his body had shrunk like it had returned by death, had yielded behavior that was completely abnormal. A prime example of that were those horrible 10 seconds on Chaos Flame's Crimson Lapis Castle. It seemed those endless 10 seconds had not been for the sake of saving Subaru, but rather bestowed for the sake of causing him despair immediately after that had passed. The situation remained poor even on the Gladiator Island he had been sent to. It was not as bad as those 10 seconds atop the castle tower, but the grace period granted now was unusually short. This time, too, he had been able to return roughly 30 minutes to the past, when taking the time limit, until everyone on the island would begin to die into consideration. That time would become even shorter. In other words, Subaru had to overwrite the situation in under 30 minutes. For that purpose, Subaru, first, I need time to think, remember what just happened. He was depending on Whites' benevolence, who had vigorously declared he would undertake that request to delay the arriving envoys from passing through. However, he had also said that there would be no strategy involving Whites himself going on a rampage. The reason was simple: even if Whites went on a rampage, should Arakia be there, he would be stopped in an instant. Furthermore, if Todd were present, Whites would be killed without mercy. Both of those were events Subaru wanted to avoid. Subaru, as they died, everyone was bleeding from their faces, poison gas, some sort of magic. He was in the middle of revealing that he intended to escape from the Gladiator Island. High and Whites and Idra had all collapsed one after the other, and Tanza too had been no exception to that. Everyone died the same way together. So he thought that probably there was no mistaking it. If that meant the cause of death had been the same, then the other gladiators who had fallen had also. That was not it. Subaru, the guards, they were also part of those who had died. Remembering the events that had occurred properly, there really were no exceptions in that hell. Unable to think straight at the time, he had not checked to see if the gladiator beasts in the cages were still alive, but at least all the humans, without exception, had died. That was not it either. There had been exceptions. Subaru, me, and Todd. Indeed, only Subaru and Todd had met face-to-face on the island without dying. However, though Subaru had not died, he had still felt the pain of being near death. And just like everyone else, the phenomenon of blood streaming out his face had also occurred to him. That did not seem to apply to Todd. Since it was difficult to imagine he would be able to endure that nonchalantly, it was certain that Todd had not been subject to those means of dying. Subaru, if it's poison gas, did Todd take an antidote before coming here, or something? If it's some kind of magic, was it Arakia? Who used it? Come to think of it, Arakia was nowhere to be found. Although it had no intentions of the sort, he had briefly checked the corpses of all his acquaintances. Tanza and the others who had collapsed in front of him, Orson, and the others whom he had saved in the second spark of Old Man No, in the healing room, and even the guard he recognized who had treated him, coldly and harshly. Everyone, absolutely everyone, had become motionless with blood streaming from their faces. Subaru, but there are just 3 people I didn't see. Those were Arakia and Gustav alongside the fake Cecilis, making it 3 people. Subaru. Of course, Subaru did not remember every gladiator on the island. Either so, he could not really declare that all of them had died. However, he could not be certain about those 3. Arakia was someone on Todd's side. Since she was Todd's ally, who was probably a mastermind behind the massacre, it was only natural that she would not have died in the massacre. However, just what had happened to the other 2? Gustav, the chief of the island, holding the position of governor, and the fake Cecilis, the enigmatic and suspicious juvenile. Even on this gladiator island, those 2 held special positions. Subaru awe. Indeed, just as he remembered these 2 special people, a bolt of lightning suddenly ran through Subaru's mind. The massacre that had occurred on the island. He suspected that it had been brought about through the means of magic or poison gas. However, while a feeble possibility, there was one more thing that came to mind. Something which possessed a large influence on the gladiator island, only the curse rule. The gladiator island Jinnenhive's gladiators were shackled by the binds of an unseen impairment. The curse rule, if disobeyed, would even put one's life in peril. The prospects of its candidacy were rising. Subaru, however, the curse rule was just an empty threat. It shouldn't actually exist. Subaru himself had increased his belief in that by risking his life in a back and forth with Gustav. He had been clear in telling Gustav that he was escaping from the gladiator island, thus displeasing him and defying the will of the Valachian emperor to whom Gustav swore allegiance. If a curse rule truly were to exist, Gustav would have used it against him right there. And then if he did not make an example of Subaru at the gladiator island's order would crumble. Had he circulated the fact of there being no curse rule, there would be a rather major incident involving a riot from the gladiators. Subaru, no matter how much Gustav said, doesn't want us to die, it wouldn't be logical to bend on there. So there shouldn't be a curse rule. No, I'm overthinking it. Gustav's policy of doing as much as he could to keep his gladiators alive, whether true or not, there were grounds that made it easier to deny the curse rule's existence. There were many of those lying around. The guards had also died, not just the gladiators, was it not? Subaru Gustav Sands got no reason to kill all the guards. If you put it that way, there's also no reason for him to kill all the gladiators out of nowhere. The more he thought about it, the more Gustav's intention seemed unrelated to the massacre. If that were the case, narrowing down the reasoning to backtrack to the initial 2 options, either the mastermind Todd had scattered poison gas, or cooperated with Arakia, had made use of some outrageous magic. However, both of these had the exact same problem. Subaru, why was I the only one on whom the effect was so weak, excluding Todd, who would have taken precautions beforehand? Subaru had been the only one with mild symptoms. What was it about Subaru that had made him alone different from everyone else who had died? Was it because he was a child no Tanza had died? Was it because of his behavior being different from theirs just before? No whites had died. Was it because race made a difference? No Hein and Idra had both died together. Was it because he was from another world, because he had spent time in the kingdom, because he had a contractual relationship with a super cute spirit, because he was continuously stalked by the witch, because he had been infantilized into a smaller body? What else was there? Only Subaru was different from everyone else. Just what was that something? Subaru, what's? Oh, Basu, something troubling you, Subaru, whoa. A voice came from behind Subaru, who had been frantically racking his brain in search of possibilities. Because it was so sudden, and because he had erased the possibility of the speaker from his mind, Subaru, squealing, turned around with eyes wide open. Behind Subaru, walking with his hands in the sleeves of his kimono, was the fake Cecilis. Subaru blinked his eyes in surprise several times at that attitude as carefree as always. Subaru Cece. Cecilus, yes, that's correct. But what's up with that reaction? You look as if me being here is an outrageous, world-shattering development. It's true that I'm the leading actor of this world. So I can understand why you might feel daunted, but my intention was just to spend my time close to Basu at a distance where I can talk to you and touch you and know. In this way, the fake Cecil is approaching from his front, looked down into Subaru's face at a distance, close enough that he could almost feel his breath on his face. And with that unchanging attitude and gesture, Subaru involuntarily backed away. Just then, from Subaru's side, the fake Cecilus quietly looked at the view below from Subaru's side as he ascended the fake Cecilus gaze at the already submerged drawbridge. Cecilus, it seems that the carriage wasn't carrying participants to the next Sparka, but rather more distinct guests. It's what everyone on the island's talking about. Subaru, they seem to be emissaries from the imperial capital. I don't know what they came here for, though. Cecilus, when it comes to emissaries from the imperial capital, I can imagine that they came to inform us about the situation outside, or to make preparations concerning the next show as you want to leave this place. Basu, wouldn't that be good news for you, Subaru? I'm not going to deny it. Subaru gave a curt response to the fake Cecilus as the latter looked at the surface of the lake, sheltering his eyes with his hand. Frankly, this unforeseen encounter with the fake Cecilus had made Subaru unsure on how to behave toward him. He did not believe that the fake Cecilus had committed the massacre alongside Todd and Erikia, but it was true that he who was supposedly the most feared gladiator on the Gladiator Island had vanished in the midst of the massacre. Subaru, though it's questionable whether my eyes were working properly. In such a horrific situation, by no means could he be said to have been mentally stable. Even so, if someone had quarreled or battled within the island, it would have been impossible for him to fail to hear it. That was why, if he were to think about what had become of the fake Cecilus back then, Subaru, did he die somewhere I couldn't see him, or was he not on the island? But if he had not been on the island, then where and how? Even at this very moment, while he was talking to the fake, Cecilus the clock was ticking down toward the time limit until that absurd eventuality, even though the fake Cecilus had no time to spare either. Cecilus, you're not going to deny it, but your face says that you're worried about other things and no. He thought, yet Subaru got nowhere, and the fake Cecilus instinctively picked at his ambiguous words. It was probably just guesswork and not something like a reading of Subaru's expression speech or conduct. It was intuition reeling in. The correct interpretation was something that people like the fake Cecilus were capable of. Since a handful of those kinds of monsters were crowding this world, Subaru's resolve came into question. That he would not lose, that he must not lose that resolve. Subaru sees something terrible's about to happen on the island. Probably those guys from the imperial capital are responsible. I can't tell you the details, but Cecilus, judging from how serious your atmosphere is, it'd be too horrifying to even put into words. As well, that little dear girl and the people of Boss's unit are in a predicament. No, is it more like a certain detained feeling? Subaru HK. Cecilus, Wiel Basu's response has a splendid feeling to it. How nice, however, is that really? So I'm delighted that there are finally signs of things happening. I was so tired of waiting that I was about to die. Laughing with his mouth open, the fake Cecilus cheerfully stomped his feet, taken aback by his reaction, which was as if he were warmly welcoming trouble. Then, while baring his teeth, Subaru rushed to shorten the distance between themselves. Subaru, Cece, it's not a joke. Everyone's in trouble. Cecilus, more gravitas. It's wonderful. If you're not joking, ID. Welcome, and since it'd be souring to be told that everything here was just you thinking too much a made-up story, crisis, predicament, and hardship, such great relief. Subaru HK. Cecilus, or could it be that you truly thought I'd take your side unconditionally, Basu? When Subaru complained that Cecilus could not understand the gravity of the situation, Cecilus lowered his voice. It was just as if the glint in his eyes wanted to say that Subaru was the one who could not understand experiencing blade-like coldness from those long, slitted blue eyes. Subaru swallowed a breath. As the fake Cecilus broadly smiled at the silent Subaru, Cecilus here, right here. Then assailing Subaru with straightforward words, he did a twirl on the spot and outstretched his hands. On the mountainside of the Gladiator Island, in order to set the high ground from where they overlooked the island and half the lake as the stage, the fake Cecilus looked up to the sky, opened his mouth wide, and Cecilus, this is undoubtedly the divide. You'd asked if you could get me on your side unconditionally, but allow me to inform you that at this very moment you're able to fulfill those conditions. Subaru, right now, this moment. Cecilus, yes, that's right. Basu, you enthrall me through your premonitions, connect with me through anticipation, make me laugh through your negotiations, and you're proving yourself right at the climax. Subaru. Cecilus, come along now, O wolf pierced by swords all you. Observers who look down upon these harsh and ruthless vast lands, see him clear in this world. He was enthralling me, this very Cecilus Segmont. It seemed that if he were not convinced of those existences of Spectators present beyond the heavens, he would not have been able to make that outstanding utterance. Without exaggeration, it would be natural to doubt the sanity of the fake Cecilus, given his eccentric behavior. Certainly anyone on this island would avert their eyes and not lend their ears to his conduct. However, Subaru had acquired a peculiar confidence. That the fake Cecilus was know that Cecilus Segmont was the real deal. This bona fide monster truly held faith that he could speak to the world, and that if the world truly possessed a mind of its own, then it would be unable to take its eyes off him. This little monster had been overflowing with that much presence and cogency. Subaru, Cecilus, what was that? Subaru, I'm going to make you my comrade. I'm going to work you hard. That's what I've decided. While being overwhelmed, though, it was not the time for it, Subaru put his hand against his chest and spoke out. Firmly setting his eyes on the other person, he declared that, Cecilus, that impulsiveness, I don't dislike it, rather I quite like it. He conceived a smile as he spoke. However, this had not been the same carefree smile Cecilus had worn until now, but rather a smile of merely relaxing his lips as he responded to Subaru. Perhaps it was a sign that Cecilus had undoubtedly recognized Subaru as a contender. Immediately following that Cecilus, I see. Tightening the lips that had just displayed a smile, Cecilus gently stroked his chin with a finger, his chin onto which blood had trickled down from his finely shaped nose, then from which it fell. Subaru, seeing fresh blood spilling from Cecilus' nose, Subaru hurriedly looked over the hand railing. It was not like he could see inside of rooms or into basement by looking down onto the island, but even so, from what he could see here, and there he understood that there many figures collapsed belonging to many people. The massacre had begun in the time Subaru had been using to put the situation in order and consider the possibilities carefully. Death had violently ravaged the people throughout the island, harvesting lives without exception. Indeed, without exception, Cecilus Subaru Cece. As he pulled himself away from the railing, Subaru also felt a sting inside his nose, but he was more worried about Cecilus, who had sat down next to him. Cecilus rested his back against the railing, perspiring, as he slumped down into a cross-legged sitting position. He had an easy-going attitude, but the blood coming from his nose, which he was holding down with his hand, had not ceased. Subaru, are you okay? Cecilus, well, this sure seems tricky. This is a quite formidable enemy, Basu. Concerning this opponent, does there happen to be any shortcomings you're aware of? Subaru, is this the time to be saying that you're bleeding from your nose and from your eyes, too? Cecilus, I see, even though I was proud to say that I'd never spilled a drop of blood till now. Even as they spoke, blood flowed from the sitting Cecilus' eyes. Cecilus' state was becoming so awful that it was hard to look at it, but it was frightening that even with the blood pouring out his nose, his tone of voice had not changed in the slightest. However, the scariest thing about Cecilus had not been that Subaru, aren't you afraid of dying? Cecilus, people die after all, Subaru. While understanding that what was drawing ever closer to him was imminent death, Cecilus responded without any hesitation. Without hesitation, without bewilderment, without fear, without anxiety, without nervousness, without regret. Unlike Subaru, no place should lay beyond his death. Even so, Cecilus held no fear towards death, supposedly the most feared thing among living beings. And so, without showing any fear of death, Cecilus, the hand holding his nose down dropped, and as if to conceal the bloodstain in his sleeve enshrouded his arm, and with his back resting against the fence, Cecilus became motionless. His eyelids were closed and cast down, and without even a twitch he became unable to move. Subaru clearly understood what that meant, and then Subaru coughed. The hand he placed over his coughing mouth was stained with blood. Death had been looming closer to Subaru as well, for the very same devastating scene dominated the Gladiator Island in its entirety. Subaru, slowly dragging his feet, Subaru wandered around the island searching for survivors. However, now that even Cecilus was out of running, as if living up to Subaru's tattered expectations, there was no occurrence of such an entity appearing. Subaru, Tanza, and the others too, and even Old Man No, every single one of them had collapsed and lost their lives, shutting the eyelids on everyone's astonished faces, as they were unable to comprehend the events that had occurred, and cleaning their faces somewhat was the best that Subaru could do for them. Subaru, sorry, Tanza. He had failed, he had erred in his procedure. He should have told Tanza and the others about the danger, as well he should have had them take some kind of precautions. If only they had stayed together after converging with Tanza and the others, and before ascending to the vantage point, if only he had been able to make her at ease, and not let her die, that girl who was anxious about this place, in which she could not rely on anyone who knew nothing of the situation. Until he found their bodies, he had not even thought about such an obvious thing. Subaru, Having wandered around the island, he had seen that all the guards were dead as well. The way they had died was the same as the gladiators. Everyone had bled to death, blood coming out from their faces along that way he had. Gone go see the cages where the gladiator beasts were locked up, and their Subaru saw that all of them too had died. They had collapsed in their cages, bleeding from their eyes and noses, having died in the same way the humans had. Subaru, I guess that means I'm more durable. While near death, he made a joke that the lifeless gladiator beast did not laugh at. It was difficult to breathe because his nose was completely blocked by blood. His eyes had also become moist and misty, and upon wiping them with his fingers, it was like a faint red curtain would cover them. Toward Subaru, and Subaru only slowly approached an absolutely disgusting death god. To that disgusting death god, Subaru erected his trembling middle finger. And then, "Hey, what are you doing in a place like this?" In the middle stratum of the island, in the place known as the courtyard, the death god muttered as he cracked the bones in his neck. Wearing a black bandana and giving the outward appearance of a friendly young man was the death god Todd. As he looked at Subaru, who had raised a middle finger toward him, he gradually drew closer. Todd, as you can see, ID thought every guy on the island had died, but Todd skillfully pulled out a large knife, wearing a puzzled face as he looked at Subaru. In many ways, he was probably thinking he had gotten into an unexplainable situation. Meeting a living person here must have been outside of Todd's expectations. The feeling of falling into an ambush certainly had also been ominous to Todd. However, Subaru knew that if he waited here, he would come. If he could finish this without meeting him, he would rather have that. But this was a confrontation he could not avoid no matter what. There was no one else left alive anymore, and in the time until Subaru died, the only one to have any chance of speaking to him was this death god Todd. The look in his eyes lacked negligence, but there was no hesitation in his approaching steps. It was not so much an attitude of looking down upon Subaru, but more of an attitude of not viewing Subaru as a problem. That he was underestimating Subaru because he was a child could not be the case. Without letting out jokes or metaphors, Subaru was already at the point of death. If one were to be overly cautious towards a helpless child about to die, that would not be cautiousness, but rather cowardice. Though Todd could be spoken of as cunning and cautious, not as cowardly. Facing him, Subaru, who had let the girl's death go by through stupidity, was thinking. Even though Todd had appeared just as he had wished, he was not sure if things from now would go as he wished. Even if he had a chance, Todd was not a person who would give hints easily. He did not have the kindness to give a helpless, dying child something to help them die in peace. If so, against this cold-blooded death god, how could he bring back some form of information? Maybe there was just one thing. Even if he did extremely well, the information he could get was just one thing. That one thing he had to make it something worth his while. Todd. Step by step, the distance between Subaru and Todd diminished. As soon as this distance reached zero, it would not be surprising for the other party to stab Subaru and bring him death mutely with his head and body lacking oxygen. He had to draw the correct answer. It was Todd who committed this massacre on the island. There was no use in asking. Who was still alive? It would be useless to ask. That there would be no meaning. Where was Arakia? As much as he would like to know that he did not think Todd would answer him, it would be useless. What happened to Gustav that, like Arakia, would be a useless shot? Then what remained was it the method behind the massacre. Todd. Poison gas was not. Subaru had erased that option from his mind. Halfway up the island's mountain, Subaru had happened upon Cecilus at the vantage point and had decided to stay there. After all, the answer to the massacre were to be poison gas, then he would have been safe with the strong winds of the vantage point probably. But as it turned out, neither Subaru nor Cecilus had escaped the carnage of the massacre. The possibility of poison gas was quite low, considering those outside and on the island had also collapsed. Then the other possibility was Subaru magic from Arakia, who had appeared together with Todd, had utilized some kind of slaughter magic to annihilate the gladiators, the guards, and the gladiator beasts on the island. If he could acquire that certainty, then next time, he would go about things in actual proper fashion. If he could acquire that certainty. Right here. That instant an auditory hallucination dominated Subaru's mind, the voice of the star actor who should no longer be among them, yielded a heat within Subaru's weak thinking. And then as if the heat was urging him to do so, he opened his mouth and Subaru, the curse rule, the possibility he had once erased, albeit unable to do it fully, he shouted it in a loud voice toward the death god. That blood-curdling voice from Subaru was an inescapable attack, one which seized hold of the death god, and then the instant he heard that shout, the death god Todd moved. Todd die. The hint of suspicion, the bothersome air, just about everything disappeared, leaving only the intent to kill. If one were to see it in a sane state, that murderous intent was so thick and dense, they would almost faint with that in his eyes, and a knife in his hand. Todd leapt at Subaru in a single breath's time. Subaru Ka. The thrust of the cold blade buried it deep into Subaru's chest. Without a shred of mercy, the knife clawed through everything vital within his chest and was wrenched out with a twist to ensure that he would never be saved. A gush of blood spurted, staining Todd's blank face. With fresh blood, Subaru Ga. He had been stabbed, and then the blade had been yanked out. The force of that had flung his body onto the hard ground. The blood rushed through his throat with a vigor he had never experienced before as he spit out a gulp of blood alongside the packaged drug. He had bit down but failed to tear the envelope. But this wound did not require the drug. Todd, from the inside of your mouth, are you sane? As he picked up the red-tinged package with his fingers and sniffed at Todd, muttered, could he tell from the smell alone that the contents were dangerous, or had he guessed because it had come out of Subaru's mouth? Either way, it did not matter. It was something that Subaru could no longer reach. Only if there was something he wanted to say, that would be Subaru thing. Todd, what Subaru one thing? The one thing he had. Grasped it. His expression changing, giving it precedence above all else. He hastily killed Subaru. That was why Subaru had grasped at Subaru curse. He had grasped it, and then died in exchange for dying. He had grasped it. That which had been responsible for the killings upon the Gladiator Island gin and hive was the curse rule that supposedly did not exist. Chapter 71. Water. 1. The curse rule that supposedly did not exist had been activated to kill everyone on the Gladiator Island. What had taken Subaru's life at the very final moment had been the sharpness of a cold knife. However, just before that, the sensation of slowly dying from edges of his body had eaten into Subaru without any room for doubt working to ensure he died a cruel death. Ultimately, everyone aside from Subaru, the Gladiator's Tanza, and the others included, as well as the guards and gladiator beasts which were supposedly on the administration side of the island, and even Cecilus had died in an instant for reasons unknown. As somewhat of an exception, Subaru had been the only one to outlive it, but just why in the world had that been? Perhaps that question was one for which an answer could not be produced even if one thought about it. There was no person he could ask for the answer, and he thought it was not worth the time or brain cells. Instead, he needed to focus on the information. He could reliably gather Subaru that reaction from Todd. The answer is the curse rule. On the verge of death with a brain short of blood, had to choose between two options, but he had obtained the correct answer. Had Subaru not rethought things or fixated on the idea that it had been due to Arakia's magic, he would not have been able to return with that conviction. Precisely because he had struck true, Todd had made a decision to kill Subaru in that split second. He had concluded that Subaru was not a child on the verge of death, but a risk which he must kill immediately. The speed with which Todd had switched gears was the basis for Subaru's conclusion that the culprit had been the curse rule. Subaru, but why the curse rule? Now that the possibility of poison gas had been eliminated and evidence in favor of the curse rule had emerged, he no longer intended on entertaining the idea that the curse rule was just a scare tactic and did not exist. But if that were the case, then Gustav's behavior was now far too unnatural. The basis for Subaru concluding that there was no curse rule was that Gustav had not punished him using the curse rule, even though the Subaru had defied the rules of the Gladiator Island and had dangerously attempted to destroy order. Certainly, Gustav did not seem eager to let the gladiators die, but when comparing the island's order to Subaru alone, it made no sense for him to hesitate to make use of the curse rule. That was why, thinking about it the other way, Subaru, when I provoked him, even though Gustavson wanted to use the curse rule, he did not use it, but when everyone on the island was killed, had the conditions to use been fulfilled. For the time being, that was the arrangement of the events that had taken place that he could consider with the information he currently had. Subaru, Gustav sans an enemy, huh? Since the curse rule had been employed, in all likelihood the Chief Gustav was an enemy to Subaru and the others. In other words, with Gustav joining Todd and Arakia, and it could be said that those were the three enemies, it was good to know with certainty that Cecilus was not an enemy, but at the same time it was not enough for him to be pleased. Since that curse rule was a threat of such caliber that it had even taken Cecilus' life, Subaru, in exchange for the information he had obtained, more and more bad ingredients were thrown into the cauldron. Was it possible to filter through the contents of a cauldron of darkness boiling gently and see all the way through to the bottom? Thus, as far as the bad ingredients were, those were things he had to get rid of. The reason was Schwartz, Subaru HK. The shaking is. Subaru was crouching down, clutching his chest, where no wound was present, only the leftover shock of being stabbed. Whites, who had been worrying over Subaru, was surprised to feel a tremor coming up from under his feet. Of course, Subaru had known this was coming, and what the reason for the shaking was. He knew, but there was a big problem. The grace period until the drawbridge would begin to move had been shorter than it had been for his previous retrial upon death. 2. If he turned away from what he did not want to think about and covered his ears, the matter would be settled without him having to feel down. But if he were to do that, and were to turn his mindset into one of a loser, there would be no way to overcome the impending defeat. That was why, no matter how unpleasant reality was, he could not close his eyes and cover his ears. Even if that reality was, for instance, the restart point having moved forward by 10 seconds. Subaru, the authority of return by death possessed by Subaru, had been yielding abnormalities which had been particularly acting up recently. In addition to setting unusual restart points this time, there was a slight discrepancy in time. The grace period had been shortened by 10 seconds. This was an anomaly different from previous cases, in which grace periods would be extremely limited, making it a perfect situation for fueling Subaru's sense of anxiety and despair. This time it had shortened by about 10 seconds, but there was no guarantee that it would not shorten further. If this anomaly continued to occur over and over again until finally the time to death became less than a second, or if it even became impossible to return by death in the first place anymore, what would be left for Subaru to be able to do? Even if he did not wish to make plans based upon return by death, he would still consider the possibility of using return by death. Now that he was smaller, Subaru was more helpless than before. He shrank. This empire's realms were not so kind as to allow him to rest on his laurels only because he was adorable. Therefore, Uwe Schwartz, are we seriously just going to sit there? Subaru, seriously, I'm begging you, this is a big one. Don't freak out this time, Hyan. I won't, but... Thus Hyan, who was right beside Subaru, bit his teeth and hesitated to speak, his voice trembling so much that everyone could tell he was just acting strong. Subaru could understand why Hyan would be frightened and try to get him to reconsider. If they were found, they would not get a free pass. Hyan had no idea why Subaru would want to do such a reckless thing. However, if Subaru were to talk about the events that would ensue with honesty, whether he believed it or not, there was no doubt that Hyan would not cooperate with Subaru. For that reason, Subaru had tricked Hyan into cooperating under false pretenses. He was willing to be somewhat reckless with Hyan in order to obtain information that he could not ignore. That information that Hyan also could not ignore was Hyan shit envoys from the Imperial Capitale coming to talk about a show. You gotta be kidding me. Subaru, I've asked Whites to buy us. Sometime we're going to go get the details. Hyan, gotcha, I really do. Impatient and frustrated, Hyan was concerned about the island's events. A showcase of deathmatch involving the gladiators, the primary reason why Jinnenhive was being run. After having survived Sparka, and having been provided with an environment in which it was difficult to perish in a deathmatch between gladiators for the purpose of training, the biggest threat to one's life would be an event being held. Falsely claiming to have information about the upcoming show, Subaru had requested help from Hyan. As a result, come and allow me to hear what you have to say. With a stern voice, the sound of a door being opened echoed through the room. Two log-like arms through the entrance opened, and the atmosphere turned heavy with the return of the room's owner. Subaru shut his mouth at their entrance and tapped Hyan beside him on the shoulder. Hyan, too, responded silently, as if resolving himself for a situation they could no longer back out of. It was only natural. Subaru and Hyan could no longer afford to screw up, the reason being General First Class Arakia and Todd. A straightforward female voice answered Gustav's words. A person of a large build who had opened the door. There was a hint of a strained smile at that short, unkind answer. Todd, Private First Class Todd Fong, for the time being, just until this task is finished. So followed the voice of a man, as if it were crushing Subaru's very soul. With no regard for Subaru's feelings, the two people who being guided, Todd and the brown-skinned woman with an eye patch, Arakia, entered the room. The room was Gustav's office, the room to which Subaru had also been summoned for a stern warning the other day. Todd and Arakia stepped in as emissaries from the Imperial capital. Todd, though, for someone with a position like that of governor, it's a terribly plain room. In the middle of the room, standing to the side of the guest sofa, Todd surveyed his surroundings. Admittedly, the things contained within Gustav's room were few, with a work desk and bookcase. It could be said to be a room that matched its label as an office, containing naught but the necessities for carrying out his work. It was understandable why he was paying attention to that point, but Subaru wished that he would not look around, and especially not in the direction of the bookshelf in the corner of the room. Gustav, it is an office. I have assembled everything I in my capacity need. Are you here to conduct an inspection? Todd, not at all. I'm just General First Class Arakia's assistant to general, is very particular and has no subordinates but me. Arakia few in number, but elite. Todd saying I'm elite, I feel that evaluation's a bit impolite to my superiors. Todd shrugged at Gustav, who closed the door to his room and headed for his work desk. Todd slowly sat down on the sofa, his expression unchanged by Arakia's subsequent words. With that gaze now removed from the bookshelf, inwardly Subaru took a very, very big sigh of relief. It had been an unthinkably tense moment. No matter how much he thought about it, the one who had repainted the worst situation with fear had been Todd. That was why, from the bottom of his heart, he was afraid that he might be noticed again. Beside the bookcase, while covered by high-end camouflaging against the surrounding scenery, Subaru was listening intently to this situation. Subaru had asked Whites to stall the incoming carriage, and during that time he and Hein had trespassed into Gustav's office, hiding themselves using camouflage. While there was a precedent of stalling being successful, whether the camouflage could be detected or not was something that could not be. Knowing without trying, he thought that he had understood the mechanism of Haines' camouflage through the first Sparka and their conversations. Afterwards, but his conviction in it was a different matter. The precision of Haines' camouflage was influenced more by his nerve while remaining motionless rather than the state of his mind and body. Were he to have the guts to stay still, he would be almost invisible, being assimilated into the scenery. He could hug Subaru's small body, so that the same effect would apply on him as well. However, as soon as he moved, the ambience of the camouflage scales would become disorderly, and turning it very much like a child playing hide and seek, they would be in full view of everyone. In their fight against that lion-like gladiator beast, his scaredy-cat nature had caused him to die many a times. It was Haines' own weak heart that hampered his strong points. However, the camouflaging he was performing right now should be able to tackle those weak points to better them. Subaru, if they don't find us, we won't have to worry about them doing anything to us. The coming emissaries are Divine General and her sharp-eyed second-in-command, but as long as your camouflage doesn't. Waver, you'll be fine. Besides Subaru, I'll be with you. Before they went into the office, Subaru looked him straight in the eye and told him that, even though they were the words of an audacious child with short arms and legs and a voice that had yet to become deeper, they had reached Hein, whose friends' lives he had saved. Indeed, it seemed to resonate with him. That was why this was the first time Haines' camouflage had gone undetected. Just what Arakia and her second-in-command Todd have come to the island to discuss with Gustav beyond this point, this was the first time that conversation was able to begin. Gustav, General First Class Arakia, would you care to take a seat? Arakia, I'll stand since I can't settle down. Gustav, you cannot settle down. Arakia, it seems various things have happened since I came to the island. I guess it's because a dragon's nest is nearby. Even when encouraged to take a seat, Arakia shook her head and remained standing. Her second-in-command, Todd, sat on the sofa with Arakia standing behind him. Even so, the picture of Todd with his boss behind him did not feel out of place to Subaru, perhaps because he had too much of an image of Todd as someone very powerful and dreadful. The moment Haines' camouflage had become slightly distorted, he had gone straight for the kill, so it was impossible to not be cautious of someone like that. But, Gustav, if that is fine with you, then it is no problem to me as the official. So the purpose of this visit is, Todd, I appreciate being able to get right to work. We don't want to take too long. Either General First Class permission to hand over the letter. Arakia, do as you please. Todd, I'm grateful, Governor. This is a letter from the Imperial Capital from the Prime Minister. While Arakia was quite literally standing there like a decoration, Todd took the letter out of his pocket and handed it over to Gustav. Now in Gustav's hand, the letter was sealed with a proper waxen seal as to indicate the sender. Though Subaru was unable to confirm, the imprint marked Subaru, Imperial Prime Minister. As Todd explained who had entrusted them with the letter, his words made Subaru's tongue dry up. As he recalled, according to what Subaru had heard from the disagreeable, Abel, the person in the position of Prime Minister, was one of the main culprits for Abel having been driven out of the Imperial capital. Gustav had received a letter from the wicked Prime Minister who had chased out the Emperor of poor character. Moreover, the one who had delivered the letter was a human devil, Todd. Considering the massacre that would occur on the Gladiator Island after this letter was nothing but a bad premonition. Todd, High Count Gustav Morello, I heard that you were assigned to this island as governor by the order of His Excellency the Emperor Vincent. Wallachia. Gustav, there are no discrepancies in your understanding. Todd, even though it was by the order of His Excellency the Emperor, a low job, such as a management of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive, isn't suitable for someone such as a blood relative of the hero of Wallachia, Kurgan the Eight Arms. As if to support Subaru's premonition, the atmosphere of the room tingled with an intent to kill. The cause was Todd's rude, rambling manner of speaking, and Subaru knew what made Gustav the angriest based on their previous encounters. The reason behind Gustav's anger more so than what had been said about himself was, Gustav, that manner of speaking, do you doubt the honorable judgment of His Excellency the Emperor? That anger was due to disloyalty towards His Excellency the Emperor, or in other words, disloyalty towards Abel, who was Vincent. Todd. At the stern air Gustav emitted, Arakia suddenly lined up next to Todd. Arakia's face did not show what she was thinking, but that action alone made Subaru think that Gustav's extreme loyalty would be crushed with force. However, saying General First Class while holding up his hand, it was none other than Todd himself who stopped Arakia's threat. Todd, just now I went too far with my words. The governor's anger is justified. Arakia, but I won't let you die. You need to exact vengeance for your friend, right? Todd, of course that's right now. That's the purpose I live for. Despite reprimanding Arakia's attitude, Todd's face showed sadness as he answered, vengeance for his friend. So had Arakia pointed out towards Todd, Subaru could not help but bend his lips as he tried to not miss a single thing they said. Todd and vengeance. They were words with such terribly poor compatibility. Subaru did not know Todd well enough to say that, but he supposed it meant that Todd had people who were important to him. Neglecting his fiancée despite wanting to see her so badly, he had come to this island to kill a lot of people. Todd, I'm sorry for speaking so thoughtlessly. Governor General First Class Arakia, and I have some external concerns. Because of that, my behavior was inadequate. I apologize. Gustav, I accept your apology, but going too far with what you say can invite disaster. Todd, as far as that goes, it is painfully true to hear. I'm very, very aware of that. Todd, who had held Arakia back, made a bitter face at Gustav's advice. Ignoring Todd's reaction, Gustav cracked a wax seal with his thick fingers and opened the letter. The Imperial Prime Minister, the person who was responsible for the current havoc within the Empire, the contents of his letter were, Gustav, this is. Todd, it was the intention of my impolite talk earlier. I didn't mean to offend. I just want to say that if the governor's tired of managing the Gladiator Island, that's completely fine. As Gustav ran his eyes over the letter, small wrinkles were notched into his rock-like face. Gustav ran his eyes over the letter and carved little wrinkles in his rock-like face. Todd closed one eye as it seemed like a crack had been made on a real rock, and that crack was spreading. Leaving Arakia silent, Todd continued appearing as if he was the main representative emissary. Todd, the gladiators of this island are liable to cause internal conflict. In accordance with His Excellency the Emperor's wishes, they are to be disposed of all at once. 3. Matter-of-factly, with a deadpan delivery, as if he were just talking about taking out the trash on garbage collection day, Todd had made a firm request to Gustav for the gladiators of the Gladiator Island for several hundreds of people to be disposed of. Subaru. The only reason Subaru had been able to stomach that forecast of the worst outcome being right on the mark was that he had already seen the massacre actually killing everyone on the island, and had henceforth steeled his heart. Thus it was a miracle that Hyan, who had received a bolt from the blue, did not scream, although it would be more accurate to say that he was far too dumbfounded to grasp the situation. Subaru, that singular voice had been so devoid of any sense of reality that Hyan had forgotten to even move. However, although they had gotten past through the lucky break of the camouflage, not coming undone, Subaru could not help but bite down on his molars. This request had led to the activation of the curse rule that would kill everyone on the island. As expected, it was just as he feared Todd and Arakia, and finally Gustav had become his enemies. As long as he could not stop those three from committing that heinous act, he would not be able to prevent that massacre. Gustav, fear of internal trouble, you say? Todd, internal trouble is internal trouble. It's something that with its insolence darkens the gracious influence of His Excellency, the Emperor, that, as it may, the Prime Minister does not believe that it is something Gustav is sheltering the governor's loyalty is the real thing. Gustav, Todd, for that reason, it must cause your heart to anguish. I am told that ever since the governor was appointed to this island, the quality of the gladiators unveiled at the shows is incomparable to what it used to be. While ordering the disposal of those gladiators, Todd's attitude was one of showing appreciation for Gustav's work. As he looked down at the letter, Gustav's expression did not shift. Just how had Todd's words been resonating within him, lacking freedom? As he watched the situation, Subaru did not comprehend. Gustav, by decreasing the risk of needless deaths, by allowing them to acquire the foundations of how to fight, and by having them stand side by side rather than outmaneuvering others, the quality of the gladiators who survive shall improve. But in Gustav's own notions, having performed the administration of the Gladiator Island, it felt as if there had been something like pride in the tone of his voice as he calmly responded. Instead of making the gladiators into a mere spectacle, Gustav had trained them, nurtured them, and reformed the rules of the island in order to win the favor of both the Emperor and his subjects. probably gentleness akin to attachment or affection towards the gladiators, had not been present there. It was Gustav's decision as the person placed in the position of governor, and only that. Arakia finished talking, that is. So Arakia asked of Gustav, who had placed all four of his hands atop the desk on which he had placed a letter, as he closed his eyes. It was an insensitive question that completely ignored the flow of the conversation, something that Subaru might have reacted to with anger and a flushed face had he been in Gustav's shoes. But Gustav did not object to it, and Todd simply took it as a given. Todd, I've heard of a curse rule. That'd be very convenient for the disposal. It seems that you have a curse tool given to you by General First. Class Groovy Gumlet of the 9 Divine Generals, using that you can get them all in one go or something. Gustav, it is possible. Todd, then, this will be a quick affair, let's get this over with, and head back to the Imperial capital. Together, we'll need some time to prepare the new gladiators, so we'll have to shut down Jin and High for a while. Todd spoke, as one might at the end of a class, putting away all the supplies. He had used the lack of seriousness in the way he spoke interfere with Haynes' ability to reboot, his thinking still shut down. However, even if Hyen had yet to reboot, it seemed like they were running out of time toward the great trigger. If Gustav would activate the curse rule in accordance with the written decree brought by Todd, and Arakia, total annihilation would follow. Knowing that it was a capricious and unstoppable future, the only way to stop it was for Subaru to make a move here, but just how should he act? He already had the perfect notion that if he were himself without a plan, he would be killed on the spot. On the other hand, even if they tried to take the one who was probably able to make use of the curse rule, Gustav, he was significantly stronger than both Subaru and Hyen. Gustav, I refuse. And so Gustav declined Todd and Arakia's demands, so he would take advantage of that Advantage taking advantage, what would that be? Todd, what? Subaru, desperately trying to rack his brain, was just as scrambled in his thoughts as Hyen was. In contrast to Subaru, who had lost his train of thought, Todd's voice was unfeeling and sharp. Subaru felt as if the atmosphere in the room had become thicker and more viscous. That change in temperature was fundamentally different to the time Gustav had gotten offended by Todd's manner of speaking. It was not the heat or moisture in the atmosphere, but rather what had changed was its very color. Clad in that atmosphere, staring at Gustav, who had his hands on his desk, Todd said, "Todd, is there any discrepancy between the contents of the written decree and what you understand from our end?" Gustav, no, the letter contains the same information you have just given me. The Prime Minister's name and his seal are not misprinted. Todd, if that's the case, then what kind of intent are you expressing? Spreading his arms out, Todd asked this of Gustav, who had thrust aside his demands. Subaru, too, did not understand anything that was going on. Gustav had rejected the demands Todd had brought from the Imperial capital to purge all the gladiators on Gladiator Island by utilizing the curse rule. Just why the reason was, Gustav, as the official, I have been ordered by His Excellency the Emperor in preparation for emergencies, strive to develop the gladiators, trained in both body and mind. Todd, the seal of the Prime Minister reflects the will of His Excellency the Emperor. Are you saying that because it conflicts with what your orders from beforehand, you're unable to make a decision? The written decree is the real thing, you know. Gustav, I do not suspect forgery. I accept it as a written decree from the Prime Minister. Todd, but it's still not worth considering. Frowning, Todd turned his discerning eyes toward Gustav, someone he could not understand. For just this time, Subaru shared the same opinion as Todd. Even though he was grateful that Gustav had brushed off the demands, he had no idea of the true motives behind that. Then in front of Subaru and Todd, who were harboring identical bewilderment, Gustav continued. Gustav, from His Excellency the Emperor, I have directly been given orders. Todd, like I said, the written decree is retracting that and telling you to obey the next orders. Gustav, the order of His Excellency the Emperor came when I was installed as the governor of this island. Interrupting Todd's words, Gustav was stating the basis for his option several years ago, the time when Gustav had been appointed as governor of the Gladiator Island. That was, Gustav, His Excellency the Emperor, told me this: even if you receive orders from me, do not disobey this first order. Todd, those were undoubtedly the words that would guide Gustav, who had been placed in this situation. Those words had foreseen that Gustav would be placed in this situation. Something like proper preparation was not adequate in the least. So it was an order that could not have been established without prescient foresight. Because of the Valachian Emperor of Vincentno, because of Abel, there were preparations for the future. Todd, so what you're saying is because you have previous orders from His Excellency the Emperor, you cannot obey His Excellency the Emperor's current orders. Gustav, he also told me that I need not know the reason. As the official, I agree regardless of whether I know or not. The duties that I in my capacity must carry out do not change. Shaking his head, Gustav firmly responded to Todd's question. Todd slightly narrowed his eyes as he faced Gustav, who maintained his resolute attitude that his gaze was trying to somehow persuade Gustav was not what his face suggested he was thinking. After all, he no longer had any reason to exhaust his words trying to persuade the resolute man who refused to listen. In other words, Todd-Arakia negotiations have broken down Gustav HK. Like that, Todd spoke to Arakia in a flat voice. The subsequent instant before a fatal situation arrived, Gustav grabbed all four sides of the desk with all four of his arms and was about to lift it up and throw it at the two visitors. As the muscles in his thick, strong arms bulged, he easily lifted the desk, which seemed to weigh close to 100 kilograms. Arakia slosh. Together with that unfeeling chant, Arakia pointed the wooden branch she held towards Gustav. Immediately subsequent to that, an immensely powerful jet of water spurted from the tip of the wand, blowing away Gustav's stone-like face in its entirety alongside everything else above his neck, and that life was transformed into a deceased one. For there was a heavy thud, and the desk, whose legs had been lifted for a moment, fell to the floor a beat later, as it tried to throw the desk, using his entire being. Gustav's body, having lost everything upwards of its neck, collapsed to the ground. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound on his neck, where he had lost his head, which dirted the floor of the office nonstop. The fresh blood that spread seemed to insist on Gustav's quick death, which did not feel real. Todd people of the multi-arm tribe, they sure are the same no matter how many arms they got. If anything, just go and get some more heads. Todd cracked the bones in his neck while looking at the dead Gustav. Then he looked back at Arakia, who was staring intently at the tip of her branch, and asked what's wrong as he tilted his head. Todd, no way you couldn't be surprised by your own power, right? Arakia, incorrect, but I'm surprised so much power with mere water. Todd, oh, that hunt, if you're aiming for a crowd of people who are spread out, then fire's better. But if your opponent is one person, then water's definitely the best. Next time, just put 1 glass of water's worth, or thereabouts, inside your opponent's head. That'd be enough. Arakia understood Todd. While suggesting some frightening things, Todd walked up to Gustav's corpse as she cast her eyebrows down. Arakia called out to him, who had drawn a somewhat large knife from his side. Not answering her call, Todd went around behind the corpse atop the desk, and thrusting his knife into its thick back, without mercy, he sliced it open vertically. It was a method sparing no quarter, as if carving up a fish. There was a large quantity of blood flowing from the neck, but the spurts of blood from the already dead body were minimal. Even so, while basking in an amount of blood that was not small in the least, Todd dissected Gustav's body. Subaru, reflexively averting his eyes from that scene, Subaru became aware of his own trembling. Until now, Subaru had considered Todd to be a dreadful enemy, but this was the first time he had seen him involved in such grotesque conduct. To think that he would take a person and dissect them as if they were an animal. Todd's violence was consistently focused straight on the goal of eliminating enemies and danger. If he had such a liking towards defiling a corpse in this way, Subaru wondered if every time after Todd had killed him, his own corpse had been defiled in the same fashion. Thinking this, an unbearable sense of dread and feeling of revulsion dominated his entire body. Amidst the unpleasant noises that made him want to plug his ears, Subaru was unable to do so. Even in a scenario that made him want to kill his emotions by instinct, he never knew what could be lurking there, perhaps when running away from Todd. If there were corpses nearby, then he might get distracted by them. And why he was thinking about such a stupid thing was Todd, there it is. Arakia, what is? Suddenly, that unpleasant wet sound came to an end in Todd, and Arakia's conversation shifted. Arakia, too, had lowered her voice at Todd's vulgar taste, to which Todd had replied, quite indifferently, wiping the blood splattered on his cheek with the back of his hand. Todd, it's the cursed tool. And no, the cursed tool. I figured someone like him would keep it embedded in his body somehow. Arakia, cursed tool. Todd, it's necessary to activate the curse rule. Ah, it's fine, if you don't know anyhow. While saying that, what Todd had pulled out of Gustav's body was what appeared to be a black orb which had been embedded dead center in his large body. The orb Todd had called the cursed tool was around the size of a golf ball at most. Even so, it was the cursed tool necessary to activate the curse rule. In other words, Todd, as long as I have this thing, it doesn't matter whether the owner lives or dies. He sure did something stupid. Fiddling with the cursed tool in his hand, Todd moved away from Gustav's corpse's back, which had lost his head under heroic circumstances, while calling out to it. There was neither pity nor sympathy in his voice. Instead, there was a tinge of indifference and disgust. Todd, it's strange that you thought you could compete against a monster. Todd muttered as he tilted his head, presumably referring to Arakia, who had killed Gustav in the time of a single breath. However, neither Gustav, who had lost his life, nor Subaru, who had been present at the scene, could help but think that the monster in question was undoubtedly Todd. Subaru, Thus, by any means necessary, he must steal the curse tool from that monster. Todd, Arakia, give me water, I need to rinse off the blood, then as for the guys on the island. Todd's attention turned to Arakia after tearing Gustav's corpse open, wanting to wash his bloody knife and hands. Putting the curse tool in his hand onto the work desk, for one moment Todd turned to Arakia's side. Instinctively, Subaru decided that it had to be then Arakia, and prompted by Arakia's word her mouth wide open, Todd turned back around, noticing a child having appeared in the middle of the room, all of a sudden reaching his hand out to the curse tool on the desk. Todd's eyes open wide. Haynes' camouflage came to an end, having completed its job so thoroughly that neither the meticulous Todd nor the monster-grade Arakia had noticed Subaru and Haynes' presence. Subaru Hyen. The instant he caught on to the curse tool with his fingertips, Subaru called out to Hyen, who concealed himself by assimilating with the floor he lay down on. However, his gaze was in a completely different direction, the entrance to the office. Facing that way, he raised his voice. Subaru, blow away the whole room, Todd, HK Arakia. Hearing Subaru's strange shout, Todd immediately called out for Arakia. While also keeping vigilance towards the door, Arakia clung close by Todd's side. If an outrageous attack were to be cast from near the door, they would be able to respond to it. However, Todd, it's a bluff. In 1 second, a moment in which nothing happened, Todd saw through Subaru's intention, but by being given just that second, Subaru was able to fulfill his objective. He grasped the cursed tool, and just after Hyen while howling, Hyen came flying towards the waist of Subaru, who had gotten a hold of the cursed tool, and grabbed him just after Hyen held Subaru in his arms as they plunged into the side of the room opposite to the entrance into the window of the office. The entire way of their bodies crashed into it, and Subaru and Hyen flew out as the window frame was destroyed. The moment they jumped out, Arakia splash. And with power unimaginable from such an unfeeling chant, a flash flood devastated the office. Water with tremendous pressure blew away the upper stratum of the Gladiator Island, and the furniture and bookcases that Gustav, the owner of the room, had so meticulously arranged were swept away without mercy. However, Arakia, they're gone. Watching the items in the room streaming out of the broken walls one by one, Arakia, the one responsible, stepped on the wet floor and muttered so. Looking toward the exterior of the broken office, downwards a white cloth tied along the wall could be seen. If one were to grab it and let their hands glide, they would be able to descend to the bottom. Arakia this. Todd, so they were fully prepared to ambush us. That kid, just what is he? Next to Arakia, also looking out the wall, Todd put his hand over his mouth, murmuring. Narrowing his eyes, Todd, in careful thought, let out a small sigh. Todd, Arakia, go recover the cursed tool. It's all right to kill. Arakia understood. What about you, Todd? Todd, the things I'm going to do, you don't need to know about them. With a shake of his head, Todd brushed off Arakia's question like that. However, Arakia was unbothered by that, and instead leaned out of the broken wall and dropped straight down, without cheap tricks, without any assistance from dozens of meters high. And then seeing Arakia off as she chased after the intruders, Todd heaved a sigh and, Todd, that brat sure had a nasty smell. And muttering, so his eyes lacking any expression, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Chapter 72. Ludicrous Rumors. 1. The sheet dangling from the office's window had been insurance in case the worst came to pass. Inside Gustav's office, a discussion between him and two emissaries, Todd and Arakia, had been in progress, although only led entirely by the two of Todd, and Gustav, getting to the crux of the pair's visit to the island, had taken quite a lot of trial and error for Subaru, and Hyen as they had. Eavesdropped. The events that would occur, the words that would be employed, a way with which to calm Hyen down the blind spot for him, and Hyen to hide in an escape route. Those were the requirements. They would have to deceive Todd, a meticulous person, and Arakia, one of the 9 divine generals. They had no problems in being similar to characters in a manga that could feel any presence for the purpose of deceiving them. Subaru had needed to pull out all the stops. He had asked Whites to buy sometime Tanza, to bring herbs with strong odors on the way to the office, and either to gather people on a vantage point so as to distract them even if only a little. By doing all those things, they would raise their suspicion to the utmost, but only so much that they still would not act on it. Those fortifications built upon thin ice had allowed them to overcome their opponent's own defensive fortifications. However, Hyen Schwartz was the plan now. Subaru still thinking. As he clung on to Haynes' body, having barely avoided a fall to their death, Subaru bellowed. Being a lizard man, his hands and feet could attach to the walls in a manner akin to actual lizards. However, Haynes' body was bigger than a lizard's, and furthermore, he had been saddled with a weight, that being Subaru. A closer description would be that they had descended rapidly, borrowing the dangling sheet's assistance to avoid injury. Having been lowered from Haynes' arms to the courtyard, Subaru then confirmed the feeling of the cursed tool in his hand. The black ball, still sticky and wet with blood, had been inside. Gustav's body, just where exactly it had been placed, he did not know only that it had been ripped out of him. Subaru GUH. Enduring the nausea rising from within, Subaru frantically planned his next move. The very instant Todd let go of the cursed tool had been the instant Subaru thought he had to act. Since he had attained the cursed tool this way, he had not been mistaken in that. But at the same time, there was no doubt that it was a move made without any thought on what to do afterwards. Subaru, anyway, let's use your camouflage in those bushes. Hi, and Aura, you sure we shouldn't run? Subaru, no, we can't just run away. Without any thought, she'd find us right away, quickly. Between the options that popped into his head, running or hiding, he had immediately chosen hiding. As they had already aroused the hostility of Todd and Arakia, there was no doubt that they would face death either way, so he had opted for a path that would give him better insight into future events. If they were to run away, they would have to continuously stay on the run. But if they hid, they would be able to continue mulling over what to do. Next, for as long as they stayed silent, Subaru, pulling the arm of the bewildered Hein, Subaru dove behind a plant in the corner of the courtyard. Then Hein camouflaged himself while covering Subaru, hiding themselves from those around them. With Haynes' body pressing down on him, he felt his heartbeat on his back beating with an inordinate force. He was frightened, cowering, still he had to endure this, because if he could not, they're not here. With a light thud, a girl overcame the height that Subaru and Hein had struggled to descend. The one landing barefoot in the courtyard was Arakia, holding a thin tree branch in her hand, one of her eyes covered by an eye patch. She turned, surveying the courtyard with her sleepy-looking eye. Could Haynes' camouflage truly deceive her eye as she searched? Even if they could elude one's perception, provided the person was unaware of their existence, they would not be able to conceal themselves in the blind spot were their existence to be known. If she just searched for Subaru, and Hein, with the slightest bit of extra attentiveness, would heighten their anxiety on being found. There was nothing Subaru could do about that, but they absolutely could not let themselves be found. Not because he had obtained a cursed tool capable of killing or saving everyone on the island. For a more pressing reason, a reason directly related to Natsuki Subaru's own state, was why he could not afford being found, was why he could not afford dying. Arakia HM. He wished that she would turn around and walk away in the wrong direction. But in the end, that wish of his was in vain. Wrinkling her brow and letting out a small growl, Arakia approached the shrubs where Subaru and Hein were hiding. Their presence, their smell, their breathing, the sound of one of their heartbeats. He did not know which one had tipped her off. Or perhaps it was some sort of aura that only the strong were able to sense something Subaru and his partner could not if she was feeling. Anything along those lines, it would be beyond foul play to corner them with something they had no way to counteract, should be against the rules. But it seemed that in Arakia's point of view, those rules were laughable at best. Ojo, the hell's this? The governor's room's been blown up. Who's this beautiful woman? Is she a guest? What is it? Did something happen? Just before these bitter thoughts completely filled his head, just before Arakia reached the garden shrubs, the courtyard's atmosphere was disturbed by the voices of multiple men. Looking over, 5 gladiators had lumbered over and made their appearance in the courtyard. They were probably onlookers of a unit who had caught the sound of Arakia blowing Gustav's room up. Their attention was focused on Gustav's room with its blown-out walls, and on Arakia, a beautiful, unfamiliar girl, standing in the courtyard. Arakia, too, turned toward them, as they appeared, tilting her slender head with a thoughtful look. From her perspective, it was as though she was suspecting that those that had now appeared were comrades of the ones she was chasing, Subaru and Hein, but Subaru did not mind that, not in the least. Their appearance in this juncture had been completely unforeseen by Subaru. They were intruders summoned by coincidence. Even if she were questioning them, she would obtain no information in regards to Subaru and Hein. In fact, Subaru and Hein would wait for a chance to sneak away while she attempted to make them talk. They were a lifeline provided by the heavens, different from what Subaru and Hein had prepared themselves. Listen, HK, not wanting to miss their chance, Subaru and Hein, who had been watching Arakia's movements, intently heard a voice emanating from the room with a broken wall above them. The one who the voice belonged to was Todd, the last person remaining in that room. Regaining his fear, Todd, whose existence had momentarily been put out of his consciousness due to focusing on the threat of Arakia in front of him, he psyched himself up as he trembled. He braced his fearful heart so that he would be able to deal with whatever Todd was about to say. Todd, Governor Gustav Morello, has been killed. The 2 perpetrators are a black-haired child and a gray lizard man. Kill them as soon as you find them. Subaru, Todd, I repeat, Governor Gustav Morello has been killed. The Governor's role will be taken over by General First Class Arakia. If you don't want to die due to the curse rule, kill them both. His voice was not rough, neither did it overwhelm with emotions, but possessed emotional control necessary to be heard by a large number of human beings and make them act. That voice lingered in one's eardrums, forbidding those who listened from forgetting its contents, even if they lagged behind in understanding. The moment Todd spoke, Subaru's eyes widened as he realized that they had been outsmarted. The blame for Gustav's death was now being attributed to Subaru and Hein. Even if they claimed they were being falsely accused, there was no hope that a proper investigation or trial would be held on this island. To begin with, if they were caught by someone, even once, everything would be over for Subaru and Hein. In other words, Todd now let Sparta begin. The evil custom of Gladiator Island Gin and Hive, its lifeblood ritual, will begin with the entire island as a stage. Todd Arakia, declaring the commencement of that cruel ceremony with those who had heard it still unable to move Todd, called out to Arakia in a less strident voice. She looked up and their eyes met, and Todd silently pointed to the courtyard below. For a moment, Subaru's heart palpitated, but Todd was not pointing at him and Hein. He was pointing at the gladiators, the heavenly lifeline that had appeared in the courtyard at the last moment. Todd, after pointing at the gladiators, brought that very same finger to his neck, and Todd killed him. While his voice had been inaudible, even Subaru had been able to tell that his lips had moved as to speak that. Moving his finger along his neck was a ruthless cue for lopping off someone's head. Arakia, having witnessed the same sight Subaru, had slowly turned her gaze toward the gladiators. The gladiators were puzzled, being stared at by Arakia through the one red eye of hers that was uncovered by an eye patch. They had yet to digest the meaning of Todd's prior words. Gladiator Lil miss you know something about that thing about Gustav being dead is that. Arakia, I'm sorry I was told. The gladiator. Huh, told what? A gladiator tilted his head, the combination of that sudden order and the pair of people unknown to them being the reason. And Arakia, responding to the gladiator, produced a great sideways swing of her right hand, which held the branch. That was all she did. That alone was enough. Gladiator Bua. The next moment, the heads of all 5 gladiators facing Arakia exploded from the inside. To be precise, the effects had been split. Some had their heads burst from the inside, some had died because the contents of their faces had been pushed out of their eyes and noses, and some had died because their heads had swollen in bizarre fashion. Although it probably had not made much of a difference as far as they were concerned, since the results had been the same regardless. Arakia, to not talk to dead people. With their heads destroyed, the gladiators fell limp. Only after a while did Subaru realize that her mutter let out while looking at the fallen gladiators was the answer to his question from earlier. His mind was too occupied for him to pay any attention to it. His mind was too occupied in processing what that monster Arakia had done. It was probably water. Todd had given Arakia advice at the time Gustav was killed to put water inside her opponent's head. Perhaps that was what she had done. The heads of the gladiators had been blown up from the inside with the water that materialized there being the cause. Arakia, 1 glass of water's worth. As she voiced that, Arakia fiddled with the tip of the branch in her hand with her other hand. While her ruminating tone lacked emotion to Subaru, it sounded somewhat like she was expressing dissatisfaction. She felt a dissatisfaction that only amounted to her being unhappy about not reaching that amount. Having feelings of that sort after murdering people, it was far from normal. That was why she was a monster, Arakia. And of course Todd was one. 2. Did anyone hear that loud-ass voice just now? Arakia's inhuman deeds made Subaru's mind grow darker and wild. Hein froze, forgetting to even breathe. Yet another voice arrived at the courtyard. Another gladiator, 1 gladiator, after another, rushed their understanding that it was the most likely spot everyone was gathering at, since they were able to look up at the governor's office from which they had heard that voice. And so that meant, Gladiator, where did you come from? The governor's. Arakia, I was told to not talk to dead people, that the victims of the spirit eater of Arakia would increase, hence it commenced. A massacre on the Gladiator Island commenced for a reason different to the curse rule being invoked. 2. The situation that Todd had set up was so horrid that it was hard to believe that it had been a sudden flash of inspiration. 1v1 Arakia would kill the gladiators indiscriminately. Naturally, there was not even a single person they would take her on and return a blow, given that she was a divine. General entering her field of vision was a calamity of such magnitude as to signify instant death. Certainly Arakia should have been able to manipulate waterspouts and explosive flames, but the fact that she had not utilized those kinds of powerful techniques that seemed like they could engulf the entire island, at the very least truly provided some modicum of relief. Perhaps loathing being unable to check the corpses. In that case, Todd had ordered her as such. And Arakia side, the island's guards were also troublesome. From what it seemed, the guards had somehow believed Todd's words that Arakia had taken over Gustav's role after the latter's demise. Subaru did not know how someone could actually take over an official position of the sort, but he did not believe Gustav would wish his murderer to succeed him. A portion of that matter had become that Subaru and Hein had killed Gustav, so as far as the guards were concerned, there was no reason to doubt Todd's words. Subaru disliked being misunderstood by the guards like that, but his biggest problem was, shit, they've really done it. The guards have unleashed the gladiator beasts onto the island. They're coming at us, run, 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 run. Such bellows and screams were continuously raised throughout the island as it descended into chaos. The unleashed gladiator beasts, the ones employed as enemies during Sparka, were, as far as Subaru could see, which beasts who'd all had their horns broken off, and currently they were obeying the guards. Those gladiator beasts, complying with the orders given by the guards following Todd, were on the prowl for the pair of Subaru and Hein on the island. However, the gladiator beasts could not distinguish between each gladiator. That was why one after another the gladiator beasts had also begun attacking the gladiators indiscriminately. Wary, hurry up and come on out, Schwartz, you creepy little brat. A guard yelled, his eyes shimmering with hostility, as he patrolled the corridors with a large two-headed dog next to him. The guards did not make active attempt to communicate with the gladiators, so this marked the first time Subaru had seen them lay there. Emotions bear in such a way the thought that they had always harbored hostility in that way also brought sadness to Subaru. Only it did not just bring sadness, it also brought a realization. The guards looking for Subaru and Hein appeared to be impatient and irritated, and moreover, they appeared afraid. Probably that was not unrelated to the fact that the guards too would die when the curse rule was activated. The guards too were taking many things into consideration as they chose to obey, so that they themselves would not die. Arakia and the guards from Subaru and Hain's perspective were dangerous enemies prowling the island. Had Todd, the one controlling them like pawns, been operating on his own, or had he been spreading his instructions, the fact that his whereabouts were unknown considerably diminished Subaru's capability to think. The whole time, because he had continuously been on the lookout for Todd, his strained heart was on the brink of cracking, and to pour salt on Subaru's wounds. Oi, where, Schwartz, was he there? Haven't seen him. I'm more worried about the guards if they find us we're dead. So if we hand Schwartz over to them, you're more on their killing. Anyone they find, they ain't making any distinction. Then what, Dre, you gonna do? Are you gonna just shut up and die? But if those rumors about Schwartz are true, heard were the voices of gladiators desperately keeping on struggling as best as they could in order to survive, faced with the threat posed by Arakia, and the guards among the desperate gladiators' opinions were split. Either stand up to tyranny or do as they were told and hand Subaru. Over there were those who had resigned themselves to the fact that both were futile, some who lamented this unreasonable situation, others who tried to cling to a papier-mâché, hope devoid of any basis, among various others. Even amongst the gladiators, Subaru had enemies, as well as a great number of people that could potentially become enemies, in a way compared to Arakia, and the guards who could all be classified as enemies. This group may be far more formidable. Since he could not tell friend from foe, Subaru could not rely on them so carelessly. Arakia, the guards, and the gladiator beast, the gladiators, whom he could not know if they were friend or foe, and finally Todd. With the commencement of the pursuit after Subaru and Hein, the gladiator island headed for destruction. It had indeed come to pass a massacre, even though he had struggled so desperately to try and prevent it. Subaru, old man no. Dashing through the island that had become a catastrophe, Subaru barged into the room just around the corner. The healing room on the lower stratum of the island was the workplace of Old Man No, where he had taken care of Subaru many times. The entrance to the room had been demolished, and because of that, Subaru felt a bad premonition as he rushed into the room. And that bad premonition of his came true. Schwartz Sama, greeting Subaru as he ran into the healing room, was a hoarse hail of a young girl. It had come from Tanza. Sitting in the back of the room, lying next to her petite form, was the corpse of a rat from which wings protruded. Tanza had probably defeated that witch beast single-handedly. Subaru thought that was very incredible. But before Tanza had come along, that witch beast had devastated the healing room and killed a person. At Tanza's feet, as she crouched down, was a collapsed cadaver whose head had been bitten right off a cadaver of a feeble old man who was nothing more than skin and bones. Hein S. Schwartz. Hein, having burst into the healing room alongside Subaru, had his voice tremble upon witnessing the same sight. That he had been able to remain hidden until Arakia left that courtyard in which he executed that heinous act of murdering gladiators as they came along one by one had only been thanks to Hein. Without him, it would have been utterly impossible for Subaru to return to this place. However, if they just repeatedly ran and hid, in the end they would not. When Schwartz, you're back. Humph, you didn't die either, lizard bastard. Idra and Whites also rushed over to Old Man Null's corpse, in front of which Subaru and Hyen were hanging their heads. All the members of his unit who had helped him sneak into the office were present. Considering the state of the island, that no one had died and they had been able to reconvene was akin to a miracle. However, if it truly were a miracle, shouldn't the results they had procured be much better than this? Tanza, Schwartz, Sama, are the stories floating about true about Governor Gustav's fate? Subaru, that it was me and Hyen. There's no way we could have done that. Gustavsen was killed by the emissaries from the imperial capital by Arakia. No, it was Todd who made use of Arakia. Tanza, Todd, who is that? Subaru, someone scarier than a Sin Archbishop. At least that was Subaru's current perception. From what he recalled, Sin Archbishops were not good people either, but when compared to Todd, they still had some charm, was what it seemed like. No, it did not seem like that no matter what they were compared to. Scum remained scum. But the way Subaru had put it seemed to make Tanza and everyone else understand just how dangerous Todd was. Tanza do not give such a reckless example. Even if we comprehend they differ from the likes of the Sin Archbishops, it is still bad for the heart. Subaru, sorry, but I'm quite familiar with them. After all, I've happened to encounter them plenty of times. Tanza, you have encountered Sin Archbishops plenty of times. That is, as expected. Subaru, as expected. What does that mean? Do you know something about me? Everyone. Partly out of frustration, he spoke in a way that sounded like he was reproaching Tanza. Subaru regretted this, but Tanza's reaction, her eyes downcast, was not due to being reproached, but seemingly in concern for Subaru's previous comment itself. That was a little strange to Subaru. No way, though, that any of these people knew of Subaru's circumstances, that every time he returned by death his miasma, which was seemingly connected to the witch, got stronger. Idra, so what should we do if Governor Gustav is dead? Then the curse rule that binds us must be gone, as well should we raise the drawbridge and head off the island. Hyen, ya idiot, we ain't got the key for that. Besides, if we move the drawbridge, we'll be targeted immediately. Whites, so you prefer to keep on fighting everyone else on the island. If the enemy will be a divine general, then sooner or later there'll be no way left for us to retreat. As Idra and everyone else discussed how to overcome the situation, Subaru's attention also turned in that direction. Idra's suggestion of escaping via the drawbridge was a good one of the various conditions that had changed, because the curse tool was present in Subaru's hands, and the curse rule was no more they could now leave the island. However, as Hyen had said, if they were to escape by using the drawbridge, they could be ambushed in 2 places on Control Tower for operating the drawbridge and on the drawbridge itself as they crossed it. On the other hand, not leaving the island was an idea that kept getting worse and worse, so as per White's statement, they would not choose it. In addition to that, Subaru, Gustavsen, if things continued at this rate, the island's gladiators, who were still losing their lives falling prey to Arakia one by one, and Old Man Null, as well, would remain dead in a world that would live on. That was something unbearable for Subaru. Even if it succeeded in recovering the curse tool and the fear of the curse had disappeared, deciding that this was the very best, and moving forward was not what Natsuki Subaru had originally desired. Such a path was not what the son of Natsuki Kenichi ought to choose. Subaru, at least, if I can reduce the number of people I have to deal with. His eyes shut tightly, Subaru was stuck amidst a maze of deliberations. As he murmured Tanza beside him, bit into her thin lip, in a situation where the entire island was hostile, certainly another different choice would also emerge if their circumstances were even a bit better, but Hyen, hey, in that case, can'tcha just stop hiding it, Subaru. Hyen, oi, Schwartz, I mean you, I'm talking to your man, Subaru, huh? As Hyen suddenly started talking, a feeling of trepidation in his voice, Subaru widened his eyes in wonder. It had happened as he was pondering over things, but even more than that, since he had no idea what the hell Hyen was talking about, Subaru had been slow to reach. To stop hiding it, so Hyen had told Subaru, so he had told him, but Subaru, to stop hiding it, hiding what? Hyen cut it out in this situation. Keeping it a secret ain't the right move. Whites, oi, stop it, lizard bastard. Hyen snapped at Subaru with an intense vigor. The latter, without a clue as to what the former was going on about, Whites intervened to stop him, but Subaru was too surprised to thank him. But Idra also making a serious face preface with Schwartz toward Subaru. Idra, the way is putting it aside, I understand how Hyen is feeling. Isn't it about time you come forth with it? Subaru, no, like I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Idra, it's about your father. Subaru, my dad. With seriousness, with unbelievable seriousness, Idra declared so to Subaru. But despite being told that with such seriousness, Subaru's confusion only grew more and more. He did not understand why it was so necessary to talk about his father right now. Subaru's father was, in the eyes of his son and the eyes of his wife, a man of paramount splendidness, a person who ought to be respected, the very object of Subaru's admiration, but Subaru but has an ordinary salaryman. Hi, and don't pull the wool over my eyes. I already know Yeser, His Excellency, the Emperor's illegitimate son, ain't ya? Subaru. Subaru's voice as he attempted to explain that information would not be useful in this situation was drowned out by Haynes' own as the latter's arms were held behind his back. It was drowned out, but the volume of water employed to do so was so overwhelming that Subaru's mind was unable to comprehend the vastness of the wave that had washed him over. Just now what did Hyan say? Subaru am His Excellency, the Emperor's child. Hyan, yeah. That's right, it's being talked about outside the island with black hair and black eyes, the illegitimate son of His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Valachius. Somewhere in the country that's... Idra Schwartz, it seems that'd be you. Taking over from Hyan, Idra spoke towards Subaru's voice and eyes serene. The eyes of Hyan seemingly depending on him, and the eyes of Idra, which had faith in him when they appeared as if they had not just told an unfunny joke in this situation. Subaru looked to Whites. His tattoo-covered face, contorting, White spoke. Whites, I believe I told Cha I know who you are, but I don't give a fuck about that. It'll lend you my strength regardless. Were it not for these circumstances, those faithful words would have been far more moving. Back then when Subaru had been told that in the lower stratum just how much resolve had it taken Whites to go and say that its weight only now becoming clear. And that too came from a wholly mistaken idea. Subaru, wait a sec, me the child of the Emperor. Why, Idra, for someone of such young age or ability for judgment, command and survival are unimaginable. You were the one who saved us and Haynes' people during Sparka Schwartz. Subaru, that's... It was true that Subaru had defied fate by making full use of his ability, but he had no idea that it would cause such a preposterous misunderstanding among Idra and the others. In the first place, for them to have even gotten such a wrong idea of him. Subaru, Tanza, why didn't you tell them they're wrong? Tanza Schwartz Sama, I have been viewing it with my own eyes, Subaru. Ah, Tanza Schwartz Sama, you were accompanying His Excellency the Emperor at that place, with Tanza gently holding the hem of her kimono in place, as she asserted. So Subaru was left speechless. What she was talking about had taken place at Chaos Flame. Indeed, Subaru had been in his shrunken state alongside Abel donning his ridiculous mask. Since Tanza was Yorna's attendant, it would not have been odd for her to be aware of the truth. And Tanza had seen the shrunken Subaru together with the real Emperor Abel, and that had depended on to Idra and the others' mistaken assumption Subaru. But Tanza was working with Albert Sand-No. Subaru's guess had been that Tanza had been conspiring with Albert in various deeds. Perhaps she had been acting to protect Yorna. So he thought, and he did not really feel like blaming her for that, and Albert would not reveal his hand even to an accomplice. Tanza was unaware that Subaru was a shrunken Natsumi Schwartz if so. Subaru, Tanza, who do you think I am? Tanza, the black-haired woman, and His Excellency the Emperor's. Subaru, and the rest was silence. Tanza spoke no further, but he understood what she was thinking. Having understood that Subaru was speechless, and he also comprehended that it would be difficult to explain it. He could offer no evidence. There was no other way but for Subaru to become larger right here, right now, all of a sudden. Subaru, this thing about the Emperor's illegitimate child, why is that relevant? Idra, right now, a rebel army has been raised outside the island against His Excellency. The Emperor, the one considered to be the leader of that rebel army, is Subaru, the Emperor's illegitimate son. Idra nodded at Subaru's suspicion. And so, even if with some difficulty, the theory was making sense. Within Subaru's mind, a power struggle between an emperor and his child, a battle initiated by Abel and his group outside the island, had become a story along those lines. In truth, it was a battle between a real emperor and a fake emperor, but what was made known was that it was a battle between the real emperor and a rebel army led by the emperor's child. He could envision just who had concocted that and how they had done it. Subaru, that bastard. Immediately Subaru comprehended that the situation had been set up by Abel and that the rumor had been spread by him. Then that was not Abel harassing him. It was a justification for the internal conflict itself, and also a means through which they could find Subaru, who had disappeared from Chaos Flame. To think that this situation had arisen from him, considering that Subaru was not dead, he would never under any circumstances say, I believe on the matter of Subaru not being dead. Subaru. Tanza and the others watched Subaru, having fallen silent with his hand over his mouth. Whites released high in the ladder, having grown quiet at the attention of all four people turned to Subaru. During all this outside, the healing room battles were taking place all over the island with the gladiator situation, a precarious one in which they would possibly even lose their lives, that much was understood. To be silent, to be calm, to take their time, to think they had no leeway for any of that. That was why. Tanza Schwartz Sama. Tanza beckoned him to instruct him that they had no time, even if that much was understood. Feeling a slight sense of awe in that call of hers, Subaru surveyed the faces of everyone in his unit. He surveyed, and he decided that in the current situation, he would fulfill what was asked of him. 3. Sensing the turning of tides, Todd Fong calmly stroked his chin. Todd, what an unsettling feeling. Back in the office, they'd blown the uncooperative governor's head off, literally replacing the head of the island. However, he had this feeling that afterwards things had moved sluggishly. Of course, if it were just to wipe out everyone on the island, Arakia alone was more than capable of doing it. That divine general did not have the brains to think for herself, yet was extremely powerful, in stark contrast to how simple she was. If she felt like it, she could engulf the entirety of the island in flames. Her doing that would be too much trouble for Todd, so he had gone ahead and told her not to do that. And to begin with, Todd, I really didn't want to come to a place like this. Every single one of their actions, which he had marked as being necessary, had backfired, and for that Todd felt bitter. The purpose of rescuing Arakia from captivity in the fortress city had been to recoup something, despite the fact that the city had fallen returned to the imperial capital alongside her, and there have his wishes of being reassigned granted. In fact, he could say that he had indeed been reassigned, but the way that had come to pass had been far from his expectations. Todd had been appointed as the sole subordinate of General First Class Arakia, someone who had had no underlings previously. All that because of one singular lie he had told to deceive Arakia, Todd Jamal. Even when dead, you're a pain in the ass. Although Todd's lie begot the situation, Arakia had no doubt that Todd sincerely wished to avenge Jamal. Because that lie had been necessary to win her over, Todd was unable to renege on it now. Frankly, he did not know what would cause that woman to bring down her anger on him. Considering the possibility of being turned into charcoal the instant he incurred her wrath, he was unable to retract his comment so carelessly. As a result, Todd had been made Arakia's subordinate. Arakia had been given orders by Bristets von Dalfin, the imperial prime minister, as his pawn. Thus Todd had been sent to this paradise of madmen, to the Gladiator Island. Bristets' command had been to dispose of the problems within the island. They had been told that Governor Gustav held the means to do so, and that ordering him to carry out would be an easy task. False at all of it. An easy task was never all that easy to solve. He knew what to expect. Hence why he had been prepared. Most things could be handled by being prepared in advance. Only unforeseen freak incidents could not be avoided, but the risk could be minimized by averting situations in which these incidents could happen. And yet an unforeseen incident had happened. Something very much out of his hands, like a child having gone unseen, jumping out from a blind spot in that place. Todd, when it comes to killing people of higher rank, I can think of numerous ways to do so, but he really had never given much thought on ways to kill a child. Nothing about it felt nice, and he doubted he would have a whole lot of opportunities to employ them. As such, he had used something from his short array of leftover candidates in conjunction with his method of killing for the Gladiator Island. If the guards of Gladiator Beasts and half of the gladiators were dragged into it, it would be possible to target specific individuals on the island. With Arakia in the mix, it would be odd if the child did not die then again. Todd, there's no such thing as perfect, isn't there? Twisting his head, Todd muttered, such as he walked through a corridor littered with corpses. The bodies were all gladiators hailing from the island, their attires shabby, whether that had been a result of internal conflict Arakia's aggression or the savagery of the gladiator beasts was of no interest. A corpse was a corpse, so if they were dead, he could erase them from his mind. Private First Class Fong. There's no need to go this far. Todd, of course, there is Governor Gustav was killed. The gladiators have organized and readied themselves. They have planned to turn this island inside out with their armed revolt. I don't know just who's involved, but can you guys tell who's the enemy among them from those who aren't? Faced with Todd's query, one of the two guards following behind fell silent. They were the two guards who had rushed in as soon as Todd declared Sparka. After sending Arakia out of the office, they were obeying him, since he had made a display of their fetters, the curse rule. However, since the situation allowed for excuses, they were being weirdly stubborn, even though they should be obeying him without questioning him. Todd had been the one to make them do this, so they could just blame him. Their hesitation was pointless, since they were still going about what they had to do with looks of guilt on their face. Todd stopped putting on the airs of being an upstanding person first and foremost. Right now, you're being made to work as guards here. So both you and your friend there must have shady past. Uniform aside, you're almost the same as them. Guard HK. Todd. But that uniform's your lifeline. Make sure you comprehend that thoroughly. Patting the young guard on the shoulder and smiling at him, bitterness still evident on his face. Todd sighed. Inwardly, uniforms or no uniforms, it really just amounted to that. So they ought to be grateful. Each and every single one of the guards on the Gladiator Island were Imperial soldiers, their backgrounds, such that it would not be at all strange if they had ended up as gladiators. It was a place of exile where half-wits who disregarded orders, assaulted others in their corps, or failed to follow the iron rules were sent. They were a bunch of dullards who'd had their lives bound by the curse rule, and thanks to that had finally learned to obey, coupled with their half-baked act as human beings. One could not help but be compelled to say it was indeed comical. Todd, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. What was needed of them had not been so much their abilities as guards, but rather the gladiator beast bestowed to them. If it were possible to sidestep them and get the gladiator beast in his possession, one could do away with the guards as well in one fell swoop, but the guards must have been put in between to prevent that from happening. Perhaps that too was a failsafe prepared by the dead Gustav, or perhaps it had been a decision made by His Excellency, the Emperor, the one who Gustav so obstinately followed. Todd, anyone who willingly wishes to go to war, anyone who stands by is out of their mind. Please don't disturb mine, and Kadia's peace. Both the signs of rebellion that had cropped up in the fortress city and the subsequent events in the demon city of Chaos Flame, to Todd were nothing but an irritating racket. He cared not if the apex of the Empire changed as long as the Empire became a better place to live, and if it did not change, he was fine with the way it was already. If nothing came to pass and the days with his beloved woman continued then. Todd, that reminds me of something detestable. The matter of Todd recalling the rebellion caused a terrifying being to flash through his mind. A child of war who loved war and was loved by war. He would rather that he had died during a tempestuous battle, but he did wonder what had happened to him in actuality. If he were aligned with the insurgents in terms of position, once that calamity spread, he would appear. If he were to wage violence, then he would take his leave together with Kadia. Todd Fong Todd. The moment a high-pitched voice invoked his name, Todd felt agitation in his chest for reasons unknown, as though the concern and vision in his head had opportunely manifested itself as reality. And then, Todd, the hell are you thinking? Todd turned around before his eyes at the end of the hallway was the boy who was supposedly being chased after turning the entirety of the Gladiator Island into an enemy. A child with black hair and mean-looking eyes, he was sullied here and there with blood and mud, but all his limbs were still attached, and even more it seemed like he had not lost anything. In other words, Arakia and the guards had missed him altogether. Todd, I can tell there's something there which I can't express by mere words such as luck, but why did you bother to show your face here? It doesn't make sense. Boy, Todd, it's not as if you're invincible, because you've got friends you can count on. As he said this, Todd surveyed the boy and the four people who had come alongside him, a gray lizard man and a man with tattoos all over his body. Then there was someone of medium build who had no distinguishing characteristics when compared to those two, as well as a young deer girl garb in a kimono for whatever reason. It did not seem that these four were exceptionally powerful people, even in Todd's eyes from the aura they gave out. All of them were amateurs, only the tattooed one's expression, and the deer girl's stance merited attention. The tattooed man had no hesitation, while the deer girl appeared to be strangely confident in herself. And thus, Todd, it's hard to read that look in your eyes. I can't quite tell if this is just you being confident or, boy, Todd, surrender, and make that woman make Arakia stop too. Todd, first of all, why should I? At that absurd, senseless request, he was given. Todd raised his eyebrows. For now he had urged the conversation onward with a pretense of interest, all while silently signaling with his hand to the two guards standing beside him. Each of the two guards were accompanied, one by a black great eagle, the other by a frog gladiator beast that looked like a lump of rocks. Like that, Todd and his group squared off against the boy and his own companions. Right beside Todd's group outside the passage, the great eagle soared to the sky as the frog crawled across the wall, and little by little they closed the distance to their opponents. If the gladiator beast could slay them and retrieve the cursed tool, that would be the best. Of course, there was a possibility that the cursed tool was hidden somewhere, so trouble would remain all the same, but if he could deal with the boy and the lizard man, things would be settled for the time being. It would be much easier if Arakia were present. Todd, where is she being held up? There was no way that Arakia was one to enjoy hunting gladiators. Some soldiers rebelled in murder. But Arakia was not a person of such ilk. Arakia was a soldier whose purpose was to put her everything against important opponents, nothing more, nothing less. He should give consideration to the fact that her not fulfilling her main task meant that some kind of interference had cropped up. However, if something like that had happened, then the situation was different. Todd, so what reason are you going to give me? Boy, a simple one. The curse tool that controls the curse rule of this island is in my hands. Gardwa. The boy answered Todd with a shrug of his shoulders, his words causing unrest in the two guards. Of course, they were the main reason they were following Todd was because the latter held their lives in his hands, a circumstance they could not go against. However, Todd dismissed it with a bluff as he continued. Todd, worthless bargaining. First of all, a cursed tool, even if you have something like that. Boy, here you go, Todd, oi. Even though no demands to see it had been made, the boy pulled something out of his own pocket. It was a black sphere wiped clean of blood, and very recognizable even at a distance. It had been in his hand only for scant time, but there was no mistaking. It was a real thing, the cursed tool that had been inside Gustav's body. If it were Todd, he would definitely hide it somewhere on the island, and use the item and its whereabouts as a bargaining chip. What was the purpose of bringing the real thing instead of doing so? Todd, what's with that dirty orb? Don't tell me you think you can invoke the curse rule with it. If so, give it a try. Try reducing the number of guards in your way. Guard, what on if he does that? Todd, I told you to bluff, or perhaps you do not believe the words of a messenger from the imperial capital. Having once more conveyed that to the guard who had lost his composure, the guard fell silent, his face pale. The reaction made Todd a bit uneasy. It was understandable that he would be anxious, doubting the authenticity of the claim of the black, or being a cursed tool. However, his reaction was peculiar. It was as if the guards possessed a reason, a well-founded reason, as to why they could not dismiss the words of that child and his companions. Know the words of just a child as a bluff. Todd, what is there a problem with that chi? Listen closely, you bore Todd. Seeking an answer to his uneasiness, Todd attempted to question the guard, but before he could, a high-pitched voice echoed down the passage, draw his attention to the dear girl. She rolled up the sleeve of her kimono up to her arm, and gently pointed her hand towards the boy beside her. Dear girl, if you hail from outside the island, you have probably already heard about it, about the great upheaval currently shaking the entirety of the empire, and the numerous rumors circulating on that topic. Todd shut one eye at the girl's appeal, which felt dignified, even majestic. Regardless of how they had secured the means to obtain information, while on the island the girl was correct, the public would gossip about this thing, or the other to their heart's desire. As far as the insurgents, when various sayings already existed, one of those was that one among the 9 divine generals had already joined them. Some of those were quite ridiculous, but Todd, hey, no way. Dear girl, this gentleman, right here, is the one at the heart of the situation shaking the empire, this esteemed gentleman, who has stood up to correct the erred ways of the empire, the one endowed with the legitimate credentials to do so. After a beat, after a pause, the young girl looked over at him. In the recesses of those round eyes of hers, Todd caught a glimpse of the thought that swelled the concern that had been brewing in his heart. Dear girl, he is the son of His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Wallachia Natsuki Schwarzsama, the illegitimate son of His Excellency, the Emperor, with the cursed tool in his hands. Those ludicrous claims had been delivered by the girl, carrying herself with utmost dignity. Her demeanor was as though she had plenty of actual experience in scenes of the sort, and was accompanied with persuasion, such that one was unable to doubt the truth of those ludicrous claims. Indeed, among those ridiculous rumors there had been something of this sort. The leader of the insurgent army was the illegitimate son of the emperor, possessing black eyes and black hair, or so the rumors went of. Of course, imperial soldiers with their heads screwed right would have doubled themselves over in laughter, struggling to take such absurd nonsense seriously. If he did indeed exist, even Todd thought that spelled trouble. But the idea that he would just happen to be on this island by chance was far too ridiculous to contemplate seriously. However, guards HK. The guards gulped their complexion. Change the guards' reaction had not gone unnoticed by Todd. Perchance they had heard something similar to the information Todd had just been told. They had heard something of the sort by accident, and that had nurtured the seeds of suspicion within their hearts. Henceforth, upon the boys, upon the child named Natsuki Schwartz's declaration that of possessing the cursed tool, they were incapable of laughing it off as a bluff. They were possessed by an illusion that he could perhaps be more credible than Todd with his position as a messenger from the imperial capital and as Arakia's subordinate. Hence, dear girl, now then, all of you belonging to the guards, let us quickly. The girl had tried to run her mouth and say something in quick succession. Before the girl's request could reach them, Todd brought his arm to his waist and grabbed a hilt, sweeping it sideways with all his strength. Guard HK. The arcing blade of an axe swept towards the 2 guards standing beside Todd. The head of the guard to the right was chopped off, while the head of the guard to the left was cracked open and slammed against the wall. Both were granted instant death, the momentum of them still wavering, having prevented them from joining the others. And then, Todd, let's go. Rushing to the head of the guard, he had chopped off Todd, punted it forward as hard as he could. The head splattered blood as it flew, soaring toward the boy, and his group eyes wide in amazement. They looked on as though they had not understood the meaning behind his actions in the slightest. Jiwaio, The next moment, the colossal body of the black great eagle plunged into the passage from the side, engulfing everything nearby in destruction. The flying guards head the boy and his companions. Chapter 73. White's Rogan. 1. White's Rogan had never believed he could live or die honestly. Either way, the thing called society tended to undervalue the word normal. Normal was employed to convey the meaning of average or ordinary, something that did not stand out, but from the viewpoint of those that were less than human, in particular, it was an unreachable standard. The city of iron and blood of Glorasia was the name of White's hometown, where he had been born and raised. It was an unhinged city where the weapons and armor used throughout the whole empire, as well as the numerous tools necessary for battle, were manufactured, where craftsmen worked diligently to make arms for the sake of wounding others, forging their steel day and night. About half of the residents were involved in some form of arms manufacturing, and White's had been no exception, had had no parents. Around at the time, he had been gaining awareness of the things around him, and had been forced to do chores in a craftsman's workshop. So he had neither interest nor pride in such work. He would perform his job in order to eat and perform chores at workshop for no other reason than the fact that the place he had been born in was the city of iron and blood. If their main occupation were horse gear, he would help to make it. If it were agriculture, he would carry a hoe. Without fixation or interest, White's had worked silently under the sidelong glances of the craftsman forging steel, unable to know what he had been thinking. There had been those who called the antisocial White's a hard worker, but most had probably thought of him as a mysterious and creepy guy. White's had not been concerned about that. As well, he had not been thinking of getting along with anyone. He thought that since he had been alone since birth, it was natural to be alone upon his death. Such an ephemeral indifference, that way of life, was probably loathed by others. When suspicions arose that the materials stocked from the workshop he frequented were being sold through illegal channels, White's had been the first one to come under suspicion. White's, who had often worked by his lonesome, possessing no partner whatsoever to protect him, had been in possession of absolutely zero means to clear up the suspicions that had been cast on him. Ultimately unable to clear up the false accusations, White's was tried for a crime he had no memory of committing, and became a criminal. The first tattoo inked onto him was evidence of his punishment, in order for him to be recognizable as a criminal at a glance. There were no people who wore clothes with long sleeves, since the city was constantly enveloped in hot air from the forging of steel, and so his tattoos had constantly been laid bare upon both his forearms. Even if he were to wear long-sleeve clothes, it would have been immediately blatant that it was because he had something to be guilty of. Once the evidence of his crime had been inked onto him, he could no longer live the same life as before. It may not have been an excellent life until then, but that was when he gave up the idea of being normal. No longer able to work in a workshop run legitimately, White's turned thievery to earn his daily income, starting to steal materials and sell through illegal channels. In the end, he had become a real criminal. In short, his supposed sin had now caught up with reality. When he had been suspected of selling through illegal channels, and no one had been willing to listen to White's side of the story, White's had not been a criminal, but afterwards White's ultimately became a criminal. Perhaps it was something such as an inevitability. White's of him a repulsive fuck, then I'm fine with that. Inked with tattoos and having become a criminal in anyone's eyes, he would appear to be detached from the concept of normal even while committing crimes in order to earn money. It was the same as before he had been unable to get along with others. In that case, he should have severed all troublesome relationships and the like from the get-go. The tattoos, which had only been on his forearms, now inking shoulders and chest, had been enlarged by his own hands. Before long they had covered his upper body, his legs, and had even reached his face and head. Tattoos on one's arms was evidence of criminal, but tattoos across one's entire body was a sign of someone dangerous, someone who ought not be approached. Make way, everyone fear and relent. The once pitiful man, forsaken by all and fallen to crime, was no more. What remained was merely someone less than human, some troublesome with nothing left to lose. That was why, halt criminal scum, don't think you can get off unpunished. Encircled by the city guards with their weapons pointed at him, White's quickly surrendered. By his feet, bloodstained and collapsed, had been someone from his former workshop, from the place where White's first became a criminal. It had been a man who worked as an apprentice craftsman. The mind had his ear bitten off, crying and shouting as the tears and blood flowed on that day. He had falsely accused White's of being a criminal, and hearing that rumor leak out over a drink, White's had retaliated. Spitting out the ear he had been holding in his mouth, White's was seized by the guards and thrown in jail. White's was notoriously known within the city of iron and blood. Without anything like a path of salvation granted to him soon after, it was decided that as a criminal slave he would be sent to the infamous Gladiator Island. Without the will to oppose, he accepted it. Without the intent to resist, he crossed the lake. At the place where he had been sent, having been put together with a group of seedy-looking people in similar circumstances, he had been forced to participate in a ceremony to fight an extremely dreadful witch beast. I don't care what happens, I ain't got any intention of dying. No matter who I must sacrifice, no matter who I must outsmart or survive, and then one day I'd be treated. Subaru, Whites grabbed the sword, I'm counting on you. I'd be treated as a normal human being, that was my wish. 2. Whites take cover. The moment he saw the head belonging to the guard flying through the air, having been kicked, whirling around as it sprayed blood, Whites immediately thrust Schwartz, standing next to him, towards Tanza. Dressed in a kimono, this girl, contrary to that youthful appearance, possessed great strength. However, she had not mastered that power, the strength of her body, and her mind were misaligned. It was far too risky to rely on her. With Schwartz, they made a good combination. Weak in body, but strong in mind with Schwartz, if it was him, Tanza would probably be put to good use. Therefore, at this moment, pushing him towards Tanza, strong in body, but weak in mind, had supposedly been the right choice. And then Whites himself, the performer of such deed, Whites, running forward, he swung his arms up and slammed the guard's head flying towards him into the floor of the passage, beheading his ally in an instant, then punting that head to make it fly. That utmost shocking deed was a scheme that had put the thoughts of Whites and the others to a standstill, but it did not seem to be just that. In reality, the judgment of the 4 people aside from Whites had been one beat too slow, but Whites had made a move. Schwartz had been so vigilant of that man, so it did not seem like that was all he was aiming for. And it happened right after Whites had thought that Whites HK. Right beside Whites, who had been glaring toward the man in front of him, who had taken an axe into his hand, the monstrous black bird, the gladiator beast, had charged in destroying the wall of the passage. Smashing the wall half a step behind Whites, it laid waste to the passage of the island's upper stratum right beside him. Aiming for Whites and the others, the flying gladiator beast approached the slaughter. No, that was wrong. It was not wrong that it was a gladiator beast, but that bird had not been aiming for Whites and the others. Gladiator beast GYO, having smashed the wall and made its appearance, would have been pierced by the monstrous bird's beak, was the head of the guard that had been decapitated. Aiming for the head of the decapitated guard, the monstrous bird had crashed into the passage. Neither did he understand what that meant, nor did he have the time to think about it. White's ill, while his back was showered with wounds from fragments of the wall bursting open from the tremendous impact that had occurred half a step behind him, as well as the sharp wings of the gladiator beast. Clenching his teeth, Whites did not take his eyes off the man. Even having inquired about Schwartz's lineage, he had not bowed down, but rather enhanced his intent to kill. He was dangerous. He was an honest-to-God threat, different from Whites' tattoos, which only created a sense of danger. No matter what, he would stop at Todd. Seeing Whites moving forward, the man ruthlessly narrowed his eyes. Just from a look in those eyes, without uttering a word, Whites could tell his opponent intended on killing him. Without a pause, seeing the man raise the axe overhead with his left arm, Whites raised his own left arm. That was the arm that had been the first to become inked with a tattoo, becoming evidence of him, being criminal, the impetus for him drifting to this land. Resolutely channeling all his strength, he would try to receive the blow unleashed by that man. Whites GUHK. Without mercy, the swinging axe took aim at Whites' head from the left, forcing his raised arm into its trajectory. Whites' arm did not meet the blade of the axe from up high, but rather from the side. At the moment of impact, the bones of his elbow were shattered, and the bones of his upper arm and shoulder were pulverized alongside his flesh. Through the impact and pain, his vision turned a deep red, and his left arm was dyed with darkness, completely different from the color of the tattoo. But White's eye endured it. He had not been waiting for it. Rather, by stepping forth, he had been capable of weakening the power behind the axe slightly. That was the main reason why it had not smashed White's head, and why it had not ended his life from the start. Had had the grit from being called abnormal, but he had not possessed the judgment to match that. The unification of that grit and judgment had been the result of encountering a child far more reckless than himself. Hence, that encounter allowed White's arm to reach the man. Todd, you haven't. With his left arm destroyed, he tried to seize the man with his remaining right arm. At that moment, the form of the man had vanished. No, the form of the man had not vanished. White's had just become unable to see it. Exiting his field of vision, he became unable to see the form of his opponent in the dark, blurred space. Something akin to that had happened. However, it was strange. It had been strange. Suddenly, on the right side of White's vision, the portion he could not see expanded in the span of a breath, just as if something had suddenly crushed the right side of White's vision. White's, unable to find the vanished form of the man, White's harbored physical unease as someone called out to him. Slowly turned to look behind him. There was a destroyed passage. and plumes of smoke. Then he saw the head of the monstrous bird that had destroyed the passage sent flying by a downward swing of the axe of the man who had vanished. Whites. Beyond the man who had beheaded the bird monster, he could see 4 people standing above the crumbling passage. There were also some who had fallen on there but while retreating, but it seemed that all of them had avoided the monstrous bird's intermission, that he himself was relieved about. That Whites was a little surprised. While surprised, there was one thing he wanted to tell them, who were watching him in amazement. His broken left arm ached plenty. For some reason, the right side of his face had also started aching plenty, while making use of that pain to somehow keep a grip on his consciousness, which had been getting distant. Whites, it was the first time. Whites. Whites, anyone said they believed in me. Muttering, Whites understood that had been the thing lodged within his heart. Understanding that he lost the strength in his legs, collapsing right then and there. Whites. While hearing his name cried out with such emotion, once more he closed his eyes. For some reason, it had been an awfully pleasant feeling. 3. As he tried to rush to the collapsed Whites, he was stopped by the slender fingers reaching out to him. Tears in her eyes, shaking her head when Subaru turned to look back at her, the kimono-clad girl did not permit Subaru to take impulsive behavior. And then before he could shake those fingers off, Guagabo, there was a hideous ear-splitting screech, and the ceiling of the passageway was crushed from above. Right overhead of the collapsed Whites, the passage succumbed to the weight, and collapsed with a violent screech directly under the falling. Ceiling Whites was engulfed, and the floor gave way. The destroyed passage had opened a hole to the lower strata, and Subaru witnessed Whites falling headfirst together with the gigantic gray frog, which had crushed the ceiling. To Whites, who had taken an axe to his left arm and suffered a blow from a knife to his right eye, he must. Subaru Whites. Subaru screamed as he reached his hand out towards the falling passage, towards the crumbling floor and ceiling. Whites had fallen Whites, who had rushed forward to protect Subaru, and the others quickly, they had to jump down there and save Whites. Todd, it sure is lucky that the second one fell. Witch beasts are a pain to kill. In front of Subaru, whose thoughts had gone astray, Todd muttered, giving a sidelong glance to the collapsed passage. At his feet lay the corpse of the decapitated giant black bird. The witch beast had been killed by Todd with an axe after it had crashed into the passage. The events that had occurred had done so far too quickly for Subaru to digest. What Todd had done would have occurred before his eyes, anything and everything, until he was finished dealing with them. He would be unable to think about anything else. He would be unable to think about Whites. What had happened with Whites, and what had become of him, he would be unable to think. He would be unable to. Todd asked for witch beasts. They'll eat the corpse of the guy who broke their horn. Subaru. Suddenly Todd had said that, resting the axe on his shoulder. Subaru, much like everyone else, had yet to fully accept the situation before them, their breaths hitched due to Todd's words, turning to face him. Receiving the gazes of those 4 people, Todd pointed to the dead body at his feet. Todd, when someone breaks a witch beast's horn, they can make it obey them, but it seems that over the time they give a command, some resentment will surely accumulate. When that person dies, a witch beast eat their corpse in revenge. Disgusting, isn't it? Shrugging his shoulders, Todd spoke about this little-known ecology of witch beasts. Neither did Subaru want to know how Todd had found out about that, nor was the information itself the type he would benefit from knowing in the first place. However, it did provide an adequate explanation of what had happened there. The reason the giant bird had crashed into the passage was because the guard who had been beheaded was the one who had broken off its horn, and Todd had known in advance that it would home in on his corpse. Kicking the head into flight, he had tried to get Subaru and the others engulfed by the large bird as it aimed for that. But that had not happened because Subaru Whites. Todd, he sure looked like a guy who cared for his companions. That's why he died. Subaru, unbefitting of Todd, it was a thorough explanation of the events that had taken place. Without listening to anyone, notifying anyone, explaining to anyone to kill, without giving any information whatsoever. That was Todd's way of doing things, despite that. Why had he spoken incessantly, allowing them to hear all that just now? Letting them hear, letting them understand, to let Subaru's mind move on to the next question. The relationship between the 2 guards who were killed and the witch beast who had charged in. Once that was settled, Subaru's thoughts could move to the next. Next was about Whites. About how Whites had died, and that there was nothing he could do regarding it. Subaru, he should not have died. Whites should not have died. While facing the horror that was Todd, he should not have attempted to protect Subaru, and the others. This monster who would kill someone for opposing him should not have been opposed by him. After all, if he were to die here. Todd, your expressions finally started to look like a brat's. The moment he understood that Whites had died, Subaru's head was filled with regret and impatience. Seeing that reaction, Todd smiled as if things had gone according to plan and raised his axe overhead. The purpose for Todd's careful explanation had been to let Subaru put his thoughts in order. Forcing Subaru to confront White's death, which he had unconsciously tried not to think about, had been so that his heart would be crushed in order to turn an enigmatic enemy into a mere human being of flesh and blood. Tanza Schwartzama. Subaru's legs had come to a halt in shock, and Hyan and Idra's minds were still unable to recover the first to move before the three of them could have been Tanza. Tanza set her eyes on Todd approaching them with her arms outstretched. She stood in front of Subaru. However, Todd frowned at Tanza's conduct. And Todd, hey, you're doing it all wrong. Tanza, huh? Saying that in front of Tanza, who had been standing in the way, Todd dropped his knees on the spot, while Tanza's eyes had been captivated. By that movement, the crouching Todd extended his arms up to her inner thighs and hoisted her up. Just as that happened, Tanza's small body floated upwards and was thrown to the side to the large hole in the wall, destroyed by the giant bird, which connected to the outside. Tanza. Even though she wielded physical abilities that were unthinkable for a child, she could not defy gravity or the laws of physics. Naturally, her body was not even heavier than an adult's, as Tanza's weight was that of a single little girl. Instantly, Tanza reached her arms out, but her slender fingertips had nowhere to reach, and her body was thrown to the other side of the island. Todd, have fun. Thrown into the air, Tanza's screams quickly faded as she descended. Thus, with Tanza, who had been standing in the way, now gone, there was no one left to protect Subaru and the others from Todd's axe. Idra, he's His Excellency the Emperor's Todd, yeah. Idra, he's His Excellency the Emperor's son. Are you insane? Glaring at Todd, who had turned around, Idra cried that out. Eyes bloodshot, his friendly facial features burning with anger, he reproached Todd for not being swayed by the lie that Subaru was the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Wallachia. However, Todd's answer to that complaint was simple. Wordlessly, he merely swung his axe to bash Idra's head in Idra Woa. Just before his head was smashed in Idra's clothes, having been yanked, fell on his, but the axe missed and landed behind Idra, whose eyes widened while Subaru, who had yanked him down, shook his head hastily. It was impossible words would not get through to him. From the start, this threat itself had been a mistake. Subaru had tried to rely on taking the easy way out. As punishment for that, he had found him into the situation. Todd, you dodged. My bad, however. Readjusting his grip on the axe, Todd turned to the side with a disgusted expression. At the point, his gaze had been directed to near. Subaru and Idra, who had fallen on his backside high and camouflaged himself against the surrounding scenery. Assimilating with the destroyed floor and walls, he would be incapable of telling that Hyan was there. But it was not like he had been able to move quickly. Todd disappearing right in front of me. What's your plan, Hyan Schwa? Meeting eyes with Todd, Hyan flinched, and his camouflage was instantly disrupted. Until then, his assimilation with the scenery had been perfect, as if part of a painting had been ruined. It then became something exceedingly unsightly, unbearable to look at. This time it was red paint that had been applied to the picture gushing out of Hyan. Hyan, taking the blow from the axe on his shoulder, it cleaved through to his lower chest, and Hyan collapsed as his blood, profusely flowed out of him. The camouflage of his body was undone, and the remains of the gray lizard man fell over with a thud. Whites had died, Tanza had been thrown out of there, and Hyan had been killed as well, one after another before Subaru's eyes, and then Idra Dual HK. His voice trembling, taking his eyes off the slain Haynes' corpse, Idra stood up, pointing his finger at the man who just a moment prior had killed his comrade. Before his eyes, gnashing his teeth, Idra's face was red with anger, blue with fear, and as if he knew not what to do, his face turned white while glaring at Todd. At the location Sparka had taken place, he had told a lie to inspire Subaru and the others and to encourage himself. Different from Subaru's cheap lies, the lie about his title carried ideals. Idra, if you too are a warrior. Those ideals of Idra's ideals that were perhaps too idealistic were betrayed. Todd, wow. Idra HK. There was no doubt it had been a faint hope, but Idra's offer had been frantic and earnest. Shouting in a loud voice to cut him off, Todd had attacked Idra as he tried to be strong, even if it had been merely bravado. While he was unprepared thus, he thrust his blade during that unpreparedness. Idra Ga. Todd, am not a warrior, I'm a soldier. Idra fallen to his knees, raised his trembling hands to his neck. Lodged in the middle of his throat was Todd's knife, its sharp tip protruding from the back of his neck. Even so, Idra's hands grabbed the handle of the knife to pull it out, and then, before he could pull out the axe, smashed through Idra's head from directly above. Idra fell forward, and Todd pulled the knife out from his body, Idra's corpse having fallen over clumsily, and Haynes' corpse were lined up like something out of a nightmare. Someplace far, White's body was buried in the debris of the collapsed rubble. Had something happened to Tanza, who had fallen from up high, and had not returned, that reminded him the frog that fell together with White's was supposedly down there as well. If so, Tanza and the gladiators of this island. As well, Todd, what's actually happening here? Subaru, huh? Todd, are you really the child of His Excellency the Emperor? Todd, carrying the axe on his shoulder, looked down at Subaru, who had slumped down with blank eyes. Having lost his comrades, lacking the willpower to run away as the man gazed at his state, Subaru understood why he'd been kept alive until he was the last one remaining. The lie Subaru had told that he was the Emperor's illegitimate son had driven an actual wedge into Todd. He too had been considering the possibility that Subaru really was the Emperor's illegitimate son. Subaru then. Todd, Subaru, why don't you just surrender or something in the Emperor's? If he had considered the possibility that Subaru was his son, then there was supposedly some room to consider the appeal of Subaru and the others. Subaru had decided to go along with Tanza and the others' misunderstanding by using this strategy, because he had thought it would be the best way to put his unit on their feet again, and because there had been a gleam of hope for them. It was possible that Todd, instead of picking the option to have them kill one, another would choose to raise the white flag in order to survive. But as a result of that, Subaru had lost all his comrades, while Todd had kept his grasp on his life. Subaru, why, what is it you're? Todd, if I did something like surrender, I'd get killed due to some half-minded justification, and there'd be nothing I could do. Subaru, Todd, I've decided that it's always better to inquire about the authenticity of a matter when the situation's in my favor. I can devote my thoughts to making a decision, and it's also harder to make a mistake and it gives me peace of mind. At the last reason, which seemed to be the most important with the way Todd had put it, Subaru took in a breath. It felt just as if all this time Todd had been strangling his neck. Todd, regardless of whether you're the Emperor's illegitimate son or not, it's your name I'm curious about. Subaru, my name. Todd, not Suki Schwartz. That's similar to the name of a scary guy I know, and to top it off, the way you smell is really similar to that scary guy as well. With a small sniff, Todd looked at Subaru with cold eyes. Something about his smell. He had been told the same thing back during the first massacre, when he had first come to know that Todd had arrived at the Gladiator Island. Having been informed that it was about his smell, an unpleasant hunch emerged within Subaru's mind. Subaru, do you know about the miasma? Todd, miasma. I know that's not it. Don't get the wrong idea. It really does smell your body odor. I have a bit of good nose. That's why it's so strange. Subaru. Todd, hey, do you have an older brother or something? So I'd be happy to keep you alive as a bargaining chip with him. Denying Subaru's question, what had followed was a surprising proposal. I'd be happy to keep you alive. To think such a thing would come from Todd's mouth. Furthermore, the older brother Todd had spoken was in all likelihood none other than Subaru himself. He had thought that the Subaru with longer limbs was the older brother of the shrunken Subaru. Moreover, Subaru seemed to remember introducing himself to Todd while he was dressed as a woman. He might be suspecting that Subaru was related to Natsumi Schwartz because of that. In any case, if not killing had become an option in Todd's mind, Subaru. Weitz's Haynes and Idra's deaths had occurred right next to him. If he closed his eyes, the deaths of Gustav and Old Man Null also came to mind. He could also see the deaths of the many gladiators, see their remains which he had witnessed along the way. Absolutely everyone had ended up dead. They had ended up dead thus. Thus, because Subaru absolutely must not die, Subaru, you know about Niken. Taking advantage of Todd's misunderstanding, he switched gears to advancing the conversation. If Todd was somehow cautious of the big Subaru, then by using that caution, the small Subaru could live. If he could survive this place in that way, Todd wait. Subaru, huh? Subaru opened his mouth and tried to string together some words that would get him through this. Todd outstretched his palm and grabbed Subaru's face as it made an expression, and Subaru could see his eyes through the gaps between his fingers. Crouching down while grabbing Subaru's face, Todd gave him a terribly cold look. And then, Todd, hey, you tried to manipulate me, didn't you? With a dull thud, a sharp sensation slid into his chest. Feeling the chill of the blade's tip inside his body, Subaru widened his eyes, then 1 beat later, a pain so great that his limbs went numb. Screamed in the back of his head with potency. And due to that potent scream, Subaru's own mouth also screamed Subaru GYAG. Todd, my bad, there's no room for carelessness or weakness. An oversized knife had been lodged deeply within Subaru's chest. It was not a matter of pulling it out or not pulling it out. It was simply too big, it had pierced him. Having stabbed him, it was probably destroying that which was important within his chest. Blood frothed at the edges of his mouth, and while spilling red saliva, Subaru's body trembled. Coughing violently, a red-stained package fell out his mouth. It did not matter. It no longer mattered. He could not use it. It was not like he could use it, die. He must not die. If he died, it would be terrible. If he died, dying would be. He must not die. Todd, don't move. Lying down, trying to crawl away from that place, Subaru's abdomen was stepped on by Todd as he spoke, so that he could not move. So that he could not get away, he had been stopped. Having stopped him in front of Subaru, Todd raised his axe overhead. It hurts, it's scary, and it's awful, it's dangerous, at least this red, this cold pain, at least this I must stop this. Subaru, I must not die, Todd, 1, 2, and 3. Weakly he raised his hands to shield his head useless. The head beneath Subaru's hands, and his very life, the blade of the falling axe pulverized all of those. For Subaru HK, as his head was smashed and everything contained inside of it had spilled out, feeling as if he had been watching that horrific scene of scream, exploded from the depths of Subaru's throat. Reaching out both of his trembling hands, he touched his own head. It had not been smashed, a head that had not been smashed, a chest that did not ache, a life that had not been snuffed out was all there. Upon ascertaining this, as he breathed a sigh of relief, Subaru raised his head to the sky and, Subaru, there was a man covered in tattoos that slowly turned to look back at Subaru. His left arm mangled by the axe's right, eye stabbed out by the knife. He was shedding a tremendous amount of blood. Whites, it was the first time. His lips quivering, the bloodied whites spilled those words. Seeing that, Subaru let out an along with a truly, truly pathetic breath of air. Whites, anyone said they believed in me, Subaru, AHHHH. Spilling those feeble words, Whites' body collapsed to its side. Even if he were to extend his hand, no matter what he did, Whites' body could not be saved any more definitely. He should not have died, Subaru. Should not have died. He should not have let it become absolute. Subaru's starting line, restarting at the point of death, continued to move forward. Subaru, AHH. Because once it happened that someone could not be saved, Natsuki Subaru's heart would be shattered. Chapter 74. IDRA Masanga. 1. The sound of footsteps, the sound of steadily approaching footsteps, paralyzed Subaru's heart. It was absolutely necessary to prevent the massacre brought about by the arrival of Todd and Arakia from the imperial capital. Frantically, earnestly, for the sake of brushing aside the malice and absurdity that befell him, he struggled with all of his might. He struggled and struggled. He continued to struggle, however the worst-case scenario had occurred. The restart point continued to move forward, having made death its starting line. This time what Subaru feared the most was not death itself. Rather, he feared that upon meeting his death and returning reality would become absolute. That a life he could not save had carried over was what he feared the most. That the inescapable death of someone gradually drawing closer was what he feared the most. Subaru Age. At the scene before him, the collapsed and bloody form of White, Subaru's throat shrieked, screaming as he tried to run away. The fingers protruding from the sleeve grabbed him and forbade his movement. Grabbing him was hands of the girl whose gentle eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head desperately at Subaru. This too he had already seen. He looked at it. It was something he knew the sight of. The same scene, the scene he had witnessed just a minute ago. He observed it once more. Guagabo. Immediately after, there was a hideous, ear-splitting screech, and the passage was crushed along with White's collapsed body, which as it would fall to the floor down the side of the island's mountain. That debris falling down together with the large body of the gray frog engulfed White's, and he vanished from sight. Subaru no Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Frantically waving his arms about, Subaru shook off Tanza's hand. Abandoning the voice of the shocked young girl behind him, Subaru sprinted towards where White's was falling. If he rushed right now, he could pick up the falling man, block up the wounds the man bore on his eye, and left arm wrap bandages around him in the healing room. If he could just give everything treatment, then surely. Subaru, not yet. Todd, you sure are weaker than I thought. To save White's, he sprinted with reckless abandon. Subaru was met heeding by something swinging to mow him down. Only after a hard, heavy sound emanated as his field of vision began rapidly spinning did he realize it had been the blade of an axe dirted by a dark red. In Subaru's field of vision rapidly spinning as it ascended up high, he saw the body of a child clumsily sprinting. Seeing it pitch forward and collapse, he understood it had been his own headless body. In that case, where had his head gone? More importantly, White's, he must. Spinning round and round and abruptly being fixed to one spot, Subaru's brain was thrown about, with a vigor akin to a ferociously revolving camera, coming to an abrupt standstill. His semicircular canals that were not actually moving gave him a disorderly sensation, with the surging nausea and confusion that from there he must save White's, that this wasn't the time to stop his legs, that impatience was. White's, it was the first time. Then at Subaru, whose vision had returned, the bloody form of White's muttered so. 1 second later, the form of White's crumbled, an immense quantity of blood flowing from his left arm and right eye. White's, anyone has said that they believe me, Subaru HHH. The reality that could not be undone had crushingly trampled upon the soul of Natsuki Subaru. 2. Slowly but surely the tremors of ruin were creeping near. The massacre commenced, and Subaru, without preventing it, began to run. However, starting with the restart point having moved 10 seconds. For the reduction of the grace period felt as if it was being shaved off, distancing from a miracle, erasing all hope from Subaru's heart. Sneaking into Gustav's office, he learned the truth of the massacre through cooperating with Hyen. Many times they were discovered before Todd and Arakia's. Conversation with Gustav could reach its crux, mistakes piled up, repeating through trial error, so that next time it had become irreversible. The restart point had moved forth to when he was hiding with Hyen in the office. Subaru. Since that moment, Subaru had been hearing the grand voice of ruin laughing from within his heart, hanging over Subaru while he heard the heartbeat of frightened Hyen, probably beating more violently than that had been Subaru's heart. Unable to stop the massacre, what would he do if the restart point had moved past that? If the point of restart had made this a place of no return filled with despair, Natsuki Subaru wondered just what in the world he could do. And then, Arakia slosh. Along with that unfeeling voice, Gustav's head had been blown off. That was when Subaru knew he absolutely must not die any more. Dying and returning to before, if that was after Gustav had been killed and his life could no longer be saved, would become absolute. If he made anybody's death absolute, then that was already the same as Subaru killing them himself. Letting a world that could not be saved become absolutely no matter whose hands had brought about that death, Natsuki Subaru would be the murderer. That was why he was desperate, in order to not die. Even if Gustav died, even if Old Man Null died, even if the gladiators died, even if the guards died, even if anyone died, he was resisting desperately in order not to die. If Subaru died, they who had been killed would die for real. Though he understood it was an unreasonable notion, Subaru could not do anything but struggle like that. If Subaru did not die, there remained a possibility that he could finish things without letting his dead comrades die. If he did, that he could finish it without them really dying. That was why. If he does not die for the rest of eternity, in this way, he could finish things without anyone dying. Such a fantasy it was. Such a fantasy. It had been nothing more than a fantasy. The life of Subaru, who had uncouthly died, was proof of that. 3. How many times had he welcomed death already? Disappearing right in front of me. What's your plan? Schwa. A voice that was about to call his name was cut short in front of Subaru, who was slumped over on his knees. The axe swung devoid of mercy, hacked into Haynes' body, taking his life with it, causing to clatter loudly onto the floor, eyes wide open. Flowing blood gushed out, spreading onto the floor, mixing with the blood from Idra's body, who had fallen earlier. Idra, whose head had been split open, had been killed before Hyen. Subaru had failed to save him from Todd's first attack. Idra had been killed first, and Hyen, and finally Subaru was left alone once again. And all that was after Tanza had already been thrown by Todd and fallen out a hole in the wall. The world had already been rewound to the point where the screams of a falling Tanza could be heard. White's arm and face injured, swallowed by the collapsing passage, along with the frog. Witch Beast, along with Tanza, thrown out while trying to protect Subaru, were locked into a reality that could not be changed. And then, Todd, what's actually happening here? Subaru, who was slumped over on the spot, his knees stained with their flowing blood, was posed a question by Todd, carrying his axe atop his shoulder. Subaru's numb brain received a jolt, telling him the words that would follow. The question from Todd, which he'd been asked so many times already, was, Subaru, are you really the child of His Excellency, the Emperor? Todd quit, predicting what people are about to say. Todd let out that mutter with a tone of voice that indicated displeasure in response to Subaru, who still had his head hung down. He did not know how he actually felt about being beaten to the punch, but to Subaru it did not feel like things were precarious to the point Todd would instantly become enraged and try to kill him. Not that he was trying to create a sense of danger that had just left his mouth in a fit of panic. But if Todd's pace were disturbed even slightly, Subaru, if you don't want to die, stay put. Saying this, Subaru pulled out a black orb from his pocket, the curse tool that had been placed in Gustav's body. He held it out as to display it to Todd. The black orb, having wiped clean of blood and possessing a texture and feel akin to that of a glass ball, was far heavier than a golf ball. What it was made of and what material it was made of, knowledge of that did not really matter. The important thing to remember was that it concealed a very great and cruel power. If this was truly the key needed to activate the curse rule, that which Todd desired, then he could use it. It could possibly supposedly be a second chance for him to be listened to. Subaru, this, it seems, is what you need for the curse rule if you don't want to die. Todd, hey, you what you got there is. Subaru, I'm the one who's doing the talking right now. I said, if you don't want to die, you heard me damn well, didn't you? Subaru barked as he waved his hand with the cursed tool spittle flying. There was no room in his head crammed with regret and despair, and no leeway for him to examine Todd's. Every word intense anger welled up in him as he just commanded him to do as told. Todd, good grief, I got you. Seeing Subaru's anger, Todd let out a small sigh and raised his hands, lowering his axe. Subaru was astonished to see Todd following his instructions, so readily his reaction made Todd raise an eyebrow. Todd, you're a weird one. Aren't you the one who told me to do this? Subaru, well, it's not so simple. Unable to argue back with Todd, Subaru's eyes darted around, clearly flustered, as he strongly rued his own foolishness. Using being Emperor's illegitimate son had been mistaken. He should have just used the cursed tool as a shield from the start. He had been scared and impatient. So he had jumped to the easy option, and because of that he had ruined everything. Gustav, old man, no whites, and Tanza, all because of Subaru, all because Subaru had not made proper use of his head. Todd, by the way, kid, you know how to use that Subaru, huh? As he condemned and rued his own foolishness, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Due to that question cast by Todd, his hands raised, Subaru let out a hoarse voice and looked at the cursed tool in his hand as far as how to use it. When he did not know, it did not have an easy-to-understand switch or a mechanism that told him how to use it just by holding it. Subaru, I guess. Todd immediately saw through the threat, just by how much his gaze wavered. Todd, if you knew you wouldn't have done this, there'd be no need for threats. Subaru, Immediately after, Todd kicked Subaru's hand away with an upswing of his foot, his hands still raised. Having kicked the hand, which was holding out the cursed tool, the black orb flew up directly overhead. Subaru reflexively followed it with his eyes. Once again, he was acting foolishly. Looking up was the same as offering your neck to the enemy Subaru. His gaze chased after the flying cursed tool until it was abruptly interrupted. Just before the interruption, he thought he heard a thunk coming from his left side to his right, but he had no way or reason to know for sure what it was, and he had no choice but to admit something. He was unable to conceive a way to stop Todd Fong, for a fool who had everything taken away from him after playing a good guy and having been made fun of. That was how the people around Idra Masenga, a man who had lost his family's business, ended up on the street and became a slave, evaluated him. A small farming village in the northwestern part of the empire was Idra's home, the land where the Masenga family had kept the family mill business going for generations. Idra had heard that the mill had been established in the generation of his grandfather's grandfather, who had apparently been a very skilled person during his lifetime. He had been entrusted by his lord to manage the water wheel built along the river in the village, and the mill that used it, and he was in charge of, milling the entirety of the grains from the village. The rewards were high, the labor was low, and Idra came from a privileged background in the eyes of those who had to rely on the Masenga family to mill the crops they produced. However, neither Idra himself nor his family were using their business to have a life they could boast of. There was no doubt that they were well off compared to their neighbors at the same time. However, they had also acted as members of the village, taking on roles that should normally be performed by the village head, such as paying taxes to the lord on behalf of the villagers in times of crop failure, or going directly to negotiate with the lord. Do business honestly and strive to earn widespread trust and confidence. This was the family motto and philosophy of the Masenga family as millers. In the process of milling using a water wheel, many would pocket some of the grain. Indeed, Idra and his father had been sternly told by their own parents, who were in charge of the family business, that the world looked harshly at millers, and that exactly was why it was important to be humble. Because he had a role in which he could easily arouse suspicion, he had always kept an open mind when interacting with people, never monopolizing wealth, sharing joys and sorrows with those around them, even if this was not the right way to live in the Valachian Empire, which respected the strong and been honored as the correct way to live in a remote rural village that was out of reach of the iron and blood rule of the imperial capital. Idra was also one of those who had grown up with its benefits since childhood. So even after his seriously ill father handed over the family business early on, he had tried to keep the tradition alive. It's an honest and good life, isn't it? Him jealous, envying Idra's life was a man who stopped by the village's bar. A man exuding the atmosphere of a veteran soldier had revealed his identity as a mercenary who had traveled across battlefields wielding a large sword. Since people from the outside were rare, Idra shared drinks with him, listening to his various stories. For Idra, who had not possessed much knowledge of the outside world, the world of man had spoken was full of surprises. Unlike rural villages where time passed slowly and peacefully, the world in which that man lived was dangerous and cruel, but at the same time it was filled with an unforgettable heat. By that time, already Idra had held a vague yearning for it. As a person born in the Valachian Empire, he had wondered if any option other than him taking over the family business existed, a hope that he had not taken very seriously. The life of a warrior who respected his own strength and faith would never choose a lowly way of life. Man, Idra, you have a cousin. Actually, I've taken an interest in her. Idra became close with the man who visited the village every few months and drank with him each time. And so after several nights spent together, the man had confided that in Idra donning a serious face, his younger cousin was still unmarried, and Idra was fond of that man as well. So without hesitation, Idra introduced him to his cousin, set the stage for the couple to bond, and celebrated the birth of their new family with drinks on the night of their nuptials. A month later, that man conspired with his cousin to steal the family business of milling. The man insisted that Idra's cousin was also entitled to run the family business of the Masanga family, and spoke further lies that Idra and his father, who had been working at the mill until now, had falsified the results of their milling to the villagers. Of course, Idra asserted that that was not so, but the suspicion attached to the profession of a miller itself could not be dispelled, and the opinion of the village was split down the middle. Before a settlement could be reached, his father, who had been very sick, died of his illness, and his mother, suffering from heartache, passed away as if chasing after him. Idra, I've run out of patience. I will protect my household at all costs. Mourning his parents, Idra decided to fight back, even cursing his own carelessness. If his cousin and the man planned to do something nefarious, Idra would surely reclaim his rights. For this reason, Idra requested the presence of the villagers to bring the man to justice. He believed that the trust that the Masanga family had developed through their honest business practices would bring justice. However, Idra, why in the world? No one showed up at the place that had been agreed upon, and on the contrary, preparations for an armed uprising were found in Idra's home. Abandoned and brought to an unwanted trial before their lord, Idra had desperately pleaded innocence, but none of the villagers defended him. His cousin and the man orchestrated the whole thing. The villagers chose the man who lied, but contributed profits over the honest Idra. There had not been even a single shred of hope to win. Deprived of his family business and reduced to slavery, Idra was sent to the island by slave traders. A place for those who had nowhere else to go, a horrible island where the only thing they left their lives would be toyed with gin and hive. In that place where fighting for his life was made a spectacle, Idra felt his heart fall in despair and his soul rotting away, and he decided to follow his despair. Isn't it enough already? How can I still be motivated to work hard when I worked so hard and was not rewarded? What I believed was a lie, what I relied on was a mistake. Everyone's looking to take advantage of everyone else, trying to save only themselves. If that was the case, then there was nothing wrong with him doing that as well. Indeed, Idra was nothing. It was only natural that no one would choose him. He had no trained strength nor any ability to be of any special use. Who would choose Idra? Even Idra would not choose Idra. And yet who in the world would choose Idra, who was merely honest to a fault that Idra? Subaru, you wanted to be a warrior, right, Idra? If so, knows your chance, now is the time to do it. The day for him to be rewarded for living an honest life was not supposed to arrive. 5. Idra. Feeling a throbbing, aching sensation in his head, Idra had become completely unable to move. His tongue was numb, and as if his throat were blocked, he was unable to breathe. The sensation in his limbs was distant. He was assailed by a fear akin to that of his own body, having been torn asunder. Fear he could no longer avoid facing it. Considering what had happened just before, even back in his hometown, when nobody took his side, that cold sensation of the blood freezing throughout his body was a far cry from this fear. Whites was killed before his eyes, and the brave Tanza was thrown outside the passage. As he watched, Idra simply stiffened, unable to do anything. It would be too ironic if that cowardice was the reason he had been able to outlive Whites and Tanza. Would these few seconds, maybe around 10, suit the humiliation that burned through his chest? Unable to do anything, he watched as two people who could have done something died. The despair and regret that this fact brought to Idra was even heavier than in the past, when the family business had fallen victim to his careless behavior. Thinking that much, Idra laughed at his own inexperience in life. Regardless of joyful experiences, he could not think of any painful ones other than the downfall of his life. When the family business was taken from him, he truly felt that he had been blessed and plentiful. Perhaps it had been his way of living that which had provoked the man who had stolen his livelihood away from him. Even if that were the case, there was no way he could forgive that man for what he had done. Idra, with excessively ragged breathing, his vision blurry, Idra checked his surroundings. Just what had happened were the pains throughout his body, and this lack of ability to comprehend. Related somehow, was this even real to begin with? That everyone on the Gladiator Island could be killed at Schwartz. was the illegitimate son of the emperor that Whites and Tanza had both been killed. He wondered whether it was all a dream. It was all a dream, and Idris still had the luxury of being bored with his privileged life. Todd, you've sure done a bold thing, you know. Idris stiffened in horror, forgetting the pain in his body as he heard a cold voice. The blood throughout his body felt frozen beyond a mere chill, and Idris slowly realized that the footsteps of the owner of the voice were approaching. And then, Todd, is better than standing still, but that's what happens when you jump off without a plan. The man's seemingly fed-up voice was not directed at Idra. Because the voice had directed somewhere a short distance away from him, Idra took in his relief, then with a wistful glance, he looked to the place the voice had been directed. And there, he saw the crawling form of a ragged, bloodied, black-haired boy Idra. The sight of the crawling boy and the fact that this was not the passage of the upper stratum he had seen a moment prior reminded Idra of what had happened before his consciousness went blank. Whites had been murdered, Tanza had been projected outside, Idra had yelled at the heinous man's incomprehensible thinking, and just before his demise, Schwartz had moved in. Ranting and raving Schwartz had clung onto the waist of the frozen still Idra and Hyen, and jumped through a hole in the wall opposite from where Tanza had been thrown down. Via the holes in the wall, created by the large bird plunging through, Tanza had fallen to somewhere else on the island, and Schwartz had jumped in with Idra and the others into a hole on the side opposite to that. Still the chances of them surviving had been slim. They had been scraped by the wall and hated by the protrusions, then slammed to the ground from a great height and left to die. It had been a reckless and desperate escape with a 9 out of 10 chance of dying, but it had been the only way for them to escape. That he had been able to grab, that one chance to save his life, could be said to be a miracle. However, the miracles stopped there. Neither the crawling Schwartz nor the collapsed Idra could escape from a man who was chasing them. They were unable to lay eyes on Hyen either, because he had not managed to fall onto the mountainside scaffold they were on, or probably because he was using his camouflage to hide and lurk. Even in case he were hiding, Haynes' courage could not be counted on. He was by no means a bad guy, but he was not brave, though he was subservient and cowardly. Though he would get carried away, though he was attached to Schwartz, one could not expect more from him. Even so, if there was any chance for him to get through this without dying, then he should hold his breath and hide. If the miracle that Schwartz had so desperately grasped would keep Hyen alive, then that was fine. At least that much should be repaid to Schwartz Idra. Suddenly he had a thought, now that he had fallen from a great height and was in tatters, and now that that man was paying attention to Schwartz, maybe Idra too would be overlooked as having died. He was a scary guy, but there was no way he would go around crushing the heads of all the corpses. Depending on Idra's condition, if he could make him think he was dead with a convincing performance, then he could possibly get through this. Without dying like this, he could survive, even if only by himself. Idra, it was time to choose. In order to survive, what would Idra Masenga sacrifice? What would he? In this cruel world where the strong and cunning got whatever they sow. Just what kind of person would Idra Masenga choose to become if he was honest? Then people would have faith in him, and foolishly, honestly believing that he would then be trusted this man who had lost everything. Todd 1, 2, and 3. He raised the axe, gripping it with both hands. He was about to swing it down onto the crawling boy's head. Holding his breath, shutting his eyes, he hid his face from just about everything. What in the world could be saved with that Idra knew? He forced his whole body to move, tearing it off from the ground it seemed to stick onto, and ran clumsily, spitting up a lot of blood. He ran and threw himself onto man's back. He could not move his left hand, so he just used his right hand to grapple that body, desperately trying to bite it. Tot, I knew you were alive. A moment later, as if to mock Idra's resolve, the man dropped the axe he had raised over his back, his empty hand, immediately pulled out a knife, and turning around in a flash, Idra's right forearm was blown off at the elbow. Since he worked the water wheel as a miller, his unworn thin arm, which had never known hard labor, flew away. However, Idra take him in GOO. As scorching heat crawled up from the severed arm, Idra's vision was stained a deep red, but for just that moment, forgetting the pain, Idra shouted with all of his might. The man in front of him slightly raised his eyebrows at the volume of that voice, as Idra still vomited blood. He probably did not understand the purpose behind Idra's shout and actions. And yet Todd, TCH. The man turned around with a click of his tongue and threw the knife that had slashed Idra's arm. The man had thrown it behind him, aimed at Schwartz, who was crawling on the ground. No, he was no longer there escaping. While carrying Schwartz was the scenery moving. It was Hyen. Having held his breath as he laid in hiding, Hyen had taken Schwartz on his back and escaped, seeing that Idra gritted his teeth and threw himself onto the man's back. Since he had lost his right arm and could not move his left arm, he bit down and clung to the man's clothes. Idra BFD. He was struck in the chest by an elbow over his back, and his bent-over body was kicked to ground. However, his left arm, which had been struck by the impact of the fall, began to move. Instead of being in severe pain, his dislocated shoulder had been popped back in. And then, adding to the series of miracles, the axe that the man had dropped lay next to his left arm. Todd, did you not think that he had escaped? Not letting go of his knife, and having lost his axe, the man tilted his head as he looked at Idra. Even though he had lost his weapon, he did not look disadvantaged in the slightest. That was a matter of course. The blood Idra had shed, and the blood that he was shedding was ceaseless. It was a miracle that he was alive, and too many miracles had already happened. Henceforth, Idra shook his head at the man's question. Idra, no, I thought he had escaped, but I also hoped Todd. Idra, I hoped he wouldn't leave me behind. A man who was just subservient and cowardly, who would easily get carried away, but was not a bad guy. That it would be good as long as Hyan had not run away. Idra had foolishly and honestly believed that. After all, people did not change so easily. He had tried to deceive and use the people around him by making them think he was a warrior, a lie that had been exposed quite quickly. He had to be honest, and he had to be widely trusted and relied on, even if they pointed and laughed at him for being a good person. Idra Masanga would become neither a warrior nor a fraud. Brandishing the axe with his left hand, while shedding blood, Idra shouted, Idra, I am Idra Masanga, the son of a miller. Todd never heard of him. Now, mustering up the strength he possessed to the fullest extent, Idra lunged at the man who wore an apathetic face. He was glad that, thanks to Schwartz, he had not become a liar on that day. 6. Carried on a body that was running for his life, he had been taken from the jaws of death. He was shaken violently without concern for his wounds or safety, but that was only natural. Subaru, too, was battered, but given the state of the other person's body, this was not the time to be concerned about that. Subaru Haihiain. Having been gripped around the waist, painfully Subaru dug his nails into the other person's body. He was not even sure where he was clawing the person he had clawed. It already looked an utter mess. It was not that they were all scraped up or anything, but the colors, the patterns, everything was all messed up, as they mimicked every bit of surrounding scenery nonstop. He could not even accurately gauge what was supposed to be correct. The figure running on in such a state abruptly lost her strength and fell forward. Hyangak, of course, if they were to fall, Subaru would also follow suit. Hurled in front of his collapsed companion, Subaru tumbled across the cold stone floor. Since he had been unable to catch his fall, it felt like the impact had broken his front tooth. Without pause, he raised his oozing, aching face and looked back while sprawled on the ground. And right there, Hiain-Hu-Hu, literally barely breathing, Hyan lay collapsed on the ground. Listlessly lying prone, Hyan had a large knife stuck deep in the middle of his back. Subaru had no idea when he had been stabbed. Regardless of whether it had been when they were running away, or before that, or even prior to that, there was nothing he could do. If Subaru were to die, he would come back to just before Idra's head was smashed open. Maybe it would be after it had already been smashed. No, he had jumped outside. So that would not happen. So perhaps it would be before their fall, after their fall, or while they were in midair. No matter how it was done, it was difficult for 3 people to fall in a way such that none of them would die, and the first time they had succeeded, Todd had come. Idra's voice and Haynes' breathing were so distant. Before long, they would be in a place where nothing could reach them. High and it's strange. Still collapsed Haynes' feeble voice made its way to Subaru's ears as the latter tried to crawl to him. The reason he sounded like he was talking while breaking the water surface with his head was probably because his throat was rife with blood. He probably needed some kind of treatment, sort of like draining the blood or something. That was what he had to do. Even if he was not a doctor, he had to. High and I once heard that life's like a flower. You pick the beautiful ones first. Subaru don't talk. I'm coming now right now. High, and if that's the case, it's strange that someone with a face-up personality, like Med dive first. He kept crawling, so that he could pull Hyan up, who was drowning in his own blood on the ground. And yet he could not move his body forward. Not even a little, Hyan, but since he could not keep going, he would not be able to get there. Hyan, till be better. If I'm first, yeah. He was crawling slower than a turtle, crawling too slow with movements smaller than those of an ant. He crawled, and by the time he finally got there, it was far too late. Haynes' color had returned to its original gray. With a knife in his back, one arm broken, and blood running down his body, it would not have been strange if Hyan had succumbed on the way running here. Maybe he had been running while dying. That must have been the case. Everyone was already dead, with Subaru unable to help them. Subaru had as good as killed them. Since he had been unable to save everyone, it was as if he had killed them. Subaru GUH. Was it blood, tears, or snot that was sullying his face? He did not know which was which, what was what, who was who, what the answer was anymore. He just did not understand anything anymore. Oh my, is that you, Bassa, groaning there by any chance, Subaru? Yeah, I knew it, Bassa, dear me. What an unexpected coincidence it is to meet you in a scene like this. Things we gotten quite lively, doesn't excite you. A light-hearted voice called out to Subaru, who lay there stunned, feeling like he had let go of everything. He could not turn around to the place the voice had come from, using all the strength in his body. He was going to pick himself up somehow and look the person who had uttered those stupid words in the eyes and say, "Sumty, you don't have to bother risking your life turning around, Subaru. After all, this isn't a place to overdo things, is it?" And with that, they themselves circled around to Subaru's front. Cecilus looked into Subaru's face as he spoke. With the left half of his body scorched black, the blue lightning was smiling, carefree. Chapter 75. I know. 1. In that wretchedly hopeless scene, such a cheerful voice and smile were terribly out of place. It was evident at first glance that his kimono was violently smoldering, and despite the left half of his face also having been scorched black, Cecilus' attitude as he gazed at Subaru was the same as it had always been. That was far too abnormal. It was not just him right now. Those who remain alive upon this island, all of them were abnormal beings. The people who were upright, all of them, had certainly died already. Cecilus right in front of him, Todd pursuing him, Arakia on her killing spree, and Subaru the great sinner. Every single one of them, because they were not upright, but instead shameless people, they had been able to survive like this. That was why Subaru Susiai. Cecilus, from the looks of things, it seems like you've also had a considerably hard time on that note. Lizard Man Sands also died, and at this rate, the little dear girl and your other friends from your unit are all going to be annihilated, won't they? Subaru HK. Cecilus, oh, is it possible you've yet to realize that he died? Through the tremors of the eyeballs of a trembling Subaru, Cecilus was reading through all of his heartfelt thoughts. Right then, outrage surged forth despite seemingly reading Subaru's heart like that. Why was he completely unable to sympathize with Subaru's current feelings? Hyan had died, having been told that just what would become of Subaru's feelings, and just why. Just why would he speak of that death so frivolously? Cecilus, he really died, absolutely and irrevocably. Only the face he died with wasn't too bad. Subaru, even though he died, HK. Cecilus, are you thinking it doesn't matter whether it was good or bad? That seems to just be a difference in opinion. Then if they had a good way of living, then they'd also have a good way of dying. It's rather tactless for us listeners to butt in with how we feel about it. So let's stop with that. Lizard Manson had a good death. That face of his is proof of that, Subaru. Cecilus is the face of having died after fulfilling one's duty. I also want to go out like this. Subaru did not say a single thing to Cecilus, who incessantly spewed his nonsense. He had not been cajoled by those words. Rather, he thought them to be meaningless. He had not seen the visage Hyan had made upon his demise. So it was utterly unthinkable that he could comprehend Cecilus. That was why there was not even a fragment of a reason for Subaru to engage with his point. Cecilus, well then, though we happen upon each other here, and have been blathering on in truth, am actually quite busy right now. I'm in the middle of a fantastic showdown with a half-naked woman who's been rampaging around the island. Stretching his crooked back with a jerk, Cecilus continued to speak as he pleased. The person who had been mentioned in conversation, Subaru knew it to be Arakia, without even needing to think. Arakia had commenced a massacre upon being told to do so by Todd. Todd's lack of outstanding fighting strength had been his only good aspect, but that had disappeared once paired with her, making him an impeccable evil. He imagined he would not lay eyes on her again after she had begun turning the gladiators' heads into water balloons, but it seemed like the one who had been keeping her in check was Cecilus. Even with the latter weakened, could it be that a divine general was being suppressed by a fellow divine general? Cecilus, but as you can see him in the middle of getting cooked in a close fight, well, and beat. Seems like she's here the person who can compete with me, Tonnet. That is though I'd always thought that. Without a doubt, the path to reach the heavenly sword was something that had to be climbed on one's own. Subaru, why? Cecilus, pardon, what was that? Subaru, why do you seem like you're enjoying this? Quite literally, at the end of the agonizing struggle that had seemed to wring out his soul, the venting of his anger rushed forth from his mouth. Indeed, it was just him venting his anger in this hellish situation on this island where White's, Tanza, Idra, and Hyan, and just about everyone had died. Cecilus' smile was revolting. Why was he smiling in this situation? Just what was so amusing? Subaru, why? Cecilus, you got cause and effect backwards. I'm not smiling, because it's enjoyable him smiling to make the situation of this play more enjoyable. Subaru, Cecilus, in this cruel world, everyone's in pursuit of their own ideal happiness. The myriads of different people in existence, the philosophies they each follow, that pursuit remains constant in all of them, But whoever, maybe they have a herald of faith that suits them, thus the faith I herald is the reason behind this way of being. While he spoke, Cecilus touched his scorched left cheek with his right hand, though his tattered and charred skin was peeling and flaking away even in the midst of seemingly unimaginable pain. His smile did not deteriorate. Without relying on any cheap tricks like not feeling pain, Cecilus kept on smiling. Cecilus, I'm the leading actor of this world, therefore I'm not going to adhere closely to the script, but instead the script will adhere closely to me. If you ask me why I smile, then that will be my response. Subaru, Cecilus, for whose sake do I laugh, for it's for my own sake. May it be so that the observers in the heavens above never feel any shame whenever they might look at me, Subaru. Cecilus, well, boss, of what kind of faith do you herald? That was Cecilus' philosophy for maintaining his smile while half of his body was smoldering. That was something Subaru could not comprehend in the slightest, but as if something were making him hesitate to kick Cecilus for relying on his emotions, he had felt something akin to that peculiar faith. Observers, Cecilus had once spoken of the same thing before, that someone, or rather something of an ethereal nature, had been observing them. That seemed like what he had wanted to say. Even in the situation, they were staunchly stuck to that recitation of his, so certainly nobody would be able to bend it. That was why. Cecilus, would you look at that, seems the intermissions over, as he said that even when witnessing Arikea's figure descend, coming from the passage of the lower stratum, his smile did not vanish. Surely nobody among the gladiators would have stood a chance against Arikea, her whole body clad in flame, and yet the wooden branch in her hand had snapped, and she had lost the eye patch that concealed one of her eyes, loathing the fact that she was able to see with the eye under that eye patch. Arikea was concealing her left eye with her vacant hand, and her face, which had been emotionless in the past, was contorted, expressing utterly complex emotions. Arikea, Cecilus, clenching her teeth as she glared at Cecilus, the woman's pupils flickered with turmoil and ire. Having sprouted from her back wings of flame, danced, the force of their blaze wavered, as if in tandem with her emotions immolating, continuing to permeate the passage with terrific heat. The scent of burning was in the air, the woman proceeding to incinerate everything encompassing her surroundings. The walls and floor of the passage, the candlesticks and doors, and even Haynes' collapsed remains. Subaru, HK. Cecilus, if we all burn to death here together, would that be proper recompense for the face? He died, would that was a pretty uncharacteristic thing for me to say. By all means do as you wish, feel free to either stay or leave. Seeing bits and pieces of Haynes' body catch fire, Subaru's expression changed as Cecilus' voice fell upon him firmly. Subaru put his arm to the floor, and little by little tearing his body away from the ground. As it began to heat up, he stood up. His head was aching, his blood was lacking, his chest felt like it was overcome with feelings of powerlessness. Even so, just why was Subaru still standing? He would neither burn to death here, nor would he bite down on the drug placed behind his molar. Just why? Cecilus, then, till we meet again in this life. The reason why he had started sprinting, unbeknownst to him, Subaru turned his back on the flaming passage. Running, limping, he was running at far too slow a pace. Faster, if only he had been able to surpass this speed, would he not have been able to finish things without letting them Hydra and High Whites and Tanza die, and while he lamented such things, Subaru still continued to run away. 2. Cecilus, well, now Basu's disappeared as well, Arikea. Cecilus, dear me, seems like I'm hated an awful lot. Feeling the presence of that faltering sprint grow distant batting one, I shut. Cecilus produced a wry smile. The woman clad in flames cast him an intense glare. He understood that he himself was a target of her ire, yet he did not quite understand what the source of said ire was. Only he felt that it was neither his opposition nor him interrupting her slaughter of the gladiators that had originated that rage. Perhaps there were other reasons beyond that, however. Cecilus, in general, I do have the special skill of angering the people I come into contact with, but as is usual in those situations, I don't have the faintest clue why. Arikea, HK, for how long will you keep joking around? Cecilus, I'm joking around. How may I go as far as to ask, what part exactly am I joking around about? Arikea, that appearance, just what is it? Those red eyes glaring at him, his appearance had been pointed out. She had asked what was up with it, though it had been none other than her who had cooked him until he was seared on only one side. Cecilus, but that's not what you mean. Is it possible that maybe you and I happen to know each other? Arikea, joking around. Cecilus, I'm really not, but that being said, since I can't provide any evidence for you to believe me, I could do nothing but insist and insist on it. However, I see if I think about it. That way it feels like many things make sense. While he spoke, Cecilus whirled around and extended finger his right hand, and nodded as he spun the eye patch he had stolen from her in the midst of battle. His memories up until the uproar on the Gladiator Island were terribly unclear. That was in accordance with what Subaru had asked before. This was fact. That he had not paid much heed to it was also fact nonetheless, just when he thought that some of those who were present. The woman before his eyes had made her entrance, her face looking as if she knew him. If that woman were present within his vanished memories, he felt that was somewhat too good to be true. If she was capable of this much, he had expectations of what could happen. On the path to reach the heavenly sword. Arikia always like this no one will tell me anything Cecilus oh. However, in front of Cecilus, as he pondered over, as the woman's voice trembled with frustration, powerful bitterness, began mixing in with her turmoil and fury. From red to blue, the flames upon her back shifted in hue. They had a graceful charm to them. As that graceful transfiguration was brought about the breast, she took seemed strained. Arikia, the princess's excellency, as well, are both hiding I was always. Cecilus, are you having painful thoughts about having been left behind? Arikia, HK. As if that brief comment had somehow hit bullseye, her facial expression stiffened. Witnessing those red eyes wavering as if a deep emotion had throbbed from the faded beyond, ultimately, even if said deep emotion had not throbbed a relation to him, was something he was unsure of. Cecilus, well, it'd be strange for you to try killing me if we had a good relationship. So surely it was a rather harsh relationship that lines up with the situation perfectly. Arikia, Cecilus. Cecilus, the audience will get bored from such long-winded dialogue. It's about time we get the stage moving. Unfortunately, I won't be able to give you any answers whatsoever, but some small weight may be removed from your chest. Slowly concealing the aching half of his body, grasping the spinning eye patch tightly, he came to face her. Thereupon, ending the conversation, his attitude was that of wishing for conversation to not enter the realm of unnecessary words. Then the woman, after remaining silent for a while, slowly lowered her left hand. Beyond it was a red eye bereft of all light, meeting its gaze with his own eyes. Cecilus produced a wry smile. Cecilus, feel free to go all out every single time you only cook your fried eggs on one side. Arikia, HK. Cecilus, did something slip out just now. Cecilus cocked his head, wondering about the words that had left his mouth as if by reflex. Albeit it seemed that spurred her ire further. Arikia. Furiously, the sprouting blue flames proceeded to incinerate the lower stratum of the island as they rose. Devoid of the leisure to concern himself with his surroundings, as he plunged into the inferno, Cecilus himself became blue lightning. 3. Subaru. Feeling the heat of the inferno on his back, Subaru frantically fled from the lower stratum. Fled indeed, he was fleeing, not resisting nor struggling, but fleeing. That it had been a strategic withdrawal or a valiant escape in order to follow up. Next time, he could not make those excuses. After all, he had nothing at all to follow up with. Beyond this point, everybody had died. There was no getting anyone back anymore, although Whites and the others had staked their lives. So he could escape. He was unable to do anything whatsoever. Everything and anything his intention had been to succeed in, both in reality. He had intended by overcoming Sparka on 2 occasions, helping out the comrades of his unit, as well as Haynes' comrades, to surmount every hardship. It had been a terribly mistaken presumption. To begin with, Subaru had died many times. Even if he died, as long as he had the chance to do everything over, would turn out well. Thus it could no longer turn out well. If he really were a capable person, he should have made everything turn out well, die not even a single time. Just as though he were that dreadful existence, just as though he were Todd Fong. Without even possessing the authority to start over through death, he had the capability to surmount every situation through his own power. Lacking any outstanding fighting strength, he was identical to Subaru. So then why was Subaru unable to do the same things as Todd? Since he could not do those things, Subaru had ended up killing a great number of people. Subaru, damn it, HK. Rushing out of the island's lower stratum, just as he felt the open air's vexation swelled, unbearably bashing the outer wall, he leaned against Subaru, cursed himself for his own weakness. His small fist, his frail body, his non-functioning mind, his useless authority, were he to start enumerating the reasons for his defeat, what came to mind was unending. Rather, just what did he, this shitty brat with scary eyes, possess? HK! Subaru, ceasing his footsteps in regret, and cursing himself, stifled a scream from his throat at the unexpected sound. A sound at this place his whole body trembled violently, as he imagined the worst possible thing. Could Todd, who Idra had desperately tried to fend off, have caught up to him? However, Schwartz-sama, Subaru Tanza. As the sound of the hoarse voice continued, Subaru received a shock, although it had not been one of dread. Calling out to Subaru through feeble breaths was the one who had been thrown out of the passage by Todd's hand, whose safety he had been uncertain of thereafter. Tanza. The girl's entire body was drenched as it limped, and having discarded her kimono, she was dressed in her white jubin. She was in a battered condition with one of the two horns sprouting from her head having been broken off. But even so, Tanza Schwartz-sama, thank goodness you are all right. As her gentle eyes wavered with relief, Subaru felt an agonizing sensation stemming from the bottom of his heart. Upon seeing the soaked girl, he understood that she had been thrown into the lake from the upper stratum. The lake was inhabited by aquatic, savage which beast or fracture horns serving as proof that they should not be glossed over as anything trivial. It was a figure one would expect to cling to an adult, crying out, "It hurts, it's painful, help me." And yet Tanza had found Subaru letting out a thank goodness with a content look. This Natsuki Subaru, who could not do anything at all, finding him Subaru, and it happened the moment he had that thought. The strength in his legs sapping away, Subaru sank to the floor where he stood. The thread of tension snapped the inside of his head, which had only been ranting and raving, swiftly grew silent. That he had become relieved upon coming face to face with a living Tanza was not what had happened. Neither had he somehow gotten a sense of accomplishment by finding a breakthrough solution, nor had he shaken off his fear directed to Todd. Merely he had run out of patience with himself. Tanza Schwartz-sama. Seeing Subaru fall to his knees, Tanza ran toward him, her expression a changed one. The way she dashed was odd. Perhaps she had sustained an injury to her leg. Looking closely, he could see that the sides of her drenched white jubbin were slowly being dyed red. Despite having sustained a wound seemingly of awfully immense pain, she was still worrying about Subaru. When he realized he could not live up to any of Tanza's expectations, he lost all strength. Resignation had overwhelmed his inner heart. Subaru. It was neither pain nor fear. That which dealt despair to Natsuki Subaru was not something as easy to understand as hardship. He had been unable to meet the expectations, the wishes placed upon him. That above everything else was what brought Natsuki Subaru despair that had become deadly poison to him. Tanza Schwartz-sama, compose yourself. The others, Idra-sama and Hansma. Arriving at his side, Tanza touched Subaru's shoulders as she fret over the two people not present. She had not called out Whites' name. That was a watercourse Tanza too had witnessed Whites be slain through her very eyes then. Regarding the two people not present here, as well she had surely felt a bad premonition. That premonition was accurate to a hopeless extent. Subaru, the two of them, they died. Tanza HK. Subaru, both Idra and Hein protected me. Everyone had died. It was not just that he had not been able to save them, but they had saved him. Whites, Idra, and Hein, all three of them had perished while protecting Subaru. That Tanza was close to death was also because she had attempted to defend an immobile Subaru. Everyone dying was Subaru's fault. Everyone being killed was also Subaru's fault. The horrible tragedy that had befallen the Gladiator Island, all of it had been Natsuki Subaru's fault. Tanza Schwartz-sama, let us leave this place. At once we must hide somewhere. Subaru, even if we hide, it's pointless no matter what will be found immediately. Tanza, even so shall you do nothing at all, and wait like this until you are killed. Then for what purpose did everyone in our unit lose their lives? Subaru, shaking her head side to side, Tanza let out a frustrated cry directed at Subaru, still unmoving. Her tearful appeal, however far from kindling Subaru's heart, only brought about a cold understanding. Indeed, Subaru, for whose safety the three had staked their lives, was utterly, completely useless. In other words, he had let the three of them die in vain, because all of them had tried to protect Subaru. He had not been capable of living up to their expectations, even though he had gone as far as having lied to them, deceived them. It would have been better had they not believed that lie, had he been unable to deceive them to the end of the end, or had there been no gain for Subaru in telling that lie if they had not believed such a lie. Had that been the case, then the three of them would have not tried to die in Subaru's stead. It had not been for the Emperor's child's sake, nor for Natsuki Schwartz's, but for Natsuki Subaru's, that they would never come to know. And now that he thought about it, there was another person whom he had deceived with the same lie. Tanza Schwartz-sama. If you collapse here, Subaru, everything, all of it, was a lie. Tanza. Subaru, me being the illegitimate child of the Emperor, that's a downright lie. I'm the child of a praiseworthy, incredible, and cool dad, but I'm nothing of the sort of child of the Emperor. Casting his gaze down, Subaru willingly confessed that he had carelessly tried to rely on that lie and their false expectations. If only he had done this sooner. No, he should not have told such a lie to begin with. Tanza, as her already round eyes widened further, Tanza was rendered speechless due to Subaru's admission. That was natural given the situation. To think he would tell a lie made Subaru himself want to curse his own self. Having been deceived, it would not be strange in the slightest a girl to surrender herself to anger. Rather, even if he were to be killed by Tanza's hand, that was something unavoidable. The same went for everyone else as well. The chance to exact rightful punishment on the deceitful Subaru had been lost by those he had deceived. So even if Tanza were to do that, Tanza Schwartz-sama Subaru, Tanza, quickly let us move from here. I shall carry you upon my back. Subaru, huh? Subaru, who had shut his eyes in preparation for the fact that whatever came out of her mouth would be only natural, lifted his head upon hearing Tanza's words. Pursing her thin lips, Tanza tried to pull on Subaru's arm earnestly. She attempted to take Subaru upon her back and get out of this place of weight, leaked out through his voice at that development. He had conveyed everything, every single thing. He had said it had been a lie. Subaru, you didn't hear me, did you, Tanza, not the illegitimate child of His Excellency the Emperor. I heard you. We will address that later. Subaru, to be just as shit. Later when I'm unrelated to the Emperor. And as such right now, something like a reason save me is non-existent for pretending that something that did not exist actually did have been Subaru's sin. That was the very thing that had taken the lives of those three away, Tanza, Schwartz, Sama. Is that truly what you believe? Having shaken off the small hands touching his shoulders, Subaru ceases movement. In front of him, Tanza, crouching, was looking straight into Subaru's eyes with intent, unable to take his eyes off of hers. He struggled in understanding the meaning of the words she had stated towards him. Regardless of what she thought, everything, all of it, was just as he had said. Tanza, Whitesama, Hydrasama, Hyainsama. The reason everyone put their lives on the line to protect you, Schwartzama, was all because of the falsehood you spoke. Do you truly believe that? Subaru, after all, I said, I was the Emperor's child, Tanza myself, and everyone else, all of us believe it nevertheless. Those people, a scaredy cat, a coward, and a liar. Do you think they would wager their lives out of loyalty and patriotism to the Empire? If Subaru were the illegitimate child of the Emperor, he would be known as an imperial prince. That was why, for those three, as people of the Empire, it would have been only natural for them to try to protect Subaru, but once again he slowly digested Tanza's words, pondered them over. As a scaredy cat, Hein had tried to run away so he could save himself. As a coward, Whites had struggled to survive by outmaneuvering those around him. As a liar, Idra had tried to make himself look bigger, so as to be able to control everyone. Not one of them felt like someone he would get along with assuredly. The three of them had held similar feelings. Despite that in the end those three had staked their lives standing to defend Subaru, protected him, allowed him to escape. Why had it been so? Because the three of them had believed Subaru to be the illegitimate child of the Emperor. Though it was possible that if that had not been the case. Subaru, just why? Tanza, it is because Schwartz-sama, you actually got close to those three. Subaru, Tanza, you engaged in actual conversations with them, answered them, and attempted to actually come to an understanding with them. By doing that, Schwartz-sama, you became close to everyone. His understanding lacking as Subaru voiced that question, Tanza spoke as she looked into his eyes. What had Subaru done? Why had those three tried to save Subaru? She was trying to inform him as to the answer. Even so, Subaru did not comprehend the meaning of what Tanza was saying. After all, Subaru, that kind of thing, it's natural. I haven't done anything even remotely special. Conversing with the companions he had been cooperating with and coming to understand them had been only natural to him. Things that he was unable to do certainly existed, things that he wanted to do, but could not, but doing something so natural with everybody getting close to them, that was not such an extraordinary thing. Tanza, personally, I understand how they all felt. I too was once rescued by Yorna-sama. I was able to grow close to her. Without a doubt, it was the same for those three with how they felt about you. Subaru, Tanza, nonetheless, there was meaning in them staking their lives on just that. There are times when one is made to feel so unfair. Those words have been unfair. Had she only had her experience with Subaru, it would be impossible for Tanza to say such a thing to his face, but Tanza spoke of her own experience on what she had received from Yorna. Yorna, Miss Higger, the Demon City's mistress, a city where many tribes lived. As far as Subaru knew, she was the kindest woman in the Empire. Putting him on the same level as Yorna was an absurd proposition. Even disrespect had its limits. Tanza had to praise Subaru far too highly, however. Subaru, however, for those three, for Hyen and Whites and Idra, just how had it been? In all likelihood, Subaru knew more about those three than they had thought. Hain's self-hatred, Whites' false accusations, Idra's downfall, he knew about all of those. He knew that having gone through tough times, having gone through miserable times, having been unable to rely on anyone, they had all been sent to this island. He had not given much thought to that, because surely all three would have also had their chances. And despite him having thought that they would die here, to think that that would be their end, Subaru, I wanted to save everyone. Tanza, you have saved them to the extent that they would stake their lives in order to protect you, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, no, you're wrong, it's not like that. By some chance, perhaps it was just as Tanza said. By some possibility more than Subaru had believed those three had perhaps thought of Subaru as their comrade. Subaru had possibly by some chance saved the heart of those three, but just their hearts was not enough. It would be unthinkable for him to merely save their hearts, and leave it at that. What he wanted to save was everything. Subaru wished for those who had kindly taken his side, for those who had treated him well, for everyone to have their hearts and bodies alike be saved by his own self. Were he unable to do so, then he would be no son of Natsuki Kenny. No, Subaru I hated, with him hopelessly bawling out with everything in his surroundings dying out this world was ending. Before he knew it, the Gladiator Island had been engulfed in black. Smoke burning in spite of being an island floating atop a lake, burning, its tongues of flame spreading, bringing the lives carried within it to an end. Subaru I want. Permit anything of the sort. I don't want to allow anything of the sort. I don't want my knees to buckle because of an end like this unable to save. Everyone. I can't accept an ending like this with everyone sacrificing their lives. I cannot accept it, therefore. Subaru, I don't want to lose to you. I don't really care about stuff like winning or losing, though. From behind the ascending black smoke, tapping his shoulder with the axe in his hand, the man responded as he tilted his head. For but a moment Subaru had mistaken the man who had made his appearance with relaxation as he carried a blood-stained axe on his shoulder for someone else. Missing his trademark bandana, his orange hair hanging down, he lent a vastly different impression from the man Subaru was acquainted with. However, that pair of eyes, those green irises, the malice therein, unable to be fully concealed, could not quite falsify his identity. Subaru Todd. Todd, you sure have the devil's luck. Even though I was chasing you, it took some time to catch up to you since the passage was on fire, I told Arakia to put her water to use, but Subaru. Todd, somehow it seems like Arakia's got her hands full shosh useless at the times that are actually important. Saying that with bluntness and annoyance, Todd, partly due to his lower hair, had no hint of positivity. The fabricated aura of a friendly young man from their first meeting had evaporated, and what was present now was only a chilly thirst for violence. Perhaps even that violence was also a misunderstanding on Subaru's part, and was possibly another fabrication. He was a man who would tell only the needed lies if push came to. Shove utilizing those around him a fabrication, as was typical of Todd. Tanza, please refrain from coming any closer than that. Glowering at Todd as he tried to take a step forward, Tanza picked up a nearby rock. With the arm strength Tanza possessed power unthinkable for a child, and even an ordinary stone would be enough as a lethal weapon when thrown in the case Todd was the opponent. However, Subaru did not feel like a rock would not have any usefulness beyond being a rock. And in fact, Todd was no coward, instead narrowing his eyes. Todd, even though you fell in the lake, you're quite stubborn, little miss. Are you the same as that lot from earlier? Tanza, if you are referring to everyone from a unit. Todd, that a troublesome look in her eyes. I also don't intend on underestimating just how dangerous that desperation is if I did it be troublesome, as would render each other unable to move. As he stated that, Todd ran his hand through his own hair. Transmitted from that gesture was that the removal of his bandana had been an achievement left behind by Idra. It was not that he had been able to defeat Todd, nor was it that he had injured Todd. Even it was just that he had snatched Todd's bandana away. And that notwithstanding, because Idra had carried out a single retaliation, Todd was exercising caution towards Subaru and Tanza. Tanza, what is it exactly that you desire, Todd? I just want to go home to my fiancée, though. Having brought his legs to a halt, that was Todd's reply to Tanza's question. Devoid of any apparent hint of jest or sarcasm, Todd vocalized his desire plainly. He just wanted to go home. That was the sole thing he desired. That was what Todd had declared. Perhaps then that had not been a lie of any sort. Tanza, HK. Subaru Tanza, you don't need to speak to him. Any more the one to speak to him will be me. Pulling Tanza back, who had cast Todd a stern look, Subaru silently trained his gaze on him. With a pair of tattered children before him, Todd shrugged his shoulders. Todd, I've got nothing to talk about, boy. Subaru, I'll keep you company as you look for an opening. Or could it be that you're scared of a kid who's this close to death? Todd sure is scary, a brat still trying to provoke me despite the situation. Being scared is unavoidable. Not letting himself be provoked in the slightest, nor relaxing even a shred of his vigilance. He would not cut corners, even if his opponent was a child. In truth, against an opponent troublesome to know, and he thought it only natural to be driven to a corner like this, though he also considered something else. Todd was someone who cautiously used his wits and did not overestimate his own ability. Such a way of doing things was. Subaru, you're someone who tries to manage everything all on your own. Todd, it's impossible to do everything. I know the extent of my own ability. Subaru, although you came alongside Arakia as comrades, you really don't trust her in the slightest. He could not feel any consideration towards Arakia in Todd's attitude, not because he was not confident in Arakia's strength, nor because he believed there was no way she would lose, but rather because regardless of her strength or weakness, Todd simply did not care about Arakia. And that was unrestricted to just Arakia. That way of thought applied to everything in Todd's vicinity. That was why his thoughts, his actions, his ideals, all were fulfilled entirely by his own self. Subaru, I don't want to lose to a guy of that sort. Todd, it's not about winning or losing. I don't particularly mind, it's fine. If you win as long as you die. Subaru, my defeat won't just be defeat to be Tanz's, Haynes, White's, Idra's, everyone in the unit's defeat. That was absolutely loathsome. Altogether, Subaru and the others have fought, they had resisted, and they headed towards victory as a unit. Win. That was why they would win. With everyone he would go, and Subaru. Kneeling his body close to death, Subaru put a hand to his own chest, though Todd scowled at those words. He did not heedlessly shift his vigilance away from Tanza. Naturally, were Subaru to attempt any discernible action, Todd would surely move to impede him. Though as Subaru remained kneeling on the spot, he did not move, he would not move. Subaru, Todd. And he had no need to move. There was just one thing he had to say. Subaru, I can return by death. Powering through his slight hesitation, Subaru spoke so, prepared for what could happen should he say that with his hand still upon his own chest. Subaru clearly spoke those words. And then, Todd, what? After an instant of nothing because of Subaru's words, Todd wrinkled his brow, creating deep creases. Unable to grasp the meaning of those words, Tanza returned signs of doubt, all the same from the reaction of those two, and from the lack of pain hailing from his chest. Subaru discerned the origin of a discrepancy. Although his body had shrunk, he could not forget those memories of agony. Were he to speak of that a disaster should without fail befall Subaru, unbearable pain would be bestowed upon him as punishment for breaking the taboo by the black shadows that govern the world of stop time. That did not arrive, for what reason the witch had lost sight of Subaru. At the tower of the Crimson Lapis Castle, during the Sparka, on the Gladiator Island during the massacre triggered by Todd, discrepancy had accompanied the spirals of death that had occurred at every single one of those scenes. Instinctively, unconsciously, Subaru had understood that. Akin to how a bird would not forget how to fly, akin to how a fish would not forget how to swim. Natsuki Subaru would not forget how to use his own authority. Was being sent to the Valachian Empire. The reason was the onwards march of infantilization. The reason. Before this, he could have noticed it. Even during Sparka, even while the massacre was ongoing, the moment the unleashed gladiator beast, the witch beast, did not rush towards Subaru, it was made certain that he had been parted from the witch's hands. Henceforth he shouted, Subaru, I can return by death, Todd HKU. Subaru, I can return by death, you understand. Return by death. Return by death was something he must not reveal to anyone, because accompanying it was a penalty of unbearable pain, and beyond that there was a possibility that it could directly lead to despair akin to one's heart cracking. To sow the life of those listening by abusing that mechanism, he did not expect anything of the sort. He did not stop it from reaching Tanza's ears either. He even bestowed Todd with information he did not want him to hear. However, the one he truly wanted to hear, it was not Todd, nor was it anyone else on the island. Subaru, I can return by death. Raising his eyes to the heavens, Subaru projected his voice toward the same overcast skies black smoke was ascending to. With his body in tatters, the reverberation of his loud voice brought pain to his viscera. He was near death. Nevertheless, Subaru's resolve was settled for the pain he wished for was nothing of this sort. May it be. So the observers did not feel shame, those with the rambling words left behind by Cecilus. It was unlikely that Subaru and Cecilus had been envisioning the same thing in the first place. There was a high probability that it had merely been one of Cecilus' thoughtless remarks, yet those thoughtless remarks had aided him in realizing. Similar to the observers, Cecilus was aware there was something that was supposedly observing Subaru, that existence which was supposedly observing Subaru were it, watching over Subaru even now, without parting from him, then these loops bereft of hope, bereft of love, would not come to pass. Subaru, I can return by death. Am right here, come find me. I know that it's selfish, but I want to save everyone. With Natsuki Subaru's authority. And nothing more, it just isn't enough. That's why. Subaru, come find me, Satella. I love you. It happened the moment that name was called out, Subaru. The world abruptly lost color. The loud throbbing that resounded, the ringing in his ears, vanished into the distance. He was incapable of moving his limbs. His tongue became parched and numb. He became unable to both move his eyes and breathe, the force restraining his free, with a threat slowly disrupting the beating of heart all that had been, because donning a dress weaved from jet-black shadows, to which he yearned for appeared before his eyes. "I love you," as she spoke, so the witch's magic hands of black stretched out toward him, caressing Subaru's cheek, tenderly cherishing him as she slid down the back of his neck, tracing his collarbone down towards his solar plexus, to then finally arrive at the place she sought. "I love you, I love you, I love you." While she whispered the love his ears had grown accustomed to, her fingers phased through that child's chest, then finally wrapping themselves around the organ where the facilities of life were, contained with gentleness. "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you." Subaru had somehow managed to do it, that much was certain. The countless whispers imbued with the power in the word love, the fingertips wrapping his heart, which seemed to run contrary to the ensuing pain that lasted seemingly until the end of this world. He had longed for all of it. Therefore, "I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you." Even if this repulsive world was fully permeated by the power in those words, Natsuki Subaru would not be broken. 5. As the world regained its color, as his once vanished tinnitus returned, as the sensation in his limbs and the numbness of his tongue both faded, as he took gruff breaths, the flow of time for everything outside of Subaru was set in motion. Subaru GUH. But that it seemed both Todd and Tanza did not understand what Subaru had meant, the latter with strong clutch on his chest as he groaned. Nevertheless, the subsequent change ought to have been noticed by the two of them right away. Todd what? Eyes sharp and his expression stiffening in terror, Todd shifted his focus to his surroundings. The cause of that was not something visible to the eye, but an approaching audible reporting more detail. Roars the witch beasts, still remaining upon the Gladiator Island, were howling in unison, as though they had arranged this beforehand. Furthermore, having been stimulated by an unordinary trigger, the aura was of such menace that it seemed as if they had lost their senses. Todd HK, that instant casting his mind back to the sense of crisis, Todd immediately detected Subaru as the cause. It seemed that even Todd himself did not know the meaning of that return by death Subaru had shouted out, but he had no necessity to comprehend it, so casting that aside, he put his intent to kill into practice on the spot. While remaining vigilant of Tanza's counterattack, Todd's body ferociously charged toward Subaru. Opposing Todd, Tanza hurled the stone in her hand at great velocity. The stone flew true, rocketing toward the very center of Todd's being. And yet Todd shit. Letting out a minute grunt, Todd gnawed his molars at the pain originating from his left arm, which had been struck by the stone. Unable to allow him to dodge, Tanza had set her aim to the largest possible target, his torso. Catching wind of that, Todd had sacrificed his left arm, and thus minimized the damage he had suffered. Following that, Todd brandished the axe with his right arm, and tried to cut Tanza's petite form down. However, Subaru would not permit such a thing. Tanza Schwartzama, her shoulders sent flying due to a thrust from behind, Tanza called that out as she fell on her side. The one to send her flying had been Subaru, who she had been protecting with that small back of hers just before Tanza had vanished from the range of the axe's downswing, but Subaru had entered it in her stead. For but an instant Todd's pupils constricted. However, the momentum of his axe did not cease, his swing being brought to completion. The blade drew near without haste. It would send Subaru's head flying. It happened then. Todd HK. A firm sound and a weighty impact gave rise to a hollow echo in Todd's body. Flailed around in midair. Todd, having been blown away now on his back upon the floor, promptly got back up, and yet droplets of blood dripped from the grand gash now on his mouth, whereas his knees really seemed to be on the verge of buckling. Todd go just now that. Unsure what had just occurred, Todd's eyes darted about, thrusting his finger towards that Todd Subaru. Subaru invisible providence. What the meaning behind that punch to his defenseless jaw was, Subaru politely explained it to him. Subaru, next, it'll blow your head off, Todd. Having withdrawn his thrust-out finger, Subaru now erected his middle finger and asserted such. Perhaps because his jaw was broken, his hemorrhage did not cease while spitting out blood. Todd suddenly squinted his eyes with that he would begin his retaliation over that broken jaw, or so they had thought. Todd, while quietly training his gaze on Subaru, Todd slowly retreated into the background, his legs backing up to enter the ascending black smoke. Without any faltering, he vanished into the fumes. As soon as he noticed that the situation had become unfavorable to him, discarding just about all of his reluctance, he had chosen to escape. Subaru, well, I thought I'd do that, but Tanza Schwartzama. Seeing Todd's disappearance with her own eyes, Tanza rushed over to Subaru. Her facial expression altered before he could take Tanza's hand. Subaru slipped and tumbled down right where he was. He had already been on the verge of death even before reaching this place. Most likely at the time he had descended alongside Idra and Hyan, he had sustained serious wounds of having multiple bones broken. The authority of sloth, which he had not utilized for a long time, was providing a strong stimulus to Subaru's brain, as per usual blood was trickling out his nose, and yet he was incapable of staunching it. Though in any case, even if he could staunch it, it would not make much of a difference. Todd's axe had pulverized Subaru's right shoulder with its final blow and was currently lodged there. The fact he had not inadvertently lost consciousness was proof that Subaru's life had already drifted away so much so that pain or anything else were already irrelevant. Tanza Schwartz-sama. Clinging on to a sobbing Tanza, Subaru's innermost feelings were entirely those of guilt. With this small body with earnestness, Subaru nestled closer to the girl, who had desperately tried to keep him alive, to whom he must leave something behind. Only, Subaru, take this. Tanza HK the curse tool. From his pocket, he retrieved the black orb and entrusted it to Tanza's hand. It was not that it had some sort of idea. He thought he should at least leave something behind to Tanza, even if he would soon perish. Subaru Cece is over there with Arakia. Tanza understood. I understand since I understand, Subaru Todd, is already you don't need to worry. As far as Todd's personality went, Subaru could not imagine that the former would consider challenging him once more after having had him. Experience that painful, that was a detestable aspect of that man, and yet simultaneously it was a belief that he could trust on and make use of. Like that, whilst enduring tears, Tanza touched Subaru, who was frantically stringing words together. Until the end of the end, for the sake of Subaru, who was worrying about her, she felt she had to do something desperately so. Though that was wrong. That order of things was completely backwards. Tanza had treated him kindly just before she had remedied just about all of Subaru's thoughts. That Natsuki Subaru was until the end someone better off not giving up. She had aided him in remembering so. Thanks to that, once more was he still able to fight. That was why. Subaru next time. Indeed, at a Subaru softly vocalizing his resolve, Tanza widened her eyes. Still, for the girl, that must have sounded like a final show of obstinacy from a Subaru about to pass away. As tears accumulated in her eyes, firmly enduring those emotions, Tanza's small hand, her slender fingers, gently wrapped around Subaru's minutely trembling hand. And then, Tanza, yes, that is correct, Schwartz-sama, next time. Without a doubt, we will not lose. Taking care as to not disgrace Subaru's final wish while crying, Tanza uttered that. Aligned with each other, they did not become even, so they were aligned in their desire to save one another. That was sufficient. With that sufficient desire, while bearing the feelings of this moment, Subaru, I will save everyone. With that resolve, at his final moment, the life of Natsuki Subaru burned to ashes. 6. Dark, a world of utmost darkness. Nothing but darkness existed in this space, where light could not flow in this ultimately distant land, a place neither prayers nor wishes could reach. Always did that place gnaw at his heart, imposing a feeling of helplessness, bringing about grief and sorrow, a cursed land untrodden by any being. However, this time, this very moment, did his thoughts wish anticipate this arrival. Subaru, the darkness he could not stand a chance against by his lonesome, was engulfing everything, taking away everything. Even if he was being tortured by that feeling of helplessness, abandoning everything in his vicinity, even himself, the feeling of defeat that originated from being unable to do anything anymore had scorched his body. I love you. Subaru, it may not be everything, but I know. The things he could accomplish by his lonesome were not that numerous. He was not a human being ambitious to such an extreme extent. That was why he could also make mistakes, and why his resolve, too, could bend. Even so, I love you. Subaru, I know that, as well. I really do. I know, having parted ways, it was something he knew at last. Simultaneously, he became unsure on how he should retain the emotions had up to this point. Still, as he had indeed been thinking that he wanted to know the most important thing, he knew it, he really did. Subaru, thank you, I'll be heading off now. To that place, to that land of isolating waters, where all life had been wiped out for the sake of losing, no longer for the sake of not allowing. Those he held dear be trampled upon. Once more Natsuki Subaru would rise. Once more he would rise. 7. Through his buttocks, he felt the gale wind horse pulled carrot shake with a rattle. It had not been too comfortable of a journey. It was not about how comfortable the ride had been, but rather about how comfortable he had been in regards to the former. It was likely that this was a rare privilege even within the Empire. He did not feel overly grateful about that. As to why he felt so uncomfortable in such a luxurious carriage was due to the scarcity of windows, and to the fact he was not in control of the reins. Naturally, both left some margin for one to be targeted in exchange. So whichever was preferred varied from person to person. Quite simply, it was just that he hated his response being delayed, because he had left things to others. The horse-led carriage itself had been made quite solid through protection of earth magic, and when it came to being vigilant towards their surroundings, it was being handled by someone who possessed considerably greater senses than he did. Man, it sure does leave nothing to be desired apart from it being a journey I hadn't wished for. As expected from the customs of the country, that esteem the strong, the extravagant praise the generals received was quite an extreme thing. In other words, considering he was being treated like this, he could even say that it seemed that he had been placed amongst the powerful, but in his true opinion, that in itself was a bothersome kindness. His personal opinion was that as long as he was not precisely the sum of the world, he would lose far more than he would gain by being thought of as strong. Being thought of as weak was much, much easier. It was from this reason that the discomfort from this treatment had become the logical conclusion. Are you bored? Suddenly his closed eyes slowly opened the voice that had come from atop the roof as a culprit. The owner of the voice he was hearing was located there. The interior of the coach was empty himself. Exclude the lack of people was rather splendid, as it would be suffocating for him if others were present, but his companion was intolerable, someone unbefitting a being civilized person. That notwithstanding they were not someone who ought to do the talking themselves, he would rather have someone else take charge of both her education and her discipline. He did not have much intention of engaging with her for long, either, though she seemed to be empathetic in regards to his intentions to exact revenge. It would be better for him if he made up a story and chose someone at random as his enemy. Are you listening? Man, I heard you. I was just thinking about something. What about you? Do you remember your instructions properly? Even I can remember that much. Unthinkable was what he wanted to say, but there was room for doubt as to whether it was something he could believe. In the first place, he had never heard of a general that delegated full control of their plans to a subordinate who himself was no more than a private first class only. Because they were not very good at thinking, he had been told to stop speaking politely, and he had responded exactly in tandem with her wishes, but what was on her mind was wholly unknown. Perhaps she had taken to him, if he thought of her, as a female version of Jamal. There did not seem to be much of a difference, although it seemed more difficult to find a place to abandon her, and than it had been to do so for Jamal, which was bothersome. The island, I see it. Are you prepared? Man, as long as I don't lose the Prime Minister's letter, all that's left is to get the Governor's Sama. We heard about to follow the orders. There's no need to get in a fight with anyone. It's an easy job, you know. Atop the roof, Arakia listened as she looked at the coach's destination. On the other side of the drawbridge, it was crossing over. As he answered, he ascertained the feeling of the letter within his pocket. Indeed, their role was something akin to messengers. As long as they got him to follow the directives, it would be fine. However, if ordinary messengers really would have been sufficient, there was no reason to bother with sending Arakia. That was the sole thing that bothered a man. It should be an easy job, kinda. Arakia, the objective is the annihilation of the island. Is it possible? Man, provided the governor agrees to activate the curse rule obediently. Governor Gustav Morello, the manager of the Gladiator Island place where their goal lay, had imposed an absolute regulation called the curse rule for sake of ruling over the gladiators assembled on the island. The curse rule was invoked when someone who had been engraved with the curse mark from Gustav violated the rules, that life would then be taken without any room for argument. It truly was a convenient thing. A curse tool created by one of the 9 divine generals, the master of enchanted items, was serving as a trigger for the curse rule, and the conditions to invoke it were plain and simple. Man, at a fixed distance, those who go too far from the curse tool will die. Arakia, any concerns about the people of the island? Man, the safe zone seems to be roughly the whole area of the island at any rate. Even if they try to slip away covertly, they'll die if their curse mark hasn't been removed. It can prevent their escape. Even if they get frightened into crossing the drawbridge, that ability to restrain them is enough to keep them inside. In truth, if they were to let one gladiator die as an example of the curse rule's effect, then probably nobody would try and do the same to double. Check it, no fools that reckless existed. It was a curse activated without taking the trouble to look the recipient in the eye or pressure them in any way on top of the island special. Characteristic, he honestly admired how that restraining device was thoroughly drilled into them. However, were they to realize that the curse rule could not be utilized freely, it would rouse an uprising right away. Man, well, I intend on annihilating them when that time comes, so it'll be fine to just throw the curse tool into the lake. The water surrounding the Gladiator Island was quite deep. Were it not for the large drawbridge, its coast would be unreachable, much like an island amidst isolating waters, but the distance to the bottom of the lake was even deeper. If the curse tool were to be thrown into the lake by the time it reached the bottom, they would be in the range of activation of the curse rule. In the worst-case scenario, that of the governor not cooperating, throwing the retrieved curse tool into the lake would also enter the realm of possibility. Man, it's essential to prepare for the absolute worst, the hiding place of the curse tool included. For one to untactfully hold pride in their work, it would trouble him should that be a cause for difficulty. It would be best for him to cooperate in slaughtering all the gladiators, obediently being reasonable. Without incident, he wanted to return home as soon as possible after finishing their task like that, and thus fulfilling the objective of their journey. Mankadia, because they had been separated for so long, their short reunion had strengthened his attachment. It was a cruel action, one akin to spilling a single drop of water into his parched, water-craving throat. He wished to ingest water until his stomach burst. That could perhaps be called a natural emotion for a human being, he thought. Even if it made it just 1 second faster, he would finish his task and return to the imperial capital, if it were for that purpose. Man am completely fine with any sacrifices. Indeed, that was when one of the switches within himself flipped toward violence. Arakia Todd something strange. Called out by his name, the man Todd lifted his head. With a what? Her tone lacked seriousness, but that was the kind of manner she conducted herself with more often than not. Nonetheless, having ascended to the rank of divine general, her true abilities were nothing to be made light of, and it was also true that a normal person would not be able to guess them. That which he had pointed out was their objective, the Gladiator Island, which they were steadily approaching. They were already nearing halfway through the drawbridge, at a place between the two shores where the coach would cross over to the island half of the bridge. Having been called out precisely just before they entered their opponent's lair, a bad premonition overcame him. And then Todd stopped. Todd, right now, stop, turn back. The instant he looked closely at the path outside the window, Todd yelled that out, bewildering the soldier on the driver's seat. Clicking his tongue at the slowness of that reaction, Todd immediately climbed onto the driver's seat, snatched the reins away from the soldier, stopped the carriage, and whipped the gale-wind horse to make it turn around post-haste. After that, he ignored the befuddled coachman and looked back toward the roof. Todd, Arakia, keep an eye on the island. Be alert if there's movement, fire at will. Arakia understood. Coachman, come on now. Our responsibility as emissaries from the Prime Minister is. Todd, Joaman ahu. Arakia obeyed without complaint. The coachman voiced a sense of duty, disregarding the former, and glaring at the nearby latter, who had a poor understanding of things. Todd quietly narrowed his eyes. At that gaze of Todd's, the coachman, his spirit withering away, choked on his words, and shut his mouth. That was the right choice were he to try to persist on the issue. He would have been pushed off into the lake. It would be better if they were saved the trouble of not losing their coachman for their return, and that had happened had been Arakia's achievement, who had noticed something abnormal before they finished crossing the drawbridge. Seemingly the situation had already changed. Arakia Todd, it seems Prime Minister Berstetz's concerns were valid with that. As his response to her short call, Todd turned the gale wind horse to the opposite direction, retracing the path they had come from. They could not afford for the drawbridge to be withdrawn on them. Those in control of the drawbridge on the farther shore were not restricted to people not cooperating with their opponents. At any rate, Todd, for them to be waiting for us fully, prepared. They're being led by a pretty dangerous person. Arakia, we can't win even though I'm there, Todd. Yeah, that's right. Quietly, while hearing Arakia's voice raise in tension, Todd gave a nod with a shudder as he felt dread run down his back. Todd, it's not an opponent we have any chance of beating, at least for today. So he spoke. Hey, I thought that they'd turn back, but that decision to cut their losses seemed way too quick. While viewing the coach turn around exactly halfway into the drawbridge, retreating without any hesitation, he vented a sigh. He had been amazed and impressed by the speed of their judgment, but even so it had been within range of his expectations. Had he truly intended to perform a surprise attack, he would first quietly lure the opponent onto the island. However, that situation would have never been settled with both sides remaining unscathed. As someone aware of the massacre that would ensue in the case, they lured the carriage, and he had been unable to take such a risky gamble. That was because he had already thrown himself headfirst into the riskiest gamble available. Schwartz-sama, the emissaries are. Subaruya, they ran away as expected. They thought it strange that we'd just line up to welcome them, though that was what I wanted them to think. So it was a bluff. Is that so? I am relieved that we did not end up making the second an opponent. A girl in a kimono stood next to Subaru, who was shielding his eyes with his hands to his forehead. As he gazed towards the drawbridge, gently patting her own chest, Tanza digested the relief over the planned success. The two horns atop her head were intact and well, and there were no wounds visible on her beautiful and youthful skin whatsoever. With absolutely no problems at all, she was healthy, and well and admirably perfect. Tanza, excuse me, Schwartz-sama. Subaru. Tanza, no, I was just wondering why you were patting my head. Subaru, sorry, was by reflex. At Tanza's question, born of embarrassment, realizing that he had been subconsciously stroking her head, Subaru apologized, but regardless of his apology, he did not stop patting her head. Then as Subaru continued to caress her head, Tanza pursed her lips and did not resist. For her sullen face to appear childlike, once again Subaru thought he would continue patting her head, no matter what, as long as he was not shaken off. However, how long are you going to do that for? Is this really the time for brats to be flirting with each other? Subaru, huh? Just as a vigorous voice came from behind him, Subaru's hand stopped patting, parting his hand from Tanza in haste. Then Subaru bent his lips in displeasure and turned around. With Subaru's line of sight falling upon him, the lizard man Hain, saying, "What is it?" as he stiffened his face, looked at the two beside him and turns, as if asking for help. "Hi, and why do you half look at me with those kind of eyes, even though I just said something obvious? Am I wrong? It seems that it's more about the way you said it and your timing in saying it was terrible, though it isn't something that I'd say even if the timing was appropriate. He's a better person than you have some consideration, lizard bastard." Hi and ho-ha. Betrayed by the two people on his flanks, by Idra and White's Haines, eyes darted about in bewilderment. Due to Haines' reaction, Idra produced a wry smile, and White's gave a snort his nose at the figures of those three lining up. Subaru remembered his deep emotions. In response to Subaru gazing at them like that, Idra frowned and, "Idra Schwartz, that somewhat meaningful look in your eyes is unsettling." "Subaru, it's nothing, it's just I was thinking about how far I've come." Idra. As Subaru rubbed his finger under his nose, Idra cocked his head in puzzlement. Regardless of Idra's reaction, right next to him, White's crossed his burly arms with a mutter of "I get it." While distorting frightening tattoos on his body, White's glared at the other side of the drawbridge and, "Whites, we chase away the messengers from the Imperial capital. With this, we don't have a path of retreat, ain't that so?" "Subaru, you're a little bit footmarked, but that's also true." White's a little bit footmark. His appearance of looking like he understood the most out of everyone crumbled, and White's eyes widened in surprise, producing a sarcastic smile. To that reaction, Subaru reflected on how the deep emotions he harbored differed from the impression those three had given off with pride. Those three, rather, no one knew anything at all, but that was completely fine. And Subaru, he would remember every single thing, and then, apparently their verdict has been passed. Turning around due to that weighty and imposing voice, he saw a personage who had been awaiting the emissaries in the vicinity of the drawbridge. The horse-drawn carriage that the emissaries were riding on had turned back, and having made sure it finished its crossing over to the other shore, he stared seriously at Subaru with a terrifying expression like that of a demon. As the giant of a man wielding an intimidating aura slowly approached them, and while having the light impression that Hein and the others behind him were getting overwhelmed, Subaru shrugged his shoulders and spoke. "Subaru, with this, do you believe me? No objections the Imperial command bestowed upon me as the official by His Excellency, the Emperor of the time, has come for it to be fulfilled, that is to say." "Subaru, that is to say." "All the gladiators of the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive. They are to be placed under your command, your Highness Schwartz." While declaring so, interlocking the hands and fists of his four arms in front of his chest, demonstrating his dignified stance, was the chief of the Gladiator Island, Gustav Morello. The guards under Gustav exchanged glances at his statement, and all took an identical stance in unison. "White's this ain't pleasing." Discontent with the attitudes displayed by Gustav and his group, White's muttered. Subaru looked back, and White's jerked his chin as he closed one eye. "White's, I object to you deciding by yourself that all the gladiators ought to obey, even if you're the governor and island chief." Gustav White's Rogan, keep your opinions within your heart. However, there are things that take precedence over one's personal intentions. I will be troubled if you forgot that in my capacity, I have means to have you do as I say. "Whites, you want to fucking go." Whites gave a snort at his nose, and Gustav also harbored silent intentions within his eyes with things, as it seemed that the two would come to fight each other, and before Subaru could intervene. "Either, Governor, please don't act hastily, Whites, you lowlife. You never use enough words. Seems to me you were asking for a misunderstanding because of that." "Whites, I don't mind fighting cause of that in the slightest." "Hi and others are going to mind, you know. A damn nit, Governor, we ain't going to do something as shameful as to obey your orders out of fear." As Idra held White's back, Hein stepped forward in his place, and declared so devoid of any shame. Hein would not look Gustav in the eye were the situation to be unfavorable to him, but not letting his lack of nerve show, boldly pointing at Subaru, with his hand he spoke. "Hein, even without that strange threat of yours, we're going with Schwartz. Hey, ain't that right, you assholes? You ain't afraid, are you? Don't make me laugh, lizard bastard. Who's afraid? Who?" "I'd eight. Let's go, your Highness, our Imperial Prince. Let's wrest it away from your nasty old man. It's the start of our empire." Haines' solo call was responded to by a crowd of voices, rising one after another from all around them, no, from all throughout the island, were the voices of the gladiators who had all come together to welcome the emissaries. Mixed along with the voices of many men with their blood boiling were the voices of Haines' comrades, Orson, and his group, and the voice of old man Null, who most unusually was present outside the healing room. quite literally the Gladiator Island Gin and Hive, had become one Subaru thank you. While hearing the cheers from his excited surroundings, Subaru clutched his chest and muttered, to the comrades and surroundings and to himself, and above all else to the one who had granted him this chance, he was grateful. Then Subaru slapped both of his cheeks with his hands, raised his face, its expression cheerful, and, Subaru, well, we're going now, but what are you going to do, Cece? Ha ha, guess you're right about that. As Subaru, having tilted his head, asked a question, a silhouette twirled around. As it descended, having watched over the events as they unfolded from a vantage point up high, Cecilus made a light sound as he landed. He did not have one side of his body scorched, and his manner was unchanged from the time it had been scorched, gazing over Subaru as well as the large crowd of people surrounding him. Cecilus's own expect of you managed a totally unexpected result no matter how I slice, and I didn't expect you to get this far truly. I must say bravo. However, I got just one question. Subaru, what is it? Cecilus kindly, carefully, and thoroughly going around back and forth to several places your ability to win everybody over is truly superb and praiseworthy, but indeed that's just it, aren't you going to persuade me? His two hands concealed by his sleeves, Cecilus asked at him with a face that showed curiosity from the bottom of his heart. Unable to comprehend that the smile Cecilus always had plastered on his face had disappeared, seeing that expression, Subaru slightly widened his eyes and gave a satisfied nod. That was correct. Subaru had not attempted to persuade Cecilus. Despite having persuaded Gustav Hein and Weitz and Idra Orson, and the others and Old Man Null, as well as Rex and Milzak, as well as Kashu and Moiso, as well as Diro and Kreekin, as well as Kadro and Fenmel, and even that stubborn lone wolf Josrov, he had ignored. Cecilus. The reason was, Subaru Cece, I want to see you make that face. Every single time up until now, the one Subaru had failed in connecting with at the crucial moments had been Cecilus. He was not enough of a fool to cross a dangerous bridge for revenge, but the result of all his thinking that for better or worse, this was the best way to have an effect on Cecilus. And thus, when it came to pass in reality, Cecilus' eyes went wide upon hearing that, and only then did Subaru give him the announcement. Subaru, I'm going to work you hard if you come with us now. So, are you coming? Cecilus, Shrugging his shoulders, Subaru winked just after Cecilus heard the high-handed invitation. He opened his mouth wide, then delivered a round explosive laughter while bending his back, flailing his legs around on the spot. Cecilus was having a hearty laugh, having had a thorough burst of laughter. He wiped away the tears emerging from the corners of his eyes and, Cecilus, you're kidding me, you've got to be kidding me from this very Cecilus Segmont, the Blue Lightning, from the leading actor of this world, from me whom you ignored, you asked that to please come together with you. That's completely preposterous, Basu. Subaru, so what will you do? Cecilus will go with you, of course. I like to say something like, though it's annoying to be taken along, but it's incredible how you've talked me down to think it's not annoying in the slightest. Incredible, it's a pleasure. While clapping his hands with force, Cecilus got fully on board, his actions aligned with Subaru's expectations. While relieved by the merit of that decisiveness, Subaru placed his hand on his chin. In truth, this was something he had been thinking from the very start, but, Subaru, that way of calling me Basu, it just doesn't sit right with me in the slightest, Cecilus, woe adverse winds to rupture things like that. Just after I answered ID, come along with you, you're awfully poor at communicating, but then do you have an alternative I should use to call you? Subaru, guess you're right, huh? As Cecilus pitched forward, Subaru thought for a bit. He suddenly thought about how Cecilus' mouth would have grown. Accustomed to saying Basu, hitting upon an idea that was unexpectedly not so shabby, Subaru smiled with a wicked face and, Subaru, boss Cecilus. Subaru, from now on, call me boss. He did not intend to be pretentious, but surprisingly going along with Cecilus' penchant for being a drama geek didn't feel so bad. As Subaru responded in that manner, Cecilus sighed with a ho-ho. Cecilus, boss, it's got quite a nice ring to it. Though I've got no clue whatsoever about its meaning, I don't dislike it, rather I quite like it. Subaru, it means leader, just right, isn't it? Cecilus, yes, indeed, boss, then shall we begin? Cheerfully smiling, the words of the high-spirited Cecilus were met with Subaru nodding and letting out a yeah. Starting with Cecilus, Subaru then looked over at Hein Weitz and eyed to the comrades of his unit, as well as the other gladiators, after that making eye contact with Gustav and the guards who accompanied him, as a result of his utmost grand experience with the comrades who had become one. Subaru, let's go everyone, let's go give my shitty old man, in the imperial capital, a wallop to the cheek. Everyone, YHHHH. At Subaru's rousing shout, the people of the Gladiator Island returned that grand reply. While basking in that intense spirit, so intense it seemed to make the entirety of the island floating on the lake quake, Subaru suddenly noticed Tanz's gaze trained on him. Subaru, don't worry, Tanza. The one and only person who actually knew that Subaru was not the illegitimate child of the Emperor, giving her a reassuring nod, Subaru resolved himself to head from these western lands towards the imperial capital without resting. As the son of Natsuki Kenichi with the trust of his comrades, he would push forward. Therefore, from now on, because he had been summoned to another world. Subaru, this time it's our win. As the strongest existence, Natsuki Subaru would trample upon the Valachian Empire. Yendi. Bonus short stories. The Land of Wolves. Death unto the weak, mercy be none. 6. 1. Miss Katia, do you have a minute? The moment she heard the girl's voice, Katia thought to herself, oh no, she may have thought that, but she couldn't do anything about the voice. Coming from behind would look bad if she ran away in a hurry, but more than that was the fact that her body wasn't capable of such a thing. Katia sat upon a wheelchair tool that enabled her to move around freely on her own, but it wasn't simple to use. It was an impossible task, in particular for her, who easily became overwhelmed, and while she was flustered. If it's okay, let me come with you to your room. I don't have anyone to talk to right now, said the girl, and Katia, who had lost her chance to escape, was now caught up with the owner of the voice. The one beside Katia was an individual with distinctive footsteps. No, it would be more accurate to say that an extra sound was mixed and the reason was clear. She walked with cane. As the one with the cane came to stand in line with her, Katia deliberately averted her gaze. Go find someone more suitable, she said. Everyone seems to be busy. So you thought of me and assumed that I would be free. What a shame. I have things to do too. What exactly do you have to do, replied the girl without hesitation, as Katia would try to get away by using appropriate words. And when asked for an example, she was at a loss for words. She didn't have anything she should be doing, had just been an excuse. No one actually expected her to do anything. She had never been given a role. Suddenly thinking how no one ever expected anything from her, a thought crossed her mind. Miss Katia. As Katia let out a small sigh, the other peered at her face. It was a girl with pale blue hair and a lovely face with round eyes. She may use a cane because of her bad leg, but unlike myself, she's someone who can bear and raise children. A letter, repeated the girl. Oh, could that be to your fiancé? My fiancé, it's not that kind of relationship. Katia had once again fumbled over her words. The excuse that had come out of her mouth had failed to convince herself, let alone the one in front of her. After all, if she didn't have that kind of relationship, she wouldn't have been there in the first place. She was being held captive like this because it was known to all that she was that person's fiancé. There was no other reason for her to be deemed worthy of being taken into custody. Nonetheless, even though she knew it was foolish, she still considered a comfort that at least she was in fact wanted. Yes, I'm writing him a letter, responded Katia, so I don't have time to talk to you. I understand, said the girl. Let me give you a hand while I'm sure we'll come up with more ideas together than if you were to ponder on it all by yourself. If you're already a good writer, then maybe writing something different for a change would be a good idea. Your fiancé might enjoy that. Katia had clenched her hand into a fist and tried to divert the conversation, but her plan was spoiled by that girl. Katia opened and closed her mouth several times because of how pushy she was while the other tilted her head and said, you seem to be very eager. So let's go straight to your room this way, right? You can't see that I don't want to. I've learned to pretend that I don't see what is inconvenient to see. I've spent a long time around. Someone who acts all stubborn and stays unhinged. They lack basic human decency, don't they? Not all of their behaviors are respectable, but there are many I wish to imitate. Now that I'm no longer with them, it seems like a good time to do so. With this response, Katia pouted, and she had no choice but to give up. Moreover, she now had to write the letter that had been meant to be an excuse she made to escape. It seemed that her bad habit of strangling herself with her own words had now reached a climax. Miss Katia, I'm going in without your permission. All right, who do you? Cane in hand, the girl took a large step and turned to give her name and rem. Her chest was somewhat puffed out, her back straight. Katia raised her eyebrows, feeling that her words carried a strange weight. In front of Katia, the girl Rem put a free hand upon her chest and, with that, continued for the time, being ill-start by trusting that there are no doubts that is who I am. 2. Katia Orly was currently under house arrest in the mansion of the Imperial Prime Minister Berstetz von Dauphine. Once again, this was a situation that made her rack her brain to understand why Katia Orly came from a no-outstanding, low-ranking noble family. With the next in line, her older brother having passed away, she was the formal heir with nothing more than the title of nobility to her name. In the Valachian way of thinking, which respects strength above all, Katia would be considered a piece of trash, not even worthy of existence. Whereas in terms of self-awareness, it was a feeling of alienation that she had felt since her brother was alive, no, even from the moment of her birth. Anyhow, it was no trivial matter that Katia, in these circumstances, was hidden away in the mansion of the Imperial Prime Minister, a situation that not even a high-ranking count would easily be able to find themselves in. But then we are hostages, Katia began, and if we don't understand it, then we might get in trouble. I understand that, stated Rem, and yet you've been walking about the premises quite freely. As long as we don't try and escape. They said, we can do as we please. Katia looked bitterly at Rem, who immediately betrayed her previous statement, with her next words seeing the girl asserting her opinion so. Confidently made her feel uneasy, as though she was the one in the wrong for being anxious. Objectively speaking, the one who understood best about their hostage situation was Katia, so why should I be the one feeling inferior when it comes to hostage nest, she thought. In the room she had been assigned where every luxury had been. Arranged so she would feel that nothing was missing, Katia was forced to turn to the desk to take responsibility for her words. She had a quill and letter paper in hand, which Rem observed closely from nearby. Wanting neither the former nor the latter, Katia found herself incredibly annoyed. What do you normally write to your fiancé? Asked Rem. I hardly ever write letters, Katia replied flatly. Oh, really? Why did you decide to write this time then? Rem intervened to help out, surprised that Katia was having a hard time deciding how to begin such a letter. In reality, Katia had rarely written letters herself. Even with a body like hers, she would sign a letter if necessary, because of her status, but nothing more to me letters are. Something to be received. The sender had always been my brother Jamal, and these past 2 years, I only ever received them, so I thought I'd send one this time. I think that's really nice. TCH what Ducatia was about to snap, and ask what exactly she knew about such things, but she hesitated, the reason being Rem's expression as she stared at her. Even Katia, who scattered her hostility indiscriminately, was thrown off by the girl's soft, downcast eyes. It wasn't mockery or pity. On the contrary, it was an expression that made her more miserable than being mocked or pitied. You were loved as a child, weren't you? Those feelings of envy burst past her lips, leaving Katia to once again regret speaking. Rem, however, merely replied with a bitter smile, I wonder about that. What a strange answer, thought Katia. What do you mean, I wonder? She asked. The way you said it makes it seem like you're thinking of someone other than yourself. I lack a sense of self, and it feels like someone else's life since I've only been alive for a month, so. Her response having been unexpected, she looked Rem from head to toe. It's nonsense that shouldn't be taken seriously, but I really don't understand the point of the joke. It's a figure of speech. The truth is that I have no memories, whether it's about me or the things around me. I remember nothing. I built my current self up from the ground up. You have no memories. So just as you said, I have no idea whether or not there were people who cared for me. However, I do think I've been lucky enough to meet some good people this past month, she replied, and seemed to be counting on her fingers while thinking of the people who had met her empty self, and that she was lucky to have met them. Because of that, if she really were lucky, however, she wouldn't be here. Her situation was not so different from Katia's, being a sort of hostage, and if that was the case, then in keeping her there, Bristettes should be able to keep the people close to her in check as well. I can't understand what you're talking about. Are you saying it was by chance that the last encounter you had was bad? I think there are many kinds of fate. And to me, I think the worst encounter was the very first one. The very first one, if what she's saying is true. Then does she mean her newly born state with no memory, unwittingly Katia who had become? Engrossed in Rem's story, asked with her gaze what exactly that terrible encounter had been. In response to her gaze, Rem replied well and raised a finger to her lips. When I came, they were holding me in their arms and staring at me with tearful eyes, helpless, lonely eyes like those of a child. They weren't rough with you or anything like that. If anyone was rough, it was me. I smelled something I simply couldn't stand, so I strangled them. Katia was about to say how violent, but held back as she remembered her own outbursts out of frustration. She had thrown vases at her fiancé, or even scratched him a number of times. It wasn't a particularly smooth way to build a relationship, but it was something she was known for. However, I shook them off once, but they caught up with me again and kept following me, and during that time the stench persisted. It was suffocating. Following you around, that must have been tough. Yes, it was tough. I didn't remember anything. I could only trust in my own senses. And because that person really did smell like a bad person. That man did. Because someone like that was trying so hard to protect me. Rem's eyes suddenly became downcast, those words making Katia's breath catch in her throat. Without a sound, she had tricked Rem into revealing that the person in her story was a man merely because of the way she looked when talking about him. If they were courting her, of course, it would be a man. But for some reason, her expression and situation did not feel like someone else's problem to Katia. Rather, she understood what Rem was feeling. Not being able to understand why this person was approaching her and being treated this way, and that all causing doubts and dislikes to accumulate, but at the same time being touched by that it was as though their minds were being twisted to follow someone else's will. It's awful and painful and annoying, it's disgusting, but you don't want it to stop. Yes, that's right. It had become so natural to live with that sense of suffocation that they could no longer imagine what it would be like without it. In fact, they had forgotten how they had breathed when that feeling of oppression wasn't there, even though she knew it was the life of a pitiful doll-like woman, with nothing else to cling to. So you also have someone like that. Naturally, when you meddle in someone's affairs, they will equally meddle in your own, while Katia regretted having said unnecessary things at the same time she also thought this. Rem, who truly knows that suffering, will probably understand her own. For me, my fiancé is the man doing that to me from the moment we first met. He was overfamiliar. He approached me of his own accord, and then I don't understand why he chose me. As you can see, I'm disabled and unable to perform my duties as a woman and worthless even so. He whispers to me that it doesn't matter. I can't give anything that should be given. After nearly 20 years of suffering, I had finally accepted it. But then he showed up that made me hopeful that maybe the last 20 years of suffering had been a mistake and that this was to make up for it. But I also knew deep down that there was no way that could be the case. You're not saying the usual comforting words Rem parroted, looking at my body and saying that's not true, that who I am on the inside is all that matters, and that he only cares about the underhanded words that only sound pretty on the surface. I don't know you well enough to say anything like that when someone is hurt, and even if you long to comfort them, telling them something that doesn't come from the heart is wrong. That's a noble way of thinking. It sounded astonishingly different from the superficial words used by cowards that Katia hated, words which would only make themselves feel good about them comforting someone. So what are you going to write to your fiancé? After what we just spoke about, you're still trying to make me write. You're right? Well, shall we do this? Then he'll also write a letter just as you're doing to the person with a horrible stench. What's the point of that? It was offered as an exchange, but there was no actual reason for Katia to accept it. At Katia's puzzled expression, Rem thought for a moment, then said there's no way for the letter to reach that person, but it would be a bit sad if no one read it. So it would be nice if you could. I understand, even less why would I read a letter written to a person you hate? It's nonsense. I don't understand. I was hoping you, who are in a similar situation, would help me put my feelings into words, Rem admitted, sticking out her tongue a little as Katia was trying to quickly respond to refuse the bargain. Katia widened her eyes and was thus convinced that she had grown up being loved by those around her. There'd be no way she would know how to be spoiled by someone like this. She wouldn't be able to do something like this otherwise, she thought. So what do you say, Rem pressed, do we have a deal? Katia sighed as Rem repeated her question, wondering how she had interpreted her silence. I still have no idea exactly why she is being held captive, but I can't be bothered. I wasn't sure what to write in the letter before, but I think I've thought of something, that there's a woman staying in the same place as me I don't get along with. At least that was Katia's honest impression with regard to Rem. Yendi. Provisional Rem's paranoia. Whether Oni or snakes live there. 1. Abducted to the capital city Lupagana, in the middle of the battle, in the walled city of Geralt, and placed under house arrest. She understands that it's objectively the situation she had been placed in, but I do not truly feel that I harbor as much of a feeling of endangerment as that makes it sound like. Cane in hand, Rem gave a sigh while walking through a hallway expansive in width. In position, Rem was meant to be what you consider a prisoner of war and hostage. However, she had no soldiers attached to her to watch over her while she walked to the mansion. As she's doing, of course, there are human guards posted around the premises here and there, but there were none keeping constant watch over Rem. Should she call this carelessness, or perhaps she should think of it as them looking down on her? It is probably neither. If she had to say, this must be them aptly appraising Rem's judgment. Rem is the one captive here, but she understands the meaning of her being used as a hostage, and of the fact that even if she was allowed freedom within the premises, she was not given the freedom to go outside. If Rem considers her position, it is proof that she's being valued by the other party, the lord of this mansion, the one who has locked Rem up, the Chancellor of the Empire, Berstets von Dalfin. Berstets, while holding the office of Chancellor, also led a rebellion against the Empire. From Rem's point of view, as someone who had been thrown about by the Empire's civil war, she couldn't really approve of Berstets' actions, but Rem herself didn't hold a bad impression of Berstets, of course. It was hard to hold a positive impression. But the fact they exchanged words directly made her think so. Berstets had not rebelled out of selfishness, but had acted out of concern for the future of the Empire. If she had only heard that reason, because the problem would be on Abel's side, so she would be unable to defend him. However, as far as Rem knew, the person known as Abel is the reason for Berstets rebelling, and he was not the kind of man to thoughtlessly leave that main cause alone. Abelson has his own way of thinking, even if I understand that I wish he would have shared that with Berstets. Perhaps if she was told that if they had been able to talk things out, then this rebellion wouldn't have taken place, then would that help things or not? That was something Rem failed to tell. Could Rem say that the situation she was left in was a bit better even then? Would Rem have been able to reach her current state of mind without the Empire's civil war? Rem thought about herself, who has nothing outside of the memories of approximately the single month, and she pressed down on her chest. What had driven Rem, who had woken up in a completely empty state, to her, which end was the existence of Subaru, who knew Rem and had tried to hold on to her somehow. While it was difficult to hold the same impression she had of him at the beginning, that of the owner of such an evil stench, it was undeniable that such a way of facing him had only come about because various circumstances had held her down. While not the best way to put it, you could also say it was necessary for her to shelve her quarrel with him. So she cooperated with him, and while she kept that shelved, she lost a chance to unshelve it. However the case, when that person comes back to Geralt, he will surely be very surprised. Geralt had been attacked by a swarm of flying dragons and ended up in a half-destroyed state. There a great number of their allies had been injured, and then Rem had been abducted. What would Subaru think of that she was sure that he would not be able to help, but think of it was something that somehow made Rem uncomfortable. It was likely precisely because of that. I see you've got a long face, Wiesen. That the moment she opened the doors to the room, she arrived upon the inner side of her heart, was read immediately by Flop, who was laying down in the center of a bed. 2. Hovering her hands above the resting Flop's wounds as he lays on the bed, she performs healing magic on him. On his bandaged body, even now painful-looking claw marks still remain carve his wounds, now having closed quite a bit. Was fair to say now that he has escaped any danger to his life, but even then frustration remained. If she could draw out the former power of this healing magic, more she could have healed this heavy wound in but a moment, this heavy wound of Flop's that he received by protecting her. However, if the Wiesen could have instantly healed my wounds, then Madeline would lose any reason to abduct the Wiesen. Perhaps wouldn't she lose any reason to spare the city, Geralt? So this is all in how you think about it, Wiesen. It was because your healing magic was crude that lives were saved, if you think about it like that. There's nothing wrong with being green, right? When she was lowering the hands that were aloft his wound, it was once again that the insides of her heart were red. Rem was surprised by that. So Flop closed one eye and tried to poke a bit of fun at her. She thought herself pathetic at the fact he was being attentive to her. While being injured, she felt a reliability from him, an honest admiration for Flop's unchanging attitude, even when has in that state. That Rem was more depressed than was necessary in this condition was undoubtedly thanks to the bright Flop being put in the same situation as her. That I cannot allow the injured Flopson to exert himself is also a reason for why we can't create any opportunities to escape from here, though. Whoa, they're a bit harsh, there aren't you, Wiesen, but well, it's indeed a fact that I'm in a half-dead, half-alive state, where I'll die if I move around carelessly. So I really can't argue with you there, however. I believe it'd be difficult, even if you didn't have me with you, because this mansion is her turf. Madeline sans right. Flop having laughed, Riley gently nodded to the name Rem whispered. The flying dragon General Madeline's chart. She was a general first class who had attacked the walled city, with a swarm of flying dragons at her command, and the one responsible for abducting Rem and Flop into the capital is she who is one of the top powerhouses, even in the Empire, came at them. They would have their lives taken in the blink of an eye. That it hasn't come to pass was because of the ties between her and Flop. Flop's and what is Madeline San. We have a shared acquaintance, you see, that we just both hit it off so well, because that would be quite inaccurate to say, but the fact remains that it is the one reason for her overlooking me. However, know that it might only be on the scope of overlooking. It's likely well be bidden should we try anything careless. In that case, it seems like it would be difficult to request our release. That would be tough. Yes, of course. I also wish for that, for I am so worried about husband Kun's jealousy. Should I keep the Wiesen with me for too long? That might not be quite as you put it. Is that really so? For a moment, she turned her eyes away from what Flop pointed out, and she became lost for words from the preceding question. This was the aftershock of what she had been thinking by herself before arriving at Flop's room. What Flop had said was not wrong. She believes he might be worried about her. Though, of course, she doesn't believe that it is, because she is with Flop. I don't believe as jealous more that is worried about me and Flop, but mediums and also qualified for that. Goodness, that is quite true indeed. I really have scarcely experienced being separated from medium for this long. So I think it's likely to become a bit of a pickle. Well, my sister's a bit of a special case who can always be cheery, but I may have taken being away from my sister a bit harder than I thought I would. His tone remains bright, but it's unlikely his feelings for his faraway little sister are a lie. Just how much of Flop's usual attitude is his true self, and how much is a strong front construct he made to not have Rem be concerned, Rem can't quite tell. And precisely because she can't tell, Rem scolded herself, as she cannot allow herself to be too pampered by that. Let's both do the best we can even in this situation. In the meantime, Flops, and you rest, you must hurry your recovery, if it's even 1 day sooner. Negotiations or use of force, whichever those they choose, he needs to get his body in perfect shape, or else their options will narrow. To increase the hands you can choose to play, it is first important to solidify your foundations. Hearing such fighting spirit from Rem, Flop's blue eyes widen, his puzzled surprise face is so rare Rem calls out to him with Flopson. Hearing that, Flop shakes his head to the side sluggishly. No, it's just that don't get mad at what I'm about to say. Okay, I will endeavor not to. I want you to try your best. You see, the wife sans words just now felt like they had something to them that somewhat resembled husband kun. So I was just thinking how married couples do resemble each other after all. To those words, a laughing Flop gave as an answer. Rem gave a small gasp. She tried so hard, but not getting angry was difficult. 3. Oni girl, how is Flop? Once she finished her conversation with Flop, Rem returned to her room, and what welcomed her was a brusque voice. On the other side of the room was a window thrown open through, which wind blew in. On that windowsill sat with bad manners a girl whose sky blue hair was swaying, her hair which had 2 very prominent black horns poking out of it. Hey, did you listen to what the dragon said? That sudden arrival with no greeting and her appearance that held on to one's gaze had birthed a momentary silence. At said moment, she grew discontent, and her yellow eyes narrowed. She thought she lacked patience, and that even if she narrowed her eyes to intimidate her, she could not diminish the cuteness of her outward appearance, but Rem did not dare express that out loud. She is a personification of a powerful dragon hiding its strength. She is Madeline Eschart. Even if, say, she cannot hurt me due to being entangled by various conditions. Was that? No, could you not come in by knocking the door instead of from the window? Are the likes of you intending to limit what the dragon can do? Again, no, it's just that this is the 2nd floor. Perhaps to Madeline, there was not much difference between the 1st and 2nd floors, but there are stairs for a reason, so she would like her to be understanding of that. On the topic of being understanding, would you please refrain from referring to me as Oni girl? Why, just as a dragon calls a dragon the dragon, it is an obvious to call an Oni an Oni. Even if you refer to me as an Oni, I don't feel as such to me, so it makes me feel restless. Oni girl is what Madeline kept fully confidently referring to her, as which Rem was now fed up with. It's not that she wants to reject the fact she's an Oni, but it is simply that she has no memory of such, and it registers to her referring to her previous self, who was an Oni. Please call me Rem. You also call Flops in his name. Do you not? Flop special, you should bear that in mind. Then could you also have me you? Be special as well, was what Rem wanted to continue with, but Madeline's serious intimidation pierced through her. Instantly, Rem felt the sensation of her innards shrinking inwards and couldn't mouth any more words. Looking with eyes that had become slitted at Rem, who had been silenced, Madeline came down to the floor from the windowsill and said, "You're being allowed to be on the hag's words, and because of Flop's treatment, do not misattribute the dragon's kindliness and clemency. When it comes to saving Flop, I have other means too. I will bear that in mind." Humph. Scoffing, Madeline's slitted pupils returned to normal, and Rem was released from the pressure she was being put under. If just a single word was out of place, then literally she would have incurred Madeline's wrath. Rem, now remembering once again that she was balancing on a tightrope, took several deep breaths, after which, with her gaze silently fixed on Madeline, "Flop's injuries are currently stable, while I believe it necessary that he rest for a while has passed the worst of it. Are you retarded, eh? If Flop is healed, then the dragon will have no more business with you, and yet you report stupidly honestly to the dragon. Do you not want to keep your life?" Madeline told that while looking straight at Rem, who had answered the question she was asked at the beginning about Flop's condition. Rem said no at Madeline's eyes, which seemed to be looking at something hard to believe, and shook her head side to side. "Of course I want my life. I cannot go dying, then why? I could have lied and put a stopgap on that for the moment, but establishing a relationship without lies with Madeline was something I believed to be the correct choice right now." Hearing Rem's answer, Madeline goes wide-eyed. She was caught by neither anger nor displeasure, but the simple astonishment of being caught by surprise. Rem walked closer towards her to the windowsill and gazed at the view outside. She could see the well-arranged garden together with a heavy number of Imperial guards deployed in it, at the far reaches glances of the Imperial capital here and there, and it was also a very beautiful and outstanding palace built out of crystal. It was a world unknown to Rem, this Imperial capital of Lupagana's sights. But being in an unknown place where you know nothing is something that comes naturally to me, which is why I decided to challenge it. Challenge? Madelinson, though you have nothing that would bond you to me, even for just a moment, there may be something that could perhaps make you hesitate. Rem doesn't think anything could get Madeline to turn her side, and she's not shrewd enough to warm herself up to anyone like Flop does either. But perhaps if it were just a single moment, that's not even a second Rem, might be able to create that gap when it all comes crashing down. That is what Rem considers her own little way of fighting. Abducted to the Imperial capital and held captive, Rem had taken that into consideration as something that he would be worrying about. She can already picture him trying to push his limits, and that he likely wouldn't even lend his ears to her telling him that she wishes had stopped. In that case, if she can't avoid him coming, then at least she will remove the pebbles from the road. That was Rem's captive way of fighting. The dragon doesn't understand what it is you're thinking, but the dragon pays no mind to the petty ways in which weak humans resist. If you keep to what the dragon tells you here, then do whatever you want after. Depending on things, that previous anger was at risk of flaring up again in that exchange. However, Madeline overlooked Rem's resistance and didn't attempt to challenge it. Unlike with Bristette's, she was looking down on her clear as day. However, it was precisely because she was thought of as harmless that there should be something that only Rem can do. By the way, there was another outsider in the mansion other than me, and Flop, do you know who that is? Madelinson. Only heard that she's someone the hag guest Spirit Eater brought along. Spirit Eater. Rem realized she meant the Empire's General First Class that had attacked the walled city once before Arakia. The one Rem talked about was a woman strolling around in a chair with wheels on it that she saw around the residencies. It likely that she, who was thought to be under a similar position as Rem and Flop, was also under house arrest. If she hears her out, she may gain a reason to progress on the situation and to go against her feelings of impatience. To depend on something other than power, what a strange, Oni girl you are. So whispered Madeline with her golden eyes narrowed side, eyeing Rem, who was silently deep in thought, not paying any mind to the evaluation from the dragonkin within this residence that could be called a dragon's den. Rem continued to grope for a means to rebel against the situation she's in with seemingly the diligence of a certain someone somewhere. The Yendi, the Dragon Kingdom. The Chronicle of the Search for the Missing Boy's 6th translation pending.